This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Sia Shiaan can feel it. Everyone here wants to kill her. She leaned against a bumpy tree trunk, looking around casually. There were piles of bonfires, and you couldn't see the end at a glance. There were people sitting densely around the bonfire. The flickering firelight printed their embarrassed and exhausted faces. Many of them were secretly looking at her, with disgust, uneasiness, anxiety, fear and cowardice. "Miss, it's cold at night, please put this on." A handsome man in a military uniform and a straight figure came over, half knelt in front of her respectfully, and handed her a military coat. Song beaming. Sia Shiaan approached him suspiciously, lowered her voice, and pointed at the people around her. "I think they want to kill me." Sia Shiaan. Card World, the first card master, reborn in the Interstellar world. Reborn into a second-generation ancestor who has no brains, a bad temper, and does all kinds of bad things except killing people directly. This second-generation ancestor does whatever he wants, extorting, beating and insulting civilians under various excuses, not to mention satisfying her violent and perverted psychology. If there are people in the city with the same name as her, she can beat the family to half-death and burn down the family's house on the grounds that they offended her. If a dog on the roadside looks at her for a second longer, she will catch the dog and beat it up. If it weren't for her father, the Star Master Sia Shiaan there. A bully like her should have been put into a sack and beaten to death 100 times. 2 days ago, her father Sia Shiaan died, and many people who had been bullied by her were around. They had no scruples, and must be discussing how to kill her, a bully who was bullying her. "Miss, you worry too much. The Star Master sacrificed. You are our Star Master now. No one will kill you," Song Jiming said. 2 days ago, the Star Beasts rioted on a large scale, and launched a fierce attack on the central city of Star 520 where they were. Star Master Sia Shiaan led the way, and led 500,000 troops to fight for their lives, delaying the Star Beasts, and buying precious evacuation time for civilians. 2 hours after the fierce battle, the Star Master sacrificed. 3 hours later, the last soldier died in the mouth of the Star Beast. Without the protection of the army in front, 8 million civilians were slaughtered and devoured by the Star Beasts. Blood flowed like a river, corpses piled up like a mountain, and the entire central city became a purgatory on earth. The Mecha troops he led, under the order of the Star Lord, fought their way out of the sea of blood and corpses to protect the young lady and the civilians and escape from the central city. But their combat power was limited after all, and only about 100,000 civilians successfully escaped here. Their Mecha troops also lost nearly half in the battle with the Star Beasts. "I think I can still be rescued." Sia Shiaan sat up straight, cheered up, and asked him, "How long can your Mecha energy last?" "The best time to start something is 10 years ago, and the second best time is now." Song Jiming was a little confused by her sudden change of subject, and said, "Young lady, our energy can still last. Please hold on a little longer until we reach the South City. The City Lord is your uncle. He will definitely take good care of you and settle the refugees." Maybe she lost her father, and has no one to rely on. This young lady came all the way here without making a fuss or losing her temper, as if she had changed into a different person. "Really? If a Star Beast chases you, can your mechas last 2 hours in combat mode?" Sia Shiaan asked. Song Jiming's face turned pale, and he said, "Don't worry, young lady. Even if there are no mechas, we will die until only one person is left, and we will fight with our last breath to send you to the place safely. This is the last entrustment given to them by the Star Lord. Although she is a lawless villain. But she is the only daughter of the Star Lord Sia Shiaan. The Star Lord has done them a favor. They are loyal to the Star Lord, and will swear to protect his daughter." Sia Shiaan snorted and laughed, weighed a stone in his hand, and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Go ask the refugees if there are any scientific researchers, and invite them over. She is now the only heir of the Star Lord Sia Shiaan. Let's not talk about whether this planet is hers. Does she have the responsibility to protect her people? At present, she has to find a way to keep herself alive, and not be torn to pieces by the Star Beasts that are chasing her. This is the most important thing. The scientific researchers in the central city are basically professors and students of the 520 Military Academy. Science and technology are the primary productive forces. When the Star Beasts attacked, Sia Shiaan arranged for them to leave first. The professors and students, who have no combat power, and are engaged in academic research were safely evacuated here under the protection of the young reserve soldiers of the military academy. Song Jiming was afraid that she would suddenly go crazy, so he didn't dare to bring everyone here. He only invited the principal and several deans of the colleges. Sia Shiaan looked at the gray-haired, academic-looking old men in front of her, and without any nonsense, she showed them the stone in her hand. Everyone, this is a new type of energy. I need you to extract the pigment in it for me in the shortest possible time. Principal Shaolu was Sia Yuan's teacher, so he was naturally not afraid of her. Looking at the things in her hand, he was so angry that his face turned blue. Sia Shiaan, your father just passed away. How long are you going to make trouble? Sia Yuan didn't teach her well, and raised her lawless. Now that Sia Yuan is gone, isn't she afraid that the civilians she bullied will unite to kill her for revenge? She still has the mood to ask for pigment. The other deans also had different expressions. This young lady, in addition to looking for trouble and insulting and beating civilians, her biggest interest is painting. She especially likes paintings from the ancient Earth era, such as oil paintings, Chinese paintings, watercolors, prints, and fine brushwork. She often mobilizes a large number of people to obtain a primitive pigment. Now the disaster is imminent. She is still in the mood to let them extract the pigment. Are they crazy, or is she crazy? Sia Shiaan knew that she would run into a wall, but she was not angry at all. She patiently explained, their mecha energy can only last for 2 hours at most when the combat mode is turned on. If the mecha energy is exhausted, we will not be able to reach Mingcheng, and we will become the food of the star beasts, one by one. Believe me, help me extract the pigment. I can create a new energy source to replace bismuth crystal for mecha to use, and we still have a glimmer of hope. She spoke with reason and clarity. But who would believe a psychopath who is uneducated and moody? Shaolu was so angry that he was shaking all over. He didn't even want to look at her. He said to the deans, "Let's go." The deans also felt that she was hopeless. At this time, she still lied to them and tricked them into extracting pigments for her. This stone is just an ordinary stone. By extracting pigments, she can create a new energy source? Why didn't she think before she spoke? Sia Shiaan has always adhered to the principle of courtesy before force. After saying soft words, she can only use hard words. My father sacrificed himself, and I am now the Star Master. In the name of the Star Master, I now order you to extract the pigments inside for me as quickly as possible. Chapter 2. Shaolu was so angry that he turned around and pointed at her, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Sia Shiaan." The deans dared not speak. Principal Shao doesn't recognize me as the Star Lord? Sia Shiaan's voice was cold, and her aura suddenly increased, with an indescribable majesty that only belongs to the superior. You are simply hopeless. Shaolu's chest rose and fell violently, and he was completely disappointed in her. He sneered, "You want paint, right? Okay, I'll extract it for you." If he is lucky this time, and can survive by chance, he will never be loyal to her as the Star Lord. Even if he is sorry for Sia Yuan who died heroically to save them. 520 Military Academy was the first to evacuate. With the school's reserve army, the precious experimental equipment was transferred in time. Many of the equipment inside were the assets accumulated by their school, and even the entire central city, for dozens or hundreds of years. They regarded them as more important than their lives, and took them wherever they went. The deans had all the equipment they could use moved over. Then, they began to extract the pigments according to her requirements. Crush and purify. Half an hour later. Using sophisticated distillation equipment, about 5 milliliters of red viscous liquid was extracted. Shaolu was so angry that his head was dizzy and his eyes were black. "Old Chen, go give her the stuff." "Pigment? This is really pigment." Dean Shen took the test tube and shook his head and sighed deeply. If a new Star Master like her takes over the planet, what hope is there for the future of their planet? The ridiculous Star Master Sia Shiaan is still teaching the dean and professors of the School of Mechanical Engineering to transform mechas. The dean and professors looked at the precious mecha they had carefully made, under their own hands. The power system was transformed into something they didn't recognize. They had the urge to quit several times, but they held back. Beside them, the mecha soldiers of the escort team were so distressed that their hearts were bleeding and their eyes were red with anger. Especially the handsome soldier who was asked by her to hand over his mecha. He was about to break, and his eyes were full of words. "Please, don't dismantle my mecha, dismantle me. Their 520 star is a garbage star." As the name suggests, it is a large garbage station for throwing garbage. All the garbage produced by the 8 nearby planets, with a population of nearly 30 billion, will be transported here for dumping. Their planet has no energy mines. Their land is seriously polluted, and they cannot grow any edible crops. Everyone here lives on garbage, and everything they eat and use is picked up from the garbage. Every mecha they use is made by countless people, day after day, year after year, picking up garbage and accumulating materials, which is more important than all their lives. But now, their future Star Master is so absurd that he orders them to dismantle and modify the mecha in the name of the Star Master. She is a straw bag, who only causes trouble when eating. What mecha can she modify? Sia Shiaan ignored everyone's anger and hostility, and still commanded, "The card slot should be larger than the card in my hand, and it would be best if it can be inserted just right." She really has no doubt. If she was not the daughter of the heroic Star Master, she would have been torn into pieces by these people to vent their anger. Dean Su did not speak, with a sullen face, and adjusted the size of the card slot again. "Insert the card," she gave. "The size is just right to be stuck." The card was originally a blank metal card. When she directed them to make the transformation, she lightly carved patterns on it with a carving knife. The patterns were very complicated. He couldn't understand them. Sia Shiaan saw that the card slot was finally transformed, and nodded with satisfaction. Just at this time, Lao Chen also came over and handed her the test tube. "Miss Sia, the paint you want." After that, he turned and left. "I really don't want to see her for a minute." "Thank you." Sia Shiaan took the test tube and thanked him politely. Lao Chen left. Dean Su and the others couldn't leave, so they could only bear it and followed with anger. Sia Shiaan held the card in one hand and poured all the paint in the test tube on the card. Dean Su and the others met. When the semi-fluid pigment in the test tube fell on the card, it strangely did not flow down, but was absorbed instantly. With the help of the lighting equipment next to it, they could see it faintly. The line she carved on the card glowed red. Like the veins of the human body, mysterious and complex. Sia Shiaan inserted the card into the card slot, and said to the soldier driving the mecha, "I only modified the energy power system of your mecha. Come in, and try it out to see if there are any changes when you use it." The brother of the soldier saw her destroy her mecha with his own eyes, and he wanted to kill her, but he didn't do it for the sake of the old Star Master. Hearing her words at this moment, he couldn't wait to come in and check his precious mecha. The mecha troops in the central city only have a total of 1,000 people. All of them in the central city regard being a mecha soldier as the highest honor. Each of them is an excellent talent selected from thousands of people, and they all regard the mecha as more important than their own lives. Dean Su closed his eyes in despair when he saw the soldier sticking the brain neural chip connected to the mecha control system on his wrist. The next moment, because of the loss of interstellar universal energy, the support of bismuth crystal energy, the mecha became a piece of scrap metal, and the control light screen suddenly lit up. Some people widened their eyes in surprise, and stared at the light screen in disbelief. "Dean, all functions of the mecha are operating normally." Some people suspected that the bismuth crystal energy had not been taken out, and hurried to check the power system. The power system was still the modified, very simple, strange card slot and a card. The bismuth crystal energy device that originally supported the operation of the mecha was still quietly placed aside. At this moment, the mecha soldier felt the abundant and huge energy that he had never felt before, flowing in his body. He couldn't help but control the mecha and punch the ground. There was a loud explosion, and the earth shook. Everyone looked over. Shaolu frowned and asked, "The damage equivalent caused by the mecha we made is not so great. Is this combat power something their mecha can do?" A professor next to him nodded and organized his words very rigorously. "Our maximum equivalent is about half the power of the previous attack. Do you think it could be the new energy she mentioned?" Shaolu's voice trembled slightly, because of excitement and uncertainty. After he finished speaking, he couldn't wait to go to the other side. Chapter 3. The several deans who participated in the extraction of pigments also thought of this at the first time. They were so excited and nervous that their breathing became rapid. They hurried to follow his footsteps. If it is true, if there is a new energy source that can replace bismuth crystal, their planet may still have a chance to fight and get out of the current predicament. In the mecha soldier looked at the huge deep pit on the ground that was smashed by his fist, and he was a little dazed. No! Is his mecha so powerful? Dean Su and others were more sober than him. Their dissatisfaction, resentment, doubt and disgust towards Sia Shiaan. At this moment, all turned into shock and surprise. Sia Shiaan breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She can be sure that the source energy of the card world can be used normally in the interstellar world. The card world, as the name suggests, everything in the world is operated by cards. The energy used in life, industry, and military all comes from the energy of cards. The card she made for the mecha was an energy card for combat, which could provide energy for the weapon. Dean Su was the first to come to his senses. He tried to suppress the excitement in his heart, walked up to the captain of the guard, and said in a low voice, "Captain Song, please call Principal Shaolu over. Then you take people to strictly block the area and don't allow anyone to get close. Be careful not to make too much noise, so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. This matter. It's too important. It's too confidential. The entire Interstellar is now facing the problem of resource depletion. They are looking for bismuth crystal or in deeper parts of the universe and developing new energy sources. However, hundreds of years have passed, and new energy that can replace bismuth crystal or on a large scale has never been found. If they are a garbage planet, they have found a new energy that can replace bismuth crystal ore. The words of the ancient earth are the most appropriate. A man is innocent but guilty of holding a treasure. Although Song Shiming is not a researcher, as a soldier, he naturally knows the importance of this matter. He nodded solemnly and got off the mecha. He first called all the soldiers who watched the new energy experiment together and told them seriously. Not a word of what just happened was allowed to be leaked, and then he took people to call Shaolu to block the surroundings. Shaolu hurried over before they shouted. Hearing that Dean Su had asked them to block the news, he nodded slightly and walked into the mecha without stopping. In the mecha. At this moment, it was a little weird. Dean Su and the others didn't say anything, but stared at Sia Shiaan with burning eyes. Sia Shiaan lazily leaned on the sofa and glanced at them. If you have any questions, just ask. Do I have answers on my face? Ask her if she is afraid of being used as a guinea pig for research if she tells others about such a secret thing as new energy. Of course she is not afraid. The people in front of her are either her father Sia Yuan's confidants, or his friends, his teachers. What is there for her to be afraid of? Besides, her strength alone is insignificant on this garbage planet. If there is a good thing, we must share the research together. When everyone becomes stronger together, it is really strong. This is what Shaolu heard when he came in. In the past, he would definitely not like her sitting in an untidy manner, and with such a lazy attitude. But now, he actually likes her no matter how he looks at her. Dean Su was about to ask her, but when he looked up and saw him, he quickly walked over and told him what happened before, and finally gave a conclusion. Principal, the eldest lady has really found a new energy source. He personally participated in, and saw the whole process of the birth and use of new energy. He still has a sense of unreality, as if he is in a dream. After Shaolu heard him, the uncertainty in his heart also disappeared. When he looked at Sia Shiaan, he was calmer than others. Shiaan, I misunderstood you just now. I apologize for my arrogance, my ignorance, and my bad attitude towards you. I'm sorry. With her bad temper, she has to be coaxed and followed. As for his reputation as the principal, it's nothing compared to the new energy. This is a new energy that generations of scientific researchers have been looking for hundreds of years, but have not been able to find. A new energy that can replace bismuth crystal ore. If Sia Shiaan wants to survive in this strange world, these people in front of him must not be offended. He put away his carefree look and stood up, saying seriously, Principal Shaolu, ignorance is not a crime. The matter is urgent. I didn't explain it clearly. Okay, time is urgent. We are all trustworthy people here. Can you tell us about the new energy you found? Shaolu looked at her, feeling a lot of emotion for a while, and his eyes were a little wet. At this moment, he saw the shadow of his student Sia Yuan in her, humble and polite, calm and self-assured, neither humble nor arrogant. It would be great if her attitude was not pretended, but she really woke up because of her father's death, realized her own identity, and understood her own responsibilities. Okay. Sia Shiaan nodded and said everything she could. Fortunately, the original owner was obsessed with painting, and did many absurd things for the sake of painting. She made an excuse that she didn't need to look for it, and directly said that the new energy she discovered was seen in an ancient painting book. The ore she discovered is called Source Stone, the source of all things. Source stones are divided into levels 1 to 7 according to their quality, and the corresponding pigment colors are red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Of course, there are also legendary higher-level source stones, which are very rare, so I won't mention them. The pigment extracted from source stones is called source energy. Source energy must use the medium of cards to convert basic energy into different energies required for various lives, industries, and military affairs. Cards with different functions have different structures. The pattern she engraved on the card is the structure of the card. Shaolu and all the deans were very excited to hear this. They looked at her seriously and devoutly, holding small notebooks and taking notes, like elementary school students. Sia Shiaan was afraid that they didn't understand, so she gave an example. You can see that the card used by this mecha is a level 1 combat energy card. I picked up a level 1 source stone, so the energy it stores is only enough for this mecha to fight continuously for about 2 days. Shaolu asked, what if it is a level 2 source stone? Sia Shiaan said, it's probably the power of level 1. For every level higher the source stone level, it doubles by 1 power, but this also depends on the strength of the source power of the card maker himself. The person who draws the card also needs source power? What is this source power? Is it the same as mental power? Shaolu raised his hand to ask a question. Sia Shiaan said, yes, source power is similar to mental power, and it is also an ability possessed by humans. And it is also divided into levels, from level 1 to level 7. The higher the source power level, the higher the source energy level that can be controlled. In other words, a person with level 1 source power can only make level 1 cards. When Shaolu heard this, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and his voice became low, as if he was asking her, and also as if he was asking himself, then how many people on our forgotten planet can have source power? Chapter 4. Their planet was originally a mining planet with rich bismuth crystal ore. Bismuth crystal ore is the energy used by the Interstellar, and the foundation of all development. 500 years ago, the bismuth crystal mine was dug out, and this place became a barren planet. 300 years ago, the Interstellar Alliance launched a great human genetic revolution. People who were found to have genetic defects and could not awaken their spiritual power were identified as defective products that could not create added value for society. They were ordered by the Alliance government to be uniformly exiled here. These people are the descendants of the original group of people with genetic defects, abandoned by the Alliance and forgotten by the Interstellar. They can't awaken their spiritual power, so will they have the source power she mentioned? Sia Shiaan thought for a while. I don't know about this, but I saw in the picture book that as long as a person has more or less source power, level 1 cards should be able to be made, and I don't know about higher levels. When I have time, I will make a source power tester, and we will test it. Okay, but it's too early to talk about this now. The most important thing right now is to find the source stone you mentioned and make cards for mechas to use. Shaolu knew very clearly that this was not the time to complain about himself. No one on this planet has spiritual power, including her. But she drew the card, which means that what she said was true. He shouldn't be so pessimistic. God closed the door for them in terms of spiritual power, and perhaps he would open a window for them in terms of source power. What happened here? Because of the timely blockade, except for Shaolu, Dean Su, and the mecha soldiers present, no one knew, and no one could know. However, source stones need to be found, cards need to be made, and mechas need to be modified in order to better deal with the star beasts that may catch up at any time. Song Jiming is the captain of the escort team. Along the way, he always fought bravely with the mecha soldiers to kill the chasing star beasts. Now, his status in the hearts of all refugees is much more important than Sia Shiaan, the future Star Master, and Shaolu, the principal of the military academy. So, he took on the responsibility of calling on the refugees to pick up stones. Standing in the center of the refugees, he gave a speech. Everyone, the road ahead is uncertain, and there are star beasts chasing us. We are now at the most dangerous time. The energy of our mecha can only last until this time tomorrow, and then it will be exhausted. Without the mecha, we are ordinary people, and can only rely on our flesh and blood to protect you. Now, I have a request. I hope you can lend us a hand and help us pick up ore. Perhaps the energy in a piece of bismuth crystal has not been used up. A little bit makes a lot, and we can use the energy we find to keep the mecha going for a while longer. Okay. Someone shouted. We all listened to Captain's song. Someone followed. More and more people began to shout, let's go pick up ore now. The refugees did not doubt his words at all. Among them, there are scavengers who specialize in picking up bismuth crystals. There will be bismuth crystals in the garbage transported from various planets. Most of these bismuth crystals are waste ores that have run out of energy. However, there are a small number of ores that have not been fully extracted because of the excessive impurities they contain. Their planet relies on extracting the bismuth crystal energy that has not been completely exhausted to maintain the most basic social operation. Okay, now everyone, be quiet and listen to me. Elderly people, children, pregnant women, and injured people who are unable to move should stay where they are and rest. Those who are strong and healthy, go find the mecha soldiers closest to you. They will be responsible for taking you to pick up, and protect your safety. Song Jiming continued. The refugees quieted down. Then, they began to find the mecha soldiers closest to them in an orderly manner. Sia Shiaan stood aside, watching from a distance, and nodded with satisfaction. Song Jiming, the captain, is very good at making speeches and appeals, and is very contagious. Moreover, he has good organizational skills. Those refugees also listened to him, and soon formed a team of pickers. Under the leadership of the mecha soldiers, they left in different directions. Song Jiming did not leave. He returned to Sia Shiaan with 5 mecha soldiers and said, "Miss, what should we do next?" Sia Shiaan sat on the ground, leaned on the big stone behind her leisurely, and said, "Wait for the ore." At this stage, there is no energy tester, so she can only go through the stones one by one to determine the source stone. She is very idle. Shaolu and the others got busy. All the machines that can extract pigments were moved together. A simple laboratory that can be blocked from the outside world was built. She was also given blank metal cards of various types and materials, as well as engraving pens. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. An hour later, the team that sent the ore came back one after another. All the various ores that were picked up were put together. Sia Shiaan started working. Song Jiming was there to protect her safety. Shaolu and the others came over to wait for the source stone. She closed her eyes slightly. She passed the stones one by one at a very fast speed and threw them aside. Seeing that a large pile of stones had been passed by a small half, but no source stone was found. Everyone was sweating nervously and praying in their hearts. We must find the source stone. I don't know how long it took. It was so long that they felt like a century. Sia Shiaan patted a football-sized stone in her hand and said, "I found it. It's a first-grade stone with good purity. You can take it." Shaolu breathed a sigh of relief, and tears filled his eyes with excitement. He quickly went over to take the stone away, and took it to the laboratory to extract the pigment. The source stone she picked up before was only the size of a fist, and the source energy extracted from it could keep a mecha fighting for 2 days. This stone was about 10 times larger than that stone, and the source energy extracted from it should be enough to make 10 cards. Picking up ore, finding source stones, extracting pigments, modifying the mecha power system, division of labor and cooperation, the speed was very fast. However, Sia Shiaan had to do 2 processes alone. She was the one who distinguished and searched for source stones. She was still the one who made the cards. And no one else could replace her work. From night to morning, they were busy, and the sky was white. No one rested, and no one dared to rest. If they wasted time, the fate that awaited them might be torn apart and eaten by the star beast. Until the sun rose above their heads. The last mecha was also successfully modified. So far, there are only 52 people left in the mecha team that protected Sia Shiaan. More than half of the mechas of the sacrificed mecha soldiers were lost in the battle with the star beasts, and only 30 mechas were recovered. Dean Su had repaired these 30 mechas last night. Shaolu selected 30 people from the Military Academy Reserve Army and gloriously became the new owners of these 30 mechas. At this moment, the new mecha team, a total of 82 people, lined up neatly, waiting for her order. Sia Shiaan was trying out a black bow and arrow for her self-defense. There was no arrow, and the bow was pulled into a full moon by her. There was also a small card slot on the bow, about the size of a SIM card, and no card was inserted. The card was in her pocket, made of the remaining source energy from repairing the mecha. Song Jiming walked over, handed her a nutrient solution, and said, "Miss, we have stayed here for more than 12 hours. The star beast may have caught our breath and caught up with us. For safety reasons, we must leave here immediately." Chapter 5. Sia Shiaan put away her bow and arrow, raised her neck and swallowed the nutrient solution, looked at the haggard and miserable refugees, and said, "Notify everyone to leave here immediately. In addition, leave 8 mechas and turn on the combat mode to defend the front, back, left and right to warn the star beasts. The remaining mechas should turn on the man mode to let the elderly, children, pregnant women, and the wounded, who are unable to move enter the mechas." Song Jiming really didn't expect that she would still care about the lives of the refugees. She was relieved and excited and said, "Yes, miss." The mecha, when turned on the man mode, is equivalent to a small starship. If you squeeze it together, it can accommodate about 200 people, but the energy consumption is also amazing. "Then let's go and tell Principal Xiao and the others," Sia Shiaan said. As the master of the star, she knew that the person in power could not act arbitrarily. Even if she made a decision, she had to inform the people around her. Song Jiming responded respectfully. After he arranged the mechas responsible for guarding and carrying people, he led the team and followed Sia Shiaan to the direction where Shaolu and the others were. Sia Shiaan went all the way. The refugees on both sides were afraid of her bad reputation, and they were as quiet as chickens. They didn't dare to raise their heads and kept retreating. The place was originally crowded with people almost touching each other. A 2-meter wide road was made for her. Sia Shiaan couldn't help but sigh, really full of oppression from the bully. Go forward. It's the place where the teachers and students of the military academy rest. But at this time, her steps paused. Song Jiming, who followed her, didn't react. She suddenly jumped up and rushed to the opposite side, pushing a pair of poor mother and daughter in tattered clothes to the ground. The refugees, who were crowded together to make way for her, were caught off guard and knocked to the ground. Some people looked up and glared at her. The next moment, but they widened their eyes in fear. They saw that she had a bow in her hand at some point. The bowstring was fully drawn like a moon. She was full of murderous aura and released the bowstring. Countless, dense and sharp arrows, like raindrops, shot at them all over the sky. After a short silence, a terrified scream broke through the sky. At this moment, the refugees were extremely angry and desperate. They wanted to rise up and fight against her, a demon who took human lives lightly, rather than being shot by her for no reason. But the strange thing was that the arrows did not fall on them, and they did not feel any pain. In the chaotic and crowded crowd, someone screamed, "Star Beast, it's a Star Beast!" Sia Shiaan also shouted, "Get out of the way!" When Song Jiming saw the figure of the Star Beast appear in the void, a voice rang in his ears. The Star Beast is attacking. At the same time, all the mecha soldiers received the reminder and entered the mecha as quickly as possible to prepare for battle. Song Jiming didn't enter the mecha, and didn't have time to think about how Sia Shiaan found the Void Star Beast before it appeared. He flew forward and prepared to bring her back for holding a bow and arrow and daring to fight the Star Beast. But he didn't wait for others to get close. Sia Shiaan pulled the bow and arrow in her hand again, and the dense rain of arrows pierced the Star Beast into a hedgehog. The Star Beast, which was originally preparing to attack the refugees, was completely enraged by her. With a pair of red eyes, it roared angrily, opened its bloody mouth, and bit her head. The refugees, seeing the scene in front of them, hesitated whether to applaud or not. The bully was going to die. Sia Shiaan did not avoid or retreat. She stretched out her hand and pulled out an arrow from the bowstring. Her body rushed towards the Star Beast at a very fast speed, like a bullet. Song Jiming's speed was also extremely fast. But the moment he approached her, he only had time to grab a corner of her clothes. He screamed with bloodshot eyes, "Miss!" The imagined scene of her being bitten to pieces by the Star Beast and blood splattering did not appear. The arrow in her hand was inserted neatly into the Star Beast's forehead. This is where the Star Beast's core is located. Like the human heart, it is their fatal point. But this is also the most heavily protected place, protected by a shell that cannot be broken by artillery shells. The Star Beast obviously didn't expect that a human as weak as an ant would dare to use a cold weapon to attack its star core. After a brief moment of doubt, it grabbed her head with a claw. "Go to hell!" The arrow in Sia Shiaan's hand pierced its hard shell and sneered, "Ugly thing." Everyone present, including Song Jiming, was shocked and stunned, and their eyeballs fell to the ground. She used a cold weapon from the ancient Earth era, an arrow, to pierce the Star Beast's defense. The Star Beast's star core, crackling, sounded like the most beautiful music, ringing in everyone's ears. Then, there was a loud bang. The Star Beast, 3 meters tall and weighing 1,000 pounds, fell heavily to the ground. Sia Shiaan jumped off its head in disgust, wishing she could stay 800 meters away from it, and asked, "Captain Song, are all Star Beasts so disgusting and ugly?" Song Jiming looked at her calmly, as if she was not the one who just killed the Star Beast with her bare hands. With a complicated mood, he nodded, "Yes." Sia Shiaan was even more disgusted and commented, "Such ugly things are rampant until now. The entire galaxy is responsible for them not being extinct." Song Jiming wanted to explain, but didn't know how to say it, so he could only respond, "Yes, the young lady is right. This person is really a tough guy. Why didn't he know before that she also had the ability to kill Star Beasts with her bare hands? No, even if you look at the entire galaxy, there are not many people who dare not drive a mecha and use their fragile bodies to fight Star Beasts head-on. But what she said about exterminating Star Beasts, is it that they don't want to? It's because they can't do it. Star Beasts and Zerg are the 2 biggest concerns of the galaxy." Species that have existed since the beginning of the existence of the Interstellar Alliance have strong reproductive capacity. The Alliance wants to kill them, and they have been killing them. But the speed of killing them can never catch up with their reproduction speed, and no one can do anything about it. Sia Shiaan decided that one day she would kill all these ugly things. She looked at Song Jiming, who was still beside her, and then looked around at the mechas fighting fiercely with the star beasts, and said, "You don't have to protect me, I can protect myself, you go help them." Chapter 6. If she had said this before, Song Jiming would never have believed it even if he was beaten to death. But now, after seeing her bravery in tearing the star beast apart with her own hands, he naturally did not worry about her safety. He quickly entered the mecha and rushed to the most intense place of the battle at the fastest speed. Fighting. From the time Sia Shiaan discovered the Void Star Beast to the time she killed the Star Beast, it was only a few seconds. The Star Beast she killed was the Void Star Beast. The Void Star Beast is the vanguard among the Star Beasts. They are mainly responsible for tearing the space, allowing the subsequent large forces of Star Beasts to enter continuously from this space crack. Of course, after it dies, the space crack will disappear. They usually only appear in important battles to destroy cities and planets. In small-scale pursuit battles like the current one, they basically do not appear. So when they see it appear, all the soldiers are ready to sacrifice themselves to meet this fierce battle. All the refugees were ready to die. The reservists of the military academy were also prepared for the worst, escorting the principal, professors, important scientific research materials, and precious instruments away, and preserving the spark of science and technology at all costs. But now, everyone was confused. Their faces were full of, "That's it, the Void Star Beast that could bring a large army of Star Beasts and easily destroy a city with a population of tens of millions was solved by their arrogant and domineering Miss Ghost, holding an ancient cold weapon, and a few swipes, her speed of chopping melons and vegetables, and her calm attitude gave them the illusion that they could do it too. Fortunately, they all still have reason. No one would risk their lives to fight the Star Beasts, and use their lives to verify whether the Star Beasts have become weaker, or the young lady is really that powerful." Shaolu's scalp was numb, and he turned to look at the weak young man beside him and asked, "Alu, a human who can fight the Void Star Beast with his body must have a mental level of 3s. Next to him, a handsome boy with a sickly pale face coughed weakly, and his beautiful eyes, like ink, left his lips and nodded. Shaolu was worried. There is no instrument to measure mental power on our planet, and no one has mental power. We don't know whether she has mental power or not. What's going on with her? Is there a sudden change?" The boy didn't answer. His cold eyebrows, as if covered with a thin layer of frost, looked in the direction of the fierce battle, staring at the mechas in battle. Fight. It ended very quickly. The Void Star Beast appeared, but it was discovered before it had time to show off. After it appeared, it was sent to see the King of Hell by Sia Shiaan. In just a few seconds, 20 Star Beasts came out of the space crack. After the mecha team replaced the energy power system and enhanced its combat power, it killed all the Star Beasts in 1 minute. Sia Shiaan also happened to come to Shaolu from the crowd. However, she only nodded slightly to Shaolu, and her eyes fell on the boy standing next to him, and smiled at him. Shaolu wanted to cover his face, he couldn't bear to watch, and when he saw her approaching to chat, he coughed and said, "He can't hear." Sia Shiaan stared at his face, which was so beautiful that she was shocked by it, and said with a look of regret, "Oh, sorry." Shaolu glared at her, saying sorry, but his body was honest, staring at her face, afraid that she didn't know that she was interested in her. He quickly stepped forward, blocked her sight, and introduced her. "This is Shaolu, a freshman mecha master in our military academy. You also know that because our mecha soldiers have no mental power, the mechas used in the central city before, the mecha soldiers and mechas have never been completely compatible. Later, after his transformation, the brain nerve sensor chip was added, which allowed our mecha soldiers to drive the mechas as easily as using their arms. This time, we escaped, and it was also because of his perception of danger that we were able to find the Star Beasts at the fastest speed and win with the least casualties. There are a lot of words." Sia Shiaan summed it up. "Genius. Don't mess with him." Shaolu saw that she didn't say anything, so he lowered his voice and said, "Sia Shingju, you have to show your sincerity when dealing with talents. You can't have dirty thoughts just because someone is good-looking and offend him." Sia Shiaan looked up at him, nodded obediently, and asked, "Can't he speak?" The veins on Shaolu's forehead were throbbing. So all he said was in vain. Sia Shiaan sighed. God is jealous of talents. Shaolu was helpless, implying that she didn't understand, and could only remind her openly, Don't set your sights on him. Sia Shiaan asked sincerely, can't I just take a look? She didn't mean anything else, just pure appreciation of beautiful things. Shaolu did not answer, but turned to Shaolu and said, Lu, you should take a rest. He also winked at Dean Su next to him. Dean Su smiled and said, Star-Lord, after such a big battle, I see that many of the soldiers' mechas are damaged. Let's go and repair the mechas. After that, he pulled Shaolu away quickly. This is a mechanical genius that is rare in their school, and even the entire planet in hundreds of years. He can't be ruined by her. Seeing that the person had left, Sia Shiaan explained to herself very seriously, I really don't have that intention towards him. I just appreciate good-looking people. If a dog on the street looks good, I will take a second look at it. Shaolu thought to himself. If a dog on the street looks at you a second time, you will be made into dog meat hot pot. Sia Shiaan said, really? Can you stop looking at her with the eyes of a pervert? She is such a kind person, would she forcefully rob a civilian man? Shaolu said perfunctorily, I know. Now that he has seen her ability, he also believes that she has the ability. But her character still needs further investigation. Sia Shiaan knew that he didn't believe it, so he didn't continue to explain, but told him his decision before the fight. What do you think, Principal Xiao? Shaolu didn't expect that she had such a high level of ideological awareness, and nodded with satisfaction, saying, it is a blessing for the Star-Lord to think about the common people. Just let Captain Song notify them. As for us, we have 1,000 reserve soldiers, and we don't need mechas. Let's give the mechas to those who need them more. Okay. Sia Shiaan nodded, turned around and told Song Jiming to pass on the message, and set off immediately after the mechas were repaired. Song Jiming went to work. Shaolu also went to work. Sia Shiaan sat down, looking at the countless eyes around her, openly or secretly looking at her, feeling a lot of emotions in her heart. The previous pure disgust and fearful eyes. Now they have become confused and inquiring eyes. This is a good sign, which means that she just tore the star beast apart with her domineering hands, which impressed them. Across. Song Jiming was already standing in the mecha, loudly conveying her decision to the refugees. Everyone be quiet, I have something to inform you. We must leave now. Miss, please be kind, and let us turn on the mecha man mode. Now, the elderly, children, pregnant women and seriously injured people with limited mobility can ride the mecha. Sia Shiaan felt more and more that he was really suitable for propaganda work. Just at this time, her sleeve was gently pulled. She turned her head and looked over, and met a pair of dark, beautiful narrow eyes, with cold eyes, as if covered with a layer of thin frost that never melted all year round. Chapter 7. Shaolu saw her looking over, and nodded to her politely, using sign language. Sia Shiaan didn't understand, but she didn't want to let people think she was a sex-hungry ghost. She jumped away, retreated 8 meters, and shouted in the direction of Shaolu, I didn't look for him, he came to recruit me. Her voice was loud. Everyone around looked over. She even raised her hand exaggeratedly to show that she was absolutely innocent, and didn't tease anyone. Shaolu looked at her and asked if she knew that she was the Star Master now. Can she speak and act like a normal person? Dean Su hurriedly said to the students around him, hurry up, go and pick up your junior. How come he ran to find that little villain in the blink of an eye? The senior was also scared and sweated, and ran to find the junior. For fear that if he was a step late, the junior would be ruined. Everyone knows that this young lady not only likes beautiful paintings, but also likes beautiful people. She once robbed a beautiful boy on the street. If the junior is so good-looking, he will probably be finished in this life if she sets her eyes on him. Shaolu was not affected by her strange behavior at all. He stopped using sign language and wrote on the ground instead, Can I see your bow and arrow? Sia Shiaan had already expressed her attitude, proving that she did not flirt first. She walked over naturally, and gave him the bow and arrow. Shaolu took the bow and arrow and wrote, Can I modify it? Sia Shiaan nodded indifferently. This bow and arrow was made temporarily. She was not comfortable using it in the first place. No matter how bad it was modified, how bad could it be? Shaolu's dark, cold eyes looked more serious when he looked at the bow and arrow. He carefully observed and studied every structure of the bow and arrow. Then, he opened the toolbox he carried with him, adjusted the position of the upper and lower bow pieces, and slightly adjusted the curvature of the bow and the length of the string. After the adjustment was completed, he did not try to draw the bow. Instead, he directly gave it back to Sia Shiaan, signaling her to try it. Sia Shiaman's bow and arrow was a small bow and arrow, very pocket-sized. The bow was made by Dean Su and others. The arrow was condensed from the source energy when it was launched, and the length of time it existed depended on the strength of the individual source power. She was a top card master, with a source power of more than level 7, and the arrows she created were entities, and would not disappear. When the senior ran over at the fastest speed, he saw her drawing the bow. When the bow was pulled to the full moon shape, the energy card embedded on the bow flashed, and 5 black arrows appeared out of thin air. Sia Shiaan didn't notice the person coming. She just aimed the arrow at the 5 leaves flying in the air, and released the bowstring. The 5 arrows flew towards the sky at a speed that the naked eye couldn't catch. When he could catch the arrows again, 5 arrows appeared in different positions, and 1 arrow hit a leaf flying in the air. The senior who came to call people praised, "What a precise archery." After he said this, he realized that he was here to protect his junior. While Sia Shiaan was still looking at her bow and arrow, he took a step forward and ran with Shaolu. Sia Shiaan looked at the bow and arrow in her hand, tried to pull it again, her eyes lit up, and she turned around and said, "Shaolu, your skills are amazing, the power is twice as strong as before, and it is easier to pull." However, no one. There was nothing behind her. She glanced around and saw that he was being pulled away. He ran quite fast, as if he was hiding from the plague god, and was 100 meters away from her. The original owner's evil deeds, the evil power returned, and finally the boomerang hit her head. From the time Shaolu came to debug her bow and arrow to the time he was taken away, it was only a short 5 minutes. It wasn't a long time. The old, weak, sick, disabled and pregnant refugees had already begun to line up in an orderly manner under Song Jiming's arrangement. Until they got on the mecha, they still felt incredible, whispering, and suspected that they were dreaming. After Song Jiming and the others were on the mecha, he walked to Sia Shiaan and said, "Miss, everyone is already on the mecha. Let's go too." She wanted to get on his mecha. He had to protect her closely. Sia Shiaan nodded and said to him, "Please invite Principal Shao, Dean Su and others to your mecha. I need to have a meeting." Song Jiming replied yes, and quickly brought everyone. Sia Shiaan glanced and saw that Shaolu was not here. But she was not in a hurry. Anyway, the requirements for weapons were higher than hers. In the end, Shaolu would definitely be involved, and then we would see how he modified the weapons. Shaolu, Dean Su and several other deans. I don't know what she is going to say, but everyone is very serious. After discovering the new energy yesterday, and tearing the star beast with her bare hands today. Although they doubted her character, no one regarded her as the foolish young lady who did whatever she wanted. Sia Shiaan was very casual. She sat on the sofa and pressed her hand to others. "Don't be shy, we are all family, sit down." The brigade has already started to set off. The mecha they were riding also began to move, but after switching to man mode, it was very stable. Shaolu and the others sat down and did not ask her what she was going to do. Anyway, she would tell them. Sia Shiaan waited for them to sit down before she expressed her thoughts. "We have 100,000 people, but only 82 mechas, which is far from enough. I want to form an archery unit, with a temporary establishment of 1,000 people. What do you think?" Professor AI said that dignity is only above the sword, and truth is only within the range of the cannon. As the new Star Master, she must have her own armed forces, so that she will not fall into a passive situation in the future. After seeing her use a bow and arrow to kill a star beast, Shaolu was full of questions in his heart. Hearing this, he could no longer hold back. "Can other people use the bow and arrow you use?" Before using the bow and arrow, Sia Shiaan was not sure that the bow and arrow could kill the star beast. As a responsible Star Master, she could not brag to others before verification, which would affect her glorious image. But at this moment, she was sure, yes, but everyone's source power is different, and the attack strength of the bow and arrow used is also different. We need to select people. After saying that, she handed her bow and arrow to Shaolu. "Dean Shao, you can try it." Chapter 8. This is what Shaolu was thinking. He had to verify the truth of her words himself, so he took the bow and arrow and tried to pull it. The moment the bowstring was fully pulled, 2 black arrows suddenly appeared. Sia Shiaan gave a sincere evaluation. The source power is not bad. For ordinary people, it is already very good to be able to condense source power arrows without realizing the existence of source power. The fact that 2 source power arrows can appear means that his source power is at least above level 3. Shaolu's eyes lit up, and his face flushed with excitement. He quickly gave the bow and arrow to Dean Su. "Old Su, you try it." Dean Su was a mechanic. When he pulled the bow to the full, 3 arrows appeared. He quickly looked at Sia Shiaan, and his face was full of comments. How is it? Sia Shiaan naturally would not let him down, and nodded. Not bad. Dean Su gave the bow and arrow to Dean Chen again. Then it was like a relay race. Several Deans tried the bow and arrow one by one. Some of them had one arrow appear. Some have two arrows. Finally, everyone agreed that ordinary people can use bows and arrows. Shaolu said, bows and arrows can be used, but if you fight with star beasts in close combat, you need not only force, but also extraordinary courage. Ordinary people are scared to death when they see star beasts, so how can they have the courage to resist? Dean Su said, first, let Captain Song send a conscription notice and tell them that we want to recruit death squads to fight with star beasts. There will always be brave heroes who are not afraid of sacrifice. Dean Chen said, it's time now. I believe that no one in our central city will be afraid of death. Rather than being eaten by star beasts in a cowardly manner without any resistance, it is better to fight with star beasts in a hardy way. Song Jiming, who was driving the mecha, also said, Dean Chen is right. Not to mention 1,000 people, as long as the Star Master gives an order, 10,000 people can be recruited immediately. Let them sign up, and we will select the best and bravest soldier from them. Sia Shiaan was too embarrassed to respond. She, the Star Master, was nothing in the hearts of the common people. Seeing that she didn't speak, Song Jiming continued to cue her, Star Master. Sia Shiaan said, notify them, and we will start recruiting soldiers at the next resting place, regardless of gender. Let them prepare themselves mentally, and they will be able to think clearly whether to join the army in one day. Those who can escape here. Most of them are young and middle-aged. It is still easy to recruit 1,000 people. However, after the conscription notice was issued, many good-looking teenagers began to struggle and hesitate. Their new Star Master Sia Shiaan, who robbed civilian men on the street, was once a big deal in the city, and everyone knew about it. Although, Sia Yuanqing Lord discovered it in time, and ordered her to release the beautiful boy and gave him a lot of compensation to apologize. The beautiful boy also clarified it later. She took him back just to make him a model for her painting. Apart from whipping and abusing him, there was no more excessive relationship. But who would believe it? That night, because the disabled people got on the mecha, they did not stop to rest and continued on their way. On the second night, the relatively strong people could not bear to continue walking, so they stopped to rest. They rested for about 2 hours, ate food to replenish their energy, recovered some physical strength, and followed their respective mecha captains to pick up or around. The ore was picked up. Sia Shiaan found the source stone. Shaolu and his team extracted the pigment. Sia Shiaan made the battle energy card. Professor Su and his team had also finished making bows and arrows. They made 100 bows and arrows, and they could be used after inserting the energy card. Everyone was tired after rushing and working non-stop. The conscription started at dawn the next day after a night's rest. The assessment method was to shoot arrows with a bow, and the elimination was carried out according to the number of condensed source arrows. There were 100 arrows, in order to save time. The preliminary selection was divided into 100 groups, and carried out simultaneously. The mecha soldiers and the professors of the military academy served as the primary assessment officers. According to the number of condensed source arrows, those with less than 3 source arrows were eliminated. After the preliminary selection, Sia Shiaan was in charge of the selection and personally selected 1,000 people to be incorporated into the archery unit. There were about 30,000 people queuing up for the preliminary selection. Among them, cadets accounted for 4,500 people. They were reserve soldiers. They were not afraid of death. They were only afraid that their death was worthless. The rest were civilians who fled with them, both men and women. Because there was no age requirement for conscription. The oldest were about 50 years old. The youngest were only in their teens, and they were not even as tall as the mecha's feet next to them. Among them, there were many handsome, beautiful or sunny teenagers. However, at this moment, after fleeing all the way, they had smeared their faces black again. Except for the three-dimensional and beautiful facial features, it was hard to tell how good-looking they were. One of the teenagers asked the teenager in front of him nervously, "Brother, are we really going?" The elder brother nodded. "Go, there are so many people here, and she is a hands-off boss who doesn't care about anything. The one who manages and trains us must be Captain Song, and we may not meet her. This is an opportunity to protect others and avenge the millions of compatriots who died. He can't give up joining the army because of Sia Shiaan and an unknown guess. The boy is still worried. What if we meet her? The beautiful boy who was robbed home by her on the street is the elder brother. At this time, if she still does evil, then she is really hopeless. The elder brother comforted the younger brother. If she keeps her distance, they can live in peace. If she dares to mess with him and the younger brother, he will do justice first without waiting for others to do it. The younger brother wanted to speak. Then, he heard the discussion. What a joke! How could Sia Shiaan be among the examiners? Don't call her by her name. She is now the Star Lord. Captain Song has acknowledged her. Captain Song must have been coerced by her. What does she know? Why is she an examiner? Why do you say that? Because she is the Star Lord. Captain Song has to listen to her. When the younger brother heard this, he quickly stuck his head out and looked forward, and saw Sia Shiaan among the examiners, and said with a dead heart, Brother, she is an examiner. The elder brother's face was not very good, and he just gritted his teeth and said, It's okay. That incident happened 3 years ago. In these 3 years, his appearance has changed a lot. He has grown a lot taller, and he has learned boxing and kung fu from his master. She, a scumbag who loves new things and hates old things, may not recognize him. The preliminary selection was very fast. Both brothers passed the preliminary selection smoothly, and did not meet Sia Shiaan. They were just celebrating their good luck and escaped. The final assessment gave them a wake-up call. The final examination room. Sia Shiaan sat in the middle of the room with a serious look, looking at the 5 young men who came in together, and said, When shooting arrows, concentrate and start. Chapter 9. Said. It sounded like human words. The younger brother was more impatient than the older brother, and looked at his brother nervously. The older brother nodded slightly at him calmly, and lip-synced. Don't be afraid, concentrate. Said. He picked up the bow and arrow in front of him, as if he was demonstrating as usual. The younger brother was comforted, and tried to suppress all kinds of distracting thoughts and uneasiness in his heart, and also picked up the bow and arrow in front of him. The 2 brothers. The standard action of drawing the bow and shooting the arrow, and letting go cleanly. The arrows were shot at almost the same time, hitting the opposite bull's eye. Sia Shiaan's eyes lit up, looking at the 2 of them, and praised them generously. Not bad. The information said that these 2 teenagers are brothers. The elder brother Sui Guanxing condensed 8 source arrows, and the younger brother Sui Tianyuan condensed 7. This is already the top level among those who participated in the conscription, and they are 2 good seedlings. Shaolu, Dean Su and Song Jiming, who were sitting at the review seat next to them, also had a look of appreciation on their faces. They nodded with satisfaction, and gave their evaluation. You brothers, you are very good. According to the summary table of the preliminary selection, there are only 5 people who can condense 8 source arrows, and there are 20 people who can condense 7 source arrows. These 2 brothers condensed 5 arrows in the preliminary selection, which was not excellent. I didn't expect that they could perform so well in the final assessment. The Sui brothers performed very well. The people who followed them to participate in the assessment were actually not bad. 3 people, all condensed 5 source arrows. But compared with them, they seemed inferior. Sui Guanxing looked at them calmly and said, Thank you, examiners. Sia Shiaan nodded and said, Okay, you can go out and wait for notification. When Sui Guanxing turned around with his brother, he couldn't help but glance at her from the corner of his eyes. Her eyes were clear and bright, with sincere admiration, without a trace of the arrogance of the past. A person's eyes will not lie. She may not recognize him. Or maybe after escaping death this time, he really turned over a new leaf and planned to start a new life. After the people left, Sia Shiaan asked Song Jiming, Captain Song, do you think that Sui Guanxing looks familiar? It seems that he has seen him somewhere. Song Jiming shook his head decisively and denied, No. This ancestor, just quiet for 2 days, is he going to relapse and have some thoughts about the young man that he shouldn't have? Shaolu coughed and reminded, They will all be your soldiers in the future. Pay attention to your identity, Sia Xingju. Identity, Sia Xingju, the word is pronounced very strongly. If Sia Shiaan didn't know what they meant, she would have lived 2 lives in vain. She glanced at them with disdain. What are you thinking, you dirty bastards? Song Jiming wanted to ask, Do you believe what you said? Shaolu choked on a mouthful of blood. Okay. They have garbage in their heads? She is the only one who is noble and amazing. That day, when it got dark, the selection of the archery corps of 1,000 people was finally completed. The lowest level can condense 5 source arrows. The highest level can condense 8 source arrows. Among them, students from the military academy accounted for nearly 1/3, 300 people. The instructors responsible for training the newly formed army must first give them a lecture. Everyone, with burning eyes, full of expectations, eagerly waiting for their superiors. When Sia Shiaan came over accompanied by Song Jiming, the soldiers all looked at Song Jiming at the same time, with admiration, respect and awe in their eyes. This captain has been leading the team to protect all of them since they left the central city. He has made an indelible contribution to their survival. Now, he is going to be their instructor and teacher. How can they not be excited? Song Jiming's speech has always been very good. He first gave a blood-boiling encouragement, and then said, "In the next few days, the Star Lord will be your instructor and teach you how to use bows and arrows." The soldiers' hearts are broken at this moment. They were shouting, screaming, refusing silently. Don't come over," Sia Shiaan said. "Did you hear me? I will be your instructor from now on." The soldiers dared not answer, but their voices were not enthusiastic. "I heard it." Sia Shiaan picked his ears, glanced at them coldly, and shouted, "Didn't you eat dinner at night? You are imitating the mosquito's buzz. Should I put my ears on your mouth to listen?" The soldiers dared not to be angry, but their loud voices resounded through the sky, in unison. Reply to the instructor, "I heard it." Sia Shiaan asked again, "Do you have any opinions about me?" Soldiers, "No. Impossible. There are so many opinions about her. So big. She is an ignorant, domineering straw bag. What qualifications does she have to be their instructor?" Sia Shiaan said, "I know you have opinions about me and don't like me, but I am your superior now, so keep your opinions to yourself. Being an instructor, even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen pigs run." She was very handy, and did it effortlessly in her first practice. Song Jiming was stunned by her, and thought she was very professional. As for the soldiers, they had no choice but to hold back their dissatisfaction. Many people had not received professional training, and could not hide the dissatisfaction in their eyes. Sia Shiaan asked again, "Now, who else is not convinced?" There are many young and energetic teenagers. One person stood up and looked at her and asked, "Star Lord, what can you do? What can you teach us?" He didn't want to follow a straw bag and learn nothing, and then feed the star beasts directly. "You asked a good question." Sia Shiaan hooked her finger at him. "Step out." The soldier stepped out, and still looked at her dignifiedly. Sia Shiaan said, "I won't bully you. I'll play whatever you are good at." "Come on." The soldier said, "I am good at fighting." "Then let's start." Sia Shiaan approached him, punched him like the wind, and knocked him down with a heavy punch. The soldier didn't react yet. The battle was over. The soldier was confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? The next 2 hours. Sia Shiaan specializes in dealing with all kinds of stubborn people. No matter whether it is boxing, close combat, or archery, the battle is basically over within 30 seconds, and the victory is clean and neat. The only one who fought with her for a longer time, and lasted 2 minutes under her hands was Sui Guanxing. Sia Shiaan looked at him and said, "Sui Guanxing, I see that you have learned martial arts in a very systematic way. You will lead them in basic training in the future." It was the first time that Sui Guanxing saw her so heroic and resolute. He still did not see any evil thoughts in her eyes, and said loudly, "Yes, instructor." Sia Shiaan said again, "The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. Do you know why I can kill the star beast? Because I am faster than it. Starting tomorrow, you will practice speed and archery with me." Chapter 10. Yes. The soldiers answered loudly. After being pinned down and beaten by her, no one dared to question her strength. As for her moral character, whether she could be a good instructor and a good star master. At this moment when she would die if she was not strong, she could not care so much. As long as she did not go too far and arouse the wrath of heaven and people, they could tolerate some minor moral flaws. That day, they rested for another night. The brigade set off again early the next morning. Sia Shiaan asked for 2 Mechas to be vacated for her Sky Dome troops. After she argued with Shaolu and others, the new archery troop was named by her, Sky Dome. It means that they will be like the sky, supporting an indestructible barrier to protect all the people. Both Mechas were turned on in man mode, and could carry about 200 people. After a slight modification by Dean Su, they became a simple shooting range. In this way, even when the large army is on the road, the practice will not be delayed. However, in order to save the precious source energy that is already scarce, at the beginning of the practice, you must take out the energy card, and use the feather arrows you make to practice shooting accuracy. When you can hit the moving target with 100% accuracy, and the instantaneous burst speed can last for 10 seconds in Sia Shiaan's hands, you can insert the card to practice. Because there are only 2 Mechas, one Mecha can only carry 200 people when used as a practice site. 1,000 archers can only be divided into 5 groups, and take turns to come to the shooting range to practice. Those who didn't get their turn didn't waste time. When they were on the road, the leaves in the air, the stones in front, the bushes, and even a small grass were all their shooting targets. From morning to night, the newly recruited archers took turns to enter the shooting range to practice. By the time Shaolu came to discuss things with Sia Shiaan, there were already 20 people who could last more than 10 seconds in her hands. Among them, Sui Guanxing had the best performance and could last 30 seconds in her hands. Sia Shiaan knocked Sui Tianyuan to the ground and said to the others, "Continue practicing." She took Shaolu into the driver's cabin next door. After Shaolu closed the door, he said, "Star Lord, we are short of food and water. We can only survive tonight's meal. Even if those of us who are not fighting don't eat or drink, and save for the Mecha troops and the Sky troops, we can only survive until tomorrow. We stop to rest for 3 days, and walk for 3 days along the way. Even if we rush to Mingcheng without sleep, it will take another 7 days. Let's not talk about it." Because of the sudden attack of the star beasts, the people didn't pack much supplies to take away. Some people didn't even have time to bring any food and water, and they were all on the road on an empty stomach. Sia Shiaan understood. Lack of water, lack of food. Song Jiming said, "I have a handwritten letter from the Star Lord. If we don't rest tonight, we can reach Dawn City early tomorrow morning. We can borrow food and water from the City Lord, and return them after we settle down in Mingcheng." When the Star Lord entrusted the eldest lady to him, he had already made plans for her and the people who escaped. It takes 10 days to walk from the central city to Mingcheng without stopping. Along the way, we will pass through 3 small cities with a population of 1 million. They can take the Star Master's letter for help and ask for help along the way to get life-saving supplies. Sia Shiaan heard this and asked him, "Captain Song, do you think they will lend us food?" 520 Star, it is said that there is a Star Master and a capital city. But in fact, the Star Master can only control the sphere of influence of the central city. The remaining cities, big and small, ostensibly obey the central city and the call of the Star Master. In fact, each city is an autonomous city-state, and the City Lord is a local emperor. Not to mention that the Star Master Sia Yuan has now sacrificed, the central city has fallen, and the population of 8 million has only more than 100,000. Even if he is still alive, as a Star Master who has lost his city and his own army, people may not give him face. Song Jiming said, 5 years ago, a large-scale virus broke out in Dawn City. It was the Star Lord who personally led the army, scientific researchers, and medical staff to provide assistance. When they were in the most difficult time, he helped them quickly quell the chaos, developed a vaccine, and saved all their lives. Lord Locke promised that he would definitely help Central City in the future if it asked for anything. Shaolu said, "At this time, no one can be sure. We must be on guard against others. No one can be trusted except ourselves." Song Jiming has the integrity and kindness of a soldier, but he is not stupid. He knows that nothing is absolute, and their worries are not unreasonable. What should we do then? Sia Shiaan said, "Captain Song and I will lead the team to borrow food, and Principal Shaolu will stay behind. The command of the troops will be fully handed over to you." Shaolu disagreed. "Star Lord, you can't go. Captain Song and I dealt with him 5 years ago, so we are familiar with each other. It makes sense for the two of us to go together. She is their hope now. He will never let her take risks." Sia Shiaan thought for a while, nodded, and said, "Okay, if I am outside, I will be more active. It seems insincere to send someone else to borrow food from their famine fighting team. After all the calculations, they can only choose from the 3 of them. Song Jiming is the one who must go. It's either the 2 of them or the 2 of them. The candidates for borrowing food have been decided. Start to discuss countermeasures. Make preparations for both situations. If the borrowing team can successfully borrow food, it will be good for you, me, and everyone. If Locke attacks them and wants to take advantage of the fire, then I'm sorry, let's try to see if we can withstand her iron fist first. The plan is finalized." Sia Shiaan selected a team of 100 people to accompany them. 20 mecha soldiers and 80 archers. With these forces, even if Locke attacks in the City Lord's mansion, the archers killed them first by surprise, and then the mecha soldiers turned on the man mode, so it was no problem to escape. At night, they did not stop to rest. On the next day, when it was dawn, from a distance, you can see the towering garbage mountains, one after another, stretching endlessly until the end of the site. Dawn City was built based on this mountain range made of garbage. It can also be said that all the cities on planet 520 were built around the garbage mountain. Only with the garbage mountain can there be living resources for survival, and people can settle down. As the garbage increases, more and more people will settle down, and eventually a city will be formed. At the same time, the size of the garbage mountain and the amount of resources in the garbage mountain also determine the size of the city and the number of urban population. This is the norm for people on the garbage planet, and it is their life. They were born here, and they have never seen hope or light. In their cognition, such a life is normal. But for Sia Shiaan, who came from another world, this is a kind of despair, powerlessness, and sadness that has been imprisoned here since birth, unable to resist and powerless to resist. Born as human beings, they were abandoned here because of genetic defects, eating garbage every day. Why? Even if everyone accepted their fate and was willing to live like this. She didn't want to. A large group of 100,000 people fleeing famine. 10 kilometers away from the garbage mountain, they were stopped by the patrol army of Dawn City. Chapter 11. Sia Shiaan did not show up. Shaolu and Song Jiming negotiated with them. Then, they took a team of 100 people, led by the captain of the patrol army, and left in the direction of Dawn City. After they left, Sia Shiaan told Quincy, the deputy captain of the Mecha team, to temporarily lead the Mecha team and the archery team to protect civilians and guard against the Dawn City patrol army that stayed to watch them. Then, she took the people she had ordered last night. She left quietly from an angle that the Dawn City patrol army could not see. She followed the grain borrowing team led by Shaolu. There were a total of 50 people with her, 25 in the Mecha team and 25 in the archery team. At this moment, everyone changed into ordinary clothes and restrained their momentum. They looked like a group of sloppy scavengers. With the cover of garbage, they went smoothly all the way, until they approached the pass of a garbage mountain. Sia Shiaan did not speak yet. Sui Guanqing, who was in charge of exploring the way ahead, lay on the ground in the most primitive way and listened to the sound with his ears. Then, he turned around and made a pause gesture, and returned to report, Star Lord, there are people in the mountain pass ahead. I guess there are at least 1,000 people. Got it, you take the people to continue to follow. Sia Shiaan also noticed it, and after making arrangements for him, she called the 2 Mecha soldiers beside her, you come with me to see the situation. Sui Guanqing led the people away. Sia Shiaan led 2 people, and approached the mountain pass carefully. But when they reached the mountain pass, the distance was close. She felt that her previous plan and caution were in vain. The mountain was in a mess, with as many as 3,000 or 4,000 people, and the crowds were crowded. Sia Shiaan and 2 Mecha soldiers easily blended in, and no one noticed them at all. She stood on the periphery, listening to their discussions, and quickly summarized the information, and figured out what happened. These people were all from the nearby free settlements. However, in the past 2 months, dozens of settlements have suffered devastating blows from Dawn City. Except for those who escaped by chance, the people in the settlements were captured by the army of Dawn City and became their slaves. Now, they are planning to sneak attack the army of Dawn City and rescue their family and friends from the slave factory. Sia Shiaan thinks that their idea is good, but the situation in front of them is really chaotic. There is a leader standing on a high garbage to give a speech to mobilize, and the speech is so exciting that spit flying, passionate, and red-faced. The people standing below are also indignant, shouting and cursing loudly. The main point of both sides is that you talk about yours, and I talk about mine, without any organization and discipline, just like a meeting of carrots. This group of rabble, they didn't even understand their own team, and they attacked the regular army. They are so stupid that they are just like serving food to others. She grabbed someone next to her and said, Brother, you can't do this. The speaker on your stage is not firm enough, and his ideas are too mild. There is no revolution without bloodshed. The brother didn't understand a bit. But the woman next to him, whose face was pitch black and whose gender could not be recognized without careful observation, came closer, pricked up her ears, and listened very seriously. Sia Shiaan gave advice. Since you have all formed an army, the duty of a soldier is to obey orders absolutely. Only an army that obeys orders can win a battle. Your team is too lax in discipline. As a leader, you must first rectify your military discipline. The man frowned and became a little impatient. The woman next to him took the opportunity to intervene and asked eagerly, Sister, how should military discipline be rectified? Sia Shiaan heard the voice and heard that it was a woman, quite young, and said, As the saying goes, if people are not cruel, their position is not stable. Anyone who disobeys military orders will be beheaded directly, which is called killing one to warn the 100. The woman nodded, and her pair of black and white eyes, full of curiosity, looked at her eagerly. Sia Shiaan had never fought in a war or been a general. But she was good at talking about military affairs on paper, and she said one set after another, which made the woman's eyes brighter and brighter, and she kept nodding in agreement. Finally, to sum up. 1. Be organized and disciplined, and establish a majestic military order. 2. Train soldiers to obey orders. 3. Establish good military discipline and style, and do not take a single needle or thread from the masses. Her idea. Very simple. Very basic. However, this group of scavengers from the lowest level of society have never received any education at all, and they can't even read a few words, let alone any organization or military law. The woman remembered her words word by word, and continued to ask, what should we do if we want to save people? Sia Shiaan thought for a while. Divert the tiger away from the mountain, make a feint to the east and attack in the west. You first let a troop pretend to attack the city lord's mansion, and lead all the troops of Dawn City to the city. The defense of the slave factory will be weak. You just need to focus on attacking it. The woman nodded vigorously and said seriously, Sister, look at the guy who is talking above. He can only talk big. I have disliked him for a long time. If he takes us to rescue people, I am afraid that all of us will have to pay with him. I support you to be the leader, you follow me? As she said, she was about to pull Sia Shiaan's hand. Who knew that at this moment? The guy who was giving the speech was suddenly kicked down by someone. Sia Shiaan was speechless. Fuck, they haven't even started the action yet, and they're already fighting for power. Can they be more capable? Their family and friends in the slave factory are unlucky to have been involved with them. The speaker was kicked, and those who stood by him and supported him as the leader were also unhappy. The scene immediately became chaotic. Sia Shiaan and the woman were also dispersed by the crowd, and they quickly squeezed out and waved to their two soldiers. They slipped away. They caught up with the main force and continued to move forward. This road into the city was built between two garbage mountains, and it was 10 meters wide. There were garbage mountains on both sides, which made it easier for them to hide. As they passed by, they could see civilians scavenging freely on the garbage mountains, and slaves who were whipped by soldiers. Sia Shiaan herself couldn't eat, and was about to starve, and there were 100,000 troops waiting for her to feed. She didn't have time to sympathize with herself, so naturally, she didn't have the heart to sympathize with others. After walking for about an hour, we finally saw Dawn City. The 10-meter-high city wall looked magnificent. There was a 50-meter-wide moat outside the city wall. These defense facilities are to resist the enemy and some mutant creatures on the planet. When the star beasts attack, let alone a 10-meter-high wall, even a 100-meter-high wall is useless. The 25-meter-high wall of the central city and the 500,000-man army could not stop the star beasts. When entering the city, the inspection is not strict. There are also many free people scavengers living outside the city, and they often go to the city to trade together. Sia Shiaan and his team of 50 people are divided into 5 teams. Entering from different city gates, the target is very small. It did not arouse people's suspicion at all. They sneaked in smoothly and walked around the city. They accepted different tasks respectively. Observe the overall terrain layout of the city. Check the garrison situation in the city and the combat effectiveness of the army. Find out the detailed map of the city lord's mansion and the distribution of military forces. Shaolu and his team borrowed food, and as expected, there was an accident. Chapter 12. Lord Locke kept them under the pretext that he needed time to prepare supplies and to welcome them. To put it nicely, he kept them. To put it bluntly, he detained them. Shaolu still declined. Lord Locke, we appreciate your kindness. But the star beasts are still chasing us. We went back because we were afraid of attracting the star beasts and causing you unnecessary trouble. Locke stopped pretending and came clean. Principal Shao, you don't really think that I kept you to welcome you and prepare supplies? Shaolu's face changed. Song Jiming glared at him. What do you want to do? He was really as the eldest lady expected, ungrateful, and turned his face against people. Captain Song, I advise you to calm down and don't be impulsive. Locke sneered and glanced at him. When you came, my people had already checked that the Mechas on you no longer had power sources. As he said, he clapped his hands. Outside, the 100-man guard team that had been waiting for orders entered the yard and surrounded the house they were in. At the same time, the 100-man team of the grain borrowing team also protected Song Jiming and Shaolu. When Song Jiming saw the soldiers surrounding him, his eyes condensed. You have a mecha unit. Locke smiled proudly. The low-profile mecha we made ourselves is not as powerful as the mecha in your central city, and it has complete functions. But it is more than enough to deal with you who can't use mecha. You just wait, I will let you all go after I ask Miss Sia for the mecha. When he catches Sia Shiaan, all the important people in the central city will be in his hands. They would never dare to refuse to exchange their lives for their mechas. You treacherous villain, the Star Lord really misjudged you. It would be better to help a dog than to help you. Song Jiming acted indignant. Of course, he had real feelings, and felt sorry for the old Star Lord for helping an ungrateful person. Help me. Since he wanted to help me, why didn't he help me to the end? Why didn't he give me the design of the mecha when I asked him for it? Locke looked violent and crazy. If he had given it to me, I wouldn't have done this. Shameless. Song Jiming was so angry that his eyes turned red. He was obviously a robber, but he was still making excuses here and blaming the Star Lord for the crime. This is a typical case of a small favor and a big reward. Locke, I didn't expect you to be such a despicable and shameless villain. Just wait, I will tell everyone what you did today. Shaolu was also trembling with anger. Locke ignored them and said to the captain of the mecha team, keep an eye on him. If one of them escapes, you will lose your head. They still want to get out alive. What good things are they thinking? Once Sia Shiaan is captured, they will be sent to reunite with the old Star Master. Yes. The captain of the mecha team responded respectfully and stood guard at the door. Song Jiming was still performing hard, cursing, Locke, you repay kindness with enmity, you are unfaithful and unfilial, you will be punished, you will not die well. While cursing, his eyes were communicating with Shaolu. Their peaceful grain borrowing plan has failed. Fortunately, Locke was too arrogant and thought that their mecha had no energy and could not make any waves, so he only blocked the communication system so that they could not contact the outside world. They didn't take away their mechas. They didn't take away the cold weapons and bows that looked weak and had been eliminated in the Earth era. Next, if Locke didn't move them, they would stay put and wait for the next action of the Star Lord. If Locke took action against them, they would break out with all their strength and join the Star Lord. The night of Dawn City was quiet. Sia Shiaan didn't wait for the grain borrowing team at the agreed time, and couldn't contact them, so she knew something was wrong. She took people back to the base camp as soon as possible. After arranging the response here, Quincy, the deputy captain of the mecha team, handed her a nutrient solution. Sia Shiaan raised her head and drank the nutrient solution in one breath, wiped her mouth, and said, Quincy, the war is imminent, take all my nutrient solution and share it. Soldiers can't be allowed to fight on an empty stomach. Although they also ate food that could fill their stomachs, it only made them not feel hungry. Her exclusive nutrient solution is better. Although it doesn't taste good, 1 bottle is better than 7 bottles. It can replenish physical strength and energy in the shortest time. Quincy didn't expect her to be so selfless and say such righteous words. He said, yes, Star Lord. Because resources are limited. The nutrient solution of the eldest lady is specially prepared by a person. It can fully replenish all the nutrients needed by the human body and quickly restore physical strength. The nutrient solution of these mecha soldiers is less than 1/10 of hers. Let alone ordinary people, it's good enough for the nutrient solution to make them feel full, and don't even think about replenishing the body's nutrition. Sia Shiaan asked again, how many bottles are left? Is there enough to share? Quincy has been in charge of keeping her exclusive nutrient solution, and said, reporting to the Star Lord, there are still 1,500 tubes of nutrient solution left. Sia Shiaan said, then you can arrange it. Each mecha soldier will get 2 tubes, and each person with source power above level 6 will also get 2 tubes. If there are not enough things to share, distribute them according to strength. Whoever is not convinced will become stronger. Quincy naturally knew what she meant. The stronger the force, the more energy they need to consume. There is nothing wrong with giving them 2 tubes. Immediately follow her instructions, and go down to distribute the nutrient solution. The soldiers, of course, also know what she means. The soldier who got 2 tubes of nutrient solution was not proud. The soldier who got 1 tube of nutrient solution was not jealous, but secretly made up his mind to become stronger, otherwise even the materials he was given would be less than those of the strong. Time. The passage of every minute and every second. The rest camp full of bonfires was warmly illuminated by the orange bonfires. Sia Shiaan waited impatiently, but she didn't wait for Locke, but she did wait for Sui Guanqing's communication. She turned on the light brain, and saw clearly a large army behind him. The formation seemed to be normal, but they were standing in all kinds of strange postures. Sui Guanqing said, Star Lord, I found their large army, and their leader wants to talk to you. Sia Shiaan nodded. Okay. Then, she saw a dark face suddenly appear in the light screen. The face was enlarged, and the facial features were a little distorted, and it looked really scared. But the facial features were very familiar. The person in the light screen grinned at her and waved at her. Sister, my name is Shaolu. You can just call me Shaolu. The idea you gave me this morning was really amazing. I did what you said, and killed a few disobedient ones, and they became obedient. I am their leader now. How do you want to cooperate? You tell me, and I will arrange it. She patted her chest. Sia Shiaan was afraid that she would flatten him, so she quickly moved her eyes and said, Lord Locke has brought people to my side. I will be responsible for getting rid of him. On your side, divide the troops into 2 groups, one to attack the slave factory, and the other to attack the Lord's mansion. Shaolu was worried, but I don't know how to fight. Although many of my men are not good people, they now recognize me as their leader. I can't let them die in vain, don't you think so? Sia Shiaan nodded. Yes, but it is impossible for you to rescue your family and friends without losing a single person. So in order to minimize your casualties, I sent people over. You listen to Sui Guanxing, he will lead you to fight. This group of people will only be cannon fodder on the battlefield. Letting them go is not for real fighting, but for bluffing and distracting the forces of Dawn City. As long as they can attract the troops of Dawn City, they will have completed their mission. Okay. Shaolu smiled at her a little silly and said, I heard that you are our Star Master. After the war, can I hang out with you? I think you are very powerful. Sia Shiaan said, okay. As soon as she finished speaking, Quincy came over. Star Master, Locke is coming, and the army is about 5 kilometers away from us. Chapter 13. Sia Shiaan thought that he had come at the right time, and said to the light curtain, Shaolu, you should start the action. I wish you a successful start. Shaolu and his troops were hiding in the garbage mountain, outside Liming City. After the order was issued, the troops were immediately divided into 2 groups. One group was led by Sui Guanxing, who selected 1,000 people and disguised them as slaves returning from scavenging to enter the city, and cooperated with Song Jiming, who was trapped in the City Lord's mansion, to capture the City Lord's mansion in one fell swoop. The other group was led by Shaolu, with 4,500 people, to attack the slave factory built outside the city and directly under the jurisdiction of the City Lord's mansion. Fortunately, the distance between the 2 sides was not very far. If the troops kept moving at full speed, they could reach the destination in half an hour at most. Sia Shiaan turned off the light brain and drank another nutrient solution. He felt that he could kill 5-star beasts with his bare hands now, so he was waiting for Locke to come and try his hand. Locke's troops drove here. Although other planets are now full of starships and aircrafts, cars are luxury goods on their garbage planet without energy. Sia Shiaan looked over from a distance and said to Quincy, their fleet is good. Be careful when they fight later, don't damage the car. Although not as good as Mechas, this huge fleet can also carry a lot of people and supplies, which is much more convenient and faster than walking on 2 legs. In the car at the front of the fleet, Locke was sitting. At this moment, he stared at the refugees in the flickering bonfire with greedy and vicious eyes, his mouth gritting to his ears. These people will all be his slaves in the future. 100,000 people, he can open another slave factory and let them pick up garbage for him. Even if they don't need so many slaves, they can sell them to other people. Anyway, on this planet, as long as you have good-looking slaves, you will never have trouble selling them. He couldn't help laughing when he thought of this and asked, Duke, have you arranged everything? Duke said respectfully, reporting to the City Lord, our people have set up a dragnet around them, and they can't escape alone. Locke's smile became more proud and happy, but his tone was full of arrogance and disdain. The people from the central city are so naive and cute. They asked me for food for 100,000 people. I still want to ask them for it. These idiots came to me to die. If he didn't help them, wouldn't he let them down? Duke followed up with flattery. The City Lord is right. The City Lord is wise. They were in a very relaxed atmosphere, and no one took Sia Shiaan and the Mecha soldiers who stayed behind seriously. As for the huge number of 100,000 refugees, they didn't regard them as human beings at all, but only as prey that was about to be caught. Sia Shiaan waited in the Mecha and waited, and she was getting impatient. Locke finally arrived and said at the door, Miss, the Lord of Dawn City, Locke, wants to see you. Sia Shiaan was full of performance. Get lost, I won't see you. Locke was not angry. Miss, I didn't come to greet you in person this morning, it's my fault. The City Lord's mansion has prepared a welcoming banquet for you. Captain Song and Principal Xiao are waiting for you in the city lord's mansion." Sia Shiaan started to curse madly. "Song the bastard, Xiao the old beast, I was wondering why they didn't come back. It turns out that they were enjoying the good life in the city lord's mansion." Locke had heard of the temper of this young lady, and was not surprised at her breaking of defense at this moment. He said, "Young lady, don't be angry. It has nothing to do with Captain Song and Principal Xiao. Everything is my fault." Sia Shiaan snorted coldly, and said arrogantly, "Get up here." This is what Locke wanted from her. If he caught her outside, it would be too ostentatious and a bit risky. She was not a good person to begin with, and made enemies everywhere. If the people of the Central City Mech team chose to abandon her, and to avoid being coerced by him, they killed her before he took action, then things would be troublesome, and a big war would be inevitable. Facing a group of Mechs with exhausted energy, his troops were hundreds and thousands of times more than theirs. He was not afraid of fighting them, but he felt it was not worth it. "Yes, young lady." Locke responded with a humble attitude and got on the mech. Seeing that she was the only one in the mech, he became more confident and bold, and made a gesture to the guards he brought with him to let them stay where they were. This idiot, it's as easy for him to catch her by himself as it is for him to catch a chick. Sia Shiaan was still angry. Her chest was heaving violently, her eyes were spitting fire, and she pointed at him and cursed. "You knew I was coming, but you waited until now to see me. Locke, what are you planning? Do you take me, the Star Master, seriously? Do you want to rebel?" Locke had a flattering smile on his face, but he was annoyed in his heart, and he wanted to strangle her to death right now, and let her shut up her stinky mouth that kept cursing. He calculated the distance between the two of them, approached her step by step, and walked to the best attack position, and was sure to hit her with one shot. He suddenly attacked, and the moment he bullied her, he pointed a laser gun at her head and cursed irritably, "Stinky bitch, shut up." There was a scornful smile on his lips. He was full of confidence. But it was too late. Just when his gun was about to hit her forehead, she flashed before my eyes like a ghost and suddenly disappeared. Chapter 14. When Locke saw her figure again, the knife in her hand had flashed in front of him. It was a knife as thin as a cicada's wing, flashing with a cold light. The speed of the knife. It was extremely fast. It was so fast that he felt the danger of death coming, but he could not dodge, and could only watch the knife cut in front of him. It was also extremely slow. It was so slow that he seemed to be watching a slow motion, watching the blade cut across his neck and cut off his head. All this happened in just 1 second, or maybe only 0.1 second. Locke's guards stood at the door of the mecha and watched their city lord's head being cut off easily. The excessive shock made their thinking stagnate for a moment. Wait until they came back to their senses. Sia Shiaan lifted Locke's head with a calm face and said loudly, "Locke, the Lord of Dawn City, assassinated the Star Lord and committed treason. His crime is unforgivable. I have beheaded him. Here is his head. The rest of the rebels, surrender, and you will not be killed." Locke's guards never thought that it was not Sia Shiaan who was killed, but their own lord. The original plan was disrupted unexpectedly, and people's hearts began to waver and hesitate. But this hesitation only lasted for a moment. They were not too far from the central city. So, Sia Shiaan's notoriety was also well known. In addition, Locke exaggerated her description of her as a vicious and murderous demon, which made them more determined. Even if it meant death, they could not surrender. If they fell into Sia Shiaan's hands, she would definitely torture them to death. The captain of the guard shouted at the top of his lungs, "Sia Shiaan, the tyrant, killed the lord of the city. Everyone listen up, fight them, and avenge the city lord." As he said this, he rushed into the mecha first. Obviously, the target was Sia Shiaan, the 50,000 troops brought by Locke. At this moment, they heard the order of the city lord's guards, and under the leadership of their respective generals, they rushed towards the refugees without hesitation. Sia Shiaan didn't expect it. After she said that they would surrender but not kill. Not only did the enemy not surrender, but they also dared to fight back against her. But before he rushed in, the mecha moved, and the moment he came in, it closed the door. The captain of the guards was so embarrassed, half of his body was outside, and half of his body was inside, being stuck. Yes, stuck. Obviously, once the door is closed, he would be crushed into pieces and die immediately. But it didn't happen. The person driving the mecha stuck him like this, humiliating him, and making him face Sia Shiaan in such a humble and shameful manner. He was so angry that his eyes turned red, and he stared at her with bloodshot eyes. "Sia Shiaan, killing is not enough, You humiliate me like this, you will not die well. Sia Shiaan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, thinking that the mecha's behavior of blocking him was unnecessary. She raised her knife and chopped off his head neatly. Fearing that the blood would splash on herself, she took 2 steps back in disgust. Idiot. All these changes happened in less than 2 minutes. Outside, it was completely chaotic. Angry roars and sounds of fighting resounded through the sky. Except for the captain of the guard, who was beheaded by Sia Shiaan, the others were also killed on the spot at the fastest speed by the mecha soldiers responsible for protecting her safety. Mecha troops. All of them turned on the combat mode. They started to move. Excluding the 20 mecha soldiers of the grain borrowing team, and the 10 who followed Sway-Guan. Now there are only 52 mechas left in the main force. It's not much to say. But after turning on the combat mode, each mecha is 50 meters high, very majestic and spectacular. They just stood around the refugees, and the army of Dawn City was intimidated and dared not approach. There was an enemy army of 10,000 people who had rushed to the front, and were about to rush into the refugee group and slaughter them indiscriminately. But they were shocked by the sudden appearance of the huge mecha and stopped. The power of human beings is so small in front of the mecha that it is not worth mentioning. No one is willing to risk their lives. Seeing his soldiers frightened, the general shouted, "All of you, come on, their mechas are just empty shells. They have no energy left, and can't drive the mechas to fight." Their energy detection equipment was bought by the city lord from the Interstellar pirates. It is the most advanced version in the Interstellar, and will definitely not have any problems. Moreover, Song Jiming was trapped in the city lord's mansion, and the mechas did not resist. It must be that the mechas had no energy. The soldiers were not so scared when they heard his words, but no one moved. The general was furious with this group of cowards, and shouted again, "Kill them, just kill them, no matter if it's a mecha, property or slaves, whoever gets it will own it." It's useless to say anything to inspire people. In the end, money still moved people's hearts. Thinking that if you get it, you'll make a profit. No one hesitated anymore, and they started charging desperately. They held laser guns and electromagnetic cannons, and bombarded the mechas in front of them. Quincy, the deputy captain who temporarily replaced Song Jiming to command the mecha team, was about to order a counterattack. But when he heard the enemy general say that their mechas had no energy, he suppressed the urge to counterattack immediately, and asked all the soldiers to stay on the spot. After the enemy's charging team entered the attack range of the mecha. Charge. He gave an order and rushed out in person. At the same time, he also saw their star master. The captain and principal Shaolu were not there, and no one could control or persuade her. At this moment, she was like a wild horse that had broken free from the reins. With a group of new recruits from the Skyforce, she was indomitable and domineering, cutting through the thorns and killing in and out of the enemy's large army. That was so cool and free. That was like entering an unmanned area. Killing the enemy was as easy as mowing the grass. The enemies fell down in large numbers under their charge. This was just a new army that had only trained for 1 day. He couldn't imagine how brave they would be if they trained for a year or 2. By then, even the star beasts would be as easy to kill as cutting melons and vegetables under their hands. Sia Shiaan was just training the army. What was the point of just practicing by herself? Actual combat was the best training. Unfortunately, these enemies were too weak, so weak that she was about to lose interest in fighting. However, for many novices in the Sky Dome army, this kind of training was still very necessary, allowing them to accumulate experience in killing enemies in actual combat. The archers of the Sky Dome army did not feel much when they practiced shooting with targets. But after facing the enemy, all kinds of shortcomings and problems were exposed. The strength of the attack, the absoluteness of the attack, the distance of the attack, the speed of the attack, the coordination with teammates, etc., are full of loopholes. Not to mention that the military academy students are the best young people in the central city who are carefully selected. The subsequent conscription recruits are also the best. The speed of finding and solving problems is very fast. After a few rounds of fighting, they made self-adjustments. The shooting is more accurate each time. The cooperation between each other is more tacit each time. On their side. Not to mention the mecha soldiers, they are the most powerful group of people in the central city. The combat experience is all fought with star beasts. At this time, it is not difficult to fight ordinary people. The archers of the Sky Dome force, let alone their own qualities. The bows and arrows in their hands are the best killing weapons. The lethality is not as good as the mecha, but it is not much worse than the weapons in the hands of the enemy. And their attack was very accurate. They either attacked the enemy's vital points, striving to kill them with one strike. They attacked the enemy's weapons. Heavy weapons such as laser guns and electromagnetic cannons would explode as soon as they were hit by arrows, and the people around them would be blown apart by the explosion. For a while. The sound of charging. The sound of explosions. The screams. One after another. Fighting. The battle was all about momentum, and the goal was to do it in one go. The Central City Army had completely crushed the enemy in terms of momentum. The enemy's retreat was only a matter of time. The great rout started with the new recruits led by Sia Shiaan. Chapter 15. She fired 100 arrows at once every time. In addition, the 10 guards around her were specially selected from the Sky Corps before Song Jiming left. They were the best military academy students, who had undergone rigorous training in the military academy. 10 people could gather an average of 7 arrows each time. Added together, 170 arrows per second, and no arrows missed their target. On the enemy side, as long as they were still alive, watching their comrades fall down one by one beside them, who could bear it, they were so terrified and horrified. They were afraid that the next arrow would fall on them. The enemy soldiers, who had lost their momentum and had no intention of fighting, did not care about anything. In fear, they began to flee for their lives in panic. The battlefield was in chaos. The collapse was like a wall made of sand. Once there was a gap, it would be like a flood that broke through the dam. The basic battle formation that could still be maintained was instantly dispersed and collapsed. No matter how the enemy general shouted, scolded, threatened and lured, it was useless. The 50,000-man army was defeated. The soldiers fled everywhere. The generals were powerless to save the situation. Seeing that the situation was over, no one surrendered, but turned around and fled with the defeated army. Surrender? What a joke! With their abilities, they could join other forces, or integrate the people in the settlement area to form a personal armed force, and there would be a chance to make a comeback. If they surrendered to Sia Shiaan, the vicious murderer, there would be only death waiting for them. Sia Shiaan looked at the defeated enemy troops fleeing in the wilderness and garbage mountains in all directions, and called out to the archers, who were already crazy and wanted to chase, saying, "Don't chase the desperate enemy." That's what she said. But she knew it in her heart. It's not that they can't chase, but their bows and mechas and cards have little energy left, so they can't chase even if they want to. The mecha troops knew more than these rookies. They looked aggressive when they chased, but they didn't use any weapons or use big moves to consume energy. When the enemy's defeated army was about to disappear from sight, Quincy, who came back from the pursuit, still had regrets. "Star-Lord, if there is enough energy, our mecha team can bury them all here." At the moment, they have won. But there are still great hidden dangers. The fleeing defeated army will be a big threat to them if they are organized again. Sia Shiaan made a big promise. There will be endless energy. Quincy nodded, with longing in his eyes, and said firmly, "It will definitely be." After he finished speaking, he secretly glanced at her. At a premise, their little ancestor will stop making trouble and be a good person. Sia Shiaan looked at the completely disappeared defeated soldiers and wondered, "Quincy, why don't you surrender? Is Locke so important to them? They are so loyal to him. He is dead, will they keep their chastity for him? Except for the dead. Those who escaped. None of them surrendered." Quincy also felt very strange and shook his head. "I don't know, I'll have someone catch one and interrogate him. They won the war too quickly, and killed too fiercely. The enemy soldiers were either dead or escaped, and there was not even a wounded prisoner." Sia Shiaan said, "Don't bother, you stay here and deal with the bodies, I will take people to Dawn City to see the situation." According to the combat power of the regular army of Dawn City they encountered, they were not much better than the mob led by Chi Shaolu. They were just a little better in organization and discipline and weapons. "Yes, Star-Lord." Quincy responded, but couldn't help but persuade, "Star-Lord, the enemy here doesn't have the courage to come again, you should bring more people over." Sia Shiaan listened to the advice this time and brought 20 mecha soldiers and 200 archers. Halfway through the journey, they met many people and convoys coming from the direction of Dawn City. They carried large and small bags, dragged their families, and looked like they were fleeing from famine. Sia Shiaan walked up to a woman who couldn't walk anymore and was sitting on the ground to rest, squatted down, and asked, "Sister, where are you going? What happened in Dawn City?" The elder sister was a little fat, and she was too tired to walk after running all the way here. Seeing that she was a young girl, it was easy to relax her vigilance, and said, "Big sister, where are you coming from? Listen to me, you should run away with us. Something happened in our Dawn City. The army from the central city said that the city lord rebelled and assassinated the Star Lord, and he has been killed. They said they wanted to encircle and suppress the rebels, and they also took down the city lord's mansion, took over all the defenses in the city, and controlled the entire Dawn City. Sia Shiaan. After hearing that the city lord's mansion had been taken down, and the city defenses were under control, she was not in a hurry to leave. She asked, "Now that the city lord's mansion has been taken down, the people of the central city will take over Dawn City. You didn't participate in the assassination of the Star Lord, so why are you running away? You probably don't know that the people of the central city are nothing. But our Star Lord is no longer Star Lord Sia Shiaan, but his daughter Sia Shiaan. You must have heard about what kind of person Sia Shiaan is. If she takes over Dawn City, will there be a way for us ordinary people to survive?" The eldest sister spoke with sincerity and advised her, "Big sister, you should leave quickly too, don't go back. In our city, those who have the strength to escape have all fled." Sia Shiaan, Chapter 16. Sorry for disturbing you. She understood. She understood why these people were running away. She understood why the soldiers of Dawn City did not surrender. Because she was notorious and her power was too strong, which scared people. The elder sister took a break for a while, and when she left, she told her earnestly, "Big sister, there is no time, don't hesitate, run away quickly. After that, follow the main force and continue to escape." Sia Shiaan looked at the people who fled and sighed deeply. Alas, what a sin! The soldiers who came with her had a complicated mood. The former Star Master was indeed notorious and outrageous. But after escaping, she changed a lot. She would no longer do evil for no reason, and she rarely even lost her temper. She learned to think about the civilians, and free up the Mecha for the elderly, the weak and the disabled. She also has a good skill, and will take the initiative to take responsibility and resist the killing star beasts. She also took on the task of training the Sky Dome Force, and was very serious and responsible in the process. And just now, she led them to fight hard with the army of Dawn City to protect civilians. They prayed sincerely, asking the old Star Master to bless her. She can always maintain her current state, and never change back to the way she was before. Even if Sia Shiaan knew the reason, she was powerless to change other people's prejudice against her. She couldn't tell people, "I am Sia Shiaan, I have reformed, don't run, I won't touch you." If these people heard it, I'm afraid they would not only not believe it, but also run faster. When they arrived at Dawn City, Dawn City was completely in chaos. Song Jiming only had 100 people, and they had been sent to take over the major military administrative agencies in the city's water, electricity, communications, large factories, and other industrial infrastructure to prevent them from being destroyed by the rebels. But with only 100 people, they were too busy to take care of anything else. They were no longer able to control the residents who were in panic. As for the 100 people that Sui Guanqing borrowed, they were just a group of unorganized and undisciplined guerrillas, who had not undergone any military training and were good-looking but useless. It was okay to let them do something. But if they were asked to do something serious, they would be at a loss. When Sia Shiaan went there, Song Jiming was still trying to retain the fleeing residents. He personally connected to the city broadcast and assured the residents of the city, "Dear citizens, I am Song Jiming, the captain of the Central City Mecha. I can hereby guarantee you with my life that the Star Lord will never kill innocent people or occupy anyone's private property without reason. I hope you can think carefully before deciding whether to leave. I believe that you don't want to leave your hometown and live in a foreign land. If you believe in me and are willing to give us a chance to prove ourselves, please stay. For their planet that survives by picking up garbage and has backward productivity, population is the greatest wealth. If these people leave, they will be left with an empty city with 9 out of 10 rooms empty. If they want to rebuild the city, it will also become difficult due to the shortage of manpower." Sia Shiaan stood aside and watched, and deeply sympathized with Song Jiming. It was not easy for him to have such a living ancestor as the original owner. Song Jiming finished recording and clicked on the whole city on the screen to play it in a loop. He then strode to her side and told her what happened here. "Our people have taken over the major military strongholds in the city." Principal Shao went to the municipal center. "I wonder if he can keep the staff. They are most familiar with the operation of Dawn City, and will save us a lot of trouble in the subsequent takeover." Sui Guanqing took people to guard the industrial facilities in the city to prevent them from being destroyed by the fleeing rebels. Speaking of Sui Guanqing, he admired him very much and praised him. "We were able to capture the city lord's mansion so quickly, and Sui Guanqing deserved half of the credit. He also helped a lot in handling all the matters in the city. He is a very capable, decisive and courageous young man. Of course, the Star Lord has a better eye for people. Sia Shiaan didn't have the heart to hit him, the flattery was too stiff. I know how many soldiers surrendered. Song Jiming said, about 20,000 people, not regular soldiers, but a group of people responsible for supervising slaves to work. When they saw our mechas, they surrendered without resistance and were locked up in the barracks. To put it nicely, they are ragtag troops. To put it bluntly, they are foremen. Lock them up first, and if they don't obey, let them go to labor reform. After Sia Shiaan finished speaking, he continued, I brought 220 people with me, leaving 10 people to accompany me to the slave factory to take a look. The rest are left to you. You can arrange them as you see fit. You don't need so many people, Star Lord. Take 100 people with you. Song Jiming looked at the residents fleeing on the street through the window, and said with some regret, we can't keep those who want to leave. I will send some people to strengthen the defense everywhere. If there is no need to intercept residents, there is no need for so many people. Strengthening defense, and sending a few teams to patrol the city is enough. Sia Shiaan knew what he was thinking, and said with a bit of sourness in her heart, they will regret leaving one day. Although she was very confident that she would make those who believed in her and followed her better and better. But if these people ran away, the city would be empty, and the lack of manpower to carry out the infrastructure construction would also be a very thorny problem. If you want to blame someone, blame the original owner for having a bad reputation, otherwise there would not be so many problems. As long as she cut off Locke's head, she could basically take over everything in Dawn City peacefully. Song Jiming nodded, but did not speak. Now, he just hoped that she could stay the same as she is now, and not relapse again, and thank God. Sia Shiaan left, and finally took only 20 people with her. They were all mecha soldiers, with strong combat effectiveness and rich combat experience. As long as the mecha combat mode is turned on, it can shock 99% of the people on this planet. The slave factory is not far from Dawn City. It is built outside the city, and belongs to the private property of the city lord's mansion. However, they also rented places to the major slave owners in the city. Therefore, 80% of the slaves in Dawn City were imprisoned here. Among them, there are those who are responsible for scavenging. Some are responsible for sorting the various materials they picked up. Some are responsible for secondary deep processing of materials, turning them into necessities for residents' food, clothing, housing and transportation. To put it bluntly, this is a self-contained slave sweatshop that can produce profits without the slave owners spending a penny. When Sia Shiaan went there, the slave factory was as chaotic as boiling water, and it was boiling. The slaves wanted to escape, but they were still wearing collars around their necks that could take their lives. This collar was specially made by the city lord's mansion. It is usually a positioning instrument that can observe their location and how much work they do in real time. When they don't work hard and are lazy, they will send out electric current to shock them, stimulating and forcing them to work. If they were forcibly taken off, nano-explosives would be injected into their bodies in an instant, blowing them into a bloody mess and tearing them apart. So, they stayed, unwillingly. They fled, but they dared not. They stared at Shaolu, who rushed in and released them, awkwardly. Shaolu was stared at by the 500,000 slave army, and felt uncomfortable all over. She looked at the mecha soldier beside her, touched him, and said, "Brother, can you contact your star master? I will ask her what to do." The situation in front of her was too complicated. She couldn't handle it, and had to ask for help outside the field. The soldier brother hadn't spoken yet. A soldier not far away said respectfully and loudly, "Star Master." Chapter 17. When Sia Shiaan saw the huge square with so many heads, she almost had intensive phobia. She nodded slightly to Shanbing and asked, "What's going on?" Shanbing quickly told her what happened. The enemy troops guarding the slave factory were actually not many, only about 5,000. When they attacked, they used mechas to clear the way in front. When the battle started, they used their ultimate moves without reservation and successfully shocked the enemy. Then, the enemy didn't dare to fight them, and chose to surrender directly. The slaves on the square were released by the people brought by Shaolu. They didn't listen to orders either. After they came in, they were like crazy and released everyone. So the current situation is that these people dare not leave with their collars, and are waiting to be dealt with, right? Sia Shiaan understood. But she still wanted to curse. Fuck! Half of the million people in Dawn City are slaves. This really opened her eyes, as a person from another world. It's the Interstellar era, and they are still playing with slavery. They are really good. Their thinking has regressed thousands of years. Yes. said the single soldier. Sia Shiaan nodded and called Dean Su directly to show him the densely packed slaves on the square, and said, Dean Su, look, I have a large number of people who need to be liberated. They have collars around their necks that can kill them, and they can't be taken off by force. I need a mechanical expert who can solve this problem now. Please send a few people over. Dean Su stayed at the base camp, looked at the heads in the light curtain, and said, Wait a minute, I will analyze their collars first. Sia Shiaan waited obediently. 2 minutes later, Dean Su said, I know, send someone over immediately. After hanging up the light computer, he looked at the 5-man mechanical team selected to solve the problem, and said seriously, Richard, you must protect Shaolu. Remember, be especially careful of the Star Lord, and never let her be alone with him. After that, he was still worried, and went to warn Shaolu earnestly, Alu, you listen to the teacher, don't get too close to her, don't give her any chance. Although she is the Star Lord, the teacher shouldn't say bad things about her behind her back. But she is really not a good match for you. The collar is not very complicated, but there are too many of them. Only by letting Shaolu go can the problem be solved as quickly as possible. Shaolu has a handsome face, without much emotional fluctuations, and nodded at him. Dean Su watched them leave, wishing he could go with them to feel at ease. But he left, and only Deputy Captain Quincy was left here, and he couldn't take care of the overall situation. Sia Shiaan, who he regarded as a sex-hungry ghost, was standing on the high platform, looking at the people in the square, and said, I am Sia Shiaan, the Star Master of 520 stars. Locke rebelled and tried to assassinate me, and I beheaded him. Now, I am responsible for taking over all matters in Dawn City. I declare that from now on you are free. Those who want to stay can choose to stay, and I will divide the land for you and help you settle down. If you don't want to stay, you can leave at any time. The slaves whispered. Who hasn't heard of Sia Shiaan's bad reputation? The slaves were the same. They would talk about her and curse her after dinner. But when they heard her say that they could get land and help them settle down, the temptation was too great for them. So great that they could ignore the dangers that she, the legendary evil demon, might bring, and they wanted to take the risk of staying and trying. They were eager to try. They whispered. Finally, many people came to a conclusion. Dawn City is so big, and there are so many of them. She might not be able to find fault with them. Besides, when she was in the central city before, the people in the central city were living well. So they chose to stay. Sia Shiaan gave them a chance to speak, and when they were quiet again, she continued, Those who are willing to stay can come here to line up. We will register your household registration later. From now on, you are no longer anyone's slaves, but legal residents of Dawn City. Aren't they just people? The people in the city have all run away. Isn't there still half here? Even if only half of the people here stay, there are still 250,000 people. Together with the 100,000 people she brought from the central city, it is 350,000 people. Not too many, but definitely not too few. As Dawn City develops, and the people's living standards become richer, the attraction effect will naturally attract more funds and talents. Shaolu heard that she had 500,000 slaves and needed to register their household registration, so he quickly brought the government officials, who were persuaded by him and chose to stay. The mecha turned on the man mode and brought people here, very quickly. When he brought people here, the mechanical team also arrived. When Shaolu got off the mecha, his footing was unstable. Sia Shiaan took a step forward and pulled out her hand to help him. Who knew that Shaolu was faster than her? He passed by her like a gust of wind and supported Shaolu, hiding his embarrassment and discomfort at the moment, and said, Are you okay, Alu? This old Su, too, knew that you were not in good health. Why did he let you come over? She knew that there was a little hungry wolf, and she was staring at the treasure at home with red eyes, and she sent the treasure at home to her. What's the reason? Sia Shiaan couldn't explain it clearly. She really didn't covet the beauty of others. She was not a person who coveted beauty. Shaolu turned his head to look at her and said, Star Lord, since Alu and the others have arrived, let them go to work. Shaolu also nodded slightly at her. Sia Shiaan said, Go ahead. Okay, these two people are guarding against her like a thief. After politely calling the Star Master, the seniors of the team quickly escorted Shaolu away, fearing that if they were a step late, their junior brother would be abused by her. Shaolu was relieved when he saw that the people had left, and said to her, Star Master, I brought the executive officers in charge of various affairs in the city here, you need to meet them. Okay. Sia Shiaan followed him. There are still many civil servants left in Liming City. Half of the people in the education, security, finance, transportation, housing, and urban planning departments have stayed. These people chose to stay because they saw the face of Shaolu, the principal of the Central City Military Academy, and believed in his moral character. However, they also made a gentleman's agreement with Shaolu that if the Star Master Sia Shiaan did not behave like a human being and made things difficult for them, they have the freedom to leave at any time. Shaolu must also help them leave safely. Shaolu, the middleman, introduced the executives of each department to Sia Shiaan. Sia Shiaan politely shook hands with everyone, said hello, and concluded, "Everyone, since you choose to stay, we will be family in the future. I wish us a happy working together in the future." Then, she didn't say anything else, just turned to Shaolu and said, "Principal Shao, take them down to work." The superior should have a distant and majestic temperament, which she controlled tightly. Everyone in Dawn City also breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing her turn around and leave, they couldn't help but look at her twice more. In this Star Master, they didn't see the arrogance and arrogance is rumored. Instead, her every move was calm and unhurried, advancing and retreating in moderation, and quite majestic as a superior. However, it is not ruled out that her performance was performed for them to see, and someone taught her. For example, this Principal Shao is a master of all kinds of things, and knows how to control people's hearts. Sia Shiaan, who was suspected of being a performer, left and walked around before heading towards the mechanical team. The mechanical team members immediately felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Chapter 18. The senior protected Shaolu behind him, like a hen protecting her chicks. After Sia Shiaan was reborn, she had been hostile, despised, questioned, and guarded against. There was nothing she had not experienced. Her heart had long been trained to be indestructible, and she could face everything calmly. At this moment, she saw the senior's actions, and her heart was calm. Of course, she would not wrong herself for fear of others' doubts, and use avoidance to prove herself. She walked to Shaolu openly, found an open space, sat on the ground without any burden of being a Star Master, and watched him fiddle with the collar quietly without saying a word. The collar was taken off the neck of a slave by the mechanical team. Of course, they could take them off one by one using such a stupid method. But there were too many people, and it was a waste of time. What they had to do was to make the control system of the collar invalid, so that it could no longer pose any threat to people. Sia Shiaan held her chin and looked at him leisurely. She watched him carefully and attentively disassemble the collar, peel off the control chip embedded inside, and then connect the chip to the optical computer. Countless, dense, and complex codes appeared on the optical computer in an instant. She couldn't understand it, so she moved forward a little. The seniors were alert and looked at her quietly. They found that her eyes were clear and clean, without any evil thoughts, and she didn't look like a pervert who coveted the beauty of her junior. Sia Shiaan looked back and kindly reminded them, "When you work, you should be more serious. Can you learn from Shaolu? Look at how focused he is, and then look at you. Don't you feel ashamed?" The seniors and juniors could only bear it. What the Star Lord said is right. How could she have the nerve to teach them a lesson? They were distracted because they were not focused. Does she really have no idea? However, she is their Star Master. As long as she does not do anything excessive, they should still respect her. They just finished talking. Another senior said happily, "Success." The master control system of the collar was cracked and destroyed. Sia Shiaan looked over and saw Shaolu, whose forehead and nose were covered with fine beads of sweat, and his face was paler than before. He walked over naturally, and handed him a nutrient solution. Shaolu took the nutrient solution, and nodded slightly at her. His overly pale face made him look more fragile. Sia Shiaan said, "Your body is not good. When we settle down, I will find a doctor to take a good look at you. You need to take good care of yourself. Such a powerful mechanical genius must not be allowed to get into trouble. He must be cherished." Shaolu nodded again, opened the nutrient solution and drank it. Sia Shiaan looked at the graceful posture of the sickly handsome man, and began to doubt herself. Compared with him, she was a man. Other seniors in the mechanical team were also waiting for the Star Lord to feed them. The brave ones couldn't help asking, "Star Lord, where are ours?" Sia Shiaan spread her hands. "No more, the last one." The seniors couldn't help but complain, "Double standard dog, those who believe her lies are fools." She was just being attentive and trying to please her junior. Sia Shiaan was just trying to please people, openly, and honestly. The collar's master control system was destroyed. On all the collars, the red dots that indicated that they were in operation also completely extinguished. Sia Shiaan patted Shaolu, who was lying not far away with her eyes closed, and said, Go tell them that the collars are no longer effective, the locks have been opened, and they can take them off by themselves. Shiao quickly climbed up and said in a loud voice, "Yes, Star Lord." Then, she jumped onto the platform in a few steps and said loudly, "Star Lord asked me to tell you that she has solved the problem of the collars. Now, you can take them off by yourself." But there was a mess below, noisy and chaotic, and her voice could not be heard. Shiao's eyes darkened, and she punched the platform with a fist and roared with full energy, "Shut up, everyone!" There was a loud bang. The entire platform made of steel was smashed into a huge hole by her. Under the stage, there was an instant of silence. All the slaves looked at her in horror. Sia Shiaan's eyes lit up, and she looked at her with interest. She didn't know the age of this skinny girl when she first saw her. This time, she saw her clearly, and she was about the same age as her body, about 16 or 17 years old. She was still wondering how she could be used as an example to scare the monkeys with her thin arms and legs. Now she saw the power of her fist, and finally understood. She was born with supernatural power. Shiao looked unhappy, clenched her fist until it made a bang, and looked at the people in the audience. "Can you listen to me now?" The slaves in the audience were as quiet as chickens. Shiao was satisfied and repeated, "Our great Star Master has solved your problem. You can take off your collar now." A long time passed off the stage. He waited until she got off the stage before he began to muster up his courage and carefully tried to take off his collar. The collar was indeed unlocked, and was easily taken off. Shiao got off the stage and walked to Sia Shiaan again, saying, "Star Master, I will follow you in the future. I will ask my brothers to see if they are willing to stay or go home." "Go." Sia Shiaan nodded. She didn't care about others. This person in front of her is a good seedling for fighting. He speaks well, and is not very old. If he is taught well, his fighting ability will definitely be top-notch, since she took the initiative to join us. How could she not accept him? Shiao gathered all her people together and said directly, "I plan to stay in Dawn City and work with our Star Lord. I have already made an agreement with the Star Lord. Those of you who are willing to stay will be loyal to him in the future. I will not force those who are unwilling to stay. Let's part ways in peace." "That's it." Her subordinates began to whisper. "Star Lord Sia Shiaan is not a good person, they have all heard about it. But now, the Lord of Dawn City, Locke, is dead, and many people in the city have fled. If they stay, they can give legal resident status in Dawn City, get land, and settle down. This opportunity is hard to come by. To go or to stay? This is a question." Some people hesitated, and after weighing the pros and cons, they chose to stay. Some people still didn't believe that Sia Shiaan, a scumbag, could suddenly change his nature and do human things, so they chose to leave. The number of people who stayed and left was about half and half. This day, everyone was busy. Especially the mechanical team. After solving the collar problem, they went into the city and went to the communication headquarters. They were responsible for building a communication signal that could cover the entire planet and inform everyone on the planet of the recent changes. Sia Shiaan, the Star Master, had to give a speech after the communication was covered, so she also went with them. However, she was not very proficient in machinery, so she went to various departments of the communication department. After a period of time, she would go around the mechanical team and give Shaolu a nutrient solution. There was always the last one. She only gave nutrient solution, without any other excessive actions, no blind command, no chatting, no staying very honest. The seniors couldn't do anything with her. Besides, the junior was in poor health and really needed her nutrient solution to replenish his energy and physical strength. Sia Shiaan's nutrient solution was really running out, and when she gave the last one out, it was already dawn. This time, apart from drinking nutrient solution and taking a short rest to replenish his energy, Shaolu was busy working the rest of the time. He finally looked up at her. Chapter 19. Sia Shiaan smiled at him. Shaolu also nodded at her. He tossed and turned for half the night, and the black light curtain, which had been dark, suddenly lit up. He also lowered his eyes slightly, and coughed softly and uncomfortably. Sia Shiaan looked at the blood spilling from the corner of his lips, and ignored the light curtain, and hurriedly said, "Shaolu, you must be tired. Who of you quickly take him down to rest? There is no rush to repair the communication. The health is the most important." The senior was also worried and anxious, and hurriedly supported him before Sia Shiaan took action, saying, "Star Master, the short-term communication has been set up. I will take my junior to rest." After that, nervously helped Shaolu away. Sia Shiaan looked at his thin back with a worried face, and asked, I saw him vomiting blood. Is he okay? His body was too weak, panting every 3 steps and coughing every 5 steps. Seeing that she had not taken advantage of the situation, the senior sister was not pretending to worry. Her prejudice against her was relieved and she was willing to talk to her more. Junior brother has been like this all the time. Famous doctors in the central city have seen him. He is just weak and cannot be overworked. He has no major life-threatening illness. Sia Shiaan said, when we can leave the planet, I will buy him the most expensive and best medical cabin in the interstellar space and find the best doctor in the interstellar space. The senior sister said, then I will thank the Star Master on behalf of my junior brother. Whether she can do it or not, it is very comforting to have this intention. Sia Shiaan waited for Shaolu to leave before asking the main business. The communication has been set up. Can I speak now? The senior sister said, Star Master, the communication has covered all places on the planet that can receive the signal source. You can try to speak. Sia Shiaan looked at the virtual display screen in front of him curiously, that is, the light screen, clicked it, and asked, can I just talk to the light screen? It is much more advanced than their card world, light touch. Senior sister said, click the start button on the screen, the red one in the lower left corner is it. Sia Shiaan stood up straight, cleared his throat, clicked the red dots, took a deep breath, and said, hello to all the citizens of Star 520. I am the new Star Lord Sia Shiaan. Here, I am very sad to inform you that on December 15th, 3:58 of the Alliance calendar, that is, 7 days ago, at about 7:10 p.m., the Star Beasts launched a large-scale attack on the central city. The soldiers and civilians of the central city were united and fought hard, but they were defeated in the end. The Star Beasts broke into the city, the Star Lord and 500,000 soldiers died heroically, and the central city fell at night. I took 100,000 people who escaped by chance and traveled day and night to Mingcheng. On the way, the rations were exhausted. In desperation, passing by Dawn City, I went to ask the city Lord Locke for food, who knew Locke had a wolfish ambition and assassinated me on the spot, trying to capture my people as slaves and steal our supplies and weapons. But don't worry, I have beheaded him on the spot. The rebellion has been quelled by us, and we are safe now. I would like to inform all residents that Dawn City has been officially taken over by me. From today on, Dawn City is the new central city, and the capital of Star 520. In the name of the Star Lord, I hereby formally invite all the city lords of Star 520 to attend the high-level government meeting on February 1st. The formal meeting invitation will be delivered to you soon. Finally, I want to say that Star 520 will never give up hope. Long live the brave people. The speech was over. She clicked the red button. The light screen also disappeared. Asked her why she was giving a speech in the middle of the night, and whether anyone could hear it. The reason was that it was midnight in Dawn City, located in the northern hemisphere of the planet, and it was broad daylight in the cities located in the southern hemisphere. No matter when she gave a speech, half of the city would be in the middle of the night. At this moment, her speech was also synchronized to every corner of Dawn City in real time. Song Jiming looked up at the sky that was about to dawn, the first ray of sunlight, squinting slightly, with unconcealed worry in his eyes. When the central city was in its heyday, it had no administrative constraints on the major cities on the planet. Not to mention that the central city has now fallen into the hands of the Star Beasts, and they have nothing to ask for. How many people will come on time for the government meeting on February 1 st? Shaolu, who was busy in the slave factory, looked at the ray of sunshine and murmured, "It's dawn." They took control of Dawn City, had a new central city, and the Star Lord turned back and reformed. New seeds are sprouting, and they will always usher in a new dawn. Sia Shiaan was also looking at the sunshine outside the window, the sunshine that penetrated the darkness, and in an instant, broke through all the haze. She turned her head and looked at the people of the mechanical team, and said seriously, "Hello." The people of the mechanical team looked at her in confusion, and followed without knowing why. "Hello, Star Lord." Sia Shiaan smiled, and also said to herself in her heart, "Sia Shiaan, hello. Reborn in this world for a week." She has her own team and her own base. Everything will have a new beginning. The takeover of Liming City went smoothly under the joint efforts of Sia Shiaan, Song Jiming, Shaolu, and Sui Guanqing. Except for the residents who fled, the infrastructure in the city was basically not damaged. 3 days later, all the work in Liming City has been running steadily. Sia Shiaan also moved into Locke's original City Lord's Mansion. She changed the sign of the City Lord's Mansion to the Star Lord's Mansion. As for their previous destination, the South City under her uncle's rule. On the day of taking over Liming City, it was collectively rejected by her current leadership team. Compared with living under someone else's roof and looking at other people's faces to make a living, anyone with a normal mind knows which one to choose. Around noon, the executives of the Population Statistics Department and the Land Resources Management Department came to meet her and brought the sorted information to her for review. Sia Shiaan sat in the reception room, which was decorated to an exaggerated degree of luxury, drinking tea brought by the butler robot, and looking through the final statistics in her hand. The slaves in the slave factory who stayed behind totaled 465,329 people, nearly one-third more than half of the number she had originally expected. The number of natives left in Dawn City was beyond her expectations. Nearly 300,000 of the more than 500,000 city residents stayed. When she came here, everything was in a mess, and it seemed as if everyone had fled. She sighed, "There are more people left than I thought." Chapter 20. Seong Bae, the executive officer of the Population Statistics Department, said, to reply to the Star Lord, most of those who fled were big landlords, big capitalists, and their relatives and friends who were involved in business dealings with the traitor Locke. Sia Shiaan nodded in understanding. "Oh, I'm afraid I will settle accounts with them later." But she did. They escaped so well. She didn't have to do it herself, and let them spit out the resources they had illegally seized through various means. Otherwise, the garbage mountain outside the city would be occupied by these big landlords, and she would use her head to divide the land with the liberated slaves. Seong Bae didn't say anything, and could only say that she was very self-aware. Those people were indeed afraid of her bad reputation, so they escaped so easily. They left well, and he had long been fed up with those big landlords and oligarchs. The resources of the garbage mountain have all been occupied by them. In order to get more resources, they have caused countless ordinary people to be separated from their wives and children, and their families to be destroyed. Ordinary people like them are almost forced to have no way to survive. Sia Shiaan put down the population statistics and looked at the statistical area of the garbage mountain. What a sin! Other revolutions are all about fighting against the local tyrants and dividing the land. Here, it is about dividing the garbage mountain. The area of the garbage mountain is equivalent to the land area. For them, the garbage mountain is the most precious resource on the planet, and everything in life must be obtained from it. She doesn't like to calculate these data, so she just scanned it and asked, "Is there enough land to be divided?" Guan Zhuang, the executive officer of the Land Resources Management Department, said, to reply to the Star Lord, "The resource mountains within a radius of 500 kilometers outside the city are all resources of our Dawn City." After the original big landlords left the city, 90% of the land area was freed. On average, each person can be allocated 30 mu of land. Sia Shiaan counted his fingers and tapped the document lightly. So, the 5% of big landlords in Liming City occupy 90% of the resources. It's really out of line, even more capitalist than the evil capitalist society. Sia Shiaan waved his hand and said generously, "Then divide it according to this standard." Guan Zhuang asked tentatively, "Star Lord, you and Captain Song, Principal Shao, and others don't want land resources? Whoever takes over the city shouldn't think about his own interests first, divide the resources, and reward the heroes who accompanied him to fight for the country." Sia Shiaan said, "Do you mean we want it alone? According to the previous land resource allocation standards of our central city, allocating land to all current government officials. Captain Song, Principal Shao, and others will also be divided according to their levels." Guan Zhuang heard her say this and immediately respected her. "Yes, Star Lord. According to the previous distribution standards of the central city, the Star Lord only has 10,000 acres of land. Captain Song and Principal Shao can each get 1,000 acres. The resource output of the land, plus the usual salary and benefits, is enough for them to maintain a rich life. But people are greedy, and not all cities follow the same distribution principle as the central city. Like their Dawn City, the city Lord Locke occupies 30% of all resources, nearly 8 million acres of land." At this moment, Seong Bae was also extremely shocked. Who said that the Star Lord is greedy and will make people miserable after taking over the planet? She didn't even want the most precious land, which was obviously a noble character, and she was dedicated to the people. Sia Shiaan really didn't care about this little bit of land. Their government will introduce relevant laws later. The land belongs to the government and all the people. The people have the right to use the land, but not the right to deal with the land privately. This is to prevent the same problem as before, where land resources are annexed and privatized, leading to the problem of someone forcibly robbing someone's land and there is no land available. Besides, her next goal is not the small piece of land in front of her. She wants to vigorously develop industrial construction, infrastructure, bridges and roads, and Starship Mecha. It will take a long time to develop just by picking up stones from the garbage mountain to find source stones. She wants to leave this resource-depleted planet and go to other planets to find more energy. If she can find the Purification source stone, she can purify the entire severely polluted 520 planet so that there will no longer be garbage everywhere, and it will become green water and green mountains, with birds singing and flowers everywhere. A week later, the land distribution policy was officially released. All land belongs to the government. All legal residents of Liming City only have the right to use the land, but not the right to deal with it privately, otherwise they will be punished by law. Residents, calculated on a per capita basis, can each get 30 mu of land. As soon as this policy came out, everyone's hanging hearts fell to the ground. No matter what kind of character Sia Shiaan has, the policy is really good for them, and let them see the light of hope. In addition to the distribution of land, the empty houses left by the residents who fled the city were also collected by the government, and it was redistributed as low-rent housing to newly settled residents, including residents of the central city and liberated slaves. The reason why it is rented instead of distributed for free is that the number of houses is limited and cannot be divided. In this world, there is only relative fairness, not absolute fairness. The government rents out in an open and transparent manner. Who can rent a house, and who can't rent it depends on personal ability. In this way, the current contradictions can be minimized. Sia Shiaan is only responsible for giving a general direction, and policy implementation is the work of his subordinates. She has been very busy these days, busy rebuilding the military academy and building a source energy factory. After Shaolu and others discussed it, they unanimously decided that the school should add a card academy. It is divided into two departments. A card-making department, which trains card masters, who are responsible for making cards. A card combat department, which trains card warriors who use cards to fight, just like the Sky Dome Force. After the school is completed, it will recruit new students from all over the planet. As for the selection of the dean, no one knows about cards except Sia Shiaan, so of course she will take the position. However, Sia Shiaan has a condition: I want Shaolu to be the vice dean. The reason she gave was also very sufficient. I hope that every student of the card combat department can understand mechanical knowledge and can improve the card weapons they use by themselves. She didn't want to ask him to improve her weapons and the weapons of her students in the future. She had to get the consent of his teachers, which was troublesome. Shaolu's eyes were complicated, and he went to see Dean Su as soon as possible. Dean Su was also looking at him, and his eyes were also full of worry. Agree to her? Don't agree to her? Chapter 21. Sia Shiaan was not in a hurry, just waiting for their eye contact. Finally, Shaolu nodded and said, "Okay, but the Star Lord must also promise us to pay attention to his health and never let him get too tired." He observed her for more than half a month, and indeed did not find that she had any ill intentions towards Alu. But Alu's health was really too bad. Before, he cracked the slave collar and built a short-term planet-wide communication system, which overdrew his body and made him sick. After resting until now, and asking the doctor to prescribe medicine, the situation finally got better. Sia Shiaan promised, "I will never let him get tired." Shaolu is a big treasure. As long as the weapon is improved by his hands, it is easy to use, and the power is doubled or even 10 times increased. Even if Dean Su does it himself, the effect is less than 1/3 of his. This fully shows that the achievements that geniuses can achieve casually are really the heights that ordinary people can't reach. The matter of the Card Academy has been settled. The next step is the Source Energy Extraction Factory. Shaolu said, "For the personal safety of the Star Master, the source energy matter must be kept absolutely confidential before we have absolute strength. The work of sorting source stones in the factory is not important. However, all the steps of extracting source energy must be done by people we absolutely trust. I suggest using our military academy students in the early stage. If there are not enough people, we can choose from their relatives and friends. Regardless of whether this is fair to others, they must ensure that the secret of the new energy source energy will not be leaked." Dean Su also agreed. After the cards are released, they will be used in large quantities. They will say that the energy in the cards is still bismuth crystal source, but it has been changed to a more effective way of use. Use the cards as a medium to release its energy. If this matter is told to the people on their planet, no one will doubt it, because they have limited knowledge and don't understand. Once the cards are spread out and known by the Interstellar Alliance. With their powerful technology, they will know that they are not using bismuth crystal energy. At that time, he dare not imagine what kind of bloody storm will be set off. But it is too early to worry about this now. Their planet, this garbage planet, has long been forgotten by the Alliance. Even the slightly promising interstellar pirate groups think they are poor ghosts and have no money, so they disdain to come. For hundreds of years, only small pirate groups that have colluded with various forces will come to sell them some supplies every year or so. The source energy factory will be handed over to you. Sia Shiaan had no objection to this, but she had something else to say. To make the source stone detector and source force tester, I need Shaolu to participate in it. Do you have any objections? Shaolu and Dean Su nodded. What else could they have objected to? They all agreed to let Shaolu be her vice president. The three current top leaders, without any disagreement, set the next key development path. That day, the new government team of Dawn City issued the first official document to the entire planet. Buy a large amount of various types of ores. No limit on the type of ores. The price is 1 Alliance coin per kilogram. Stamp, 520 Star Energy Headquarters. Signature of the Executive Director of the Ministry of Energy, Su Bingyan. The day the document was issued, there was also a rumor that was spreading. The reason why Dawn City, which is now the new government of the capital of Star 520, issued this document is because the new Star Master Sia Shiaan has started to make trouble again. She was unreasonable. She coerced and bribed people to issue the document, just because she needed minerals to extract pigments for painting. Of course, this rumor was deliberately spread by Sia Shiaan in order to confuse people and cover up the truth. Anyway, her reputation on this planet has long been rotten, and she doesn't mind adding one more. The entire Star 520, 193 cities. Except for a few extremely remote and backward cities that don't even have communication signals, they all received this document and this rumor and fell into deep thought. The government teams of major cities are all smart, and naturally they will not believe rumors easily, and they are still analyzing the pros and cons and reasons. But they all agreed that no matter what the reason was, Sia Shiaan was a talented person. She was extravagant and absurd. I don't know if she can stay in the position of Star Lord. The people in the new capital are going to rebel. The city lords and government officials of major cities are still cautious about this, and are thinking about the intentions of the new government. But the major forces and slave owners in the society have already started to act. There are plenty of stones in their family's mountains. They can pick them up and sell them for money. Is there such a good thing? People in other cities, not only the powerful slave owners, but also ordinary people are taking action. No one wants to miss this opportunity to make money. Who knows how long Sia Shiaan's madness will last, and how long the new government will indulge her. If you don't make money, you're a bastard. You can make as much money as you can. Who would complain about too much money? At the same time, the residents of Dawn City, who are close to the water, became the first beneficiaries of selling or to make money. People in the major settlements nearby who received the news also took the opportunity to make a fortune. 520 The Ministry of Energy and the Energy Factory collect ore from morning to night every day, 24 hours a day. In 2 days, the collected ore was piled up into a mountain of stones. The newly established energy detector R&D team, led by Shaolu, the team leader, and Sia Shiaan, the deputy team leader, is also working hard. The reason why Sia Shiaan also participated is that she is the only one who has seen the energy detector, and she also wants to learn mechanical knowledge. She doesn't seek proficiency, but can repair her own weapons in times of crisis. But in the card world, she is a card master, not a mechanic. She had only seen the energy detector, but had never made one. Fortunately, she relied on her photographic memory to draw the external structure diagram. The team members were all mechanical experts. They deduced the internal structure from the external structure, and then conducted experiments again and again. Finally, on the 3rd day of research and development, there was progress. A primary energy detector with a very simple appearance was produced. The primary version was personally verified by Sia Shiaan, a human source stone detector, and it was determined that the accuracy was only 10%. However, it was produced and could sort source stones, which was more than half successful. The accuracy of the next step was continuously increased after repeated adjustments and improvements. By the 7th day, the latest detector had reached an accuracy of 90%. Everyone was satisfied with this accuracy. Only Shaolu, who pursued absolute perfection, was not satisfied and continued to lead his team to study and improve the accuracy of the test. However, the progress was very slow, and it was only 0.1% higher each time. he could continue to study. The large quantities of ore at the factory were piled up like a mountain, and could not wait any longer. Dean Su took the sample of the detector with an accuracy of 92% and led the students to start scaling up and making a super large detector that could complete the sorting of the daily ore purchase. When Shang Lu's research came out with a 100% accuracy, the detector could be improved, so that both sides would not waste time. The first batch of source energy, a total of 10 L of first-level source energy, was extracted. Sia Shiaan also withdrew from the detector R&D team and turned to teach the first batch of 100 students at the Card Academy. These 100 people were selected from the Sky Dome Army, and their own source energy level is above level 5. The carefully selected talents can learn anything at once, learn quickly, and save a lot of trouble. Teacher Sia Shiaan sat in front of the podium, concentrating on compiling the elementary card-making textbook. The students took the carving knife and carved carefully and seriously on the cards according to the patterns Sia Shiaan drew on the blackboard, and the key points she had talked about. In the classroom, it was quiet and harmonious. Outside, but there was a quarrel. Someone shouted, "I am Cook Nicole, the president of 520 Agricultural University, and I want to see the Star Lord." Chapter 22. Sia Shiaan, ? This small garbage planet, where only a few highly pollutant-tolerant species are still alive, and all other animals and plants are extinct, and the ecological damage is as high as 99%, still has an agricultural university. Because of pollution, they cannot use soil for planting, but can only use hydroponics. But clean, drinkable water is also an important resource. Using precious water to grow crops and vegetables is too cost-effective for them. In other cities, some city lords and chaebols will hire people to grow vegetables and food at all costs to highlight their noble status and be different from other untouchables. But the central city will never allow such extravagance and waste to exist. Don't talk about her. The students who were making cards were also confused when they heard about the agricultural university. However, someone still remembered and whispered, "Is it the dean who announced that the agricultural college would be separated from the 520 military academy and applied to establish an agricultural university in anger because he could not get research funds 20 years ago?" Sia Shiaan pointed at him and said, "Tell me about the situation." The student who was called out was afraid of being discovered for whispering, but seeing that she looked normal, he told her what he knew. Cook Nicole was also a celebrity in the central city. All the agricultural planting knowledge and seeds adapted to the living environment of the planet on their planet today are from her research. With her talent in agricultural research, she can definitely make a career no matter which normal planet she goes to. But she was born on planet 520. Planting is a very low cost-effective thing for 99% of the people on their planet. In short, it is useless. Especially the old Star Master, he is a pragmatist. After he became the Star Master, he announced that the Star Master's mansion would no longer consume fresh food and vegetables, and repeatedly reduced the research funds of the agricultural college, subsidizing the mechanical college to research combat mechas. This made the already poor agricultural college even worse. Cook Nicole once went to the principal and the Star Master to defend the important role of the agricultural college, saying that one day, she would be able to grow food with a lower cost effectiveness than making nutrient solution. However, the funds required for research were too high, and the central city could not afford it, so naturally rejected her proposal. Later, she went out independently. The Star Master wanted to build an agricultural university for her, but she declined. She used up all her savings to build an agricultural university. Unfortunately, agriculture is the most hopeless job on their garbage planet, and no one is willing to do it. In the end, she did not recruit any students. Year after year, she still did not recruit any students. She was the only one doing research at the agricultural university. She had no money to do research, so she sold her research results to the chaebol slave owners, made money, and continued her research. She was a person who was very devout to her work. Sia Shiaan didn't expect that there were such talents in the central city. She asked the student who provided information to sit down and went out to greet him personally. "Hello, Principal Cook Nicole, I have heard of you for a long time. I am Star Lord Sia Shiaan." She needs such people who can focus on their work for decades and have faith. If there is Source Stone here, there must be Purification Source Stone. Once there is Purification Source Stone, you can make cards with Purification function to purify soil, water and air. At that time, she will need a lot of talents who are good at agriculture to transform the entire garbage planet into a green planet full of vitality. Cook Nicole smiled at her a little embarrassed because of the quarrel just now. "Star Lord, I'm sorry, All the posts I submitted to the Star Lord's mansion have fallen into the sea. I really can't find a way to see you, so I have to resort to this last resort. The old friends in the past had a bit of a fight because of her stubbornness at the beginning, and she was not good at communication, and was obsessed with work, so the relationship gradually faded after she left. At this point, she was embarrassed to ask them for help. Sia Shiaan said, I have been living in the factory recently, and have not returned to the Star Lord's mansion. Principal Nicole is looking for me. Is there anything? Submitting posts? Who is still doing that now? It is estimated that it has been thrown away as garbage by the personal guards of the Star Lord's mansion. I want to rebuild the agricultural university, and I need the Star Lord to approve the land and the Star Lord's signature. Cook Nicole said. Okay, I'll approve it right away and sign it right away. Sia Shiaan needed such a worry-free talent, and looked at her with a smile. Which land does Principal Nicole want? Look at how nice Principal Nicole is. She only wants land and signatures, and didn't mention a word about funding. Cook Nicole was shocked. It was rumored that this new Star Master was an ignorant idiot, and was very willful and capricious. She was prepared not only to not get signatures and land, but also to be beaten and scolded out. At this moment, hearing her straightforward agreement, she was afraid that she would regret it, so she quickly said, Thank you, Star Master, any land is fine, because we are an agricultural university, so the land we need will be a little more, 1,000 acres. After saying that, she was still observing her expression with some trepidation. Sia Shiaan waved her hand and said, Our agricultural university in the central city must be generous. How can 1,000 acres of land be enough? I will give you 1 million acres. How much funding do you need? Is there any problem with enrollment? How are you going to recruit? How many people are you going to recruit? Cook Nicole felt that she was dreaming when she heard this. There is such a good thing, but she didn't dare to ask for it under the current circumstances. Star Lord, I just want 1,000 acres. Enrollment? Where is she going to recruit? If she could recruit, why would she have not recruited anyone for 20 years, and she would be the only principal in the school? Besides, with the situation on their planet, who would be willing to come to learn agriculture from her? No, Principal Nicole, if you have any needs, just tell me. I am going to develop the agriculture of our planet. Sia Shiaan said seriously. Cook Nicole asked tentatively, Star Lord, are you kidding me? She was nothing like the arrogant and domineering person in the rumors. She didn't see any shadow of a bad girl in her. Instead, she was calm and composed, like a superior. No. Sia Shiaan shook her head and said something shocking to her. Principal Nicole, if I have a way to purify the environment and purify our entire planet, can you restore our planet to its original ecosystem? Chapter 23. Cook Nicole stared at her for a long time. Let alone restoring the ecosystem. Even if you want to control the pollution of the entire planet, the manpower, material resources, and financial resources required are an unimaginable amount. This amount is enough for them to buy a new normal planet, and all the people on the planet will immigrate there. But even though she knew it was impossible and a pipe dream, she was still moved and yearning when she said that. Because this is the goal she has been working hard for decades. It is what she has been dreaming about all these years. Her eyes were red, and she nodded with a choked voice. Star Lord, I can do it. If the biggest problem of pollution is really solved, what's so difficult about it for her to lead people to restore the ecosystem? She can come up with several plans now. Then it's settled. Sia Shiaan looked at her seriously and continued, I will take care of the building of the school, enrollment, and soil purification. Training students and restoring the planet will be up to you. Thank you, Star Lord. Cook Nicole is a mature person after all. She calmed down after her impulsiveness. The Star Lord's promise to help her build a school and enroll students was beyond her expectations, and she was grateful. As for purifying the environment, no one can do it, not to mention the people on their planet, even if you look at the entire galaxy, otherwise there would not be so many abandoned planets in the galaxy. Principal Nicole, don't be so polite. This is what I should do. Sia Shiaan was very polite and said, You go back and wait. I will tell the relevant departments about this matter, and someone will contact you soon. Don't worry, if you have any requests, just ask them, they will fully cooperate with your work. Cook Nicole got the promise and said goodbye. Sia Shiaan's work style is vigorous and resolute. Cook Nicole just returned to her rented house in the city, and received a call from the executives of the Land Resources Management Department, the Finance Department, and the Urban Planning Department, asking her to go to the Municipal Center for a meeting. Shaolu and Dean soon got the news, and then they knew that their old friend had bypassed them, and went to find the Star Lord himself. They felt complicated. After finishing their work, the two agreed to go to Sia Shiaan after get off work to have a good chat about this matter. The main reason was that they were too curious. Is it really possible to purify the planet environment as she said? Does she have an idea in mind? Or is it just a casual talk? You know, if you want. Purifying a planet where 100% of the land is heavily polluted is no easier than finding a new habitable planet in the vast universe and migrating globally. Sia Shiaan, this teacher, is still very responsible. Not only responsible. She also made the same mistake that all teachers make. She stayed late. Two people outside had been tortured for an entire afternoon because they wanted to know about the problem of purifying the environment. Seeing her staying late at this moment, he was so anxious that he gritted his teeth and wanted to pull her out of the classroom and tell her loudly, "Get out of class is over." As people who often stay late, today, at this moment, they finally felt firsthand how crazy and outrageous it is to stay late. Wait and wait. Wait until half an hour later. Finally, the get out of class was over. Sia Shiaan walked out of the classroom and looked at the two people who came up to her, Principal Xiao Dean Su. They must not have any urgent matters, otherwise they would have asked the guards to call her out. But they looked very anxious. Xiao Su looked at the students who were still making cards in the classroom after the get out of class was over, and said, "Star Master, let's go to your office to talk." 3 people entered the office one after another. Sia Shiaan sat on the sofa and pressed his hand to signal them to sit down. The robot butler brought out from the city lord's mansion made tea for them, and brought it up. Xiao Su was in no mood to drink tea, and asked his question directly. "I heard that Principal Nicole came to see the Star Master, and the Star Master told her that there is a way to purify the environment of our planet. This? Don't just say it casually." Sia Shiaan took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Yes, even if Principal Nicole didn't come, I would still tell you about this. There is a card with purification function that can purify the environment. But if we use the first level source energy we are using now, the consumption will be an astronomical figure. How much is needed?" Xiao Su looked at her nervously. "As long as there is hope for improvement, it is worth it to make sacrifices and consume. Changing the environment is a long-term and persistent work. They are not afraid of hardship or fatigue. If a generation cannot complete a task, then 2 generations, 3 generations, and generations will take over. One day, their planet will have green mountains, green waters, blue sky and white clouds again. Maybe we can find a new planet and immigrate to it globally." Sia Shiaan really did calculate it. Xiao Su and Dean Su were both silent by her words. If they were able to find a new habitable planet, they could allow the whole world to immigrate there. Would it be necessary to live here for generations, and work hard to repair this planet for the rest of their lives? But? Sia Shiaan paused, then continued, "If we can find a high-level purification source stone, the source energy required will be greatly reduced. If we find a god-level purification source stone, we only need 100 fist-sized ones to purify our entire planet. God-level source stones are really hard to come by. In the card world, she has become the #1 card master, but she only got a fist-sized god-level source stone, which she used to make a card that can search for source ore. However, there is only one planet in the card world, and this is the interstellar space, where there are countless planets waiting for her to explore, and there are also infinite possibilities. She believes that finding a god-level source stone is not a dream." Xiao Su and Dean Su were both prepared to change the environment little by little for generations to come, and to plan for the long-term future of their descendants. Hearing this, there was hope in their eyes again. Is the purification source stone also a type of source stone? Is the god-level source stone the highest level of source stone? Sia Shiaan nodded. Purification source stone is a branch of source stone. How to say god-level source stone? You can think of it as a source stone that concentrates countless source energies. Purification source stone, this was discovered by her herself. And she accidentally discovered it after she used god-level source stone to make the card for finding mineral sources. Purification cards made with this source energy can produce 100 times the effect of ordinary source energy at the same source energy level. And the higher the level, the higher the effect gain. She had a guess at the time that in addition to the purification branch, there are other branches of source stones, such as combat source stones. But before she had a chance to verify it, she was reborn in this world, and could only continue to search and verify it here. Xiao Su and Dean Su understood. However, what is the difference between the purification source stone and the ordinary source stone we have found now? How can we distinguish them? Xiao Su asked. The source energy extracted from the purification source stone is white at the first level. The higher the level, The closer the color is to transparency, and it is insoluble in any other source energy. These are the only things Sia Shiaan has researched by herself. Shaolu and Dean Su took note. I must go to the source energy extraction office later and tell the person in charge about this matter and ask him to pay close attention to it. However, they didn't even wait for them to notify me. There was a knock on the office door. The voice of the personal guard. Star-Lord, Mu Hung from the Source Energy Extraction Department wants to see you. Sia Shiaan looked suspicious. After she arrived at the interstellar space, her luck became so good. Has she awakened to the power of what she says comes true? She just mentioned the source energy of the purification system. Could she have really discovered it? Shaolu and Dean Su also looked at each other. Nervousness and anticipation made their breathing become a little rapid. Chapter 24. They guessed right. Mu Hung is a practical man. After greeting them, he showed them the test tube in his hand and said seriously, Star-Lord, this is the source energy we just extracted. This source energy is very strange. It is white, and it is insoluble in other source energies. Sia Shiaan hasn't said anything yet. Shaolu and Dean Su blushed with excitement. Dean Su laughed heartily and said, Star-Lord, this is the purification source energy you mentioned. They have it here, so? Purifying the planetary environment is not a dream, Shaolu said excitedly. Bring it here for me to see. This is really a case of searching for something without any effort. Mu Hung was confused and handed the test tube over without knowing why. Shaolu carefully took it in his hand and looked at it, laughing with tears in his eyes. Dean Su also leaned over to take a look. The actions of the two old men looked really weird. Mu Hung looked like, no one told me what this thing is. Luckily, Sia Shiaan was well informed and did not get carried away by the excitement. She explained to him, this is a branch of source energy, the source energy of the purification system. If you encounter it in the future, collect it separately. Yes, Star-Lord. Mu Hung replied respectfully. He was the management of the former Central City Energy Department. When the Star Beasts captured the Central City, the entire Energy Department successfully followed the senior staff here, and he was the only one left. So, he still took on the energy work and became the executive officer of the new energy plant. He was responsible for everything from purchasing or to extracting source energy. As someone who has been working in the system for more than 10 years, he also knows the limits. For him, knowing that this is a kind of source energy is enough. As for the difference between this source energy and ordinary source energy, and its specific function, it is not a secret that he should know with his identity. Leave this here, you go and do it. Sia Shiaan said to him. Yes. Mu Hung retreated. Dean Su and Shaolu, seeing that everyone else had left, also restrained their excitement and said, Star-Lord, otherwise, you make a card with purification function. Let's see how the purification effect is. Sia Shiaan made a card with purification function. Dean Su made a simple purification device. Then, the three of them took advantage of the dark, quietly left the factory, and went to the residential area to find Principal Nicole. Principal Nicole had never seen a card, and didn't know the existence of new energy. First time getting a card. She carefully looked at every pattern on it under the light, and asked doubtfully, Star Master, are you saying that this card can purify the environment? No matter how you look at it, it is just an ordinary metal card. How can it be purified? Sia Shiaan said, this card cannot purify the air on a large scale. Principal Nicole can try to purify the soil and water first. If it was Sia Shiaan who came here today and told her that the card was for purification, she might not believe it. But now, even the two old friends, who have always been strict and old-fashioned, have come with her. She already believed it 90% and nodded, okay. Then I'll leave this matter to Principal Nicole. If you need anything later, just ask the municipal center. Sia Shiaan still said this and provided her with all the conveniences. Principal Nicole had always done things that were not favored by others. Suddenly, she was fully supported by her. She felt like she was dreaming and said gratefully, Thank you, Star-Lord. I will definitely do my best. Sia Shiaan handed the matter over to her and left. Shaolu and Dean Su were old friends of hers for many years, and they had not seen each other for many years because of various things. After experiencing a near-death experience, the three of them were full of emotion when they met again. They stayed to help her and reminisce with her. Level 1 Purification Card. 3 days after Sia Shiaan gave it out, she had not received any feedback from Principal Nicole. Just when she wanted to find someone to ask, she met someone from the School of Mechanical Engineering. They were lifting a giant instrument that was 3 meters high onto a large truck. The leader was someone Sia Shiaan knew, Shang Lu Sr. She called out, Yinshu, what kind of instrument is this? Yinshu said, Star Master, this is the pollution detector that Principal Nicole asked us to make. It's used to detect pollution levels. You're going to deliver it to her. I'll go with you. Sia Shiaan saw that everyone had gotten in the car, so she jumped in too. Seeing this big guy, she already knew why Principal Nicole had been silent. It turned out that there was no instrument for detection. She was not sure how effective the purification card was. How could Yinshu refuse Star Master's request? She smiled and said to her, Star Master, please go sit in the front passenger seat. Counting it up, I have known her for almost a month. In the past month, she has behaved well, not bullying the weak, and not doing anything out of line. Now, she is a qualified Star Master for all of them, which has far exceeded their initial expectations. No, it's not far, I'll just stand there for a while. Sia Shiaan didn't have the airs of a Star Master, and was very casual. Yinshu didn't persuade her anymore, just motioned for everyone else to squeeze in. A junior sister and 2 junior brothers were together. They were all members who participated in the production of the pollution detector, and they went with them to debug. At this moment, Sia Shiaan came up, and they all listened to the senior sister's words, stepped back tactfully, and made way for her to have a relatively spacious place. Sia Shiaan saw that although they were still wary of her, they were no longer as afraid of her as mice seeing a cat before, and she felt a little relieved. The car started. Sia Shiaan was boneless, with her arms folded, lazily leaning on the instrument, closing her eyes to rest. She was diagonally opposite. The schoolgirl squatting in a corner of the truck, curled up into a small ball, tugged at the corner of Yinshu's clothes and whispered, Senior sister, I think Master Xing is very good. He is not as scary as the legend says. The 2 schoolmates also secretly glanced at her. She was young, only 17 years old, and beautiful. When she was with them, she seemed more like a well-behaved and cute schoolgirl. But this schoolgirl was very vigilant. When they looked over, she suddenly opened her eyes and met their gaze. Chapter 25. The junior students were caught peeking, their faces were red to their ears, and they quickly lowered their heads to look at the tip of their shoes. Everyone loves beauty. If you want to see it, just look openly. I didn't say you can't see it. Sia Shiaan smiled and teased the 2 shy boys. Yinshu coughed softly and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Star Lord, they shouldn't have offended you. She is honest now. She hasn't done anything bad, but it doesn't mean she will never do it. It's better not to provoke her. Don't be nervous. I was born with such a good appearance just to be seen by others. Sia Shiaan is still very satisfied and confident with her appearance. Yinshu can't refute it, and doesn't dare to, just say, Star Lord is right. Putting aside her character and personality, her appearance is really beautiful. There is nothing to pick on. Seeing the few people over there huddled together, trying to reduce their presence, Sia Shiaan thought that there was a crack in the ground that they could crawl into immediately, so she stopped teasing them, and continued to close her eyes to rest. Half an hour later, arrived at the place. The new government had just been established, and all departments were operating very actively. Especially for the new agricultural university, the Star Master personally supervised and spoke. Some people questioned her decision in their hearts, but no one dared to neglect the action. On the land allocated to the agricultural university, the various functional areas of the school have been divided in detail. The building of the teaching area has started construction. The university campus is separated from the land for scientific research. Sia Shiaan kept his word and allocated 1 million acres of land. Excluding 5,000 acres of campus land, the rest is scientific research land. The car drove all the way and arrived at the scientific research area. From a distance, Sia Shiaan saw more than a dozen people squatting on the ground. The one in the middle, digging the soil, was Dean Nicole. It was a bit far away, and her body was still blocking the view, so she couldn't see what she was doing. Until their car stopped at the door of the temporary laboratory, she didn't notice them. Sia Shiaan jumped out of the car and shouted, Principal Nicole. Principal Nicole came back to her senses, turned around and saw that it was her. Her eyes were already full of tears, and tears flowed down. She said excitedly, Star Master, it sprouted, the seed sprouted. Before Sia Shiaan could say anything, Principal Nicole had already walked to her side at a very fast speed, pulled her to the place where they were squatting, pointed to the soil and said, Star Master, look. Sia Shiaan looked in the direction she pointed, and saw a few seeds that had just sprouted in the soil. She didn't know what plant the seeds were from. She didn't recognize them. But you can indeed see the tender yellow, sesame-sized sprouts. Principal Nicole's voice was trembling with excitement as she explained to her, Star-Lord, this is the seed of Mechas, which is extremely sensitive and demanding to the environment. The soil, water and air quality in the place where it can survive are up to standard. She didn't have any experimental equipment. She didn't know when the School of Mechanical Engineering would be able to make the pollution detector. She was eager to know the results, so she selected seeds with different environmental pollution requirements from the seeds with a short germination time. She didn't have much hope for seeds like Mechas that have extremely high environmental requirements, but she didn't expect it to really germinate. How could she not be excited? Sia Shiaan was very calm and said, Very good, Principal Nicole, the equipment has also been delivered, you can do other tests. Principal Nicole nodded hurriedly and said repeatedly, Good, 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 good. After that, she quickly took the students to prepare for the next test. There were 10 students in total, who were temporarily recruited by Shaolu from the military academy students. They were all interested in agronomy and recommended themselves. Sia Shiaan was not surprised by the germinating seeds. Yanshu and the others, however, squatted beside them with great interest, looking at the seeds in the soil with curiosity. Only plants with extremely high pollution resistance can survive on their planet. Those plants were all bumpy, fangs and claws, and strange shapes, just like tumors growing out of the body of the planet. Their existence told them all the time that it was humans who destroyed this planet into the current state of being riddled with holes and dying. The tiny, fragile bud in front of her was different from those heavily polluted plants. It was particularly cute, and made people feel warm and soft. The junior sister's eyes were shining like stars, and she asked in a low voice, Senior sister, can I touch it? The 2 junior brothers also looked at her expectantly. Yanshu had no idea that it was her first time to see the newly sprouted seeds. She didn't know if touching them would kill them. She hesitated for a moment and said, Let's ask Principal Nicole later. Sia Shiaan looked at the faces of the people in front of her, who looked like they had never seen the world, and smiled. You can touch it, it won't kill you. After that, she turned and left, and went to find Principal Nicole and the others. The junior sister was stunned for a long time before she said, Senior sister, the Star-Lord just smiled. The junior brother also lowered his voice. The Star-Lord looks so beautiful when she smiles. Yanshu reminded, Be careful when you speak in front of her, don't forget that she is the Star-Lord. The junior sister and the junior brothers nodded obediently. Just because she has become a better person now, we can't forget what she was like before, relax our vigilance against her, and be confused by the beauty in front of her. But they sincerely hope that the Star-Lord can always maintain her current appearance. They like the current Star-Lord. The experimental results of Principal Nicole and others came out soon. The soil indicators of the nearby 10 acres of land all meet the first-level planting standards stipulated by the Alliance, and even the air pollution has been reduced to a qualified level. At the same time, the energy of the purification card has been exhausted. In other words, this first-level purification card can purify 10 acres of land. Sia Shiaan was very satisfied with the result. You have to eat one bite at a time, and do things one step at a time. You can't rush. As long as there is a continuous supply of purification source stones, the pollution will be purified sooner or later. Principal Nicole looked at the test results. Her eyes were hot and wet, and she felt complicated. She was happy, excited, and had infinite hope for the future. The 10 students who chose to follow her also smiled at each other. Right here, at this moment, on this planet, in the near future, this group of people who are loved and admired by everyone saw the hope of the future and took the first step towards success. 1 month later, 520-star Military Academy and 520-star Agricultural University were officially capped and completed. The next day, at the celebration event to celebrate the official operation of the school, Sia Shiaan participated in the ribbon-cutting ceremony of the 2 schools and gave a speech. The Military Academy still has a total of 6,890 people, not counting the number of people who sacrificed along the way. The Agricultural University has 1 principal with 10 students. When the 2 sides are compared, they look very shabby. Principal Nicole looked at the lively Military Academy students with envy, and then looked at her own 10 students. Sia Shiaan comforted her very considerately. Principal Nicole, we have begun to recruit students from all over the planet. As long as we have land and can grow food, we are not afraid that no one will be willing to sign up. Principal Nicole also nodded and smiled and said, Star-Lord is right. In the past month, the Star-Lord has sent her 20 first-level purification cards. A total of 200 acres of land have been purified, and crops have been planted. The last card ran out of energy a week ago. The 10 acres of corn planted on the purified land have begun to sprout this morning. Everything is getting better. She has nothing to worry about. Since the establishment of the new government, the whole Dawn City has rarely had such a relaxing and happy event. But unfortunately, someone wants to spoil their fun and doesn't want them to be happy. Moreover, and the spoiler is so loud and noisy. Chapter 26. The communication system of Dawn City was attacked. The communication broadcast sounded in every corner of the city. Hello, all citizens of Star 520. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhong Chung, the City Lord of Elite City, and the current General Manager of the 88 City Alliance. We have sufficient evidence to prove that the current Star Lord Sia Shiaan is not the biological daughter of the old Star Lord Sia Shiaan, and she has no right to inherit Star 520. We are loyal to Star Lord Sia Shiaan and his bloodline, and will never be loyal to Sia Shiaan, a fake with a despicable character. Everyone at the celebration scene changed their faces drastically. Shaolu was anxious. Old Su, quickly have someone interrupt his speech and don't let him continue to talk nonsense. They have just stabilized here, and people's hearts are still unstable. The Star Lord has always been criticized, and if bad things about her are spread out, there may be some trouble in the city. I have sent someone to do it. Dean Su immediately asked Shang Lu to cut off the communication with his men. Sia Shiaan, the person involved, was not in a hurry at all. When she saw Shang Lu and his men hurriedly leaving, she asked the reason and said, "Don't bother, let them talk. Let them say whatever they want. Those who want to leave can't be kept, and those who want to stay won't leave." Shang Lu nodded. The seniors who followed him were anxious. They dared to go to the Star Lord and open their mouths. How could it be okay? Besides, her reputation among the people was already terrible, and if she was attacked again, it would be even more ruined. All the cities on the entire planet might declare independence. At that time, they, Dawn City, would be in danger with only one commander. Shaolu, Dean Su, and Song Jiming also rushed over at this time. Seeing that she had stopped the people, they were also anxious. Song Jiming said, "Star Lord, interrupt their communication first. If we can't control other places, we still have to pay attention to the impact on Dawn City." Sia Shiaan was so calm. "My reputation and image are already like this. How bad can it get? Besides, building an image is not just about talking. Don't worry, I will do my job well, and be a decent person in the future. When I have made achievements, everyone can see it. Let them judge the merits and demerits." Song Jiming went to see Shaolu. Shaolu sighed deeply and said, "It is better to prevent people from speaking than to prevent rivers. It is better to block than to dredge. We can't block people's mouths and stop them from speaking. Whether they say it or not, those who should rebel will still find excuses to rebel. Sooner or later, the matter will spread all over the planet, and the people in Dawn City will know it." The speech continued on the radio. "Here, I announce to all my fellow citizens that 88 cities, including Ali City, have established independent governments and will no longer be governed by the central city government. We welcome all like-minded people to join our independent city alliance." Sia Shiaan listened to the radio and complained, "They are simply too much. They want to rebel. I won't bother with them if they say I am a despicable person. It's too much to say that I am not my father's biological daughter." Shaolu nodded and said, "It's too much. They can make up any lie. We don't stop them from issuing a rebellion declaration. However, the fact that the Star Lord is not the old Star Lord's biological child must be clarified quickly. We cannot lose to them in public opinion." Dean Su also said angrily, "How did the old Star Lord treat them in the beginning? Now that he has just left, they spread rumors that the Star Lord is not his biological child. These bastards are so cruel." Song Jiming was so angry that his face turned red. He gritted his teeth and said, "The most urgent thing is to clarify this matter first. They can rebel, but they can't spread rumors." Speaking of public opinion and propaganda work, the propaganda department of the former Central City ranks second on the entire planet, and no one dares to say it is first. 1/3 of the people in the propaganda department successfully escaped from the previous disaster and continued their work in the new government. At this moment, except for those who stayed on duty at the municipal center, almost all of them were at the celebration site here. After receiving the task given by the Star Lord, they immediately started the public opinion counterattack. 10 minutes later, as long as the planet could receive communications, all kinds of anti-thief manifestos were flying all over the sky. These manifestos were written with magnificent momentum and sharp words. One by one, they listed the help that the old Star Master had given them, and contrasted their disloyalty, unfilial piety, unkindness, and injustice of spreading rumors about Sia Shiaan's bloodline and declaring independence, when the old Star Master's body was still warm, and scolded the rebels of the 88th City Alliance. Of course, these manifestos were not issued in the name of Dawn City. But with the assistance of the Shaolu team, they invaded the communication networks of other major cities, except the independent 88th City, and issued them from all over the world. What did Dawn City do? Just what all the city lords, who had declared independence, and were still waiting and watching, thought, that Sia Shiaan would cry and sell misery. Sia Shiaan delivered a speech to the world. Hello, fellow citizens, I am the Star Master Sia Shiaan. I have a few words to say about the Declaration of Independence of 88th City. I respect the decision of each of your cities. You can be independent if you want to. Anyone who wants to be independent can be independent. For cities that are willing to continue working with me, I can promise that within 5 years, your quality of life will reach the medium standard of the Alliance's quality of life assessment. For cities that have become independent, if you want to rejoin the central government in the future, please bring your city lord's head to beg me. You decide for yourself whether you want to be independent or not. That's it. Goodbye. Arrogant attitude. Powerful. All the city lords who heard her speech were amused. Especially those city lords who have declared independence, and the 88th City Alliance City Lord Group treated her as a joke and laughed at her unscrupulously. Chapter 27. It is a foolish dream to achieve the middle quality of life standard of the Alliance within 5 years. It is ridiculous to want to join the central government again and ask them to take their heads to see her. They have already become independent. How can they join the central government ruled by her and accept her exploitation and oppression? The city lords, who are still waiting and not prepared for independence at all. No one believes her words at this moment. Let's put aside her long-standing bad reputation. It is a miracle that she can make them reach the level of food and clothing in 5 years. If they can really reach the middle standard of the Alliance, let alone let them follow her, even if they kneel down and lick her feet, they will be happy. After Sia Shiaan gave a speech, he went to the meeting. The meeting. It was held in the newly built large conference room of the military academy. The executives and CEOs of all departments of the new government were all present. Everyone knows that 88 cities declared independence today. But there will definitely be more cities that declare independence and want to be independent next time. Now they only have one Dawn City, a small city with less than 1 million people. Defending and managing the base camp is their top priority now. This meeting. It lasted from day to night. All government departments worked together to formulate a series of development plans for military, industry, agriculture, etc. based on the current situation, existing resources, and energy that can be exerted. First of all, they need to expand the army. If they want to develop, they must not only have a strong armed force to protect themselves, but also be prepared at all times to fight against the Global City Alliance. The commander-in-chief of the army was determined to be the Star Lord Sia Shiaan, and the deputy commander was Song Jiming. Secondly, we must vigorously develop the military industry, especially the research and development of mechas and card weapons, which are the top priorities. Su Bingyan, the dean of the School of Mechanical Engineering, was determined as the chief executive officer. Thirdly, we must develop the city's infrastructure and improve the living standards of residents so that they can feel a sense of belonging and be willing to work hard for the development of Dawn City. Shaolu, the principal of the 520 Military Academy, was determined to be the chief executive officer of the municipal center. Finally, we must develop agriculture and manage the environment. Cook Nicole, the president of the Agricultural University, was determined to be the chief executive officer. The leaders of various departments of the new government were officially appointed at this time. As the Star Master, Sia Shiaan expressed his gratitude to everyone present and his determination to work with them. She also expressed her gratitude to those who held multiple positions. Principal Shao, Dean Su, our government has just been established, and your workload is a bit heavy. You just need to work hard and overcome the difficulties in front of you. When the talent pool is improved, I will definitely reduce your workload appropriately. Xiao Su and Dean Su did not think so much, but were willing to pay. When they heard her words, they were moved inside. The Star Lord has really grown up, become sensible, know how to think about others, and can speak. She said that they held multiple positions, and she held more work than them. If she could keep the current state and not fall behind, and double the current workload for the two of them, they would be happy to do it. After this meeting, all the work in Dawn City is in full swing, as if the accelerator has been turned on. The School of Mechanical Engineering, including students and teachers, has a total of 1,500 people. They were divided into two groups, 500 of whom followed Xiao Su to do infrastructure construction, and 1,000 followed Dean Su to do military research and development. Infrastructure work is the fastest to complete among all the work. The new water purifier of the water purification plant and the new generator of the power plant were improved and developed by 500 mechanical experts, who worked non-stop for half a month. This batch of machines no longer uses bismuth crystal source energy, but a new energy source energy. The source energy extracted by the energy factory has increased from the initial 10 L per day to the current 100 L per day, which is more than enough to supply the daily food, clothing, housing and transportation of the residents of a small city of 1 million people. The energy cards were independently produced by the first batch of students brought out by Sia Shiaan, the dean of the Card Academy. The cards produced by 100 students in one day can just cover the water and electricity consumption of the entire city. Of course, it is a waste of time and energy to make primary cards manually. Especially this group of students, all of whom are above level 5 in source power, is a waste of their talents. So, in the past half-month, Shaolu has been leading the team to research and produce machines that can replace manual production of primary cards. As long as the machine is developed and mass production is carried out, there is no need to worry about the supply of energy cards. The day when the hydropower plant officially started operation, Sia Shiaan was invited to cut the ribbon and give a speech. This time, in front of the hydropower plant, the huge square that can accommodate 100,000 people is bustling with people. Everyone looked at the direction of the rostrum in front of them excitedly and discussed the water and electricity bills. 3 days ago, the government issued a red-headed document to inform all residents. Today, the whole city is officially connected to water and electricity. Water and electricity are no longer supplied for 2 hours a day as before, but will be supplied 24 hours a day. The price of water and electricity has also been reduced by 100 times. The electricity fee has changed from 100 union coins per kilowatt-hour to 1 union coin per kilowatt-hour. The water fee has changed from 500 union coins per ton to 5 union coins per ton. Water and electricity, which used to be a luxury that only the rich in the city could use, have become available to ordinary people. I think our Star Lord is pretty good. Who said that she would be a tyrant and levy heavy taxes after she came to power? I think they are blind. Yes, they also said that the Star Lord bullies men and women and does all kinds of evil. I clearly saw the Star Lord helping an old lady cross the road the day before yesterday. After the Star Lord came, our lives have become better and better. My husband and I have made 5,000 yuan by picking up ore. But recently, the ore has become less and less, and it is difficult to pick up. I heard that the price of water and electricity was also determined by the Star Lord and other leaders, who demanded that the price must be set at a price that all ordinary people can afford. Finally, such a cheap price was set. So what you hear is false, and what you see is true. Now we have seen what kind of person the Star Lord is. I don't believe what others say about her. Among those who spoke, there were 2 people from the propaganda department who led the topic. They are establishing a noble image of Sia Shiaan as kind, selfless, and loving the people like her own children. Sia Shiaan, the Star Master, just found a place in the crowd and hid there, saying that she came from the people and went to the people and heard their conversation. She looked at the 2 familiar people and couldn't help but want to give them a thumbs up. In just 2 months, she has changed her reputation and image a lot. Not bad, not bad. She works very hard. She is leisurely and at ease, mixing with the people to listen to gossip. Shaolu and others are sending people to look for her everywhere, and they are going crazy. Chapter 28. She didn't bring her laptop, so no one could contact her. No one saw her, and no one knew where she went. Sia Shiaan liked this atmosphere of gossip. For example, who made how much money, who picked up something good in the field, whose house was built, etc. It was full of life, and made her, the Star Master, feel very accomplished. Until she felt someone tug at the corner of her clothes. It's over. No one will find her. She subconsciously lowered her head, pushed down the brim of her hat, covering most of her face, and wanted to run. But the next moment, her wrist was grabbed by someone. The man's slightly cool fingers felt like jade, a warm and cool feeling. She turned her head and met his narrow, beautiful, but distant and indifferent eyes. Shaolu, do you have something to do with me? The breath on his body was too bland. Ever since she met him, he always looked so cold and indifferent, as if nothing could make him emotional. Shaolu nodded and lip-read. The teacher is looking for you. Okay, I'll be there right away. Sia Shiaan walked away. Shaolu followed her. This place is in the middle of the square. Sia Shiaan came early. When she came, it was still a little empty, with not many people. But now, it was full of people, and all you could see were black heads, and it was already crowded. Shaolu looked a little bad, and his breathing was a little rapid. He wrote in her palm, "You go first." Sia Shiaan looked over. His cheeks were abnormally flushed, and against his pale and sickly face, it was very suspicious that he would faint in this stuffy environment in the next second. How could she leave first and leave him here? She pulled him forward and said as she walked, "Please make way, my boyfriend has heat stroke. Let's go out." Anyway. No matter what she said. Shaolu couldn't hear it, but there were too many people. It was too noisy around. Even if the people next to him noticed and heard it, and made a little space, it would not work. Sia Shiaan held Shaolu's wrist, and could clearly feel that his heartbeat was getting faster and faster and more chaotic. She knew that if she didn't go out, he would definitely faint here, and shouted, "Please make way, my husband is sick. He is a student of the military academy, and the favorite student of Principal Shaolu. If he gets into trouble, I will go to the Star Lord to complain." The people around him didn't react when they heard what was said in front. Until they heard the Star Lord, they instantly became as quiet as a chicken. Then, one by one, they quickly squeezed out a way for her. When Sia Shiaan led Shaolu out smoothly, she didn't know whether she should be happy or sympathize with herself. She, the Star Lord, is really notorious, but I don't know who is sharp-eyed. When she was about to leave with people, suddenly shouted, "She is the Star Lord Sia Shiaan." Fuck, Sia Shiaan was exposed, and she refused to admit it. "I am not, don't talk nonsense, you have recognized the wrong person." After that, she took Shaolu and ran away. The posture of running away was quite embarrassing after being exposed on the spot. In the quiet crowd, I don't know who covered his mouth and laughed. Someone asked, "Is she really the Star Lord?" Someone said with certainty, "I came from the central city and followed her all the way. I can guarantee with my personality that she is definitely the Star Lord." The person in the propaganda department also seized the opportunity and said, "How can the Star Lord be so cute?" She just said that she would complain to the Star Lord. Is she complaining to herself? The second person in the propaganda department followed up and sang a double act, but she is still arrogant and unreasonable. She used the Star Lord to scare people. It's too much. The third person in the propaganda department said, "Didn't you see who was with her? That's the genius mechanic of our military academy. The mechas that the mecha unit uses to protect us are all made by him. He has a chronic disease and is in poor health. I saw that his face was very scary just now. He must have been ill. If he really gets into trouble here, it will be a loss for our entire planet." The Star Lord just said that because he was afraid that something would happen to him. It was a helpless move. In a short while, everyone in the square knew what she had just done. In order to take the genius mechanic, who had a relapse of his old illness out, she used the identity of the Star Lord to scare people. After being recognized, she still refused to admit her identity. Although it was wrong for her to scare people, she could be forgiven for trying to save people. Maybe it was because they had heard too many bad things about the Star Lord, such as being extremely vicious, bullying, cruel, and vicious, which led to their very low expectations of the Star Lord. At this moment, she did not beat or scold them, or kill them. Instead, she just scared them, which actually made them feel a little better about her. Even when she ran away, and tried her best to deny that she was the Star Lord, she felt that she was a little inexplicably cute. Sia Shiaan didn't know what others thought, but she finally brought Shaolu, the sick beauty, back to the backstage safely. She quickly took out a bottle of nutrient solution and gave it to him. "Drink it quickly." Shaolu was being led by her to run, and he ran a little anxiously. He took the nutrient solution and said, "Thank you." Sia Shiaan said, "You should take a good rest." "What's going on with Lao Xiao and the others? Why did they ask you to call me? Can't you change someone else? Although it's only around 8 in the morning and the temperature has only risen to around 40 degrees, he is not in good health and can't stand it." Shaolu looked at her complaints and said, "Others are looking for her too. It's just that he found her first." Sia Shiaan thought to herself, "What's the matter? Why is she so anxious to find me? The ribbon cutting and speech are at 9 o'clock, and there is still an hour," but she didn't wait to ask Shaolu. Song Jiming came over. "Star Master, you are finally back." Sia Shiaan asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Song Jiming, "Let's go to the office to talk." Sia Shiaan nodded, and reminded Shaolu, "You should have a good rest, drink the nutrient solution, and don't run around. It's too hot outside, and your body can't stand it." Shaolu nodded, looked at her back as she left, and spread his hands again, looking at his palms. The wet sweat had not dried yet, and it seemed that there was still the residual warmth of her palms. Sia Shiaan followed Song Jiming into the office, and met Shaolu and Dean Su's two pairs of questioning and slightly angry eyes, which made her confused. What did she do to anger the heavens and the people? Why are you looking at her like this? Chapter 29. Shaolu looked at her and said through his teeth, "Your husband." Dean Su was angry and anxious. "You are the Star Master. If your words were in the ancient Earth period, it would be an imperial decree. How could you say such irresponsible words?" Sia Shiaan knew. "Listen to me. Don't quibble. Alu is not married yet. You just said that. So many people heard it. Tell me, which girl dares to marry him in the future?" Shaolu was really angry. It's not long since she was let out, and she made such a big thing. Okay. It won't be long before the residents of the entire Dawn City will know that Alu is her boyfriend and her husband. Dean Su was worried again and sighed deeply. Sia Shiaan said, "I didn't admit that I am the Star Lord. As long as I don't admit it, I am not me. Let them say whatever they want. In the future, when Shaolu finds someone he likes, I will decide on their marriage, okay? I will never let him down. You really don't have that kind of thought for Alu." Shaolu didn't believe her. She didn't have any thoughts at all. In front of so many people, she called him boyfriend and husband. "Do you want to hear the truth?" Sia Shiaan asked. Shaolu and Dean Su secretly grinded their teeth. Sia Shiaan said, "To be honest, everyone loves beauty. I like his face. If you think I have ruined his reputation and want me to be responsible for him, it's not impossible. He is so handsome that it's pleasing to the eye just to keep him around. She can drink several bottles of nutrient solution that doesn't taste good." Shaolu and Dean Su said in unison, "No. The attitude is very firm. Let her take responsibility. Isn't that a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? In fact, they are either worried that no one likes Alu, or they are worried that gossip will spread. Girls who like Alu are afraid of the big devil, Star Lord, and dare not contact him or confess to him." Sia Shiaan is not going to continue this topic, and asked, "You are so anxious to find me. What's the matter?" Song Jiming turned on the light brain. "Star Lord, the Lord of St. Mao City Gichio sent a letter for help. Should we go to rescue?" Sia Shiaan glanced at the content of the letter and sneered. "The 88 City Alliance is very arrogant. Do you think I am dead?" When they threatened and lured those cities that were still wavering to choose between the two, she could turn a blind eye. The lords of the 30 cities, including St. Mao City, have publicly made speeches to the world. The cities they represent will always follow, and be loyal to the Star Lord, and accept the rule and jurisdiction of the central government. Now, the 88 City Alliance is actually going to send troops to attack St. Mao City. This is not an attack on St. Mar City. This is clearly a slap in the face of Sia Shiaan. Song Jiming suppressed his anger and said, "Zhong Cheng and his men have such a vicious plan. If we don't send troops to rescue, all the cities that stand with us will be disappointed, and they may turn to the 88 City Alliance. If we help them, if we lose, it will still make people think about whether it is worth it to follow the central government, and whether the central government can protect them." Shaolu said, "Our mecha troops have cards to provide energy, so we don't have to worry about energy problems when fighting. The Sky Dome force has expanded to 20,000 people, and the one with the shortest enlistment time has been training for half a month. The enemy does not know the real situation on our side, which is our advantage, and we can win by surprise." Dean Su also said, "The latest batch of mechas we made have remade the energy power system used by the cards. The control system of the mecha is connected to the brain nerves of the individual soldiers, and the fit is also higher, and the combat power is increased by about 20%. So far, we have made 50 new mechas, which can all be put into use. Even if the enemy has mechas, they are the same as Locke's mecha troops. The performance of the mechas is not good, and the combat power they exert is less than 1% of ours. The words of the three of them can be summed up in one word: do it." Sia Shiaan finally made the decision: send troops, rescue must rescue. The tiger doesn't show its power. They really treat her as a sick cat. The other three also agreed. The four-person high-level meeting finally decided. Sia Shiaan, as the main commander, led 100 mecha soldiers and 2,000 soldiers of the Sky Force to rescue. Why her? She has strong military power. In addition, the Star Lord personally led people to rescue, so that she could establish her new image and personality more quickly. The rescue must go, and the battle must be fought. The ribbon cutting and speech cannot be delayed. In order to prove to the public that the person before was not her, Sia Shiaan changed her clothes, changed her hairstyle, and put an 8 centimeter height increasing pad in her shoes. Sure enough, after the show, some people began to doubt that the person who said he was not the Star-Lord before was really not the Star-Lord. That person was not as tall as the Star-Lord. As for whether he is the Star-Lord or not, it is not that important. That person did not do anything to hurt others. It was not a big deal. It was just some gossip after dinner. It was just that when I think of it, I might mention it and discuss it together. The real welfare and benefits fall on my head, which is the most important. After the Star-Lord Sia Shiaan announced the official access to water and electricity, everyone could not wait to go home after the ceremony. This is the first batch of people who enjoy the benefits. They are mainly residents living in the original buildings of Liming City. There are Aboriginal residents of Liming City, and people who rent government low-rent housing. The second batch will be in the new city. The new city is still under construction. The government will build it uniformly. There will be 20 communities in the first phase. Each community can accommodate 30,000 people, and a total of 600,000 people can live there. Water and electricity will be arranged uniformly. After these houses are built, they will be sold to residents with formal household registration in Liming City in the form of down payment loans. The price is also very low. As long as they work hard, it is more than enough to provide housing. After the water and electricity are connected in the urban area, people living outside the city work hard every day to save money, hoping that the new city's community will be completed, and they will buy a house of their own, full of hope for the future. Sia Shiaan set out with the troops that night. Song Jiming stayed at the base camp. She specifically asked for the Deputy Captain Quincy, Sui Guanqing, Chi Xiaohua, and the 10-man mechanical maintenance team headed by Yin Shu. Quincy is the commander of the Mecha unit. Sui Guanqing is the commander of the Sky unit. Chi Xiaohua is here to gain experience and gain experience. She has a dedicated mecha and 2 hammers designed specifically for her by Shaolu. Sia Shiaan asked 20 mechas to turn on the man mode, and after letting everyone get on the mechas, she said, Quincy command, full speed ahead. She finished speaking. Want to get on the mecha? Star-Lord, wait a moment. Someone called her. Sia Shiaan looked back and saw Shaolu and Dean Su coming over, followed by Shaolu. Anyway, she didn't dare to say that she would take Shaolu with her when she went out to fight, although she really wanted to do so. Chapter 30. Shaolu was like an old father marrying off his daughter, and reluctantly handed Shaolu to her, saying, Star-Lord, we have discussed it, and also asked for Ailu's opinion. We think it is better to let him go with us, and we are more assured. He also agreed to go with us. Dean Su said, Star-Lord, we are here to ask you to take good care of Ailu. It's not that they really want him to go with them. It's just to be on the safe side, and it's best for him to go with them. War is not a joke, and the more cautious you are, the more chances of winning. Sia Shiaan solemnly promised, Don't worry, I will bring him back the same way I took him away, and I promise that he won't get hurt even a hair. Star-Lord, remember your promise. After Shaolu finished speaking, he looked at Yin Shu who had just come over and said, Take your junior to the mecha. Yin Shu nodded slightly, and quickly took the man away. Sia Shiaan also told her, Take good care of him. Shaolu and Dean Su, like parents sending their children to the battlefield, carefully told her to be careful and pay attention to safety before letting her go. Sia Shiaan got on the mecha. The mecha team left. Shaolu and Dean Su looked at each other, both with a worried look on their faces. This is really the first time they sent their children to the battlefield. I hope they can all return safely. The mecha turned on the man mode, and the speed was not very fast, just a little faster than a car, and could reach 500 kilometers per hour. Sia Shiaan liked to stay with the people in the mechanical team and read the various confidential information stored in their chips. She didn't talk much and her presence was very low. The people in the mechanical team were also used to her being there. After they boarded the mecha, they were making an aircraft that could survey and map the terrain and provide positioning and navigation. It was actually a simplified version of a satellite. The central city actually has its own satellite monitoring and navigation system, but when the Star Beasts massacred the city, the ground control base station was destroyed, and the new control link system is still being rebuilt. Sia Shiaan was reading the information and saw the introduction of the Alliance mecha. She quietly moved to Shaolu's side and poked his shoulder with her finger. When he turned his head to look at her, she asked very seriously, Can the Alliance's advanced combat mecha really reach the 3rd cosmic speed when the flight mode is turned on, and travel between stars like a starship? The optical brain in front of Shaolu connected to his brain waves and automatically converted his brain waves into text, which was displayed on the light screen. The most advanced mecha of the Alliance can reach the 4th cosmic speed and travel freely between galaxies. Sia Shiaan said with envy, "When can we build such a mecha?" "No, I will be satisfied if you give me a starship now. The universe is so big, I want to see it. This is Interstellar. It must be cool and exciting to travel freely in the vast universe." Shaolu continued, "Yes." Sia Shiaan also cheered them up. "Come on, I believe you can build a starship. As long as we have a starship, as long as I can take people out of the planet, there will be milk, bread, and everything. Being trapped on this garbage planet, they can only survive by picking up garbage and accumulating resources for development, which is too slow. She has enough confidence that as long as she can get out of the planet, she can bring back resources from outside continuously. Star-Lord, we will do our best." The members of the mechanical team were all excited. Building a starship and flying out of the planet is what their predecessors have been doing before, and it is their lifelong pursuit. If they can achieve it here, it will have epic-making significance for both their planet and themselves. "If you build a starship, I will take you out to play in the first batch." Sia Shiaan became more and more excited. "Star-Lord, you must keep your word." Yenshu dared to joke with her. "Star-Lord, we are serious, we remember, we are the first batch of people who can leave the planet." The rest of the mechanical team followed suit. Everyone was talking, and the atmosphere was relaxed. Only Sia Shiaan noticed it. In Shanglu's slightly lowered eyebrows, the beautiful eyes that were always indifferent had a few more complex and difficult to distinguish emotions. But that emotion was only a flash, and it could never be found again. It was also at this time. Someone knocked on the door of the mechanical team studio. "Star Master Team Leader Shaolu, can I come in?" Chishiwa's voice. Sia Shiaan said, "Come in." Chishiwa pushed the door open, holding a war hammer in one hand, and said, "Star Master, I just had another fight with Captain Quincy. I think my hammer needs to be modified. Does Team Leader Shaolu have time now? She is still young and still growing. Her figure is not too petite among women at this time, 165 centimeters tall. But the 2 war hammers, from the hammer head to the hammer handle, are all made of metal. When erected, they are taller than her, and the hammer head is bigger than her head. In comparison, the visual lethality is extremely strong." Shaolu also looked up, read her words, nodded, and asked her to bring the hammer over. Chishiwa came over with 2 war hammers with a smile, and said, "Team Leader Shaolu, thank you for your help, I will tell you what to change." Sia Shiaan also came over. These 2 war hammers were made by Chishiwa herself, and they are very handy weapons for her. One weighs 666 kilograms, and the 2 together weigh more than 1,300 kilograms. The people in the mechanical team only heard that Chishiwa asked the Star Master to let Shaolu make 2 war hammers. The war hammers are made of meteorite iron, but it is the first time to see the real thing with your own eyes. The hammer head is not very big, and the hammer handle is only as thick as her arm, which is just right for her to hold in her hand. A team member asked Yenshu curiously, "Senior, is this war hammer really 666 pounds? Yenshu nodded. "Yes, the Star-Lord said that 666 means very powerful and awesome, so the weight was set at 666. If you don't believe me, go and pick it up and see." The team member really went over. Chishiwa readily put a war hammer in his arms. The team member was almost crushed to vomit blood, and cried, "Lady, spare me, I can't lift it, don't give it to me, don't give it to me, I'm going to be crushed to death." The weight of this hammer is really 666 pounds. He believed it. The girl in front of him is indeed born with supernatural power. Seeing her holding the war hammer, it was as light as holding 2 balls of cotton. When it was his turn, he felt the weight firsthand. "It's okay, I'm holding it, I won't crush you," Chishiwa said. The team members gave her a thumbs up and asked, "Does this war hammer have a name?" Chishiwa said proudly, "Yes, it was given by the Star-Lord, and it's called the Purple Gold Sky-Shaking Hammer." "What a good name. The Star-Lord is also very powerful." The team members flattered her and continued to sigh, "I think your hammer can penetrate other starships with one blow." Chishiwa liked people praising her, and laughed even more happily. "We have to wait until we encounter the enemy's starship, and see if I can penetrate it with one blow." She was just talking casually. Everyone just listened casually. No one expected they would really encounter a starship. When they arrived at their destination, St. Mars City. Chapter 31. On the huge starship that covered the sky above, countless garbage was dumped down. From the sky thousands of meters above, the garbage fell to the residential area on the ground like a meteorite. The garbage fell on the house, making a rumbling sound like an explosion. Some people did not have time to escape from the house, and the house was directly crushed by the garbage, and they were crushed to death inside. Those who escaped, but were unlucky, were hit by the garbage falling from the sky, hitting their bodies and heads, and their flesh and blood were blurred. The entire residential area was in chaos in an instant. The elderly, children, men, and women were all scrambling to escape. Shouts, curses, and shrill and desperate screams resounded through the sky. Sia Shiaan and the others were not far away, watching the scene in front of them. A few seconds ago, this place was still peaceful. But in the blink of an eye, it turned into a purgatory on earth. Quincy was so angry that his chest rose and fell violently. He volunteered, "Star-Lord, they are too much. Let me take people over and shoot down this starship." This kind of thing happens frequently on their planet. Starships that transport garbage on other planets are mostly driven by artificial intelligence. But sometimes, there are people inside. Of course, these people can't be called people at all, they are all demons. They will specifically throw garbage into residential areas, then look down on them from a high place. Watch them run for their lives, watch them struggle, watch them be smashed into a bloody mess by garbage, and have fun with it. Sia Shiaan looked up, squinting slightly, and looked at the starship in the sky. She saw it. The door of the starship was open, and a deck extended out. There were many people standing on the deck. They looked down at the people running away on the ground. They pointed at them and laughed loudly, as if they were watching a group of ants performing a doomsday escape for them. Fuck. Shaolu also cursed with red eyes, and said angrily, "Star-Lord, I want to go to war. I want to smash the heads of those beasts one by one." She finished. She didn't even wait for Sia Shiaan's consent. The people rushed out like arrows from a string. Sia Shiaan saw her rushing out, with murderous intent in her eyes, and ordered, "Sui Guanxing, you take Yin Shu and follow Shaolu. Remember, keep their lives. Smashed, it's a bargain for them. These beasts, can't let them die so easily." On the deck of the starship, high above, looking down at the group of ants on the ground. They toasted to each other and drank red wine, just like watching a drama performance. The atmosphere was relaxed and happy, and no one took human life seriously. Starships transporting garbage from other planets also provide special services to some special groups of people. For example, now, this group of people is a group of people with the same interests. They have been suppressing their emotions for a long time, so they need to vent some negative emotions. But killing games are barbaric and illegal on their planet. They will choose to take the starship transporting garbage to this garbage planet that is beyond the reach of the Alliance law. They will randomly designate a place and turn themselves into a high and mighty god. God said that human beings are deeply sinful and need to be destroyed. So, the garbage is dumped down, and the bottom becomes a purgatory on earth. They tasted delicious wine, ate delicious food, and looked at the people on the ground, who were like ants, desperate, angry, struggling, and dying. This kind of pleasure and joy was the ultimate enjoyment that no other game could bring them. Ors, look at that man, so miserable, both legs were broken, but he was still crawling forward, like a dog, ha ha ha. The child in the woman's arms had been smashed to death, and turned into a pool of meat paste. She still desperately protected it in her arms. Is this motherly love? It's really disgusting. That man is so miserable. If he had abandoned his mother and escaped by himself, he might have escaped now, but now, he was smashed to death. They were watching. They were discussing. They were laughing wantonly. A beautiful woman, dressed in luxurious clothes, finally found Sia Shiaan and the others. She pointed in their direction and said, "Who are those people? They are standing there and are such an eyesore. Jean, adjust the direction of the starship and throw the garbage in cabin 3 on their heads. The cabin 3 is full of heavily polluted metal garbage. If you throw it down, it will instantly smash them into pulp." "Yes, dear master." The artificial intelligence Jean replied. It just finished speaking. On the joyful and peaceful deck. Suddenly, there was an angry voice. "Turn around, you little garbage." On the deck, the gorgeously dressed people looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a red mecha that appeared on the deck at some point. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Someone shook his head. "Impossible." Someone murmured, "How can there be mechas on the garbage planet? What's wrong with having mechas on the garbage planet? There's still your mother on the garbage planet." Shaolu didn't like fighting with mechas. After she jumped off the mecha, she rushed towards them with 2 war hammers. "Your mother is not dead yet, and you little bastards dare to disobey, and want to kill your mother. It's so chilling. The group of people watched her rush over. Someone shouted angrily, "Jean, kill her, kill her!" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. It came from the deck and the starship at the same time. The person who was speaking was smashed into a thin piece by the hammerhead, and blood oozed out from the gap between the deck and the hammerhead. The main control system in the starship was also blown into pieces. Sui Guanqing's voice rang out. "Qi Xiaohua, the Star Master said not to kill them, leave them alive. There are still mecha soldiers in the starship, come and kill them first." Qi Xiaohua licked her lips and glanced at the people on the deck with a wicked smile. She picked up the war hammer, and with a bang, she smashed the cabin of the starship and crashed into the starship. The people on the deck instantly looked ashen and shouted desperately, "Jean, Jean, Jean." But the artificial intelligence had been destroyed by Yen Shu and would never answer them again. Yen Shu had found the backup manual control system of the starship at this time and stopped the garbage from dumping down. In the starship, the rumbling sound of braking was endless, and her heart was bleeding when she heard it. She ran and shouted, "Qi Xiaohua, Commander Sui, be careful when you fight, don't destroy the starship. If nothing unexpected happens, this starship will be their trophy. It is their trophy, it is their stuff. You have to take good care of your own things." What a pity. Sui Guanqing listened to her and restrained himself a little when fighting. Qi Xiaohua was so excited that she didn't hear her words. She held 2 war hammers and smashed them hard. She smashed the soldiers in the mecha out of the mecha, dragged them out, and smashed them to death, and smashed the starship into pieces. The sound of fighting. The desperate begging and cursing of the enemy's mecha soldiers before they died. The group of people on the deck outside who regarded themselves as superior were trembling. They didn't know what fate was waiting for them, nor did they know who the person who suddenly appeared was. Chapter 32. There was a lively fight on the starship in the sky. This route for transporting garbage has never had any accidents in the past hundreds of years. Therefore, even if there are customers who order this kind of killing game, there are only 2 mecha soldiers responsible for security. This time there are 5 mecha soldiers because there are 2 distinguished guests who brought 3 mecha soldiers to protect them. Sui Guanqing and Qi Xiaohua. But no matter what distinguished guests they are, when they were below, they were already furious when they saw them doing evil, and they wanted to tear the starship apart. At this moment, they opened fire at full power and killed everyone with an absolute crushing advantage. Residential area on the ground. The chaos continued. However, some people have discovered that the garbage thrown from the sky that could take their lives suddenly stopped falling down. However, no one had time to think about it, let alone stop running for their lives. The starship hanging in the air was like a knife hanging over one's head, and it was unknown when it would fall. People who were seriously injured and unable to escape. People who were trapped under the ruins, covered in blood, dying, wailing in pain. They begged the people who ran past them to take them with them. But when life and death were at stake, there were not so many good people who could put life and death aside and help others selflessly. It was too late for them to escape, so who could care about who else? Just as they closed their eyes in despair and waited for death to come, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of them. The leader was a very beautiful and very young girl. She was wearing a silver battle armor, looking heroic and giving people a strong aura of being inviolable. Sia Shiaan rushed into the disaster area with people the next moment after the garbage was stopped from being dumped. What came into view were broken walls, corpses everywhere, and devastation. She tried to suppress the urge to tear those who took human lives as a game into pieces, and said calmly, "We are the reinforcements sent by the central government, we are here to save you. The starship in the sky has been controlled by our people, and will not throw garbage down anymore. You will not be hurt again, don't be afraid, don't panic, don't be chaotic, pay attention to order, and avoid a second stampede." Her voice, like magic, had magical penetrating power, and was clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone present. Those who were still alive, trapped in the ruins and unable to move, and desperately waiting to die opened their eyes. Those who were not injured or those who were slightly injured and were running for their lives stopped hesitantly. They looked up. They saw the sunlight. The female general in silver armor was as majestic as a god of war descending to the earth. She told them, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Miraculously, the deepest fear and haze in everyone's heart seemed to be dispelled at this moment with her arrival. Sia Shiaan's voice was loud and contagious. "As you can see, there are too many injured people. Too many people are buried in the ruins. We don't have enough manpower. I implore those who are present, who are not injured and have strength, to join us in the rescue." "General, I am willing to join." I don't know who spoke first, but ran towards them with his hands raised. "General, there's me too." "General, me?" "Me." More and more residents, who were not injured or only slightly injured, took the initiative to step forward and join the rescue team. Sia Shiaan first asked 2,000 Sky Dome troops to start the rescue work in teams of 10. Then, the rescuers who came one after another were organized into a team of 10 people, and 10 teams formed a brigade, led by a single soldier from a mecha unit. During the rescue process, their team encountered places that could not be dug by manpower, and they could ask their captain for help in time. The rescue work was proceeding in an orderly manner. When Quincy led the team to leave, he took a deep look at Sia Shiaan, who was still arranging the rescue work, with tears in his eyes. The Star Master is really sensible and grown up. The old Star Master will be very relieved to see it. The rescuers have been arranged and left. Sia Shiaan arranged some of the lightly injured personnel to do logistics work and let them build temporary resettlement sites. Those who knew medical first aid were divided into 20 teams, each with 5 people, to carry out emergency rescue work. She watched the medical first aid teams rush to various places in the disaster area and said to Shaolu, "There are really too few special talents. I think we need to build another medical school in Liming City." She was just sighing. She didn't plan to ask anyone for answers or approval. Shaolu looked at her, and a line of words appeared on the light brain. Senior Sister Yin Shu said that there are 2 medical cabins in the starship. Sia Shiaan nodded, but her eyes looked at a certain place in the ruins, and said, "Then let them fight quickly and bring the medical cabin down quickly." After saying that, she ran to the opposite side. There were 2 women there, digging the soil of the ruins with their bare hands. Shaolu and the mechanical team members were not assigned rescue tasks by her, so they took the initiative to form a team with her and quickly followed her footsteps. Sia Shiaan went all the way, and wherever she passed, there were broken limbs, blood clots, and flesh lumps on the ground. The blood soaked the ground, and it was slippery when she stepped on it. It's not that she hasn't experienced wars, and it's not that she hasn't seen such a purgatory like seen on Earth. But there has never been a time like now, when she wanted to tear the bastards on the starship apart with her own hands. War is war, and war will have sacrifices and deaths. But it's not now. This is a pure man-made disaster. It's a group of twisted and perverted humans who sacrifice innocent lives for them in order to vent the darkest and evil human nature in their hearts. They all deserve to die. They should be torn into pieces and cut into pieces. The destination will soon be reached. 2 women who were digging the ruins stopped what they were doing when they saw her coming. One of them said timidly, "General, she said she heard a child crying downstairs." The other said, "General, I really heard it just now." Sia Shiaan said, "I heard it too. You stand aside, we will do it." The 2 women showed obvious surprise in their eyes, helped each other up, stepped aside, and said, thank you, General." Sia Shiaan walked over and called the 3 team members who followed, saying, "You go over there. I will count 1, 2, 3, and we will lift this metal plate together." The metal plate on top was thrown down from the starship, and it was also the culprit that collapsed the house. It looked like a door panel. Several people nodded. Sia Shiaan counted 1, 2, 3. Several people worked together. The metal plate was easily lifted up, moved to the side and put down. After the metal plate was moved away, the 3 people pressed down were exposed. The 3 of them knelt on the ground, hugged each other's waists, bent over, and put their heads together. In an almost pious posture, they used their bodies to build an indestructible small space. There was a faint cry coming from the space they built, weak, like a newborn kitten. Chapter 33. It's really a child. Hearing the crying, the woman who insisted on coming to dig was so excited that her eyes were red. "It's still alive," another woman also said with surprise. When Shaolu and the others came, Sia Shiaan had already led the other members of the mechanical team to separate the 3 adults, who were hugging each other. She took out the child who was still in the swaddling clothes, and asked the team members to put the bodies of the adults away. 3 adults died. A young man, a young woman, and a middle-aged man with gray hair. They should be the child's parents and grandfather. The mechanical team looked at the scene in front of them, and wanted to cut the culprits on the starship into pieces. A good family. Because of those beasts, who didn't take their lives seriously, they were separated forever. The little guy in Sia Shiaan's arms burst into tears, and his cry was so loud, not as weak as the kitten just now. She had never coaxed a child before, and was a little flustered for a while, subconsciously looking for help. "Shaolu, he is crying. Why is he crying? What should I do now?" Shaolu had never taken care of a child before, and his words appeared on his brain. He might be hungry. The mechanical team was also students, and they had not grown up yet. Who had taken care of a child agreed with Shaolu's opinion and said, "Get him some nutrient solution and see." The two women next to them were so anxious that they were about to cry. One of the women bravely said, "General, he is not hungry. You are holding the baby in the wrong posture. If you trust him, just give him to me. I will help you take care of him." Sia Shiaan was at a loss as the little guy cried. She was so eager to have someone help look after the child that she quickly handed the child over and said, "Then you can help look after him first and go to the resettlement point over there to register. We will continue the search and rescue." "Yes, General." When the two women looked at her again, their eyes were already full of admiration and respect. They listened to her and carried the child to the resettlement point in the open space. The search and rescue work is in progress in the entire disaster area. Because of the participation of mecha soldiers, the difficult search and rescue has become much simpler. Things that cannot be lifted by human power can be easily lifted by mechas, allowing many people who were buried very deep and had no chance of rescue to be reborn. When Shaolu and Sui Guanqing came down from the starship, Sia Shiaan and his team had just rescued another wounded person buried in the ruins. Shaolu jumped out of the mecha and said, "Star-Lord, I have tied up all those bastards on the deck. How should I deal with them in my mecha?" Sia Shiaan said, "Lock them up first. Their lives should be left to those who have been hurt by them." Shaolu was her #1 fan and never questioned her words. She said, "Then lock them up first." "Star-Lord, what should I do now?" Sia Shiaan said, "You can join the search and rescue. There are still not enough people." Shaolu nodded and joined the search and rescue work. Sui Guanqing waited for her to leave before saying, "Star-Lord, Deputy Team Leader Yan Shu needs Team Leader Shang to take people to the starship to repair the starship's energy system and master control system. Otherwise, the starship cannot land, and the encryption system of the medical cabin must be cracked." Sia Shiaan said, "Then take them up." Sui Guanqing said again, "Star-Lord, Deputy Team Leader Yan Shu said that next time we fight, please restrain Shaolu and let her be more restrained and not so violent." Sia Shiaan said, "Tell her I know." Sui Guanqing took Shaolu and his mechanical team, turned on the mecha flight mode, and sent them to the starship. Sia Shiaan continued to participate in the search and rescue work with others. In the entire disaster area, her figure was very active. Like a mecha soldier, she was responsible for solving difficulties. In addition, she was wearing a handsome silver armor, so it was hard not to attract people's attention. People in the disaster area soon knew that the female general in silver armor was very powerful. First of all, she had the ability to easily solve the problems that the mecha warriors could not solve. The search and rescue work lasted about half an hour. Dichio, the mayor of St. Mal City, came with 5,000 soldiers that could be mobilized in the city. From a distance, you can see the mechas busy in the disaster area, and the starship hovering in the air. "City Lord, what's going on?" The general who followed him looked at the scene in shock. When Dichio went to the central city for a meeting, he saw the mechas of the mecha troops. His eyes were a little moist as he said, "The troops from the central city are here. They are here to help us." He received news of the incident in the 5th district, and was leading his soldiers to fight a group of rebels attacking the South City Gate. He ordered his generals to guard the city gate and bring people to rescue them quickly. He thought he would see a mountain of garbage rising from the ground, just like other places that have experienced such man-made disasters. Garbage rained down like a torrential rain, and no one had a chance to escape. Everyone would be crushed under the garbage, die in endless anger and despair, and become part of the garbage mountain. But now, the starship no longer throws garbage down. The residential area was destroyed by garbage, but it was not buried by garbage, and many people were still alive. Compared with other places that have encountered the same situation, this is really a miracle. The general still couldn't believe it and looked in the sky. "City Lord, did they force the starship to stop? Have they controlled the starship?" Dichio nodded. Although he didn't know how they did it, the starship in the sky did stop. He strode forward and said, "Let's go help." He brought people, and soon arrived at the resettlement area. Quincy saw him a long time ago, and was waiting for him in the resettlement area. When he saw him coming, he greeted him and asked the people he brought to participate in the search and rescue work. Dichio said gratefully, "Captain Quincy, thank you so much this time. If you hadn't come in time, more than 100,000 civilians in our 5th district would have died in vain." Quincy said, "If City Lord Dichio wants to thank you, thank our Star Lord. We are just following the Star Lord's orders. This matter really needs to be thanked to the Star Lord." If it weren't for the Star-Lord's new energy card, their mechas would not be able to be transformed and upgraded. If they couldn't upgrade the short-term flight mode, they would not be able to fly to the starship and control the starship. Dichio was surprised. The Star-Lord personally led the team here? He had seen the new Star-Lord Sia Shiaan, who was indeed a willful person who did whatever she wanted. It can almost be said that she was useless. Will she really bring people here and lead this rescue work? Quincy nodded. Yes, I will take you to see the Star-Lord now. When Dichio saw Sia Shiaan, she was holding an arrow, and the sharp silver arrowhead suddenly inserted into a 1-meter thick metal plate. The metal plate cracked instantly, breaking into grains of sand at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sand did not fall vertically. Instead, it strangely fell to a place 2 meters away from this place, piling up a small sand dune. Star-Lord. Quincy looked at her and said, I brought City Lord Dichio. Okay. Sia Shiaan clapped her hands and turned back. Dichio saw that she was covered in dust and her silver armor was scratched. She was completely different from the girl he had seen before, who was so high and mighty, and even her hair was exquisite and perfect. Chapter 34. Star-Lord. He bowed slightly and said respectfully, City Lord Dichio, no need to be polite. Sia Shiaan raised her hand towards him and said directly, We are new here, we are unfamiliar with the place, and we don't bring enough things. At present, medical staff and medical supplies are in short supply. Please ask the City Lord to mobilize them. Dichio was quite surprised when he heard her words, and said, Star-Lord, I have asked people to notify the medical staff in the city to come, and medical supplies will be in place soon. Maybe it was because of the sacrifice of the old Star-Lord. This former eldest lady has really changed a lot. If it were before, she would not care about the lives of ordinary people. Sia Shiaan nodded and said, Okay, then the logistics work will be handed over to you. She finished. Another place called her over to help. She said to the light brain, Okay, got it, I'll go right over. Dichio looked at her hurriedly disappearing back, and said with emotion, Deputy Captain Quincy, the Star-Lord has really changed a lot. Quincy asked with interest, Then City Lord Dichio thinks that the Star-Lord has become better or worse? Dichio felt that he was joking with him, and pretended to be angry and said, What do you think? Of course she has become better. If she can continue like this, there is still hope for the future of our planet. Quincy said affirmatively, The Star-Lord will not become the same as before. The death of the old Star-Lord awakened her. She is really good now, and she will definitely lead us to a new path. The Star-Lord said that with new energy, they have new energy. The Star-Lord said that it can purify the pollution of the planet, and their experimental fields in Dawn City have grown food crops. The Star-Lord said that they would break out of Star 520, look for resources, learn advanced technology, and come back to build their planet. Their planet will definitely get better and better. Dichio said, When did you become his brainless fan? I'm not a brainless fan, I'm a rational fan. Quincy smiled and pointed at Chi Xiaohua not far away. She is. The Star-Lord of Dawn City boasted the first person. Dichio looked over, and saw that the skinny little girl lifted a 1,000-pound stone with her bare hands. She was so shocked that her eyes fell to the ground. Who are you all who came here this time? The mecha warriors don't have as much strength as her. And just now, the Star-Lord held an arrow in his hand, and shattered a metal plate into powder. What advanced weapon did he use? City Lord, let's go to work. Quincy said, and walked away, turning back to him and saying, You will know what you should know sooner or later. Dichio also knew that it was not a good time to ask these questions, and saving people was the most important thing. Manpower from all parties was involved in the search and rescue. The search and rescue work ended at noon. The rescue work at the resettlement point was handed over to the City Lord Dichio. Dichio walked to Sia Shiaan, handed her a nutrient solution, and asked tentatively, Star-Lord, I heard that there are 2 medical cabins in the starship. Our medical means and medical conditions are limited, and some seriously injured people cannot be treated. I wonder if we can use the medical cabin. Sia Shiaan took the nutrient solution, held her breath, and said, The medical cabin has an encryption system, which has not been sent down, so it should not have been cracked yet. I'll go up and take a look. Dichio said gratefully, Thank you, Star-Lord. This former eldest lady, now the Star-Lord, has really changed. She has become easy to talk to and approachable, which makes him feel unreal. We are all family, don't be so polite. After Sia Shiaan finished speaking, he called Quincy, borrowed his mecha, turned on the flight mode, and boarded the starship. Shaolu and his team had just cracked the encryption system of the medical cabin. Yanshu said, Star-Lord, The encryption of the medical cabin has been cracked and can be used. The encryption system of the medical cabin is connected to the main control system of the starship. So, if you want to crack the encryption of the medical cabin, you have to repair the damaged main control system first, otherwise it should have been repaired and taken down to save people. Sia Shiaan said, then I'll send it down first. Yenshu said, Star-Lord, I'll go with you. They may not know how to use it. Sia Shiaan nodded, put the medical cabin in the mecha, took Yenshu down for a trip, and after seeing the use of the medical cabin with his own eyes, he flew back to the starship. Compared to the medical cabin, the starship that can travel through the starry sky is more interesting to her. The main control system of the starship is very complicated and has not been completely repaired. Only the function of the part connected to the medical cabin has been restored. Shaolu led the team and continued the next repair work very seriously. Sia Shiaan did not disturb him, but stood next to a team member and asked, aren't there 5 mecha soldiers? Where are their mechas? I want to see. If she didn't take the initiative to mention it, wouldn't they know to let her see the spoils? The mechas of other developed planets? She really wanted to see how awesome they are. The team member covered his heart with grief and pointed at the garbage in the corner. Star-Lord, that's their mecha. Sia Shiaan looked over. What she saw was a pile of messy, pitted, and missing metal scraps. 2 of them, if you look closely, can still be distinguished as humanoid mechas. There are 3, and you can't see anything. Their heads have been pulled off, and their bodies are full of black holes, like seas. She was numb, covered her heart with grief, and spoke word by word, Qi, Shao, Hua, Sui, Guan, Xing. You are awesome. Well, she finally knew what Sui Guanxing told her, and what Yenshu meant by asking Qi Shaohua to be more restrained and not be so violent. However, how could he have the nerve to only talk about Qi Shaohua? The mecha he destroyed was much better than hers. The team member said tactfully, Star-Lord, next time we fight, let Qi Shaohua and Commander Sui hold back a little. It's hard for us to repair the mecha when it becomes like this. Anyway, they don't know. How did those 2 people hammer the other mecha into this state? If they were more violent, these 5 mechas would really be scrapped, the kind of scrap that they don't know how to repair. Sia Shiaan nodded and said, I know. She felt heartbroken. Then, she went to see the starship again, and saw that it was pierced with big holes one after another. Some places were broken like seas. Her heart hurt even more. She decided to have a good talk with Qi Shaohua and Sui Guanxing. At this time in the resettlement point, Qi Shaohua drank 10 bottles of nutrient solution in a row, wiped her mouth, and went to help distribute the nutrient solution. She was lively, easy to talk to, and saved many people. No one was afraid of her, and even felt close to her. After someone got the nutrient solution, they couldn't help but ask her, Shaohua, who is the female general who saved us in the central government. Chapter 35. Qi Shaohua looked over in disbelief and said, You don't know, that's my Star-Lord. The Star-Lord has been saving people for the whole morning. How come the people here don't know her identity yet? Someone was drinking nutrient solution, and when he heard the word Star-Lord, he almost choked to death, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Are you kidding me? No way, no way, no way. That heroic, kind and beautiful female general. It was the legendary Star-Lord Sia Shiaan who bullied people, and did all kinds of evil. What a joke. I'm not kidding. Qi Shaohua, the #1 Star-Lord, boasted, and became serious. I know that you must have heard a lot of rumors about the Star-Lord. I tell you, those who say bad things about the Star-Lord are all bastards. They have ulterior motives. They want to rebel, and those rumors are all false. You must not be fooled by them. The Star-Lord is kind-hearted, powerful, both civil and military, ambitious, and talented. More importantly, she loves the people like her own children. Really, I'm not lying to you, my Star-Lord is the best in everything. You will know after you get in touch with her. As long as the Star-Lord is mentioned. Qi Shaohua is enough, the topic can't be stopped, it can't be stopped at all. The victims listened to her loud voice, like a storyteller, and what she said was very interesting and very contagious. She told them about the Star-Lord liberating slaves. She told them about the Star-Lord beating the local tyrants and dividing the land. The Star-Lord built houses for those without houses and provided water and electricity to all residents. The Star-Lord purified the land and allowed people to grow crops. She said proudly, people in Dawn City now have water and electricity 24 hours a day. Electricity is 1 yuan per kilowatt hour, and water is 5 yuan per ton. Just tell me, have you ever used such cheap water and electricity? I'll tell you the truth, The water and electricity fees collected are not enough to cover the cost. Our Star Master subsidizes it with her own private money. The Star Master said that everyone under his rule should be able to use water and electricity, have enough food, and be able to go to school. Just tell me, is the Star Master good? Does the Star Master love the people like his own children? The victims were envious and excitedly shouted, "Yes, the Star Master is good. The Star Master loves the people like his own children." Sia Shiaan's smiling face turned into a flower, and continued, "The Star Master said that in less than 2 years, the land in our liming city will be purified. When we plant crops, we don't have to drink the unpalatable nutrient solution every day, and we can eat the food and vegetables we grow ourselves. We can also choose not to pick up waste and garbage, and we can also feed ourselves by farming." The victims envied the residents of Dawn City. Their houses were destroyed, and they were homeless, just like the slaves who were liberated in Dawn City. If they had a Star Master, would the Star Master build new houses for them, provide them with water and electricity, and give them purified land for them to farm, let alone them? Even Dichio, the city lord of St. Mal City, was excited. If all these things were decided by their Star Master, then she was really a qualified Star Master. No, she could be said to be a great Star Master who had made achievements. Then he was right to choose to follow her, and the decision of the central government. Sia Shiaan didn't know. In the eyes of the victims of St. Mal City, she had become a great Star Master who had a broad mind, was wise and brave, and loved the people like her own children. She did not go to Shaolu and Sui Guanxing to talk about the battle first. Instead, she had more important things to do, so she asked Quincy to call Dichio to her and said to him, "Lord Dichio, we have caught the culprit who threw garbage on the spacecraft and caused this disaster. I want to hand them over to the victims of the disaster. What do you think?" Dichio personally contacted her now, and listened to Sia talk about her real work. His attitude towards her has changed to a great extent. He said respectfully, "It's all up to the Star Lord to deal with." 10 minutes later. In the open space, in the middle of the resettlement site, people were tied to pillars one by one. The tied people were dressed gorgeously, and had fair and smooth skin, which was obviously different from the people on their planet, who suffered for many years, and had obviously dark and yellow skin. At first glance, they were pampered nobles. They were tied tightly, and their mouths were blocked. At this moment, they looked at Sia Shiaan standing in front of them with anger, despair, malice, or resentment. Sia Shiaan didn't care about their looks, and shouted, "All the brothers and sisters who suffered in this disaster. These people are the murderers on the starship, and they are the culprits who caused you to lose your loved ones. Now, I have tied them up here, and I will leave it to you to deal with them. You can seek revenge on them as much as you want. Let them pay with blood." She didn't say much, but her words were very contagious. When the victims around knew that the people tied up were the culprits who caused them to lose their loved ones, their homes, and almost killed them, their eyes were red with anger. Those who were high and mighty before now saw the eyes of the victims who wanted to eat them alive, and they felt horrified. "Everyone, please," Sia Shiaan said, and stepped back, leaving the scene here to the suffering victims. The suffering victims were still hesitant at the beginning, and no one took action. Until Shaolu picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at a man tied in the middle, saying angrily, "You bastard, don't you want to see our heads bloom and serve as your appetizers? I'll bloom for you first." She started. The victims who were suppressed by anger could no longer control their emotions. They roared angrily, like a black wave, drowning those people in an instant. The painful pleas, the resentful curses, and the heartbreaking screams of those people were all burned in the air by the anger of the victims, and no one heard them. Dichio looked at the scene in front of him and said with emotion, "Captain Quincy, the Star Lord is really amazing. Just this ability to grasp the main contradiction in front of her and grasp people's hearts can make all the disaster victims in the 5 districts in front of her loyal to her. No matter how others spread bad things about her, they will no longer believe it, and will only believe what they see with their own eyes, and what they have experienced personally." Quincy said with pride, "The Star Lord is amazing, but not just these. Not to mention anything else. Just talking about new energy can benefit countless people. But of course, this big secret cannot be told." Sia Shiaan ran out of the crowd, and came to the two of them. Finally, she had time to ask him, "Lord Dichio, are the enemies attacking you?" Chapter 36. Dichio said, "Thank you, Star Lord, for your concern. They said 20,000 vanguards for the first wave of exploratory attacks. They have been defeated by us for the time being, and are now retreating to a camp 20 miles away." After he finished talking about the recent situation, he told her all the intelligence he had obtained. The enemy army is not from the same city, but from the alliance army of the 5 nearby cities. One city sent out 20,000 people, a total of 100,000 people. 5 fingers have different lengths, let alone 5 different armies. It is impossible for them to have no conflicts and coordination problems when they cooperate with each other for the first time. He said, Star-Lord, I guess, after this defeat, they won't be able to reach a consensus without 3 to 5 days. 3 to 5 days is enough. Sia Shiaan nodded and continued, we brought a batch of new weapons this time, which can be equipped with 5,000 soldiers. After that, I will bring people to train your army for 2 days. You can ask someone to arrange it. Dichio's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, Thank you, Star-Lord, I will ask someone to arrange it right away. This is simply a blessing from heaven. The Star-Lord not only brought reinforcements, but also brought them weapons. The weapons in the central city must be more advanced than their own. Opposite. The culprits have been killed. Mom, did you see it? I helped you get revenge. Someone raised a piece of meat in his hand and shouted to the sky. Wife, the culprit is dead, you rest in peace. Someone held a bloody finger in his hand and cried bitterly. More and more people knelt on the ground and cried to the sky. This cry is for their tragically dead relatives and their destroyed homes. This cry is also to vent their inner emotions after killing the culprit and taking revenge with their own hands. In these cries, Shaolu pinched her nose and changed her voice. She was full of gratitude and choked and shouted, Thank you, Star-Lord, for justice for us. Thank you, Star-Lord. The victims turned around, knelt down facing Sia Shiaan, and bowed to her. Shaolu pinched her nose and continued to raise her arms and shout, Long live the Star-Lord. Everyone at the scene was infected by the emotions at the moment and shouted together, Long live the Star-Lord. The uniform and sincere voices resounded through the sky. Dichio looked at Shaolu, who was crouching in the crowd and quietly retreating, hiding his merits and fame, and sighed in his heart, worthy of being the #1 Star-Lord, this child has a future. Sia Shiaan was also very satisfied looking at Shaolu's back. As a Star Master, she really can't be without people like Shaolu who are good at flattering, always standing by her side, and are devoted to her, and willing to sacrifice their lives for her. She looked at everyone in front of her seriously, and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, I am the Star Master, and it is my responsibility to protect my people. I personally have a great responsibility for the tragedy that happened today. I can once again promise all of you, and all the people who are willing to believe in me and follow me. In the future, I will try my best to ensure the personal safety of all of you. Those bastards outside the domain want to run wild on our territory in the future and play God. They have to ask me if I agree or not, and they also have to ask themselves whether they have a life to come here, and whether they have a life to go back. Her words were very contagious. The people present, including Dichio, were moved and excited. This time, Shaolu ran away, and could not take advantage of the situation to become the Star Master. However, Dichio took the initiative to take over and shouted excitedly, Star Master, we believe in you and are willing to follow you. The City Lord spoke. The victims were even more excited. They regarded Sia Shiaan as the savior. Their eyes were red, and they shouted loudly, Star Master, we believe in you and are willing to follow you. Sia Shiaan was moved to tears. Thank you for your trust, thank you. Dichio on the side admired her even more. As a Star Master, the leader of a planet, not only should you have good intentions, care about the suffering of the people, and have love and compassion for them, but you should also have courage, skills, and a clear and rational mind. Very lucky. Now it seems that she has all these qualities that a monarch should have. When faced with the starship killing people, she was able to make a prompt decision and force the starship to stop, saving the lives of the victims. This was her courage. When faced with the people affected by the disaster, she asked people to rescue them as soon as possible and participated in it herself. This was her compassion. She saved the life of the culprit and handed him over to the people affected by the disaster to deal with and appease their emotions. This was her clear mind and clever tactic. After this set of combined punches, every one of the victims at the scene had a very high favorability towards her. This side, Sia Shiaan handed over the handling of the disaster area and the resettlement of the victims to Dichio, and asked him for other things. Lord Dichio, I hope that everyone who knows about the starship can keep it confidential. Go and communicate with the victims. This starship that transports garbage belongs to Songlong Star. Songlong Star, like them, belongs to the 9th star system. Songlong Star is a planet that was founded on military power, famous for selling arms, and famous for its bravery in the alliance. Therefore, this starship must be handled with caution. If it is not handled properly, and Songlong Star knows that it was killed by itself, the entire 520 star will be in danger. This world does not reason with you. Whoever has the stronger fist is right. Especially for their weak, pitiful and helpless planet, no one will take them seriously. Killing them is no different from dealing with the star beasts of a planet. Yes, Star Lord. Dichio responded respectfully. In fact, even if the Star Lord did not say it, no one would tell this matter. Even their enemies would not be stupid about this matter. Because they are people on the same planet, and they are defective products abandoned by the Alliance. When facing the outside world, they should stand on a united front. As long as they are not stupid, they can think that the Star Master killed people from foreign planets and robbed their starships. If the people behind the starship find out about them, they will not only take revenge on the Star Master or the capital city where the central government is located. They will destroy the entire planet and kill everyone on the planet. However, it is better to be safe than sorry. The Star Master's caution is not without reason. After Sia Shiaan dealt with all the things that needed to be dealt with, he took Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing to the starship while Dichio was busy. As for the spoils, we have to talk to them about it while it is still hot. Qi Xiaohua looked at the pile of mechas in front of her, which had long been unable to distinguish their arms and legs, and was still excited to remind her how awesome this mecha was. Star Master, the shell material of this mecha is much better than ours. I hit it with 5, 6, 7 or 8 hammers before I broke through its chest. Said. She even walked over and dug out the pierced chest from the scrap metal in front of her, pointing it out to her like a treasure. It's this hole, but after I hit it once, I found the pattern of exerting force. Next time, I can hit it through in 2 or 3 times. Sui Guanqing couldn't bear to look at her excitement, and began to mourn for himself in his heart, quietly lowering his head. Chapter 37. Sia Shiaan looked at the excited Qi Xiaohua and said, when you are fighting, you can find the enemy's weaknesses in time and summarize your experience. This is a good habit. Keep it up in the future. Qi Xiaohua said loudly, yes, Star Lord. Sia Shiaan looked at Sui Guanqing again and asked, Commander Sui, do you have anything to say? Sui Guanqing is smart, and can understand people's thoughts and expressions. He coughed softly and said, Star Lord, we are now poor and have nothing. The enemy's mechas and starships are not only important research samples for us, but also important resources. We should try our best to seize the most complete spoils of war as long as we can be sure of our victory. When we fight, we should hold back a little and should not violently dismantle the mechas, so that the mechanical group will have to spend more time to repair the mechas we destroyed. After the battle, when Deputy Team Leader Yen Shu saw the destroyed mechas and starships, he almost knelt on the ground and cried loudly, and dug a pit to bury them. Then, she pulled him and talked a lot from the bottom of her heart. As for why she didn't pull Qi Xiaohua, she didn't have the patience to listen, and even if she had the patience to listen, she might not understand the hidden meaning. Yes, that's it. Sia Shiaan looked at Qi Xiaohua and said, we are poor now. This starship and these mechas are precious resources for us. Take the starship for example. It is now damaged. Shaolu and others want to repair it, but they can't find the same quality of materials on our planet. The same goes for mechas. The materials of our mechas are incomparable to others' mechas. They are so badly damaged that even if they are repaired, their performance will be affected. Even if Qi Xiaohua was slow, after being bombarded twice in a row, she understood and said, Star Lord, it means that we can fight, but we can't destroy the spoils, right? These spoils are all ours. If they are destroyed, we have to repair them. It's not worth it to damage them. Sia Shiaan thought that she finally understood, and looked at her seriously and said, it's not that we can't destroy them, but we should save some energy on the premise that you can defeat the other party. Otherwise, if you die in the battle, it's hard to say who will be the spoils. We are poor now, and we can only be frugal in our lives. When we have everything in the future, no matter how you fight, we will build our own starships, use one or destroy one. After that, she also specifically asked Qi Xiaohua, do you understand? What should I do? Qi Xiaohua said seriously, on the premise that I can beat the enemy, try not to destroy the spoils that belong to us. She understood. In the future, when fighting, I will pay attention to the spoils. Seeing that she finally understood, Sia Shiaan nodded with relief and let them go. She ran to the maintenance room and handed Shaolu a nutrient solution, saying, replenish some energy, take a good rest before continuing. Lao Shao and Lao Su handed the baby to her, and repeatedly warned her not to tire him out, and she didn't dare to tire him out. Shaolu nodded slightly at her, took the nutrient solution and drank it, and the light screen next to him flashed words. Rest after the aircraft is completed. If it is not completed before the evening, it will arouse suspicion. Sia Shiaan asked with concern, then can you still hold on? If they want to clear the suspicion of robbing the starship and killing people, they must have a foolproof plan. If they want to make the Sonlong star, whose technology is many times more advanced than theirs, unable to find their planet, they need technological means. Shaolu led his men to build a small aircraft that can carry the positioning system on the starship, fly out of their 520 planet, and conduct space travel. A timed explosion device is installed on the aircraft, and when it flies to a place 108,000 miles away from their planet, it will explode with a bang. As for how it exploded, it may be torn into pieces by a cosmic storm or attacked by interstellar pirates. In short, they know nothing about 520 star. 520 star is innocent. Shaolu nodded. Sia Shiaan looked at his pale face and prayed in her heart that the aircraft could be built quickly. As for why they can build aircraft, but cannot build manned starships, from the hundreds of mechas in the central city, which took hundreds of years to build, you can understand. The biggest problem is that the materials are not complete and the energy is not enough. That evening, the aircraft was finally completed. Sia Shiaan watched the aircraft fly out of the atmosphere and disappear in front of her eyes, and then watched Shaolu go to rest before getting off the starship. Yin Shu and the others were in good health. It was their first time seeing a starship, and they were so excited that they didn't need to rest. After she left, they continued to repair the starship's control system. The starship was suspended in midair, consuming energy all the time, so they had to land quickly to save precious energy. The first day Sia Shiaan led the army to St. Mal City was spent in disaster relief. They seized a starship and 5 mechas, which was a great harvest. The second day, Sia Shiaan led the team to select archers in St. Mal City, who were capable of being equipped with bows and arrows. St. Mal City is a medium-sized city with a total population of 3 million and a garrison of 100,000. Because the source power level tester was still under development before they came to help, this screening still had to rely on manpower. With the full cooperation of the city Lord Dichio, the army from Liming City was divided into 1,000 groups by Sia Shiaan, who served as the preliminary examiner to screen and assess the soldiers and generals of St. Mal City. Then, there will be a review and final review. The advantage of having a large number of people and absolute obedience to orders is that the operation speed is extremely fast. In just half a day, the best of the best were selected and 5,000 soldiers were selected to form a new archery unit. According to the division standards of the Alliance, a 5,000-man army is a small legion. Sia Shiaan divided this legion into 5 guards, each with 1,000 people. The new guards need to be trained. The guard captains of the training camp are Quincy, Sui Guanxing, Qi Xiaohua, Rong Ji, and Sun Liang. Rong Ji is the squad leader of a 10-man mecha squad. He is an old soldier and can condense 8 source arrows. According to her estimate, the source level is at least level 5. Both his actual combat experience and teaching level are first class. Sun Liang is the centurion of a 100-man squad of the Sky Dome Force. His source level is slightly stronger than Rong Ji. The source arrow can maintain its entity longer than him, but his combat experience and teaching level are slightly inferior. Sia Shiaan, the Star Master, is the chief instructor in charge of this training. The soldiers she brought are responsible for actual combat exercises with the recruits. The training is going smoothly, in repeated training and actual combat. The people of the Sky Dome Force and the mecha team also gave the army of St. Mal City a little shock from the Central Army, showing them their absolute strength. After 1 day of training, the army of St. Mar City, holding the new weapons from the central government, felt that they were ready and could stand up. They wanted to give the 5-city alliance a head start right away. After 2 days of training, Sia Shiaan, the chief instructor, stood on the rostrum and gave a pre-war mobilization speech. Although we have only trained for 2 days, your performance is excellent. The enemy's 100,000-strong army is now outside the city, eyeing us covetously, and may attack at any time. We don't have time. I never like to sit and wait for death in battle. I like to take the initiative. We have new weapons that can give the enemy a preemptive strike and catch them off guard. Tell me loudly, do you have the confidence to win the battle? Yes. All the soldiers said in unison, shaking the sky. Very good, now, let's set off and win the battle. Sia Shiaan raised her arms and shouted. The army. At her command, they began to get on the armored vehicles in an orderly manner. Everyone was very excited, their blood boiling, ready to fight the enemy. Sia Shiaan sat in the front, on Quince's mecha, and had already started. But before leaving the training ground, Dichio hurried over, running fast, panting heavily, his face flushed, and said in a hurry, Star-Lord, stop, wait a moment. Chapter 38. Sia Shiaan got off the mecha, strode to his side, and asked in a low voice, Is it the enemy who attacked us? Dichio shook his head, not even taking a breath, and said, No, the enemy ran away. Sia Shiaan, ? Fuck, what the hell, run away? They ran away without fighting? Are you a coward? Dichio said. The reconnaissance team we sent quietly chased after them and captured a lone enemy. According to him, 3 days ago, they received intelligence that the starship transporting garbage was intercepted by you, the Star Master. At that time, the main generals of 2 cities wanted to retreat, but the other 3 did not agree and wanted to stay and see the situation. Today, they received intelligence again, saying that you will. We must take the army to fight them. They immediately reached a consensus and agreed to withdraw the troops and ran away. Sia Shiaan was in a bad mood because the enemy ran away before the fight even started. She said, Lord Dichio, how can they get all the information? Your St. Mal city has been infiltrated like a sieve. Dichio quickly admitted his mistake and promised, Star-Lord, don't worry, I will immediately start to deal with the insider who leaked the information. The same thing will never happen again in the future. Sia Shiaan nodded slightly and turned to Quincy and said, Tell them that the enemy was scared away, we won without fighting, and we will have a celebration banquet tonight to reward the soldiers. The enemy was scared away, and the coalition forces of the 5 cities ran away on their own. It was difficult to chase them, let alone fight. But the celebration banquet still had to be held. The battle was not fought, so I had to brush up my presence and favorability in the army of St. Mal City, so that I would not be in vain as their chief instructor. The enemy retreated. The soldiers of St. Mal City knew that the enemy did not retreat because of them, but because they were afraid of the central army brought by the Star-Lord. But the enemy retreated, which was always a good thing. Everyone was very happy, and the celebration banquet was also very lively. That night, the celebration banquet was not over yet. Sia Shiaan got the relevant information about the 5 cities alliance army being scared away. The 100,000 strong army of the 5 cities alliance was scared away. They had to find a reason for themselves to retreat without fighting. The commanders of the 5 cities racked their brains for this, and described the combat power of the Central Army in a more exaggerated way. Some said that the Central Army's mecha directly punched through the starship with one punch. Some said that the Central Army's soldiers, with bare hands, knocked down the foreign mecha. They almost said that the Central Army's people had 3 heads and 6 arms, and could tear up 100,000 troops by themselves. Dichio was relieved to see that she was laughing. Ever since she knew that the enemy had escaped, this Star Master who had not fought was obviously unhappy. She did not show this unhappiness on her face. Only those who were close to her and sensitive to it could feel it. Although the enemy had escaped. But Sia Shiaan did not take anyone away. First, the mechanical team was still repairing the starship, and she wanted to wait until the starship was repaired and fly back in the starship. Second, she wanted to use St. Mars City as a pilot to carry out a reform. Because of her takeover, the slave owners in Dawn City were afraid of her and ran away in fear, so the problem of Resource Mountain land was easily solved. It was different from other cities. The slave owners' land could not be taken away at will, and the slaves could not be released at will. We have to think of other ways to get things done. After the celebration ended that day, Sia Shiaan went back to the city lord's mansion and had a good sleep. The next day, he mentioned the reform to Dichio. Sia Shiaan said, City Lord Dichio, you also know what the situation is on other planets. If our planet wants to develop, it is imperative to abolish the private ownership of resources and slavery by the current large landlords. I will not allow such an anti-human system to exist in the territory I rule. Star-Lord, I agree with your proposal, but the method used in Dawn City may be difficult to replicate in St. Mars City. Dichio said. He knew all her measures in Dawn City. She liberated the slaves, issued formal resident household registration to the slaves, and distributed land. But the reform of Dawn City could proceed so smoothly because the city Lord Locke rebelled and was killed. The landlords fled overnight because of her bad reputation, and all the resources under their names were taken over by the government. I know that. Sia Shiaan always adheres to the principle of trusting people when employing them, and she told him the plan in full, and then asked, Our plan is like this for now, Lord Dichio, is there anything else you need to add? After listening to her plan, Dichio thought it was feasible, and said seriously, "The Star Lord's plan is very good, and I will fully cooperate with your plan." She did not go on the scene, but only acted as a traitor behind the scenes. Everything else was left to the slaves themselves. It was really a very bold and courageous plan. If successful, it would also be a plan that would exchange the least casualties for the greatest benefits. Sia Shiaan smiled and said, "If City Lord Dichio has no objection, our plan will begin." She reached a consensus with City Lord Dichio, and notified her own people who were hiding among the slaves of various landlords and waiting to launch a revolution, and asked them to continue the action. The local tyrants in St. Mars City also gathered together at this time, and held a secret meeting. Since they learned that Sia Shiaan would lead the army here, they have already started to respond. Someone said, "It's already the 4th day. We can't just sit there and wait for death. You have to give us a clear answer now, whether to kill her or keep her." Someone was anxious. "Everyone listen to me. What kind of person is Sia Shiaan? Look at the fate of our colleagues in Dawn City. Isn't it clear enough? She is determined to liberate the slaves and snatch the resources from us to give to those lowly slaves. She won't let us go. There is no compromise in this matter. Either she dies or we die." Someone said with a fierce look in his eyes, "I agree to get rid of her. As long as she is alive, she will definitely attack us. While she hasn't made any move yet, let's take the initiative." After he finished speaking, he also highlighted the key points and made a gesture of wiping his neck. Others also nodded in agreement, with a sinister and vicious look. In order to protect their interests, Sia Shiaan must not live. Chapter 39. Humph. You want them to hand over their resource mountain? No way. You want them to agree to liberate the slaves? It's wishful thinking. If the slaves are liberated, who will work for them for free? However, there are impulsive people who value money over life. Naturally, there are calm people. Among them, there is a woman sitting in the first seat, with a hot body, flaming red lips, and bright looks. She glanced at the people present, lifted her charming long hair, and said, "Uncles, your niece will not participate in your assassination. I decided to donate all the resource mountains in my family to the government for free and returned all the slaves to freedom. These idiots, it's been 4 days. They haven't come up with anything in 4 days. What can we expect them to accomplish? If Sia Shiaan did nothing in the 4 days, since she came to St. Mars City, let alone them, she would look down on her as the Star Master. Even if she really did nothing, are her subordinates vegetarians? Can they succeed in the assassination? Don't forget, the army she brought with her includes experts, who can stop the starship. If she wants to destroy them by force, who among them has the power to resist?" "Zhongqia, what do you mean?" Someone glared at her. Zhongqia smiled and said, "Uncle Chun, it means literally. Don't worry, you continue with your plan, I will never reveal a word. She just wants to live well, and doesn't want to fight against the stone with an egg. And she knows the development of Dawn City, and she has begun to look forward to what kind of surprise their new Star Master can bring her. You can't leave." Someone shouted, "Come here. Please ask Miss Zhong to go to the guest room to rest." Zhongqia was not annoyed. She smiled calmly. "If you can't bear to kill me now, there is no point in keeping me. If nothing unexpected happens, the city lord should have received the documents I sent. The contract for the transfer of the resource mountain under my Zhong family's name, and the consent letter for the liberation of slaves. I will say something you don't like to hear. If I disappear now, do you think the city lord will suspect you?" Everyone present was so angry that their faces turned blue. If eyes could kill, she would be pricked like a hedgehog now. The person in charge sneered, "Zhongqia, you have to think about it. You choose to betray us now. When we succeed, what will happen to you and the Zhong family?" Zhongqia said, "The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. I am willing to accept the loss." After that, she walked away with graceful steps and charming. The rest of the people all looked at the initiator of this matter, Qingui, the richest man in St. Mars City and the largest landlord. Qingui said, "There is no time to lose. I will notify people to take action immediately. Do you have any objections?" This time, no one had any objections. Once a traitor like Zhongqia appears, there may be a second one. They must fight to the death before things get worse. If the assassination of Sia Shiaan succeeds, everyone will be happy. Their resources and slaves will still be theirs. If the action fails, Sia Shiaan has no evidence to prove that they did it anyway, so they can think of other ways. In the city lord's mansion, the robot butler brought a plate of exquisite and beautiful osmanthus cake and 2 glasses of orange juice. Dichio said, "Star Lord, try it." This is my favorite snack. It was made with osmanthus honey brought by a small interstellar pirate group 2 years ago. Sia Shiaan said, in the near future, you don't have to buy it. The city lord can grow whatever he wants to eat. Dichio thought of such a beautiful scene, and he couldn't help but look longing. He picked up a piece of osmanthus cake, and was about to put it in his mouth. Sia Shiaan suddenly called him, City Lord Dichio, I think you, a robot, look shifty, and don't look like a good robot. Dichio didn't have time to put the osmanthus cake in his hand into his mouth. He thought to himself that robots have no expression and look the same. How can you tell that they look shifty and rat-like? Sia Shiaan had already stepped forward, twisted off the robot butler's head, stared at the osmanthus cake in his hand, and said, I just don't like it, it looks too ugly. City Lord Dichio, I will let our mechanical team make a better one to compensate you someday. Dichio is such a smart person, he has understood her hint. There is a problem with the robot butler, and there is also a problem with the osmanthus cake. He also smiled and said, Star Lord, you are joking. If you don't like it, you can dismantle it at will. If you didn't say it, I wouldn't have noticed it. Now that you said it, I also think this robot looks shifty. 4 days ago, that is, the day he asked the central government for help, his robot butler suddenly broke down and was repaired. It must have been at that time that someone tampered with it. Through the chip implanted in the butler robot, the local snakes in Shunmal City and the city lord's mansion were observed. After the sudden disconnection, everyone went crazy. The end of the video screen. They only saw an enlarged face of Sia Shiaan. She was already very beautiful, and when she was suddenly enlarged, the visual impact was also very great. However, at the same time, the undisguised disdain in her eyes was also enlarged. Combined with her previous words, it can be inferred that she disliked the appearance of the robot, which did not meet her aesthetic standards. But they always felt that her disdain was directed at them. Some people slammed the table in anger. Fuck, this Sia Shiaan, what's wrong with her brain? She has to pick the appearance of the robot. Some people asked cautiously. She didn't find something. Some people gave a positive answer. The chip we implanted is the most advanced chip in the Interstellar Alliance, in the robot's eyeball. She wants to find it, unless she has a perspective eye. Some people worried. The robot is broken, the chip is disconnected, and it can't send us the picture synchronously. Did she and Dichio eat the poisoned osmanthus cake or not? Did she eat the osmanthus cake or not? Asked to eat. 2 minutes later. The spy they arranged in the city lord's mansion sent back the news. Star Lord Sia Shiaan and City Lord Dichio were both poisoned and in critical condition. Chapter 40. The doctors in the city lord's mansion have tried all the antidotes, but none of them worked for them. Now they are put in the medical cabin to maintain their vital signs. The city lord's mansion has been taken over by the Mecha unit, Vice Captain Quincy. He was extremely angry and vowed to catch the murderer. Everyone in the city lord's mansion was controlled. The assassination plan of the local Snake Alliance ended perfectly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and congratulated each other. Some people laughed. Sia Shiaan, this yellow-haired girl, her hair hasn't even grown out yet, and she still wants to be our star master, control us, and steal our things. Don't you think she has the life to do it? Some people breathed a sigh of relief. It's better to die, it's better to die. Some people are still worried. I heard that she is lying in the medical cabin. Will the medical cabin detoxify her? Some people laughed at him. Mr. Hill, you have no common sense. The medical cabin is not omnipotent. It can detoxify ordinary poisons. But the poison we put is not ordinary. It was bought by Mr. Chen from the Interstellar Pirates. It is used by the pirates to punish traitors. Any antidote is ineffective against it. So, Sia Shiaan is dead. Dichio is in collusion with her. He should not be the city lord anymore, and he should not live anymore. They need to change to a more obedient city lord. They have already regarded Sia Shiaan and Dichio as dead people. The problem that has troubled them for several days, and made them sleepless and eat has been solved. There was no need for them to get together, so they went home and ate and drank happily, making up for the weight they had lost in the past few days. But this happiness did not last long. After the sun set, around 8 o'clock in the evening, the local tyrants, who were enjoying the luxury of life, were suddenly hit hard. The slaves in their slave camps killed the guards, who were guarding them, rose up and rebelled, among them. In the city lord's mansion, Zhong Chioa, who delivered the antidote to Quincy, was a little earlier than they knew. It was the Mecha soldier in charge of patrolling inside and outside the city. He turned on the Mecha flight mode and reported the situation to Quincy as quickly as possible. Commander, what should we do now? Quincy said with a serious face. The Star Master is not awake yet. For such a big thing, of course we have to wait until the Star Master wakes up before we make a decision. You just stay put. The implication? No matter. The mecha soldier said, yes, Quincy is in command. After that, he turned and left. When the mecha soldier came over, he stepped aside tactfully. Jong Chioa, who had already changed his clothes and dressed neatly, did not speak. She only slightly lowered her eyebrows, and stared at the tip of her shoes to reduce her presence. The men around her dared to say that Sia Shiaan didn't know about the slave rebellion. If they didn't know, she would dare to eat her shoes. As for the poisoning of Star Lord Sia Shiaan, it was even more ridiculous. It was more like saying that she found someone poisoned her and played the trick on them. Quincy waited until the single soldier left before looking at her and asked, Miss Jong, have you dealt with the liberation of your slaves? Jong Chioa said, thank you Captain Quincy for your help. My slaves have been set free. I also made it clear to them that my resources were donated to the country, and the Star Lord will give them a way to live. She had to go through the government to release the slaves. After she left the Chen family, she went directly to the City Lord's mansion to ask for help. But when she came, the Star Lord and the City Lord had been poisoned and could not take charge. In the end, it was this Quincy commander who sent 10 mecha soldiers to follow her, to complete the relevant procedures for the slaves to leave their slavery. It's good that it's done, but for safety reasons, Miss Joan can stay in the City Lord's mansion. Quincy sighed and said, this kind of thing suddenly happened, and I don't have the power to mobilize troops. I don't know if the big landlords in St. Mal City have enough guards at home. If the slaves rush them collectively, they will be in danger. Zhong Chioha thought that the people from the central government were more acting than each other, and comforted them. Don't worry, Commander Quincy, the Star Lord is a lucky person. She will get better soon and preside over all matters. Then I'll take care of Miss Joan's good words. I still have things to deal with. Miss Joan can go to the guest room to rest. Quincy strode away after he finished speaking. There will be more trouble these days. He wants to see who is so bold and reckless that he dares to poison the Star Lord. St. Mal City is now in chaos. The slave concentration camps of each family are in the city and outside the city. The slaves in the city have begun to go to the mansions of their respective masters. Those outside the city were still rushing into the city. All of them rushed forward aggressively, without being stopped by any armed forces. Of course, they did not harm any civilians or rob them of their belongings. Speaking of collective action by slaves, let's go back to 4 days ago. The night when Sia Shiaan and his team arrived in St. Mar City. As early as that night, the slave liberation plan had already begun. The soldiers selected by Sia Shiaan to accept the task of liberating slaves. That night, they mixed into the slave camps of various families and contacted the most powerful people among the slaves. Such people are generally the smartest and the ones who know how to choose the best. Then, they began to tell stories to the slaves in the slave camps. They told the story of how the slaves in Dawn City resisted oppression and the big landlords and fought for their freedom. Of course, the story of the slave resistance in Dawn City was not particularly exciting. However, the slaves in St. Mar City did not know what the real situation was. So what they told was a story that became passionate, and ups and downs after being polished by Qi Xiaohua. The storytellers have all been professionally trained by Qi Xiaohua. If the people in the major families paid a little attention to the lives of the slaves, they would know. In the past few days, every night, in the slave concentration camps of the major families in St. Mar City, the guards responsible for guarding the slaves would fall asleep on time at 8 o'clock in the evening, and sleep soundly. In every room that was as crowded and cramped as a beehive, and could accommodate tens of thousands of slaves, the same scene was being played out. Someone was telling stories to the slaves. The slaves in Dawn City were the same as all the slaves on Star 520. They were oppressed by the slave owners, and lived worse than pigs and dogs. One day, they learned that the Star Master passed through Dawn City. They knew that the Star Master was kind, and would definitely make decisions for them. In order to fight for a way to survive, they resolutely rose up to resist. They had no weapons, so they picked up stones, bricks, sticks, and their own fists to fight the oppressors. They died one after another under the guns of the oppressors. But they were not afraid, and did not retreat. The people in front died, and the people behind followed. They marched forward, one after another, and they built a wall with their flesh and blood. They knew that as long as they retreated a step, what awaited them was endless oppression, and it was a nightmare that their descendants would become slaves. The oppressors were afraid, retreated, and frightened by their heroic charges without fear of life and death. The slaves in the city of Saint Mar were fascinated by what they heard. Hearing about the slaves' experiences, they thought of themselves and were filled with indignation. When they heard that the slaves used their flesh and blood and fists to fight against the enemy's guns and cannons, they followed their tears. Hearing the slaves' fearless charge again and again, they were filled with passion and wished they could become one of them. Finally, the heroic slaves defeated the despicable and evil oppressors. They cheered and shed tears. They found the Star Lord. The Star Lord untied the collars on their necks, and the slave shackles deeply rooted in their hearts. The Star Lord gave them household registration and land. They are free. The slaves were yearning to hear this, and everyone was thinking. The Star Lord also came to their Saint Mar city. If they united to resist like the slaves in Dawn's city, will the Star Lord also make decisions for them, give them freedom, give them household registration, and give them land? The speaker clenched his fist and shouted, "Long live freedom!" The slaves still had reason, knowing that they were in the slave camp. Suppressing their excitement, clenched their fists, and whispered, "Long live freedom!" No one is born a slave. They don't want their descendants to stay in the slave camp, to be slaves forever, and never have freedom. They want to resist. They must stand up on their own, unite, and break all this unreasonableness and unfairness. So, 3 days later at night, all the slaves were driven into the slave concentration camp by the guards, like cattle and sheep. The rest bell rang. The slaves lay on the narrow, coffin-like bed where even breathing was cramped. The leaders of each slave camp quietly appeared with a team of people. In this team, some people opened the collars that could take their lives at any time. Some people issued them various weapons. Physically, they were free. Without collars, they could go wherever they wanted, and with weapons, they had the ability to protect themselves. But none of them deserted. They formed teams. They wanted to seek justice from the landlords who oppressed them. So, they came. Someone gave them a chance to fight for their own fate. They wanted freedom, wanted to stand up, and wanted their children and grandchildren to never be slaves again, so they had to fight for it with their own hands and their own blood. Saint Mar City. When the slave army marched forward, there was also heart-stirring music. Rise up, slaves who are starving and cold. Rise up, people who suffer all over the world. The blood in our hearts is boiling. We must fight for the truth. The old world will be destroyed. Slaves, rise up, rise up. Don't say we have nothing. We want to be the masters of the world. This is the final struggle. Unite until tomorrow. The slave army, listening to the song in their ears, felt that the blood in their bodies was boiling. In the city lord's mansion, Dichio, who was supposed to lie in the medical cabin, looked at Sia Shiaan, who was supposed to lie in the medical cabin, and said, "Star Lord, what song is this?" Chapter 41. Sia Shiaan was adjusting the sound, turning up the volume to the maximum, and said, "The Internationale, a song from the ancient Earth era a long, long time ago." Listen, people at that time were already so conscious. Look at some people on our planet. They are not as good as people in ancient times. The interstellar development has lasted for tens of thousands of years, and it has returned to the pre-liberation era in one day. What the Star Lord said is right. Dichio also felt ashamed, although he did not agree with slavery. But he was one of those who went with the flow. If the Star Lord did not step forward, he would never have thought of touching the interests of the big landlords and abolishing slavery. The two of them were here, and they were still in the mood to chat. The big local snakes in Saint Mar City were all scared to death. Each of them had at least 20,000 slaves, and at most more than 100,000 slaves. Not to mention that these slaves still had weapons in their hands. Even if they had no weapons, they could kill them 100 times with bare hands. The incident happened suddenly, and it concerned their own lives and the lives of their families. The local tyrants had no time to gather for a meeting, so they could only hold a video conference. "Mr. Chun, you are in charge of this whole thing. Please come up with a charter. What should we do now?" Some people were panicking. These damn slaves are about to kill them. They can't just sit at home and wait to die. "Mr. Chun, I'll ask the housekeeper to find the garrison in the city in person. General Zhou said that without the city lord's order, they dare not act on their own. Are we going to wait for those dirty and lowly things to come and let them slaughter us?" Some people were anxious and angry. At this moment, Chingui pretended to be calm and said, "Don't worry, I have contacted General Zhao and General Li, and they agreed to send troops to help. You stay at home, let the guards guard the gates, and don't go anywhere. Those bastards will be suppressed soon." Hearing what he said, the local tyrants finally felt relieved and thanked him again and again. Old Chen is still capable. At critical moments, we still have to rely on Old Chen to show up. Then we will wait for good news. The local tyrants all believed in him, admired him, and listened to him. Those who wanted to escape also gave up the idea. That's it. After Chingui hung up the video call, he immediately lost his calmness and shouted, "Hurry up, pack up quickly, don't take things that can't be taken away, and you must leave in 10 minutes. Bullshit, agreeing to send troops, he just lied to them. Those military leaders are usually more greedy than each other, and they have taken so many benefits from them. At the critical moment, he personally contacted them and asked them to send troops to suppress the rebellious slaves, but they began to make excuses and pretend to be dead. Master, the lady wants to inform the cousin and his family to leave together. What should I do if I can't stop them?" The housekeeper hurried over to report. "This prodigal old woman, she is looking for death." Chingui cursed angrily and hurried over to stop them. The slaves rebelled collectively, with weapons, and their collars were untied. There must be a pusher behind this, and it must be their star master who did it. And they poisoned her as early as noon. He is the mastermind, and he will die if he raises the flag to surrender. The other families are not good people either. Being forced into a desperate situation, they will definitely choose to surrender to the central army brought by Sia Shiaan. As a sign of sincerity, they would definitely sell him out and push him out. So, he had to escape, and escape far away. He escaped, and he didn't want them to have a good end. He lied to them that the army would suppress them, and let them stay at home. The slaves would come and kill as many as they could. Chingui was always cautious in doing things. He only informed his most trusted confidants about his escape, so the spies planted in his home by the local snakes did not know that he was going to run away. By the time the spies of the various families found something wrong, the slaves had already arrived at the door of his house. Chingui had also fled the city with his family and valuables. In the city lord's mansion, Dichio looked at the Chen family convoy escaping on the surveillance screen and asked, "Star Lord, should we intercept it?" The technology of the central city is still advanced. A navigation aircraft can monitor every corner of the city without being discovered by anyone. The secrets these people thought they had, and their every move, had long been exposed under the eyes of the Star Lord. Sia Shiaan said, "No matter what he does, let him escape. Whoever wants to escape can escape. It would be better if dogs bite dogs to death. These local tyrants, whoever's hands are not stained with the blood of innocent people. Every penny in their family is made of the flesh and blood of slaves. One by one, no one is innocent. This night, it is destined not to be peaceful. The local tyrants, who are honest and obedient, waiting for the slaves to rebel and be suppressed by the army at home. Waiting and waiting, but before the army came, they waited for the news that Chingui had escaped with his family and property. They were struck by lightning, knowing that they had been deceived, and it was too late to escape. The slaves have arrived, surrounded their homes, banged on their doors, and climbed over the walls to get into their homes. They usually look down on people and treat human life as worthless. They don't feed or clothe the slaves, and force them to work 20 hours a day. They don't treat the sick slaves, and let them die of illness. They beat the slaves to death if they make mistakes. If they are disabled, old, or unable to work, they are thrown into the dungeon and starved to death. How many slaves in the slave camp have seen their family and friends tortured to death, and their hatred for the landlords is from the bottom of their hearts. They have been aroused by their inner indignation and hatred, and they can no longer suppress it. No one can stop their determination to kill the landlords and fight for their freedom. In the city of Saint Mar, luxurious mansions are surrounded by angry slaves, and they are finally backfired. All the local tyrants took out all the weapons in their homes. They used cannons to kill and laser guns to shoot, trying to scare off the slave army. They watched the slaves fall down and die in front of them. Then, another batch rushed up. They didn't seem to be afraid. They sang loudly along with the songs played in the city. They raised their weapons, stepped on the bodies and blood of their companions, and rushed up again and again. Dichio looked at the bloody scenes and the smoke of gunfire in the city. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He just stared at the monitoring screen without blinking. Human power is small, but people with ideals and beliefs have great power and are invincible. He couldn't imagine what those batches of slaves who knew they would die but chose to charge without hesitation were thinking at the moment they rushed up. Sia Shiaan was also watching. She is the Star Lord, and she must remember every hero who sacrificed for freedom. The fierce battle. It lasted until the second half of the night. The sound of cannons and gunfire gradually stopped. Then, cheers of victory rang out everywhere. Chapter 42. The slaves who resisted oppression and exploitation won. The luxurious mansions of the major landlords have been reduced to ruins in the battle. Only the Zhong family's mansion is still intact in the city of St. Mar, which is a unique one. Sia Shiaan said, I want to meet the head of the Zhong family tomorrow morning. City Lord Di Chio, please make arrangements. Zhong Chioha is a very smart woman who knows how to judge the situation. She lacks such smart people under her. Di Chio said, yes, Star Lord. Sia Shiaan was also tired, yawned, and said, City Lord Di Chio has worked hard, go down and rest. After that, she went back to her room first. The local tyrant has been killed, and the next thing will be dealt with tomorrow. Looking at the back of the slaves, Di Chio thought of the slave resistance battle just now, which she led behind the scenes, and his eyes were full of awe. She is really a natural monarch. The next day, the whole city of St. Mar was eerily quiet. Because of the riot yesterday, all the houses were shut tightly, and there was no one on the streets. After the victory, the slaves were very well behaved, not moving around or robbing or attacking ordinary residents. They just quietly collected the bodies of their companions, then evacuated the battlefield and returned to the slave camp where they originally lived. In each landlord's slave camp, only 100 people, including the person in charge, were left to guard in front of the city lord's mansion, waiting to see the Star Master. The reason why the slaves obeyed the command so much was because the slave owners had set rules for them day by day, and the rules became an instinctive habit, and they were used to obeying orders. Otherwise, Sia Shiaan would not dare to let out the millions of disobedient and unruly people even if she was extremely brave. When the sun came out, Quincy strode out of the city lord's mansion, looking at the tens of thousands of people representing large and small slave camps in front of him, and said, the city lord's mansion meeting room cannot accommodate so many people. For slave camps with more than 10,000 people, 5 representatives will be elected. For those with less than 10,000 people, 2 representatives will be elected. I will take you to see the Star Lord. Each slave camp had its own person in charge, and soon a representative was elected, who followed Quincy into the city lord's mansion. The people in charge of these slave camps were also smart people, and things had developed to this point. If they could not guess that the person who helped them behind the scenes was the Star Lord, then they would have lived in vain. In the meeting room of the city lord's mansion, they finally saw the Star Lord Sia Shiaan. She was very beautiful and young, and she had a powerful aura just sitting there. Greetings to the Star Lord. Long live the Star Lord. All the representatives knelt respectfully in front of her in almost unison. Sia Shiaan felt that this habit of kneeling at every turn was a bad habit, making her like a feudal emperor. But now was not the time to correct this. She said, stand up and talk. The representatives were a little nervous, and stood up apprehensively, but their eyes met hers without any avoidance. After last night's victory, the survivors had a firm look in their eyes, without the slightest timidity or humility. The general representative, who was selected to represent all the slaves, looked at her neither servilely nor arrogantly and said, Star Lord, we are here to receive punishment. We started the war last night without your permission, which was wrong of us. Sia Shiaan sighed and said, if you have any difficulties, you can tell me, why do you have to do this? The representative's eyes were red, and he said with tears in his eyes, please understand, Star Lord, we are also forced into a desperate situation. If we can still survive, we will not risk everything and choose to fight them. Those high-ranking landlords do not regard us as human beings at all, and they beat and kill us at will. When I was 10 years old, my father was locked up in a dungeon because of a broken arm. He was not given food and water, and starved to death. Obviously, he was just broken, and they could just find someone who knew a little medical skills to come and connect his bones. But they thought that we slaves were lowly and disgusting, and were not worthy of using medicine like humans. If a slave died, just buy a new, healthy slave. When he thought of the past, he was in great pain, with tears and sobs, and his eyes were red. He asked in a hoarse voice, Star Lord, just because we are slaves, do we deserve to be treated like this by them? Sia Shiaan was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up. Nonsense! 50 years ago, my grandfather Sia Tianchi had already promulgated the Slave Protection Act. It clearly stipulates that slave owners cannot beat, kill, or abuse slaves at will. Not giving slaves medical treatment and letting them starve to death is abuse. They are all murderous demons. This behavior is simply inhumane and inhumane. The general representative finally felt relieved after hearing what she said, and said, Star Lord, there are countless similar things that happened to us. We have testimony, we have witnesses, and we have video evidence. Please, Star Lord, make the decision for us. He finished. He knelt on the ground again with a plop. Other slave representatives also knelt down. Please, Star Lord, make the decision for us. Sia Shiaan was so angry that his face turned blue, and he said, Lord Dichio, do you know all these things? Dichio also knelt on the ground. Star Lord, I am guilty. The tragic experience of the slaves, as long as you are a person who cannot know it. Sia Shiaan gritted his teeth. Quincy, bring me all the evidence. I want to see how these big landlords pretended to obey, but secretly disobeyed, disregarded the slave protection law, and tortured slaves. The testimonies were all written long ago. Among the millions of slaves, some were literate. The petitions were not entered into the optical computer, but were written by each slave himself. Some were written on rags, some on newspaper, and all were written in blood. Each petition was a bloody history of a slave being oppressed and abused. The sorted petitions filled up half of the yard outside the meeting hall. Sia Shiaan looked at them one by one, and became more and more angry. Finally, he was so angry that he cursed. Too much, these big landlords, I usually indulge them too much. They are worse than pigs and dogs. Even animals have more conscience than them. They are not worthy of being human beings. The slave representatives were deeply moved when they saw that the Star Lord stood by them from beginning to end, spoke for them, sympathized with them, and cursed the landlords. Dichio followed the angry Star Lord and helped her pick up the petitions that she threw on the ground because of excessive indignation. Their Star Lord is really good and admirable. She personally read the petitions, sympathized with the slaves, and cursed the landlords indignantly. It seemed to be a very simple thing, but the expression of true feelings may have a great impact on the slave representatives. From this moment on, all the representatives present will worship her as a god, respect her, fear her, and love her. Sia Shiaan read another petition, and was so angry that she was shaking all over. She said, Quincy, let someone scan all these petitions. I want people all over the world to see them. How did these big landlords, who were worse than animals, ignore the law and abuse the slaves, forcing them to rebel in order to find a way to survive? The slaves killed them because they had committed many evil deeds and deserved it. Chapter 43. Quincy said respectfully, yes. The Star Lord dropped a drop of water into a pot of boiling oil. Next, some of their 520 stars exploded. There are successful cases of slaves rebelling against slave owners and killing slave owners. Will the oppressed slaves in other cities still allow those big landlords to oppress and enslave them? Sia Shiaan looked at the slaves who came to her to petition, her face slightly relieved, and said, You killed those inhumane executioners and eliminated harm for the people. I also want to thank you for exposing their true colors, otherwise, I am still being kept in the dark by them, thinking that they are all good people. Thank you, Star Lord. We should thank you for being willing to uphold justice for us lowly people. The representatives were moved to tears. Don't belittle yourselves. You are not untouchables. You are my people. In my heart, everyone is equal. Sia Shiaan looked at them gently and continued, I declare in the name of the Star Lord that from now on, you are legal residents of St. Mal City. After that, government officials will do population statistics and household registration for you to prepare for the subsequent land distribution. Go back and tell others about this, so that they don't worry or be afraid, just wait with peace of mind. After her words, the representatives looked at her with endless admiration and ardent gratitude, and they turned into her fanatical fans. Dichio felt. Now the Star Lord asked them to die, and they would be willing to die for her. The slave representatives got everything they wanted and left soon. They told each other that they were free, that they would have legal resident status, and that they would have their own land. They were moved to tears, and they hugged each other to celebrate the victory. Each of them was grateful and shouted, Long live the Star Lord. Sia Shiaan met Zhong Chioha after the slave representatives left, and smiled and said, I heard from City Lord Dichio that the Zhong family master took the initiative to liberate the slaves and donated all the resources to the government. Zhong family master is righteous. She is really a heroine and a heroine. Zhong Chioha blushed when she heard her praise herself so much, and said, Star Lord, you are too kind. I just did what I think is right. It's not worth mentioning. Sia Shiaan said, This is not a trivial matter. Zhong family master is very righteous and kind-hearted, and we all need to learn from him. As the Star Lord, I can't let a good person like you suffer. City Lord Dichio, and I have already drafted compensation for you. The Zhong family master in front of him is a very important part of the next plan. She wanted to use her to set a benchmark for all the big landlords, telling them to cooperate with the government's policies, liberate the slaves, and hand over the resource mountains. The government would not only not kill them, but would also treat them with courtesy and compensate them. If they were ignorant of the current situation and insisted on going against her, then they would wait for the slaves to rebel and be bidden back. Zhong Qiao had carefully read the compensation given. The government would not take the land donated by the Zhong family for nothing, and would give them money and purchase their land at twice the market price. At the same time, according to the area of the donated resource mountain, the Zhong family would be allocated ordinary land as compensation. The compensation standard is 1 million mu of resource mountains, and 1,000 mu of ordinary land. The Zhong family donated a total of 10 million mu of resource mountains, and they can get 10,000 mu of ordinary land. Of course, the land compensated to them is also state-owned. The state contracts them for free cultivation, and has the right to take it back. Private trading is not allowed. Sia Shiaan said with a smile, Master Zhong, take a look. If you are not satisfied with anything, just tell us. Zhong Qiao had donated all the land and released all the slaves, but still cares about these, saying, Star Lord, I have no opinion on this, but I dare to ask, can these ordinary lands be used for farming in the future? If these heavily polluted lands can really be purified, and they can really feed themselves by farming, who would be willing to pick up garbage to eat? Sia Shiaan said, Master Zhong is a smart man. That's all. Those who understand will understand. Zhong Qiao has smiled and nodded, saying, Star Lord, I understand. The slaves in St. Mars City revolted, and killed the slave owners, who oppressed and enslaved them. Only the Zhong family, who freed their slaves and donated all their resources before the uprising, escaped. The Star Master praised Zhong Qiao for her righteousness, and gave her compensation. All the things soon spread throughout the planet. The cities that publicly expressed their willingness to follow the central government began to be in turmoil. The city lords were afraid that the big landlords would unite and kill them, surrender to the 88th City Alliance, and continue to maintain the original slave system and protect their interests. The big landlords were also afraid that the people from the central government would come to them to start a slave uprising. At that time, would they choose to die, or choose to free the slaves and hand over their own resources? Those cities that had declared independence long ago tried to block all news about the slave uprising to prevent the slaves in their own cities from following suit and rebelling. But they found that it was useless. The news had penetrated every corner of the city. The slaves in the slave camps of the major families got the news earlier than they did. Someone had already made a plan in advance. Everyone knew that the person who made the plan must be the Star Master Sia Shiaan. Some people also speculated that Sia Shiaan, the madman, would definitely issue relevant documents to liberate slaves in the next step. But they waited and waited. They waited for the St. Mars City Emancipation Declaration issued by St. Mars City. It advocated that all slaves in St. Mars City enjoy freedom, register their legal household registration status, and give them land in the resource mountain. They continued to wait and wait. They waited for the news that Sia Shiaan had repaired the starship, and was about to leave St. Mars City, and return to Dawn City. As for the Emancipation Declaration issued by the central government represented by Sia Shiaan, which everyone was waiting for, it did not happen. They were anxious and confused, but they had no information channels to know what she was thinking. Sia Shiaan naturally saw all kinds of comments. Didn't she want to issue a global declaration in the name of the central government? Of course she wanted to, but she didn't have enough chips in her hand and couldn't do it. If she had a 500,000-man army and 50 cities under her control, she could recapture the cities that declared independence in a minute, not to mention the Emancipation Declaration. And now, she could only scare them, hang a sword over their heads, and tell them that she has the ability to go to any city to start a slave uprising at any time, so that they can only take care of their own little piece of land and beware of slave rebellion, and have no intention of taking care of other things, such as organizing a coalition, going to Dawn City to fight her, and going to other cities under her jurisdiction to cause trouble. The day when the central reinforcements left, the residents of St. Mars City started queuing before dawn. The crowd of people who saw them off lined up from both sides of the street, at the gate of the city lord to 10 miles away from the city gate. Among them, there were rescued slaves, victims of the 5th District rescued by the Central Army, and ordinary residents in the city. Sia Shiaan also got up at dawn, and after washing up, she couldn't wait to say, Quincy, let's go! Hurry to see the starship. She really wanted to know what it felt like to fly on a starship. Chapter 44. Yes, Star Lord. Quincy responded respectfully, and said to Dichio, who had been waiting for a long time, City Lord Dichio, you can set off. Dichio thought that the Star Lord was excited because he knew the crowd of people who were seeing him off. Until the convoy he arranged drove out of the City Lord's mansion, he knew it was not the case. Sia Shiaan frowned and asked him, what are so many people doing? Dichio said, Star-Lord, these people are here to see you off. Sia Shiaan knew that one day, she would become a Star-Lord loved by everyone. But she didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Looking at the crowd of people who were seeing him off, with reluctant eyes, it was impossible to say that she didn't feel anything at all. However, City Lord Dichio, there are too many people coming, and you don't control the number of people. Look at how crowded it is. If someone with bad intentions takes the opportunity to create a terrorist incident, it will be dangerous. If a large-scale stampede occurs, a good thing will turn into a bad thing. Dichio said, Star-Lord is right. This is also the first time I have encountered such a large-scale farewell. I have asked people to prepare defense along the way. I will pay more attention to it, and strengthen the defense work in the future. Sia Shiaan looked over, and saw that there was a team of garrison troops patrolling every distance to maintain order. She nodded and said, Safety is the most important thing for such a large-scale gathering of people. The people on both sides of the street waved to her reluctantly, and wished them a safe journey. Thank you everyone, thank you for your blessings. Sia Shiaan also stood up and waved to them, and did not forget to advertise Liming City to attract talents. We will have many opportunities to meet in the future. You should pay more attention to the policies issued by Liming City. You can go to the central government to join the army, go to school, and do business. Dichio heard her say this and took the initiative to suggest, Star-Lord, in fact, the army of our city can also go to the central government for further studies. The weapons and training methods of their small city cannot be compared with those of the central government. If the army can go there for further studies, it can enhance the military strength of the central government. When they come back, they can reform the army of their city and align everything with the central government. This is a win-win situation for both of them. Sia Shiaan said, I will let Song Jiming contact you about this matter after I return to Liming City. Dichio said, okay. Car. All the way to the 5th district in the suburbs of the city. The residents of the 5th district along the way bid them farewell in tears, thanked them, and wished them well. From a distance, Sia Shiaan's eyes were fixed on the starship. The starship was severely damaged during the fight. Because of the special material, no suitable materials for repair were found in St. Mars City. So, only the main control system was repaired, and the damaged parts were not repaired. The holes and dents on the good hull made it look tattered, and people doubted whether it could still fly. However, this tattered starship still flew up in front of the people who sent it off. Then it flew higher and higher, and farther and farther. Soon, it disappeared in front of them. Sia Shiaan stood on the starship, and she didn't need to look for a window specifically. She could just find a hole and see the scenery outside. The starship had already flown very high. She could no longer see the crowds of people who were seeing her off in St. Mars City. All she could see was the dark clouds due to the heavy pollution. Shaolu did not dare to speak all the way. Every time the starship shook, her heart would twitch. She quietly walked to Yanshu's side and asked in a low voice, Deputy Team Leader, can our starship really travel in space? Why did she feel that it was shaking so much just flying at the lowest speed in the atmosphere? She was so worried that it would suddenly disintegrate when they were halfway through the flight. Yanshu didn't even want to pay attention to her, and he had the nerve to ask who had destroyed the starship like this. However, considering that she didn't mean it, he answered her question. The turbulence is severe because the outer shell of the ship has not been repaired and is greatly affected by the airflow. Once it is repaired, this problem will not occur. Shaolu nodded, glanced at the Star-Lord quietly, and continued, Deputy Team Leader, you must repair the starship, I beg you. Otherwise, the Star-Lord would not blame her, and she would be very upset. Yanshu said, repairing the starship is our mission, and we will definitely do our best to repair it. Repairing the starship, with the help of junior students, there is no big problem technically. The biggest problem is the material problem. They may not be able to find similar materials. Even at the lowest speed, the starship has reached Mach 5, which is much faster than the Mecha. From St. Mars City to Dawn City, the Mecha with a speed of 500 kilometers per hour took 10 hours. And driving the starship, in less than an hour, it has arrived above Dawn City. When the starship began to land, below, there was a lively cheer. Sia Shiaan lowered her eyes, and saw that there were crowds of people at the city gate, all of whom were residents, who came to welcome their victorious return. When the starship landed, the crowd burst into deafening cheers. Long live the Star Master, and the soldiers have worked hard. The welcoming crowd was blocked outside by the cordon set up by the army. Inside the cordon, standing were Shaolu, Song Jiming, Dean Su and other leaders of Dawn City. Seeing Sia Shiaan coming down, Shaolu took the lead to greet her, His old face flushed with excitement. Star-Lord, you have worked hard. You have worked hard too. After Sia Shiaan finished speaking, he looked at the people who came to greet him and asked, How did you get so many people here? Shaolu said, We didn't call them here. They heard that the Star-Lord had returned victoriously, and there was a starship in the spoils, so they organized themselves to come here. Very good. Sia Shiaan smiled with curved eyebrows, and was very happy. She is really getting better, and better as the Star-Lord. When she left, the people of St. Mal City saw her off all the way, and were reluctant to leave. When she came back, there were still so many people who spontaneously organized a welcoming ceremony. Star-Lord, the convoy is already waiting. Let's go back to the mansion. Shaolu said. He was also very moved when he saw the people who spontaneously greeted her. In just 2 months, the image of the Star-Lord in the minds of the people has achieved a turnaround, which is inseparable from her good performance. Sia Shiaan led the army and solved the problem of St. Mar City perfectly, without losing a single soldier, winning a beautiful victory. Shaolu and his team, despite the fact that Dawn City was busy everywhere, still held a lively celebration banquet for them. After the celebration banquet, Sia Shiaan hosted another high-level meeting, mainly to discuss the starship. The meeting finally decided that after the starship was repaired, she would lead a team to leave Star 520 for space exploration. Half a year later, the starship was finally repaired. First, volunteers drove the starship out of Star 520 and tested it twice. The safety of the starship was confirmed, and it could be used for interstellar navigation. Shaolu and his team dared to let Sia Shiaan lead the team to leave. The team had also been selected. Captain Sia Shiaan, team member Sui Guanqing, Chi Xiaohua, Shan Lu's 10-man mechanical team. The day the starship left the planet, all the residents of Dawn City came to see them off, and sincerely prayed and wished them all the best. This is the first time in hundreds of years that people from their planet have carried out interstellar travel, and it will also be the first step for their planet 520 to enter the universe. The first day of the starship's departure, Shaolu and his team received news that the starship was running well. The second day of the starship's departure, Sia Shiaan was complaining, Dean Su, the paint you studied is not good. Look for yourself. The paint on the starship's outer shell has been blown away by the cosmic storm. Chi Xiaohua ran over, her eyes shining with excitement. Star-Lord, team leader Shang said that the signal source was found right in front of our direction of travel. If nothing unexpected happens, it's a star pirate ship. Chapter 45. Her whole body was filled with enthusiasm for fighting. Fight? Fight? Let's fight. Sia Shiaan's eyes also lit up. Dean Su looked at the two people in the video whose eyes were full of desire to fight, and panicked. Star-Lord, calm down, don't be impulsive. You must remember your mission, you go out to find energy. Behind you, there are tens of millions of people on our 520 star who are waiting for you to come back. You are the hope of all of us. Star-Lord, you must put safety first. Don't mess around. This is in a vast universe, and there is no room for any accidents. If the starship is damaged, people will die, and they will die in the universe, and even their bodies will not be found. Sia Shiaan said calmly, I know. Shaolu was also anxious on the side, and wanted to persuade them a few more words, but the communication, which was already very unstable, flashed and suddenly broke. Sia Shiaan's eyes condensed, and she strode towards the control room. Zhou Yuan from the mechanical team met her. Star-Lord, the starship on the opposite side has also captured our signal source, and is interfering with our communication signal. Sia Shiaan asked as she walked, What did Shaolu say? Have you found out the specific situation on the opposite side? Zhou Yuan said, The opposite side is an interstellar pirate ship that is 10 times larger than our starship, and the number of pirates is about 20,000. The leader said that we don't know their specific strength, so it is not appropriate to confront them head-on. The best option we can choose now is to shut down all the signal sources of the starship, and go around them from their blind spots. Sia Shiaan walked and listened, and soon entered the control room. She walked behind Shan Lu, patted his shoulder, and when he turned his head to look at her, she said, Shan Lu, from now on, all of us will follow your command. The enemy has 20,000 people. It is a small star pirate group. In addition to the number of people, they also have weapons. The weapons they are equipped with may not be a big deal compared to the major planets of the Interstellar Alliance. But for them, a garbage planet that has to collect materials to build mechas, and it took half a year to repair the starship and search all over the planet to find all the materials, it is definitely more advanced than them. Shaolu nodded, turned his head, and looked at the main control screen again. It is impossible to fight. Not to mention that they don't know the enemy's weapons and strength. Let's say that they count the mechanical team, a total of 13 people. Will they fight 20,000 people with their brains? Xiao was still a little disappointed about not fighting. But although she didn't fight, she could still think about it. She stared at the silver signal source flashing in the screen with burning eyes and swallowed enviously. What a big starship. There must be a lot of good things inside that she has never heard of. I want it. Shaolu observed for a moment, decisively turned off the master control system, and began to operate the manual system to navigate. Manual operation requires very high skills from the driver, and there can be no mistakes, otherwise the direction of navigation will be wrong. If the direction deviates, crashes into the turbulence of space and time, or is sucked into a black hole, it will be a dead end. When the master control system is turned off, the starship will no longer emit any signal source, the enemy cannot capture their position, and they can no longer capture any signal source of the enemy. It is equivalent to that they are now deaf and blind, and can only rely on their own driving skills to bypass the opposite star pirate ship. Wait until they sail to a safe place, and then turn on the master control system. The master control room of the opposite star pirate ship suddenly lost the signal source target. The captain exclaimed, and then laughed. I met a bumpkin again, and I don't know which corner of the planet they came from. Do they think that if they turn off the master control system and no longer release any signal source, we can't catch them? The first mate next to him had a sinister look in his eyes, and his tone was full of mocking sympathy, saying, people from small planets are really pitiful. The Alliance developed an energy capture locking device 10 years ago, but they didn't know it. Energy capture locking. That is to say, as long as the opponent's starship uses bismuth crystal source energy, they can accurately capture their position with the instrument. They can accurately lock their position. Do they think they can escape by shutting down the signal source? They are so naive that one feels sorry for them. The captain looked at the tattered starship captured by the remote camera on the pause screen and said, the starship is so rotten, they must be a group of poor people. You won't get much money by robbing them. The first mate also looked at the starship with disdain. The pieces of metal of different colors on the outer shell of the starship looked like patches, which looked ugly. The clothes worn by the slaves in the slave camp were more pleasing to the eye than this thing. But their starship is so ugly that it hurts my eyes. The captain was full of disgust and turned to tell the first mate, notify the team to blow it up for me. He talked about killing people as if he was talking to someone about whether the weather was good today. The first mate said, yes, captain. It was their blessing that this shabby starship was blown up, and the people in the starship died in the moment of the explosion. Otherwise, when they encounter a cosmic storm, their starship will disintegrate, and the people in the starship will float into the universe and be torn apart by the storm, and they will die in pain. After receiving the news that the opposite starship was blown up, the members of the Star Pirates team immediately aimed the muzzle of the interstellar heavy artillery at the target. The moment the muzzle turned, Xiao, who has a sensitive, beast-like intuition, suddenly condensed her eyes, and her whole body was full of murderous aura, saying, Star-Lord, I feel the danger, I think they want to kill us. Her intuition is very accurate. In the past 2 days, relying on her intuition, they avoided many dangers such as time and space turbulence, cosmic storms, cosmic radiation, and asteroid impacts. Before Sia Shiaan had time to speak, she saw in the darkness opposite. Suddenly, a very bright sesame-sized dot appeared and shot towards the direction of their starship. Yin Shu's face turned pale, and he explained, Interstellar Heavy Artillery. Chapter 46. Interstellar Heavy Artillery arrived in an instant. Shaolu's speed was faster than that of the Interstellar Heavy Artillery. Sia Shiaan's speed was a little slower than his. He had just boarded the mecha and was about to rush out of the starship to give the Interstellar Heavy Artillery a taste of his own medicine. Shaolu had already driven the starship and turned at a great angle, swinging his tail like a dragon. The starship suddenly disappeared from its original position and made a small jump. It jumped from the opposite side of the original pirate ship to their side and rear. On the opposite pirate ship, the team responsible for blowing them up widened their eyes in disbelief. They watched the energy capture positioning on the light curtain suddenly disappear strangely. They watched the heavy artillery fired explode in the void, but it did not hit the target. Where is that starship? The captain's face was pale, as if he had seen a ghost. He did not even look at the light curtain at the first time. Instead, he turned his head and looked through the window into the dark depths of the universe. The team members were all shocked. Some rubbed their eyes and tried to look at the light curtain, and some ran to see if the energy capture lock device was broken. Otherwise, How could such a large starship suddenly disappear in front of their eyes? The light curtain was fine, and the energy capture lock device was also running well. Someone's voice was trembling. Captain, we won't encounter a ghost starship. There are many legends in the interstellar space, and the most famous among their star pirates is the ghost starship. According to the legend, all star pirate ships that encounter ghost starships will be lost in the vast universe without exception. At the beginning, they survived by relying on the supplies on the ship. When the supplies were eaten up, they began to kill each other and eat their former companions. When all the companions were killed and eaten, the last person who survived would die in endless hunger and fear. Nonsense, it must be an advanced starship that we have never seen before that can block our search and positioning. The captain scolded, but his face became worse. He himself did not believe what he said. How could such a shabby starship have high-end shielding equipment? Sia Shiaan and his shabby starship did not have a shielding device. But they had Shaolu. Sia Shiaan jumped off the starship, put away her bow and arrow, and adjusted her internal breath. She approached Shaolu with sparkling eyes, looking at him as if she was looking at a big baby, and asked curiously, "What did you just do?" Her response was simple and rough. She put on the mecha, rushed out of the starship, and smashed it before the heavy artillery exploded. She calculated that as she burst out all her source power, she would be able to fight against the heavy artillery, and would not die. The small light screen in front of Shaolu displayed lines of words. I guess they have a way to capture the bismuth crystal energy, shut down the bismuth crystal source power system, and start the card power system. Bismuth crystal source energy is very rare on their planet. Therefore, the starship they modified has two energy systems. One is the starship's own power system that relies on bismuth crystal to provide energy. The other is the power system they added, which uses cards. Sia Shiaan gave him a thumbs up, his eyes brightened, and asked impatiently, "Can we be sure now that they can't capture our card power system?" Shaolu nodded, and the words on the screen continued. 1 minute has passed since the jump, and their heavy artillery has not chased us again. They can't capture our card energy. Otherwise, the vicious star pirates would have fired one after another. Sia Shiaan smiled like a fox about to eat grapes, rubbed his chin, and shouted, "Shaolu, Sui Guanxing, come to work." The enemy can't capture any of their positioning information. But they know clearly where the enemy's starship is. If they don't seize the opportunity to do something big, they will be sorry for the heavy artillery that the enemy just fired at them. Shaolu rubbed his hands excitedly, happier than killing the New Year pig during the New Year, and shouted, "Yes, Star Lord. It's time to fight. It's finally time to fight." Sui Guanxing also stood at attention respectfully, waiting for her instructions. Sia Shiaan asked Shaolu and got permission to go out and fight. She watched him drive the starship to a distance of only 3 kilometers from the star pirates. She turned around and said, "You two, go and destroy their starship. Remember, don't show mercy this time, and don't fight them. Come back immediately after destroying the starship." She was scared, and was ready to bypass them and escape. But they wanted to blow her to death. This is intolerable. "Yes, Star Lord." Shaolu and Sui Guanxing put on their mechas without any hesitation and walked out of the starship. When they walked out, 2 metal chains also extended from the side of the starship, extending rapidly in space, quietly approaching the enemy's starship and connecting to their hull. Shaolu and Sui Guanxing, with the power of the metal chain, approached the huge starship at a very fast speed and silently. Sia Shiaan tried walking on the 2 chains. The chain is equivalent to a small source of gravity. In space, where gravity is very small or even non-existent, this source of gravity can fix objects, such as people, and can generate gravity with it, so that they can walk on it. Of course, these 2 chains are not simple and ordinary metal chains. The ends are made into card power systems, and the cards provide them with energy. As for the specific scientific principles, Sia Shiaan doesn't understand. Shaolu led people to make it. Anyway, there are countless strange functions on their starship. On the opposite star pirate ship, a captain has reported the strange situation to the captain. The captain looked at the dark space outside the starship and felt panic for no reason. He decisively ordered, "If you can't find the starship, don't look for it anymore. Tell them to leave here immediately." This place, close to the cosmic void. It was so dark that nothing could be seen outside. The invisible danger is the most dangerous. The captain didn't complete his mission, so he didn't dare to say much. After a respectful response, he ordered, "Set sail immediately and don't stay here." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. The whole starship shook violently. The captain was dizzy, and his head hit the window next to him. Then, he was frightened by the face that suddenly enlarged in front of him. It was a face that was pressed hard against the window, and the facial features were deformed due to squeezing. A woman's face. A woman's bright smile. He didn't even have time to let out a terrified scream. There was another bang in his ear. The window beside him was smashed by a hammer, and his head was also smashed. Half of his head was smashed. His voice was also stuck in his throat, and he stared at Shaolu with his eyes wide open, in disbelief and extreme fear. After Shaolu smashed the window, she didn't stop and went to blast other places. The place she blasted was very tricky. It was all Yanshu who taught her that when she wanted the spoils, she couldn't smash the place. This time, the Star Master said that there was no need to hold back, so of course she would pick the important parts of the starship and smash them. However, just when she changed her target and flew to a window, ready to smash it with a hammer, a black gun muzzle was also aimed at her head. Chapter 47. Shaolu raised her eyes. Her bloodthirsty eyes due to excitement and stimulation met the muzzle of the gun. She licked her lips and smiled cruelly. She did not dodge or evade, raised the war hammer, and smashed it towards the muzzle of the gun. The bullet from the muzzle. It was fired at the same time as her war hammer, and collided with each other with a bang. The bullet exploded. At this moment, the war hammer burst out with dazzling lightning. This light, like lightning, silently blew everything around into powder, including the star pirate, who was holding a gun and trying to shoot her. The sudden attack. The enemy that could not be captured. The star pirate's ship was in chaos. Some star pirates raised their weapons and looked for the enemies who attacked them. But their enemies were like the ghosts in the legend. They could only capture the afterimages of their activities outside the star ship, but could not catch their enemies. Some pirates were running in a certain direction with a purpose, trying to find the small starship that was escaping, and escape before the starship was completely destroyed. The captain was trying to keep the crew calm, using force and bloody means to intimidate the panicked crowd. He was holding a laser gun in his hand, killing people as he went, and shouting with bloodshot eyes, "Everyone, calm down, don't run around, don't panic. Find the enemy, kill the enemy, we can get their starship, and we can survive." The mecha team listened to the order, put on the mecha immediately, turned on the combat mode, and went out to find the enemy. The weapons team listened to the order, all weapons on the starship, adjust the attack target to the closest distance, full firepower coverage, and bomb them. The enemies who destroyed the starship were nearby. Even if they couldn't be found or killed, they could be scared away. He could take his mecha team and confidence into the small starship for escape and escape from here. But ideals are always beautiful. But reality is cruel. The captains received the order and decided to give it a try. When they rushed to the weapon operations center, they found that it had been bombed into ruins. The shell of the nearby starship was severely damaged. The gas and dust in the universe rushed in, causing the air in the ship to quickly lose. The star pirates wearing aviation suits were not affected. But those star pirates, who forgot their aviation suits because of fear. The first exposure to cosmic radiation, high-energy rays, and particle flow made their skin look like a red-hot shrimp. They covered their hearts and throats in pain, their facial features twisted, and died in pain and despair in just a few seconds. Sia Shiaan held a telescope, observed the battle situation on the opposite side from a distance, and directed Shaolu and Sui Guanxing to fight. In the first wave of attacks to destroy the starship, only half of the enemies died. Those pirates, who were too late or too frightened to put on their space suits in time, died after being exposed. Corpses floated in the universe like space junk. Pirates, who put on space suits and mechas, quickly organized into battle formations. The mecha troops of thousands of people looked really domineering. Yanshu, the mechanic, was so greedy when he saw the good mechas that he couldn't help but say, "Star-Lord, these mechas are so beautiful. It would be great if all of them were ours." In this way, the Star-Lord would not have to worry about the problem of insufficient force. With the 200 mecha troops at home, plus the 1,000 mechas in front of them, it is enough to deter any separatist forces on their planet, and make them dare not act rashly. Sia Shiaan looked like she had seen a lot of things, and said earnestly, "We have just been out of the planet for 2 days. This is just a small group of star pirates. How good can their mechas be? Don't stare at the little bit of money in front of you. There will be many good things in the future." Yanshu looked at her and wanted to say, "Star-Lord, please take back the light of possession in your eyes. Can you say such things again?" She obviously wants it too. While the two were talking, the mecha troops of the star pirates on the opposite side had already opened fire and started to shoot in all directions. The explosion light illuminated the surrounding darkness. Shaolu and Sui Guanqing, who were hiding in the dark, were also exposed. The captain of the Star Pirates shouted angrily, "Aim at them, kill them, and avenge our dead brothers." It was these two people. They destroyed his ship and killed his brothers. He would never let them go. He would blow them into pieces. All the firepower of the mecha troops was instantly concentrated on Shaolu and Sui Guanqing. After the two looked at each other, they did not turn around and flee immediately. Instead, they rushed towards the mecha troops of the Star Pirates at a very fast speed. Sia Shiaan just said, "Don't fight, retreat immediately." It was too late. The two men has already rushed into the mecha troops. There is a saying that the only way to defeat martial arts in the world is to be fast. The speed of their two mechas is already very fast, and their own powerful source power also adds to the speed. Their speed reached the limit at this moment, like a flash of light, flashing away. The mecha troops and survivors of the Star Pirates finally saw the enemy who destroyed their starship. Their eyes burned red with anger, and immediately pointed their guns and cannons at them, firing at full power. They thought they could kill them in one fell swoop. But to their surprise, the two daring enemies not only did not dodge, avoid or escape, but rushed towards them. The enemy's speed was too fast. They only saw them rush into their mecha troops. They were afraid of accidentally hurting their brothers, so they didn't dare to open fire, and could only watch the two people, one dragging two mechas. Once again, at a very fast speed, they rushed out of their team and disappeared in the endless darkness before their eyes. Yes, those two enemies. They rushed in, didn't fight with them, didn't open fire, and didn't commit suicide attacks. They dragged two mechas away by themselves. The people of the Star Pirate mecha troops were confused. The rest of the survivors looked at each other, confused. Those two people must have some brain problems. They didn't fight, but dragged the mecha away. What's the meaning? However, life and death are at stake, and there is no time to think about these issues. The captain looked at the place where the two mechas disappeared in the darkness, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and decisively ordered, "Get on the spare starship and leave here immediately." Those two people rushed into their mecha troops as if they were in an empty space, and their strength was so strong that it was terrifying. He didn't know who they were. But he knew that he couldn't chase them. He could only run away. Yanshu saw the surviving pirates began to board the starship at the fastest speed and in an orderly manner, and said, "Star-Lord, they want to escape. Don't we leave them behind?" Chapter 48. Sia Shiaan glanced at her. "Senior, you are a mechanic. How can you be more belligerent than her?" Yanshu said, "We fought this battle, and if they ran away, wouldn't it be a bargain for them?" Sia Shiaan said, "Don't worry, they won't get away with it." Yanshu didn't have time to ask her about her next plan. Sia Shiaan's voice was transmitted into the dark universe. "Friends on the other side, we have no ill intentions. Please leave your mechas, your weapons, your supplies, your money, all behind, and I will let you go. Otherwise, the 100,000 troops I lead will chase you to the end of the universe." Yanshu spit out blood. "Is it really okay to say this?" The Star Pirates looked at each other with complicated expressions, and they were so angry that they were about to spit out blood. They have already seen the terrifying strength of the enemy. They dare not disobey her words. Someone asked, "Captain, what should we do?" The captain said, "What else can we do? Leave the things to her." "Who are these people? How come they behave more like pirates than them?" Someone hesitated, "But if she doesn't keep her word, and we give her all the things, she will kill us to silence us." The Star-Lord hardened his heart, gritted his teeth, and was about to speak. Sia Shiaan spoke again. "We are a poor pirate group. Do you know that we are poor? We are short of money. We only want money, things and resources, and we don't kill." Yanshu's eyes twitched when he heard this. Is it really appropriate for the Star-Lord to say this about himself? However, what the Star-Lord said was also true. They really lack money and resources. The pirates wanted to cry, but had no tears. What kind of people did they meet? The Star Pirate captain was speechless. If he had known earlier, he would never have provoked this group of evil spirits. He just fired a cannon at them, and got the retribution now. The pirate ship was gone, more than half of his brothers were killed or injured, and after handing over the supplies, he was completely penniless and alone. Sia Shiaan said, "I'll count to 3, 2, 1, and you say whether you agree to my conditions or not." The Star Pirate captain gritted his teeth and said, "We agree." "Regret? If you ask, you regretted so much that your intestines are green." Sia Shiaan urged impatiently, "What are you doing? Put all your things on a small starship for me, and hurry up." She finished speaking. The pirates on the opposite side began to move all kinds of supplies into a small starship next to them with tears in their eyes, fearful and aggrieved. Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing also came back with their spoils. Qi Xiaohua was so good at praising the Star Lord that she couldn't bear not to praise him for even a second. Her eyes were full of admiration. Star Lord, you are so amazing. They really moved all the things onto the starship. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have risked rushing into the mecha troops of the Star Pirates and brought back 2 mechas. She threw the 2 mechas in her hands to the ground with some disdain. Sui Guanqing also looked at the 2 mechas he had snatched back with a complicated expression and asked, Star Lord, what should we do with the people in the mechas? The Star Pirates in the mechas had their mental power injured by them and fainted inside. Even if they woke up, their mental power was destroyed and they were useless. Sia Shiaan said, leave the mechas and send the people back to them. When the people were sent back, the pirates who were carrying supplies didn't dare to move. They didn't dare to move at all. Damn, this is really a promise, only money and property, not people. Soon, the pirates put all the supplies into the small starship and stuffed it full. The captain asked, Lady, is this okay? Sia Shiaan said, take off your space suits too. The captain was about to cry, but lady, without the space suits, we will die soon. Sia Shiaan said, you are stupid, go into your starship first, then take off the space suits, remember to put them together, otherwise it will be difficult for me to clean up. The captain could only grit his teeth and swallow his blood. Okay, I know, thank you for your advice, lady. What can he do? He can only hold it in. Who told them that they can't beat them? The captain took his pirate crew and entered the only starship. The starship was a small escape starship with limited space. After everyone got in, they were packed like sardines in a can, one next to the other. They lined up, took off their spacesuits one by one, and folded them neatly. Then the Star Pirates standing outside in spacesuits took them, and put them in the supply starship next to them. About half an hour later, everything was over. The Star Pirate captain said humbly, Lady, it's all ready, we're leaving. Sia Shiaan said, have a good trip, have a good trip. Tens of thousands of surviving Star Pirates boarded a small starship and left this place that made them regret for the rest of their lives and never wanted to come again. Their starship. After sailing in the universe for 5 days and 5 nights, when their food ran out and they suspected they were going to starve to death, they encountered a medium-sized Star Pirate ship, and the captain was still their old acquaintance. They got a way to survive by joining them. Then, the entire Interstellar, all the Star Pirate groups knew about it. Recently, a Star Pirate group called Poor Star Pirate Group appeared in this star field. Their individual combat power is extremely terrible, and they can tear apart a pirate group of 10,000 people. If it is a small pirate group of 10,000 people, don't confront them head-on. If you surrender directly without resistance, they will only take all your supplies, and will not kill people. Otherwise, they will definitely be wiped out. At this moment, Sia Shiaan's team has approached a medium-sized planet. They are going to land at the starport there to investigate the customs and habits of the alien planet and see if they can find the source or they need. Shaolu is the first person to receive news about the Poor Pirate Group. However, he can't speak. Just looking at the name, his expression is quite complicated. Yen Shu is a person who doesn't care about reputation. Before, she didn't know what the Star Lord meant by not silencing people and letting them go. Seeing all the exaggerated rumors, she couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Star Lord, so this is your plan. Use them to make us famous. Publicize our achievements. The Star Lord is still awesome. They can only take one step and look 3 steps ahead. The Star Lord takes 1 step and looks 100 steps ahead. Sia Shiaan was holding the money and preparing to share it with them. When he heard her words, he said, in the future, if we encounter a small Star Pirate group, we can scare them with our name. Qi Xiaohua didn't care about fame, but only stared at the money in her hand and asked, Star Lord, after we get off the starship, can we really buy whatever we want? Sia Shiaan gave her the money and said, we have money now. When we go to other planets, we can be open and honest. We are no worse than any of them. 2 hours later, the largest starport on Beta Star welcomed the most dilapidated starship in history. The patches were patched up one by one, which was eye-catching. The person in charge of the starport frowned and said, where did these bumpkins come from? Send someone over and let them pay first, then let them enter the port. Chapter 49. The port staff received the order, and were also shocked by the ugly starship in the picture. The robot security team with guns flew towards the shabby starship in a patrol aircraft. In the shabby starship, Including Sia Shiaan, every one of them was a bumpkin who left their home planet for the first time and saw other planets for the first time. Their minds had already flown to Beta Star. Yin Shu was still very calm and rational, and said, "Zhou Yuan, after you get off the starship, come with me to buy materials to repair the starship. Let's replace the materials we used to make up the numbers first, repair the starship, and then you can go shopping." Zhou Yuan and others nodded. Okay. They are all mechanics, and repairing starships is their job, and no one has any objections. Sui Guanqing looked at them, and said, "I don't have anything to buy or visit. I'll keep you safe. The starship still needs to be repaired as soon as possible, otherwise it will be too conspicuous. What if Beta Star receives intelligence from the poor star pirates and targets us?" Qi Xiaohua said, "Sui Guanqing will protect you. I won't go. I will accompany team leader Shang to sell goods with the Star Lord." Sia Shiaan turned to look at her. Qi Xiaohua hurriedly showed a flattering face. "You haven't got off the starship yet, Shiaan. The Star Lord said that after getting off the starship, call her by her name, not the Star Lord, so as not to expose their identities." Sia Shiaan said, "Then come with me to see if Shan Lu and the others have pulled out all the carrots. Ever since they got the starship in St. Mars City, they have plans to travel across the stars and look for source minerals. In addition to repairing machinery, Shan Lu also began to learn various planting techniques from Dean Nicole so that they could eat the fruits, vegetables, and food they planted in the starship. He is a genius mechanic. While planting, he has been studying how to absorb the energy in the carrots and convert it into the energy of the crops. Then, he planted crops that can quickly restore source power after eating. Of course, not every crop can have this effect. A large number of research experiments have proved that only carrots can absorb and convert energy to the greatest extent, and the effect is the most obvious. When used on other crops, the recovery effect is limited, but it can accelerate their growth and maturity. However, this technology cannot be used on a large scale, because in addition to source energy, he also added a very rare, or called fluorescent gold, which is the material used by the Alliance to manufacture chips for advanced mechas. They have only accumulated 200 grams and 520 stars for hundreds of years. These 200 grams can supply a planting area of 100 square meters, and can support about half a year. The starship they are on now is specially used to transport non-degradable and non-recyclable heavy polluting garbage. It is a medium-sized starship with an area of 30,000 square meters. Not to mention a 100 square meter space ecological planting cabin. Even a 10,000 square meter one is more than enough. When Sia Shiaan took Qi Xiaohua into the planting cabin, the carrots had been picked and packed. They used the supplies sent by the Star Pirates, the space folding bags. At this moment, Shan Lu was leading 5 mechanics to plant the carrot seedlings in the breeding box into the planting boxes one by one. The intelligent planting box is connected to the energy conversion instrument in the planting cabin. It can continuously receive energy from the instrument and control the energy input, nutrient solution supply, and light intensity required for plant growth according to the growth of the crops. No matter how many times Sia Shiaan looked at this planting cabin, she felt it was very high-tech and magical. When she helped to plant carrots, she said, "Shan Lu, when we sell the vegetables, I will buy you 2 robots as assistants. You don't have to do these jobs yourself, just leave them to the robots." The light screen in front of Shan Lu showed, "Do it yourself, you can stretch your muscles." Sia Shiaan looked at his sickly pale handsome face, and still thought, "You have to buy it. After buying it, you can let them do whatever you want. They can even run away with you at the critical moment." Shan Lu's eyes were filled with an obvious smile, and a word jumped on the light screen again. Good. They planted carrots very quickly. The carrots were just planted. The starship bumped. Sui Guanqing's voice followed with obvious displeasure. "Other starships can dock at the port first and then charge fees. Why should our starship stop here and pay fees?" Forcing them to stop on the patrol aircraft of their starship. The staff looked down at them with undisguised disdain in their eyes. "You should pay fees wherever we tell you to stop. If you don't pay, you can't enter our port. If these poor guys are really allowed to stop at the port, when they can't pay, they will be driven away. How much time will be wasted going back and forth? If they are shameless and make trouble in the starport, not to mention the negative impact on them, if they affect other guests, the loss will be even greater. You are discriminating." Sui Guanqing was so angry that his handsome face turned blue, and he wanted to argue with them. Sia Shiaan had already followed the sound, pulled him, walked forward, and said with a smile, "Handsome man, we pay the fee. How can we not pay the fee? How much is the fee for docking at the starport? There is no need to get angry with these little minions, who look down on others. The staff frowned and looked at her and said, "Can you be the boss?" The girl in front of him was too young, about 17 or 18 years old, but she sounded very calm and mature when she spoke. "I am the boss," Sia Shiaan said. The staff looked at her suspiciously again, and then said, "Your starship is a medium-sized starship. If you don't have our starport membership card, 100,000 Alliance coins a day, how many days do you want to dock?" 10 days. Sia Shiaan called up the optical brain payment. "Scan it." She didn't know whether the optical brain was the most popular and advanced in the Alliance, but it was given by the Star Pirates anyway. Shaolu changed the owner information of the optical computer she was using to her. The deposits in other pirates' optical computers were transferred to hers, and the amount in it was 15 million Union coins. When Shaolu saw the money, she didn't want to stop at the planet anymore. She just wanted to do nothing but rob pirates when she met them during interstellar travel, and she could make a lot of money. The staff nodded. A light shone on the optical computer of the robot at the front, and 1 million Union coins were transferred to it. Sia Shiaan also gave the staff a carrot and said, "This is the latest scientific research result of our planet. Eating it can quickly recover and enhance mental strength." Chapter 50. Source power can be restored. Mental power can also be restored. People who smile should not be hit. They all paid the fee obediently. The staff did not refuse. They took the carrots, gave them a place to dock, and left. According to the rules of their starport, as long as the fee is paid, no matter it is civilian, military, or pirate starships, they can dock. The premises don't make trouble. Of course, their starport is guarded by Admiral Qin Yin, and no blind person dares to make trouble. As for Sia Shiaan's carrots that can restore mental power, he doesn't believe a word. The Alliance has developed to this point, and has not developed a medicine that can quickly restore mental power, let alone enhance mental power. Shaolu and others left, clenched their fists, murderous eyes flashed, and said unhappily, "Shiaan, with his attitude, why did you give him carrots? Our carrots are sold for money, not for these bastards to eat. If it weren't for not causing trouble, she will definitely beat him to a pulp." Sia Shiaan said, "It's easy to see the king of hell, but it's hard to deal with the little devil. We are new here, so it's better to have less trouble than more. It's not good for us to offend him." Shaolu is most concerned about other people's attitudes, and she is not happy with them. The mechanical team members are looking at the endless and luxurious starport in front of them, but they are thinking, 100,000 a day, so many starships, how much money can be made a day? This starport is really a profitable business. When we go back, we will build one too. Sia Shiaan said, "Building a starport is conservative. In the future, we will not only build the largest and most lively starport in the galaxy, but also the largest mechanical maintenance center in the galaxy." The mechanical team was excited, with a look of yearning on their faces, saying, "Star-Lord, we will definitely cherish the opportunity, learn advanced mechanical knowledge from the outside world, and improve ourselves." Sia Shiaan corrected, "Call Shiaan." The mechanical team laughed and said, "Shiaan." The starship quickly stopped at the location designated by the staff. The exploration team got off the starship. Then, they rented a small aircraft from the starport and flew to the security checkpoint for a safety check. The starport does not care what kind of heavy weapons are on the docked starship. But to leave the starport and enter Beta Star, no hot weapons, such as guns and explosives, are allowed. Sia Shiaan and his team each took a bow and arrow, only a bow, no arrows. In addition to the bow, they also carried a bag of carrots, saying that they were going to sell them on Beta Star. The staff at the security check looked at them, as if they were rare animals. Where did these bumpkins come from? They brought bows, cold weapons from the ancient Earth period, not to mention that they also brought carrots to sell. How much can this bag of carrots be worth? Sia Shiaan saw them finish the inspection and asked, "Can we leave?" The staff said, "Okay." Although they looked a little weird, and didn't seem to be in a normal state. But what they brought were not controlled weapons, or vegetables that were restricted for import and export, so there was no reason not to let them pass the security check. After passing the security check at the starport, they went directly to the traffic area. Yin Shu and his friends chose to take the vacuum tube suspension train to visit the material market. Sia Shiaan and his friends rented a flying vehicle and planned to drive it to a crowded place to sell carrots. This time, it was not Shaolu who was driving the aircraft. It was Sia Shiaan. Sia Shiaan sat in the driver's seat, wearing the matching holographic glasses, and the traffic track lines in the air were clearly presented in front of her eyes. Looking down, she could clearly see every marked street and the function of every building. Qi Xiaohua was so excited that she sat at the window and looked down, pointing to Sia Shiaan. Xiaoman, look there. There are the most people there. That is the commercial street. I see a lot of stalls selling various souvenirs on the roadside. Let's go to that commercial street to set up a stall and sell vegetables. Sia Shiaan said, it can't be sold there. She said that carrots can enhance mental strength, and people believe it? Is she a fool? Qi Xiaohua asked. Then where should we sell it? Sia Shiaan pointed to the mecha battlefield on the holographic map and said, take you to fight. Let you fight enough at once. To sell things, of course, you have to find the target group and sell to the people who need it most. Who needs to recover their mental strength most quickly? Of course, it is the people who have consumed their mental strength. Qi Xiaohua suddenly realized, Xiaoman, you are the smartest. She began to rub her hands. She began to be eager to try. She hadn't fought for 5 days. There are 2 star ports on Beta. They are now in Yana City, the largest city on Beta, and the capital of Beta. Yana City is famous throughout the galaxy as the City of Freedom. Here, gambling, black boxing, mecha fighting field, etc. are all legal. Soon, the aircraft stopped at the parking lot of the mecha fighting field. Sia Shiaan and his friends bought tickets, registered, and entered the mecha fighting field. Of course, Qi Xiaohua bought a contestant ticket. Sia Shiaan bought an agent ticket, which means the person who follows her closely and takes care of her can follow her into the arena openly. Shaolu bought a spectator ticket and bought him the best seat, which allows him to see all the battles from 360 degrees. Sia Shiaan sent Shaolu to his seat and told him, don't run around, just wait here, we will pick you up as soon as we finish. Also, if you encounter danger or trouble, call me quickly, I will come right over. Shaolu nodded. Sia Shiaan was worried, and told him again, remember it. Shaolu waved at her, watching her look back every few steps, and couldn't help laughing. He waited until he saw her jump off the audience seats before turning his head to look at the battlefield. Next to him sat a young girl, who looked at him with a blushing face. After hesitating for a long time, she moved closer to him and called out, Sir, sir. Shaolu saw Sia Shiaan again. She was very fast, and had already run to the battlefield. He saw her jump up and waved at him vigorously. The corners of her lips couldn't help but raise a curve, and the look in her eyes softened a lot. The girl next to him followed his line of sight, and saw that Sia Shiaan had already run away. She didn't see anything and gently patted his shoulder. The smile on Shaolu's face disappeared immediately, and his eyes returned to a distant indifference, with a slightly frowned brow. However, his good upbringing prevented him from embarrassing others by patting the place that had been touched in front of others. He just nodded slightly at her and asked through lip language, Excuse me, is there anything I can do for you? The little girl also realized that her behavior was a bit presumptuous. She looked at him rather embarrassedly, but still couldn't help asking, Excuse me, do you know Commander Shaolu? I don't mean anything else. You look too much like him. He is my idol, and I like him very much. Chapter 51. Shaolu's eyes, hidden under his thick eyelashes, dimmed for a moment, and then he shook his head and typed to her on his computer, Sorry, I don't know him. The girl's eyes flashed with obvious regret, and she said with regret, What a pity, how could I not know him? Shaolu did not say anything else, but took off his coat, put it aside, and then turned his attention to the battlefield again. The girl was still talking to herself. They really look alike. She really thought that she had met the descendant of Commander Shang. 300 years ago, in the early days of the establishment of the Alliance. The 23-year-old Commander Shang was already the first commander of the Alliance. He has been guarding the front line against the Zerg and Star Beasts for many years to protect the safety of the Alliance. In a war in which the Star Beasts and the Zerg jointly invaded the 9 galaxies of the Alliance, the rock-solid defense line was lost, and he and his 10 legions mysteriously disappeared. The Star Beasts and the Zerg successfully broke through the galaxy defense and invaded the human world, causing the destruction of millions of cities and 20 billion human casualties. Finally, the current general of the Alliance, the former Admiral Chihua, turned the tide and led the army to fight bloody battles, successfully driving away the Star Beasts and the Zerg, and forcing them back outside the defense line. He became a hero of mankind, and since then he has been promoted step by step, and his career has been prosperous, and he was successfully elected as the general of the Alliance. Commander Shaolu was forever nailed to the pillar of shame of human traitors, and was despised and cursed by everyone. After the aliens were driven away, the Alliance announced the truth of the investigation of him and his legion, and also convicted him of his crimes. The Alliance's rhetoric, Shaolu was ambitious, betrayed the alliance, betrayed mankind, colluded with the Zerg Star beasts, and took the initiative to let them invade, trying to subvert the alliance and control all mankind. But their ancestor had served in the army under Commander Shaolu. The ancestor said that he was a man of faith, persistence, and lofty ideals. Otherwise, he would not have been stationed on the front line against foreign invasions for decades. The harsh environment and fierce fighting there were unbearable for normal people. Generally, soldiers are rotated every 6 months, otherwise they cannot relieve the pain in their hearts, and will go crazy. The ancestor did not believe that he would betray the alliance and betray humanity. The ancestor said that he was framed, and for decades, he has been committed to collecting evidence to overturn his case and exonerate him. She thought of this, sighed deeply, and then carefully peeked at him, and saw that his eyes were softly staring at a certain direction of the battlefield. She followed his line of sight. Under the C-Class battle platform, next to a primary C-Class mecha that had not been modified and maintained the factory settings, a very beautiful young girl was making a V sign with him. She didn't know when she looked over. Xiaohua was already very upset. "Xiaoman, did you see that? The girl next to Team Leader Shang has been peeking at him. Do you want me to go over and help you swear your sovereignty?" Team Leader Shang belongs to the Star Lord. No one can peek. Sia Shiaan is very open-minded. Everyone will take a second look at a good-looking person. Look around. How many pairs of eyes are staring at me? And Shaolu and I haven't confirmed our relationship. What sovereignty are you swearing? Xiaohua muttered. How can it be irrelevant? Team Leader Shang is your most important mechanic. Sia Shiaan was speechless. What you said makes sense. I can't refute it. Xiaohua didn't go to find someone, and she didn't have time, because the number 4 battlefield had already started calling her number and urging her to play. Sia Shiaan said, "You play 2 games in the primary battlefield first to test their level." "Yeah." Xiaohua nodded and complained, "You have to pay to register for admission, rent a mecha, and modify the mecha. They really know how to make money." Sia Shiaan said that she couldn't agree anymore. When entering the field, the players have to pay a registration fee of 50,000 yuan. The agent has a 10,000 yuan entrance fee. The audience chose the best viewing position for Shaolu, and the ticket fee is 100,000 yuan. The mecha is even more excessive. The most basic C-Class mecha has a rental fee of 1 million. If it is damaged during the battle, you have to pay for the repair fee. If you want to modify it for better performance, you have to pay for it yourself. This business is played by them clearly. Number 444. Is number 444 here? On the number 4 battle stage, the referee was still shouting, "Number 444 once, number 444 twice." Sia Shiaan quickly raised her hand. "Yes, yes, number 444 is here." As he said that, he patted the mecha and said, "Go." Xiaohua raised the arm of the mecha, clenched his fist, and said, "Xiaoman, don't worry, I will definitely not lose." The Star Master put all their money on her, betting that she will be the daily champion today. The mecha competition in this venue has the lowest level of C level, and the highest level of S level. The competition adopts an elimination system, and the final winner of the mecha competition of different levels is the champion of this level. There will be 4 champions every day. The competition organizers will give the champions a share of their daily profits according to their level. The higher the level of the competition, the more dividends they will get. The daily champion refers specifically to the champion of the S-level mecha competition. Sia Shiaan encouraged her, "Keep going." She bet on Xiaohua to be the daily champion. Because Xiaohua is a newly registered player, she is too unpopular, so the odds are as high as 1:100. In other words, if Xiaohua wins, her gambling money can be multiplied by 100 times, 10 million will become 1 billion in a second, and she will win. The C-level mecha competition that Xiaohua is currently participating in is the entry level. Watching the C-level competition is like watching elementary school students play football, which is not interesting. In addition, the odds of betting are also low, with the highest odds being twice. For those who spent a lot of money to buy tickets to enter the venue, the cost effectiveness is too low, and it is not exciting at all. There are only a few people watching in the audience. So Xiaohua, the newcomer, won 5 games here, and each game was a one-hit kill, and no one noticed her. After playing 5 games, Xiaohua was aroused to fight, and fighting with a group of noobs was not fun at all, which made her very uncomfortable. She jumped off the mecha and said, "Xiaoman, C-level games are not fun at all. I want to go directly to S-level." Sia Shiaan said, "It's 8 o'clock in the morning now. The game will last until 12 o'clock in the evening to select the daily champion. There is plenty of time." You can fight up one level at a time and adapt to it. Besides, I have all the money in my hand to buy you the championship. Now I don't have money to rent an S-level mecha. You would a few games first, and we will change the mecha after getting the prize money. To be safe, we still have to adapt to other people's mechas and accumulate experience points. Qi Xiaohua was reluctant, but obediently nodded. Okay. In the C-level arena, the prize money for each victory is 50,000 yuan. Qi Xiaohua is very strong in combat, and she knocks out her opponent with one strike every time. She can fight a match every 2 minutes on average. 2 hours later, she fought 60 matches and received a total of 3 million bonuses, which she exchanged for a Class B mecha. People on the garbage planet do not have no mental power at all, but they are very weak. For a Class C mecha, Qi Xiaohua can still control it with her own weak mental power, and then suppress the opponent with her strong power to achieve a one-shot kill. For a Class B mecha, her mental power is too weak to control it. After that, whether it is controlled by a chip or a card, the energy power system needs to be modified. Sia Shiaan spent another 100,000 yuan to buy a mecha master's ticket, went to the audience to find Shaolu, and took him to modify the mecha. Shaolu got up and left with her. Sia Shiaan reminded, "Wait a minute, coat, put on the coat." Shaolu lip language, "It's dirty, don't." Chapter 52. Sia Shiaan took a quick look and didn't see anything dirty, but she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she took off her coat and put it on him. The air conditioning here is too strong. Wear more clothes and be careful not to catch a cold. If this big baby gets sick, the 2 old men at home will eat her alive through the light curtain. Shaolu is 1.88 meters tall, and she looks small and short in her 1.68 meter coat, which looks quite funny. In the audience, many people were attracted by their strange behavior and looked at them with a sidelong glance. They had only seen women wearing men's clothes. It was the first time they saw a grown man wearing a girl's clothes and looking at ease, as if they were the ones who had never seen the world and were making a fuss. Sia Shiaan never cared about other people's eyes. Shaolu didn't care even more, and even tightened his clothes and left beside her. The girl who sat next to him before glanced at the clothes he had thrown away and left aside, then looked at the backs of the 2 of them leaving one after the other, with a smile on her face. She didn't notice anything unusual when she patted his shoulder before. It wasn't until later that he took off his clothes and put them aside. She realized belatedly that he had mysophobia. People with mysophobia will not touch things casually, nor will they let others touch themselves casually. But just now, not only did he not resist the girl's touch, he also wore her clothes. Although Mr. Mysophobia is very tall, it's a bit strange for him to wear girls' clothes, but it's really a big good. Sia Shiaan swore that she definitely didn't mean that. She was just purely concerned and worried that he would catch a cold and get sick. She led Shaolu directly to the workshop she had rented for an hour, for 50,000 yuan. Shaolu looked at her and lip-read. "You don't have enough money, right? I can modify this mecha in 10 minutes. See if you can find someone who needs to modify a mecha urgently. I can help them modify it." Sia Shiaan really didn't want him to modify mechas for others, for fear of tiring him. After hearing what he said, she asked with concern, "Are you sure you can handle it?" Shaolu nodded. Sia Shiaan saw that he looked okay, so she nodded and said, "Then wait, I'll get you a big order." Then, he went to work. Shaolu stayed to modify the mecha. Qi Xiaohua, the person driving the mecha, had to stay to test drive it, so that he could adjust the performance of the mecha at any time to the level that she was most comfortable with. Sia Shiaan thought it would be easy to get the job. I didn't expect it to be so difficult. These players, or the regular players who make a living by playing games, they all have familiar mecha technicians, and every time they modify and repair their mechas, they go to the familiar shops. The new contestants, the kind who play for a day or two, don't repair their mechas when they break down, and they are satisfied when they lose, and they pay the repair fee and leave. Those who come here to train themselves and improve their fighting skills are basically not short of money, and they all come with their own personal mecha technicians. She searched for nearly 20 minutes before finally meeting a potential customer. This workshop is very large, 10 times larger than the one she rented. In the workshop, a young and handsome contestant who seems to have a bad temper is pointing at a mecha technician and cursing. "I pay you so much money every month to support you, and I charge you for repairing the mecha every time, and you repair it into this mess. You useless guy, what else can you do besides eating?" The mecha master was scolded like a quail, shrinking his body, hanging his head, his face flushed red, and he didn't dare to talk back. "Now, immediately, pack your luggage and get out." The man kicked the repair materials next to him in anger. The mecha master didn't even have time to pack his things, and ran away, fearing that he would be killed if he ran a little slower. Sia Shiaan saw the scene in front of him and thought to himself, knocked on the door of the workshop, and said politely, "Sorry, you didn't close the door, I heard the conversation just now. You want to modify the mecha, right? I know a very powerful mecha master who can modify any mecha. Do you want to try it? If you are not satisfied, I won't charge you." Ji Lai was angry, but when he turned around and saw a pretty girl, his anger subsided a little. He looked down at her and said, "You?" Sia Shiaan said, "It's not me, it's my mecha master. We just arrived, and we want to make a name for ourselves. You are an S-level player, so you must be very good. I will give you a discount when the time comes, and you can help us advertise. My mecha master is really good, you will know after you ask him to repair it once, and I guarantee that you will not suffer any loss or be cheated." Ji Lai looked at her suspiciously. "You don't know me?" Sia Shiaan thought to herself, "You think you are an alliance coin, why should I know you?" But she was still very polite on the surface. "Sorry, we just came here. Do you need a mecha master? If not, I will find someone else." Don't be too enthusiastic, or people will suspect she has ulterior motives. Ji Lai smiled and said, "Then I have to make it clear that if you are not satisfied with the modification, I will not pay you, and I will tell all the players in the arena that your mecha master is rubbish." Ji Lai. He has been the daily champion for 29 consecutive days. After the last game today, he will be the champion of this month. Even if she just came, she has to do some homework and get to know him. She doesn't even know him. "Okay." Sia Shiaan agreed readily. "Then I will go and bring my mecha master over now." Ji Lai nodded. 5 minutes later, Sia Shiaan brought Shaolu over. Ji Lai saw the mecha master in front of him, who was about his age and looked sick, and looked at Sia Shiaan with suspicion. "You tell me, is he a very powerful mecha master?" Fuck, she was just kidding him. How come he had never heard of such a young and powerful mecha master? He now had reason to suspect that she was sent by the opponent to mess with him, to waste his time, so that he couldn't repair the mecha before the game. In the end, he used the damaged mecha to play the game, so they could take this opportunity to win. Chapter 53. Sia Shiaan was sure that the man in front of her needed a mecha technician, and repaired and modified his mecha immediately. She had a firm grasp on his weak spot, and the initiative was in her hands. "If you don't believe it, then we'll leave." After that, she pulled Shaolu, and was about to leave. Ji Lai, He suspected that she did it on purpose, but he had no evidence. Sia Shiaan left without hesitation or explanation. Ji Lai hesitated, struggled for a second, and called her. "Wait a minute." Even if she was sent by the enemy to deal with him, he was not afraid, who said he only had one mecha. At worst, he could ask his father to quickly transport his spare mecha over. Anyway, he couldn't let those treacherous villains succeed. Sia Shiaan stopped. Ji Lai coughed and said arrogantly, "You'd better not lie to me, let him come and repair my mecha." Sia Shiaan then pulled Shaolu back. When Shaolu was repairing the mecha, Ji Lai was watching from the side, afraid that he would damage his precious mecha. But he couldn't understand. As an SSS-level mecha soldier who grew up in a mecha, he was more familiar with every structure of the mecha than his own body structure. He could also understand the repair methods of ordinary mecha masters. But the repair method of the man in front of him was something he had never seen before. He could understand every step, but he didn't understand it when they were combined. He wanted to call a pause, but he was attracted by his skillful method, which was like making a work of art. In addition, he had already agreed to let him repair it, so he couldn't regret it, so he held back. Shaolu repaired it very quickly. Half an hour later, he stood up and looked at Sia Shiaan. Sia Shiaan, the assistant, quickly wiped his sweat with a clean towel and acted as a translator, saying to Ji Lai, "Your mecha has been repaired. You can go in and try it. If there is anything wrong, we will adjust it for you." Ji Lai nodded, and his face turned black after getting on the mecha. He had clearly watched the whole process, but he didn't understand which step to start the repair. He was an SSS-level mecha soldier, a rising star of the future on Beta Star, and was stumped by a mecha master who came from nowhere. Sia Shiaan saw him not moving for a long time and urged him, "Handsome guy, please hurry up, we still have things to do." Ji Lai's face became darker, and he shouted, "Haven't you heard that the customer is God? Are you the customer, or am I the customer?" Sia Shiaan said sincerely, "You are God." Ji Lai started to try the mecha, and the moment the mecha started, he clearly felt the difference. His mental power was more in line with the mecha. In the past, He and the mecha had a high degree of fit, and he felt that the mecha was a part of his body. But now, he felt that the mecha was as if it had merged with him. For example, the mecha in the past might be that if your arm was broken, you would get a new mechanical arm, or a self-clone arm, and it would be very smooth and comfortable to use. The mecha now is my own original arm, and my own is the best. Sia Shiaan looked at the mecha in front of him, rolling, jumping and spinning in the workshop, and then performed a set of hearty boxing before stopping. Ji Lai got off the mecha and looked at Sia Shiaan and said, "Your mecha technician is pretty good. My mecha works just like before." Sia Shiaan saw that the customer was satisfied and said, "It's good to be the same. The repair fee is 1 million, and no credit is given." This is what she found out. The average repair cost of an S-Class mecha without changing any parts. Ji Lai readily transferred 1 million to her through the optical computer, and asked with a smile, "How much do you charge your mecha technician per month?" Sia Shiaan saw through his thoughts at a glance. You can repair mechas, but you can't poach people. Ji Lai always said what he meant, and would not do anything behind his back. He said, "My mecha technician left. I'm in urgent need of a mecha technician now. Let him take over for a month. I will return it to you after 1 month, when I leave the competition field. I will pay you 10 times as much as you pay him per month, as a base salary, and the money for repairing the mecha is another." He definitely kept his word, and would let people go after 1 month. However, it is unknown whether his mecha master is still willing to go with her after a month. Sia Shiaan said, "It is impossible to lend you, no matter how much money you want. But I promise you that during the time we are in the competition field, you can come to us to repair the mecha. This is the biggest treasure of their entire planet. Your mecha master is your slave, with no personal freedom. You have the final say in everything. If you say you don't want to lend it, then don't lend it. Have you asked for his opinion?" Ji Lai laughed and turned to ask Shaolu, "Brother, if you work with me for a month and help me repair the mecha, I will give you a basic salary of 1 million, and the money for repairing the mecha is calculated separately. Do you want to do it?" Shaolu looked at him coldly, and shook his head. Ji Lai continued, "I'll give you a base salary of 10 million, which can't be higher. I'll hire an S-level mecha master with this base salary." Shaolu shook his head. Ji Lai still didn't believe it. "I'll give you 100 million, do it? If you can't afford it with money, then it must be that the money is not enough." Shaolu was too lazy to look at him, walked to Sia Shiaan, and asked in lip language, "Let's go." To be honest, 100 million a month. Sia Shiaan was a little tempted, but she couldn't look at the small profits in front of her. They had more important things to do. She pulled Shaolu and said, "Wait a minute. Then, Ji Lai will see." She dug out a carrot from her crossbody folding bag. "Ji Lai, fuck, I'm going to raise rabbits," Sia Shiaan said. "I have something good to introduce to you. Did you see it? This is the latest technology developed on our planet. It can improve mental strength, and quickly restore mental strength. It's a limited time offer of 1 million per carrot." Ji Lai's face. "Do you think I'm a fool?" Sia Shiaan ignored his face, and asked sincerely, "Do you want one?" Ji Lai said, "You'd better take your carrot and fool the fool. He's not a fool anyway. Goodbye. If you want to repair the mecha, contact me." Sia Shiaan put the carrot in her bag with some regret, and left with Shaolu. Ji Lai also looked at Shaolu with some regret. It's rare to see such a powerful mecha master at such a young age. But this mecha master doesn't know what's wrong. He can't even be beaten with money. But he was not a foolish rich man. 100 million was the highest price he could offer after evaluating his value. He would find the top mecha master in the alliance to repair the mecha, but that was the price. After they separated, probably, possibly, perhaps, less than 3 hours, someone in the stadium spread the word that there was a beautiful girl selling carrots, which could quickly repair damaged mental power after eating. After playing 2 more big games, Ji Lai's mental power was a little damaged. He drank a special nutrient solution, and sneered at the rumor. That girl was a very powerful mecha master. But she was wrong to cheat with carrots. I don't know how many fools would be fooled. "Ali, guess what good thing I bought for you?" His good friend Shioji poked his head in, and asked him mysteriously. Chapter 54. Ji Lai almost choked himself to death after swallowing a mouthful of nutrient solution. "It can't be a carrot." "Congratulations." Shioji jumped in and raised the carrot in his hand excitedly. "You guessed it right, those people were crazy about it. I spent 5 million to get it." Ji Lai, fuck. I'll lie, I saw that you were hit in the head during the battle just now, and your mental power should be damaged. Try it, They all say that the effect is immediate. Xiaoxi said. Ji Lai, no, get out. Immediate effect? I'm afraid it's all her tricks. He has seen many such scammers. The Alliance does not have a potion that can quickly restore mental power. Just because she said she had it, they believed it? Have they all grown some brains, and can they think independently? Just try it. It's just a carrot anyway. There won't be any side effects if you eat it. Xiaoxi still didn't give up. I bought it for 5 million. Just think of it as giving me a face. Ji Lai really gave him a face and took the carrot. Her mecha technician is very good at repairing mechas. I want to see if her carrots can restore mental strength. Xiaoxi asked curiously, Hey, do you know this carrot seller? Ji Lai said while chewing the carrot. A man and a woman? The man is very handsome, but he doesn't look very healthy, and the woman is also very beautiful. Xiaoxi nodded and added, There is also an A-level mecha soldier. They are together. It was she who killed the opponent with one blow in the arena and hurt his mental strength. Then she casually gave him a carrot, saying it could restore his mental strength. After her opponent ate it, his mental strength really recovered, and the news spread from one person to another, from 2 to 4, and then spread by word of mouth. People on the A-level side were all scrambling to buy it. I was watching a friend's game there, and I happened to grab one. The S-level side hasn't spread yet, otherwise, 10 million per carrot wouldn't be enough. Ji Lai has already started to react, his eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, Fuck. Xiaoxi was nervous. What's wrong? A Lai, are you okay? Ji Lai's breathing was a little rapid, and he swallowed hard, muttering, It really can restore mental strength. He was careless. He likes to think about things with inherent thinking logic. From the beginning, he judged her words as impossible, and thought she was a liar. She obviously never lied to him. She said her mecha master was very powerful, and her mecha master was really powerful. She said her carrots could restore his mental strength, and only asked him if he wanted to buy them. She didn't try to sell them to him in a sly way. Ali. Xiaoxi saw that he looked strange, so he stopped talking and waved his hand in front of him. Ji Lai said excitedly, I'll call her. No matter how many carrots she has, I'll take them all. When Sia Shiaan received his call, the carrots had already been sold out. 1,000 carrots minus the one that Shaolu gave away, there were still 99 left. 1 carrot sold for 5 million, a total of 4.995 billion in revenue. This business is so profitable at this moment. She was sitting on a small bench, eating small cookies, watching the fighting on the battlefield, very leisurely, and heard his words saying, No more, all sold out. Didn't you say that you developed it? Aren't you going to do it later? Ji Lai felt bitter. There were many carrots that cost 1 million yuan each in front of me, but I didn't cherish them. When I turned around, it had risen to 5 million yuan each. Sia Shiaan said, Do it, but the next batch will have to wait until a month later to mature, and by then we may have left Beta Star. If they can successfully find the source mine on Beta Star, they can buy it. They will find workers, and build a factory to extract source energy, and they will stay for a while. If they can't find the source of the mine, they will have to go to the next planet immediately and continue looking. Ji Lai said, Your next batch, the next batch, and the next batch. Anyway, I have reserved all the carrots you produce, 5 million per carrot. Sia Shiaan said, Mr. Ji, 5 million per carrot, to reserve all our future goods, are you kidding me? The price they are selling now can be said to be a conscience price. Things that restore mental power are not something that ordinary people can afford. They are positioned to be sold to people with high mental power, so they chose to test the waters in the A-level competition area to see their consumption and acceptance. Sure enough, 5 million per carrot was snapped up by people. If it is sold in the S area, it will be another price. If it is sold to people with SS and SSS mental power, the price will be another matter. 5 million per carrot, he really has a good calculation. What a shrewd businessman. Then tell me, how much do you want? Ji Lai really liked this unique carrot that can improve people's mental strength, and wanted to make friends with her. He said sincerely, I am from the G family, you can check it out. Our G family is the richest in Beta Star. We have many high-end sales channels under our command, and can help you sell carrots anywhere. Then my luck is really good. Sia Shiaan was very emotional. In the arena, any customer you pull can be the richest in Beta Star. It is really conservative to charge him 1 million for repairs. Miss Sia, I should go to the arena. If you are interested in cooperation, can we talk after I finish today's game? Ji Lai asked. Yes, we have to finish today's game too. Sia Shiaan watched Qi Shihua's 3-hit kill, and won the 50th game beautifully in the A-level mecha arena. After hanging up the communication, he said, "Okay, let's go to the S-level arena." 5 hours later. It was 11 o'clock in the evening. The competition had reached its most intense stage. The top 4 in the S-level competition area were born. These 4 winners will compete in pairs, and the 2 winners will compete in the final to compete for today's daily champion. 10 minutes later. The final 2 strong players were born, Qi Xiaohua and Ji Lai. Ji Lai finished the semi-finals before Qi Xiaohua, and saw Sia Shiaan and Shaolu standing under the stage. He thought they were here to watch his game, so he jumped off the stage and came to talk to them. Qi Xiaohua was a little slower than him. When she ran over, she smiled at him friendly and said, "Team leader Shang, my mecha arm is not working well here. Please adjust it for me." Ji Lai looked at the 2 of them, and then looked at the super invincible dark horse in today's competition. Player number 444, who used the most common primary S-level mecha provided by the competition organizer to defeat all the opponents in the competition, made rapid progress all the way, and advanced madly, was stunned. Chapter 55. No. He didn't understand. Xiaoxi clearly said that the person with them was an A-class mecha soldier. How did it become an S-class in the blink of an eye? Where did this group of people come from? Shaolu had already gone to adjust Qi Xiaohua's arm. Sia Shiaan smiled at him and shouted, "Mr. Ji." Ji Lai pointed at Qi Xiaohua with a complicated expression. "Is she also yours?" Sia Shiaan nodded. "Yes, we are together. She is very good at fighting. We will fight with her later." "Come on, Mr. Ji." Qi Xiaohua heard it, and turned around and said, "Although you are about to cooperate with us, I will not let you down when fighting. If you can't beat me, call a halt immediately, otherwise it will be bad if I hurt you." Ji Lai's pride did not allow him to admit defeat. "You too, if you can't beat me, admit defeat. Don't force yourself. You are a girl. It will not look good if you get hurt. Trash talk before the game. Who wouldn't? Will he lose? Ha! Since he could remember, whenever there was a fight of the same level, he would always beat the others. She was a dark horse that suddenly emerged. He had also observed several of her fights. She was very powerful, but her combat awareness and combat experience were still a little behind his. Qi Xiaohua said as a matter of course, "I won't lose. I can't afford to lose that person. If she lost, it would be the Star Master who would lose face, and the face of their entire planet. She would not let herself lose." Ji Lai, "I won't lose either." Sia Shiaan saw that the atmosphere was tense before the fight even started, and smiled to be a peacemaker. "My Xiaohua is a bit direct, Mr. Ji, don't take it to heart." Ji Lai nodded and said, "I'll go down and rest for a while. See you after the game." Don't take it to heart. How could it be possible? He took it to heart. In the previous battle, he had tried his best to avoid being hit by the opponent, but his mental strength was still damaged. And his current opponent, number 444, had carrots in their hands. She would definitely eat carrots to restore her mental strength. Although he was absolutely confident that he would not lose to her even if his mental strength was damaged, he just felt very uncomfortable in his heart, and felt that he was not standing on a fair starting line to compete. Sia Shiaan was here, watching Qi Xiaohua chewing carrot seedlings. Yes. They sold all their carrots because of her excitement, and forgot to leave a few for Qi Xiaohua, a combatant, so that she could eat them to restore her source of strength. So, let Yan Shu and the others pick a handful of carrot seedlings, and send them over. The one who sent the carrot seedlings was Zhou Yuan. In order to find out their own mechanical level, he went to do a preliminary investigation to see how the mecha masters outside repaired mechas. Qi Xiaohua ate carrot sprouts and said, "Xiaoman, I can beat him even if I don't restore the source power. I observed several of his representative games, and he is not very good. Every time he is in an advantageous position, he gets a little too proud. Moreover, he is not decisive enough." Sia Shiaan nodded and reminded her, "Don't underestimate the enemy. I also watched his game. His combat power is still very strong, and his mental power is also very strong. Your team leader Shang said that his mental power is 3S level. However, even if it is 3S level, using an S-level mecha can only exert the combat power of an S-level mecha, so there is no unfairness in the game." After the players rested for 10 minutes, today's finals began. On the battle stage, the referee said excitedly, "Today is September 30th, 369th year of the Alliance calendar. The winner on this battle stage will be today's daily champion, and this month's monthly champion. Will today's winner be our Super Dark Horse number 444 who won 188 games in a row today, Or our number 89 who won the daily championship for 29 consecutive days? Let's wait and see. Now, please enter the 2 players. Shaolu drove the mecha, turned on the flight mode and flew to the battle stage. Ji Lai was still muttering to Xiaolu, "They have carrots, but I don't." Xiaolu was numb, thinking that you didn't have carrots, you were unlucky, because when they said they would sell you carrots for 1 million, you treated them as liars, and now they have sold them all. It's too late to say anything. He couldn't help but ask, "Ali, are you worried that you can't beat that dark horse?" "Fuck, how could I not beat her?" Ji Lai cursed unconvinced, and mocked him in return. "Didn't you say that they were A-level mecha soldiers?" Xiaolu said, as a matter of course, "I don't know them. How do I know that they are hiding their strength? But this team of people is also weird. They say they are from the big star to train themselves, the children of a big family, but they seem to know nothing, and the carrots that can repair mental power are only sold at a cabbage price. They say they are from a small planet, bumpkins, who have never seen the world. Whose bumpkin can afford to wear the most basic mecha, fight in the arena without a single defeat, and have the strength comparable to Ali's mecha soldiers? Which country bumpkin can afford to hire a mecha master who can repair Ali's mecha and make him satisfied, and even want to spend money to win him over? As for the agent, although he is a little unreliable, he is the boss of this team. According to the standard team personnel configuration, she should be the commander, but I don't know how strong she is." Ji Lai snorted coldly, watching Shaolu go up to the battle stage, and flew up immediately. Fuck, he forgot it. His mecha was still repaired by their mecha master, so he didn't do anything to his mecha, but now, he has already stood on the battle stage, and he must fight for victory with all his heart, and can't think about anything else. Above the battle stage, on the 360-degree surrounding light screen, a countdown flashed. The referee's voice was so excited that he was hoarse. "Let's cheer for them together." The audience seats on all sides rang out with deafening, uniform and excited shouts. 3, 2, 1. The referee's voice merged with the audience's voice. The battle begins. The finals. It finally began. Whether it was the people in the audience seats, or the people next to the battle stage, they were all concentrating on the battle in front of them. No one who came to watch the game was just to watch the game, and betting a few times was an indispensable pastime. Those who bet on Ji Lai to win cheered him up at the top of their lungs. Those who bet on Shaolu to win also cheered her up at the top of their lungs. Sia Shiaan bet on Shaolu to win, and shouted loudly with the audience, "Come on Shaolu, 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 Shaolu." Xiaolu, who was standing next to him, looked at her with a complicated expression. Then, he moved and moved until he came to Shaolu, pointing at his laptop and sighing, "Brother, look at this guy called win the game. He bought Shaolu to win with 13,556,428 yuan. It's amazing. This money has both whole and small changes." After he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something, and his smile froze on his face. Hearing Sia Shiaan's excited cheering, his eyes fell on her, and his voice changed. Are you kidding?" Chapter 56. "This Ingma is her?" Shaolu only glanced at his light brain and didn't answer. Sia Shiaan heard it and nodded. "Yes, it's me." Xiaolu asked, "Besides your teammates, who else did you bet on?" Sia Shiaan said, as a matter of course, "I only bet on her, and put all my money in." Xiaolu couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. He was convinced by her courage and absolute trust in her teammates. In such a big competition, really, no one is 100% sure who will win. Just like him, he has been a good friend of Ali for 20 years, and Ali has won the daily championship for 29 consecutive days. When he placed the bet, he didn't bet all his money on him, betting on him to win. The battle on the field. It was very intense at the beginning. Shaolu has an indomitable, strong and domineering fighting style. 3 words can be used to describe her attack: steady, accurate and ruthless. She starts with a violent attack like a storm. Ji Lai is no less powerful than her, and also has a very fierce fighting style. The fight between the two is extremely exciting. The audience cheered excitedly, cheered and cheered. As their fight became more and more intense, they became more and more fanatical, and the sound broke through the sky. After leaving 520 star. This is the first time Sia Shiaan has seen someone who can fight with Shaolu and can stimulate her fighting desire to such a high state. Ji Lai is worthy of being the daily champion for 29 consecutive days. His strength is really strong. On the stage. Bang. Ji Lai's broadsword and Shaolu's hammer collided heavily. Their power was too strong. The battle wave made the protective system around the battle stage, which was set up to protect the audience from the impact of the battle. Buzz. Ji Lai's body did not shake, but his left foot moved back a little. The flaw was less than 1 centimeter, which was almost negligible for his 80-meter-high mecha. The audience in the audience did not see it. Sia Shiaan saw it. Qi Xiaohua also saw it. So she seized the opportunity and pursued the victory. She fired 2 war hammers in her hands and launched a fierce attack on Ji Lai again. Her attack was fast and fierce, almost impenetrable. Ji Lai did not expect that after the two of them experienced such a fierce collision, she was still so fierce. He drew his knife to block it in time, and did not let her take advantage of the opportunity. But Qi Shihua's attack was more and more fierce, and the time of attack was shorter and shorter. Just like she would not get tired and would not consume mental energy in the battle, the more she fought, the more energetic she became, as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Sia Shiaan looked at the battle on the stage and said, Ji Lai is going to lose. Xiaoqi still wanted to stand up to his brother, and said unconvincingly, I think they are still evenly matched now. How can you be sure that a Lai will lose? As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Lai on the stage staggered, and with a bang, he half knelt on the ground. He was driving a heavy mecha, and the impact of kneeling down was too great. The entire battle stage, which was cast with the hardest material, began to crack from his knees. The audience at the scene looked at the scene in front of them in confusion, and they didn't know what was going on. Until the organizer of the competition began to slow down 10 times on the light screen in the field to replay the scene just now. They could see clearly. When Ji Lai was used to her fast attack and had formed a reflex to parry and fight back, Qi Xiaohua suddenly put away her war hammer, took out a bow and arrow, and shot it at Ji Lai's knee. Her speed was so fast that even if it was slowed down 10 times, it was still so fast that ordinary people could hardly catch it with the naked eye. Xiaoqi looked at the replay in front of him, his face flushed with anger, and pointed at Sia Shiaan. You actually sneak attacked, despicable. Sia Shiaan said, there is no such rule in the competition, you can do it too. Xiaoqi was speechless. Fuck. Qi Shihua's indomitable fighting style. Who would have expected? She would suddenly change her style and sneak attack you. Once a heavy mecha is knocked down, it is equivalent to losing. Ji Lai was not completely knocked down, but he was knocked to his knees. He knew Qi Shihua's fighting ability clearly, and she would not give him another chance to stand up. He was not someone who could not afford to lose, so he simply raised his hand and admitted defeat. The referee was stunned for a moment, walked to Qi Xiaohua, and announced passionately, everyone, our final champion has been born. At the same time, she is also our daily champion and the monthly champion in September. She is our number 444, let us congratulate her. Congratulate number 444. In the audience, there were people who won money and cheered excitedly, and there were also people who lost a lot of money and cursed angrily. Qi Xiaohua raised her hand, clenched it into a fist, and said loudly, thank you Xiaoman for bringing me to fight, thank you team leader Shan for repairing my mecha, thank you Zhou Yuan for sending me carrot seedlings, thank you everyone in the mechanical team, thank you my family, I love you. The audience didn't get any of the people she thanked. Qi Xiaohua didn't care about others. She jumped off the mecha and walked to Ji Lai, who had already gotten off the mecha and was still staring at his knees, and asked, are you okay? How many carrots did you eat to repair your mental power before the game? Ji Lai would not be angry or upset because of defeat. Losing was because he was not as skilled as his opponent. The opponent attacked him by surprise, and he failed to discover and respond in time. That was because he was incompetent. But he must ask about the mental power. Qi Xiaohua told the truth, I didn't eat carrots. Ji Lai didn't believe it. You are lying, it's impossible, how could you not eat carrots? She had full mental power, and defeated him with damaged mental power, so he could accept it. But if her mental power was also damaged, and she still beat him, wouldn't it mean that she was stronger than him? This would be the biggest blow to him, who was invincible in the same level. Qi Xiaohua sighed, spread his hands, and said, why are you lying? Xiaoman sold all the carrots, and forgot to leave some for me. Then she asked Zhou Yuan to pull some carrot seedlings, and send them to me to eat. To be honest, carrot seedlings are not very useful. Ji Lai, What kind of people did he meet? The carrots were sold out as soon as they were sold out, and he didn't leave any for his team members, who were still participating in the competition. Qi Xiaohua said, I told Xiaoman that there was no need to send them. Even if my mental power was damaged, I would not lose to anyone and embarrass her. Xiaoman insisted that I eat them, saying that carrot seedlings are mental placebos. Besides, we didn't come here to fight. We actually came here to sell carrots. Ji Lai, who knew the truth, was stabbed by her again. Chapter 57. No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. The referee has called number 444 to go over and claim the trophy, and the prize pool has been opened for dividends. Shaolu turned and left. Ji Lai was already crazy with excitement, and called her. Let's fight again tomorrow. A fight. Shaolu has always been open to everyone, but the fights here are all rewarded, and she won't do it without prizes. Fighting is fine, 1 million per fight. If she wins a fight now, she will give him 1 million, not a cent more. Money is the least of Ji Lai's problems, and he agreed straightforwardly. Okay. After that, he put away the mecha and got off the battle stage. He sprinted for a month to set the record, and lost to Shaolu. It is impossible to say that he is not regretful or sad at all. But it is not true to say that this little setback has hit his confidence. Setbacks and failures will only become his motivation to move forward and make him stronger. Ali, you are already very good, but her fighting style is more flexible and varied. Xiao was still upset about Shaolu's sneak attack. He felt that if it weren't for her sneak attack, Ali might be able to fight her to a draw. Ji Lai had accepted his failure, and began to summarize his combat experience and reflect on his shortcomings. He said calmly, I lost, I am not as skilled as others. Xiao was worried that he would feel bad after encountering setbacks, and wanted to persuade him to look at it more openly. Seeing that he was so calm, he was relieved and said to him in a low voice, This group of people made a fortune today. He took out his light computer and calculated it for him. The money from selling carrots is 4.995 billion. The prize pool is bought for Shaolu to win, and 13,556,428 yuan is bought. The odds are 1:100, which is 1.35564 million, and 2,800 yuan. Shaolu is the daily champion and the monthly champion, and can get 1% of the daily prize pool and the monthly prize pool respectively. Ji Lai said, how much they earn is their ability. The prize pool has begun to roll on the light screen above. The most exciting moment has arrived. Of course. It is Sia Shiaan and others who are excited. The money from the prize pool dividends is all theirs. Ordinary audiences, seeing the huge prize money, can only envy and hate. Daily prize pool, champion dividend, 135 million. Monthly prize pool, champion dividend, 3.0628 billion. Sia Shiaan said, Shan Lu, check if there are any casinos like this on Beta Star, let Sui Guanqing go there to play. This is too profitable. Calculated a little less, an average of 100 million a day, 3 billion a month. And then add the dividends of the monthly champion prize pool, 6 billion a month is easy. This business is a huge profit, a guaranteed profit. Shan Lu showed her the optical computer and analyzed. This is the only venue that makes the most money. Xiao leaned forward and asked curiously, is Shaolu's body made of iron? Can she fight non-stop for 365 days a year? Ji Lai was concerned about another question. Sui Guanqing is also a member of your team. Is there another mecha soldier in your team who is as powerful as Shaolu? Sia Shiaan thought that both of them were good and wanted to do business with Ji Lai, so she naturally answered the question. Yes, he is also a mecha soldier, and his combat power is about the same as Shaolu. Ji Lai was eager to try. Where are they? Can you fight me? I'll pay you 1 million per game. So he was really curious about where they came from. It stands to reason that Shaolu, who can beat him, is a young genius, who can rank among the best even in the league. He paid special attention to these geniuses of the same level and age as him, and analyzed the combat power model of each of them, so he couldn't leave her behind. Xiao looked like he was kidding. On their beta star, a lie is definitely the top combat power of the young generation. But now, two geniuses who have never heard of their names before, but are as powerful as him suddenly appeared, and they are from the same team. Sia Shiaan said, let's learn from each other. Mr. G said he would pay me, so he was being polite to me. Why does he talk about money all the time, although she is a poor bastard and needs money? But she won't look for partners to make this money. She is just poor, not crazy poor. They fight in the arena, and they get 1 million for each win. It's much easier to fight with many S-level players here than with me, so I should give them the money. Ji Lai insisted. One thing for one thing, he took the initiative to ask them to fight. Moreover, he lacks everything except money. And they seem to need money. Sia Shiaan listened to him and stopped being pretentious, and said with a smile, then let them pay you if they lose, 1 million for each match. On the fighting stage, Shaolu sneezed for no reason, turned to Sia Shiaan's direction, and raised the trophy in his hand. Sia Shiaan's light brain also prompted the transfer information. She opened it and took a look. There were 2 transfers. One was the money she won by betting on Shaolu to be the daily champion, 1.35564 million, and 2,800 yuan. The other was the money from Shaolu's bonus pool, the daily champion and the monthly champion added up to 3.1978 billion. Today's game. At this time, it's about to end. On the huge light screen of the stadium, it was displayed, "See you tomorrow." The audience began to disperse and leave. The players also left in 2s and 3s. The entire competition area gradually became quiet. The living area provided by the competition organizers for the players was very lively at this moment. The resident players all had their own rented houses in the living area. After the game, they came to eat, replenish energy, and go back to the rented house to rest. Ji-Lai wanted to discuss the carrot business with Sia Shiaan, invited them to dinner, and took them to a high-end restaurant he often went to. Shaolu went to find Zhou Yuan, who was learning advanced experience from the outside world, and asked him to come over for dinner. Soon, she came back. "Shiaan, Zhou Yuan is busy, and has no time to come over for dinner. I'll pack some food for him later." "Sia Shiaan, what is he busy with?" Shaolu said. "He rented a mecha repair shop, and is modifying mechas for people. There is a long queue of people waiting for him to modify mechas in front of his door. The mecha technicians from the 2 repair shops next to him have been hired by him to help him." Sia Shiaan said, "Can he be busy? I'll call and ask Yanshu to send 2 people to help him. Mechanics need to watch more, learn more, and do more to improve their repair skills faster." Ji-Lai felt incredible, and couldn't help asking, "Does your team have many mecha technicians?" Chapter 58. Sia Shiaan said, "Not many, we are just a mechanical team of 10 people." Ji-Lai asked, "What about the repair level? Are they the same as team leader Shang?" Sia Shiaan told the truth. "No, they are far worse than Shan Lu." Ji-Lai didn't believe it. Xiaoxi didn't believe it either. But now is not the time to confirm this. They have to talk about the carrot business first. Ji-Lai received a message from Xiaoxi. "Ali, I asked someone to check their details, but didn't find any information. But my feeling has always been accurate. You listen to me, we will definitely be right to befriend them. When we talk about business later, you give them the greatest benefit to let them remember our kindness." Ji-Lai himself thinks so. Money doesn't matter. The Ji family is not short of money. What they lack is the top talents who can shock the alliance. General talents can be won over and used by them by spending money. But top talents are hard to come by. If we can use the method of giving profit to win over this team of talented people, it can be said that we have spent the least cost and got the greatest return. Sia Shiaan had already planned it out and thought of various negotiation arguments. They provided carrots. The Ji family was responsible for opening up sales channels in the high-end market. She could only agree to split the profits with them 50-50 at most. But who knows? Ji-Lai said directly, "Miss Sia, let's split the profits 20-80. Our Ji family wants 20% of the profits. How about you 80%? Sia Shiaan was so confused that she couldn't do it, but she was still calm and composed on her face. "Has Mr. Ji discussed this profit ratio with your family elders? 28? Isn't he a businessman? When he talked to Shang Lu before, his mind was clear and calm. This time, he gave them so much profit right away. Are you sure his family won't break his legs if they know?" Ji-Lai said frankly, "I hit it off with you guys. This is our first time doing business. It's okay for our Ji family to make some money. Just consider it as making friends with you. If you have such good goods in the future, just find me for cooperation." Sia Shiaan understood that people gave them such a profit because they saw their abilities. But doing business is ultimately about personal relationships. She smiled and said, "Since Mr. Ji is so straightforward, I will be disrespectful to refuse." After she finished speaking, she stretched out her hand to him. "I wish us a happy cooperation." Ji-Lai shook hands with her. Happy cooperation. While they were talking, Xiaoxi had already drafted the contract and sent it to her light computer for her to check. Sia Shiaan opened the contract and approached Shang Lu, asking him to read it with her. Shang Lu read it carefully and nodded to indicate that it was okay. Sia Shiaan then scanned her face and signed the contract. Ji-Lai also scanned his face and signed. The contract was uploaded to the Alliance Notary Office for filing and officially took effect. The entire process of negotiating the business was incredibly smooth, and it only took 5 minutes to complete. The food was also served at this time. Sia Shiaan looked at the familiar dishes on the table, and was so excited that she almost cried. After drinking nutrient solution for nearly a year, she could finally eat a normal meal. Ji Lai introduced, "This is your first time to Beta Star. Many of the recipes on Beta Star are from the cuisine of the ancient Earth era. After thousands of years of improvement, they have become what they are now." Sia Shiaan said, "The dishes haven't changed much." Ji Lai said, "The cooking methods haven't changed much. Delicious food is delicious, and doesn't need to be over-improved. However, the vegetables and meat used now are strictly controlled in the process of planting and breeding. You can try it." Sia Shiaan nodded, moved her chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork ribs, took a bite, and praised, "It tastes good. It's really good. It's not that after drinking nutrient solution for a year, everything tastes good." Shaolu was almost dying of greed. Seeing her move her chopsticks, she dared to move her chopsticks, and picked up a piece of braised pig's trotter that she had long been eyeing, the largest one. After taking a bite, she squinted her eyes in beauty. "It's really delicious. It's so delicious. There are such delicious things in the world." Shiochi, the scheming man, wanted to find out information and their identities, and asked, "Shaolu, how does the food on our planet compare to yours?" Shaolu took another bite of the pig's trotter and said, "We don't have these foods on our planet." Shiochi was surprised. "How can there be no food on your planet?" Shaolu stopped talking and looked at Sia Shiaan. Seeing that Sia Shiaan had no intention of stopping her, she said, "Our planet is a garbage planet. There is nothing else except the garbage created by you people." Shiochi, "You are kidding." Shaolu said seriously, "I am not kidding. People on our planet live by picking up the garbage you throw away. I grew up in a free settlement since I was a child. I couldn't afford nutrient solution, so I ate whatever I picked up. I can chew up moldy bread, wormy cakes, and rotten fried chicken until the bones are broken." Shiochi looked at her suspiciously. She was so pitiful. She must have made it up to win their sympathy. He often participated in charity activities at home, so he knew it. In the current alliance, even those people from unknown stars, not to mention being rich and powerful, have a good life, but they can always afford to drink nutrient solution. Shaolu continued to eat. Seeing that he didn't continue to ask, she stopped talking. Ji Lai, who had been listening to them, was still waiting to continue listening. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he couldn't help but ask their head Sia Shiaan, "Is your planet really so difficult?" Sia Shiaan has a principle in making friends, that is, not to lie. She nodded and said, "It is quite difficult at the moment, but the difficulties are temporary. After us, more people will come out and find a way out. Our planet will create a green planet tourism project in the future. I will invite you to visit our planet when the time comes." Ji Lai admired sincerely, "You are amazing." They didn't say. He really couldn't tell that they were people who came from a garbage planet. Shiochi still didn't believe that people who came from a garbage planet, and made a living by picking up garbage, could have such strong combat power and calm demeanor as them. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, and sent a message to Ji Lai. "Ali, do you believe what they said? I think they must be a big family in the Alliance, secretly training and cultivating, and hiding the bottom-line combat power. They may be waiting for the opportunity to make a splash at the Alliance military competition held every 5 years. Fuck. If that's really the case. They are too insidious. They use this method to approach you and obtain your combat power information." He didn't say it. Ji Lai didn't expect this either. The end of next month, October 31st, is the Alliance military competition. He felt that Shiochi was overthinking, but he did not rule out the possibility. He did not beat around the bush and asked Sia Shiaan directly, "Do you know about the Alliance military competition? Are you planning to sign up for the competition?" Chapter 59. If they are really the secret fighting force cultivated by other big families, they want to test his strength. Shaolu got the necessary information in the battle with him. There is no need to ask him to repair the mecha and sell carrots before the competition. Sia Shiaan shook his head. "I don't know, are there any requirements for participating in this? What is the reward?" Ji Lai said, "Any member planet of the Alliance can participate in this competition. This year's reward is said to be a mining star." This time, it was Sia Shiaan's turn to sigh at the Alliance's wealth and generosity, and curiously asked, "What kind of mining planet is it? How big is it? How much energy does it have?" Ji Lai said, "I don't know this yet, but if you want to participate in the competition, you have to sign up quickly. The registration deadline is half a month before the competition. Sia Shiaan sighed regretfully. Our planet is not a member of the Alliance, so we can't sign up. You are going to participate in the competition on behalf of your beta planet. I wish you a smooth competition and win the championship in advance. As she said, she raised the juice in her hand and smiled at him. Shaolu quickly followed, raised the juice, and said, I also wish you to win the championship, come on. Shaolu also picked up the cup and nodded slightly at him. Li said with emotion, thank you. Xiao patted his shoulder and raised the cup with a smile. With your blessings, Li will definitely win the championship. Several people clinked their glasses with a smile. He raised his head and drank the drink in the cup. The business deal was negotiated and the contract was signed. The dinner was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. Although Li is straightforward and informal, he is very thoughtful. When paying the bill, Sia Shiaan also received the food that he had specially asked the kitchen staff to pack for 11 people, all of which were the restaurant's specialties. After saying goodbye and leaving, Shaolu carried the food in the folding bag and said with emotion, Shiaan, Li is a very nice person. We met a good person when we went out. He is a good person and treats people sincerely. Sia Shiaan also felt that they were lucky. The first person they made friends with after leaving the planet was the young master of the richest man in Beta Star. He was not short of money, and was easy to talk to. Of course, it was also because he saw value in them. Otherwise, who would want to make friends with people they met casually for no reason? Shaolu nodded. The meal he treated us to was delicious. Sia Shiaan nodded and continued. He also helped us a lot. If we hadn't left with him and Xiao, we would have come here to eat together. We made so much money today, there must be a lot of people eyeing us. Those who secretly had bad intentions were now afraid to attack them. We are not afraid if they come. Whoever wants to take our money, ask my fist first if it agrees. Shaolu showed her fist. Yes, you are the best. Sia Shiaan praised generously. The three of them soon arrived at the repair shop rented by Zhou Yuan. It was about 5 times larger than the workshop Sia Shiaan rented before. The mecha soldiers who lined up to register to repair the mecha left their mechas behind. In the factory, the only sound was the knocking and hammering when the mecha was being repaired. Yanshu brought 5 people from the mechanical team to help. The remaining 2, together with Sui Guanxing, stayed on the starship. Sia Shiaan looked at the people who were working hard and greeted them with a smile. It's time to eat. Eat and then continue working. Yanshu and his friends, who were immersed in their work and attracted by the mecha outside, looked up from their work and obediently came to eat. Shaolu took out 3 more portions and sent them to the people who stayed on the starship. Those who ate here ate, and those who delivered food delivered food. Li and Xiao also arrived at the hotel where they were staying. Xiao asked, Ali, you really need to think about what I told you. Their planet is not a member of the Alliance, so they are not eligible to participate in the competition. You don't get along with Jiangshan and the others, so instead of putting yourself in a difficult position and joining them in the competition, you might as well organize a team on your own. I think Sia Shiaan and the others are good, and you can get along with them. Li said, what conditions can I offer to ask them to join my team? Xiao said, they sell carrots, play games, and gamble, aren't they just short of money? You spend money, as long as you spend enough, I don't believe they won't be tempted. Li said, I made friends with them, because I wanted to be friends with them sincerely, and I didn't want to involve so many interests. With too many interests, friendship is not pure. If you do carrot business with them, isn't it an interest? Think about it, our beta star has been ranked last in 4 consecutive competitions. If we still rank last this time, a new planet will replace us and participate in the Alliance's new energy exploration plan. Do you think that you and Jiangshan can break the curse of being at the bottom of the list by teaming up? Anyway, he didn't think highly of Jiangshan's team. They were more arrogant than each other, and really thought they were the best in the world. If he were to say, they were just too smooth and had never been beaten by masters. They should be dragged into the competition, and let Shaolu teach them how to behave. Jiangshan and his team are also excellent talents selected by our planet. They started teaming up with me 2 years ago. Our team was selected by the general manager to participate in the competition. I'll think about it. Li had more concerns than him. After all, they were a team that had fought together and worked together for 2 years. Then think about it as soon as possible. I'll help you keep an eye on Sia Shiaan and the others. Xiao said. A week later, Sia Shiaan took Shaolu and traveled around the planet to see various mines and look for source stone mines. Shaolu and Sui Guanxing competed in the mecha competition field ranked first, and second on Beta Star respectively. Accumulate combat experience and earn money from fighting in the arena and dividends. Yin Shu's mechanical team was also divided into two teams. One team followed Qi Xiaohua, and the other team followed Sui Guanxing. While repairing the mecha for the two of them, they also took orders for other jobs, truly achieving both learning and making money. On the 10th day, Sia Shiaan and Shaolu finally found a source stone mine. The mine is not big, covering an area of only a small hill, located next to a bismuth crystal mine. The source stone mine also belongs to the owner of the bismuth crystal mine. They are not short of money, and do not sell the mountain. Sia Shiaan first handed a card to the person in charge of bismuth crystal mining. Then, he handed him 2 carrots that were only the size of fingers, and had not yet grown in a delicate gift box, and said, "Manager Chun, this is a little gift from me. I got this carrot back from the Mecha arena. It is said that it can quickly restore mental strength. Please help me pass it to Ms. Gu, and tell her that we want to buy the mine." I knew carrots would be so useful. She shouldn't have sold them all at once. Now, if you want to ask someone to do something for you or give them as a gift, you can only use unripe carrots. Jin Xiong is the manager in charge of the bismuth crystal mining here. After receiving the card, he took the carrot and said, "I will help you pass the things, but whether the matter can be accomplished depends on whether Ms. Gu agrees or not, and also depends on your luck." These 2 people have come several times to buy the mountain next to the bismuth crystal mine. They have a good attitude and know the rules. They gave him money twice, a total of 5 million. He is also a person with his own principles. After receiving their money, he must convey their message. Then we will wait for good news from Manager Chen. Sia Shiaan said with a smile. Ms. Gu will come to inspect today. You two should not run around. Just wait for the news in my office. Qin Xiong said. Sia Shiaan thanked him again, and took him to his office to wait. It was probably in the evening of that day. Qin Xiong called and said that the person who came to inspect today was not Ms. Gu, but her son, who is also the future heir of the mine. He was a little excited, and couldn't suppress it. You two should get ready. The young master will come to see you soon. You are so lucky. The young master said that he has also seen this kind of carrot, and he is very interested in it. Thank you, Manager Chen. After Sia Shiaan hung up the call, she turned to Shaolu and said happily, "The owner of the mountain is willing to see us. The matter is half done." Shaolu smiled at her. 10 minutes later, the aircraft carrying the mine owner's young master arrived. Sia Shiaan watched the aircraft land and opened the door. When the young master walked out of the aircraft, the 4 eyes met. Both of them were stunned. Chapter 60. Sia Shiaan, Xiao Xiaoqi was not surprised at all. He jumped off the aircraft with a smile and said, "I guess it's you too." He had said shamelessly that he would help Alai keep an eye on them. As a result, he kept an eye on Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanxing. They were playing in the arena and never moved. Alai also arranged a match with them every other day. The 2 in front of him were really powerful. The people sent to follow them were all experts in tracking and investigation, but no one kept an eye on them. After being thrown off by their superb anti-reconnaissance technology, they could no longer find their whereabouts. They were just like the legendary dragons that can be seen from head to tail. So he really didn't know their whereabouts. It was only when Manager Chen gave him a carrot that he guessed that it might be them. "So this mine is yours." Sia Shiaan asked someone to give gifts and find connections to buy the mine, but in the end, she bought it from an acquaintance, which was something she didn't expect. Xiaoqi said, "This mine is owned by my mother. She had to attend a charity event today and couldn't come, so she asked me to come. Luckily, he listened to his mother and came. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met the 2 in front of him. Without your mother, can you be the boss?" Sia Shiaan asked him. Xiaoqi said, "I don't have the final say on buying and selling bismuth crystal ore, but I can still be the boss of buying the hill next to it." He really wanted to ask them what they were going to do with the mine. But that was just prying into other people's secrets. He still knew how to handle the boundaries of getting along with others. "Then I'm relieved," Sia Shiaan said with a smile. Xiaoqi, the eldest son of the mining area, naturally took Sia Shiaan to his mother, Ms. Gu's office. Qin Xiong, the middleman who made the connection, didn't expect that they actually knew each other, and he was a little confused following behind. But he was a smart man. He had already received the middleman's introduction fee, and it would be embarrassing to return it. This mining area was his 1/3 acre of land. Later, Miss Sia rented the mountain. If she had any needs, he would try his best to help her. Sia Shiaan followed him forward, and didn't forget him, saying, "I can meet you today, thanks to Manager Chin's help. Shioshi's family is in business, and he has been influenced by it since he was a child, so he naturally knows what it means to do things without profit. Manager Chin must have taken her benefits to help her. But these are all unwritten rules in the business world. As long as you get the money and do the work, you can't blame it. He also said, Manager Chin is very capable, and has always been my mother's right-hand man. You can ask him for help if you encounter any trouble in the future. His words helped the two of them get closer on the surface. Manager Chin hurriedly patted his chest and promised, Don't worry, Miss Sia, if you have any problems in the future, come to me as soon as possible. Sia Shiaan also said, Then I'll trouble Manager Chin. Then the matter of buying the mountain. It was a deal between Sia Shiaan and Shioshichi. Manager Chin waited outside the office tactfully. Sia Shiaan and Shioshichi sat face to face. Shaolu sat next to her. The housekeeping robot brought out fresh desserts, fruits, and drinks from the kitchen. Shioshichi said, These foods are all from our farm, picked and cooked every day and sent here. It is guaranteed to be green, healthy, and nutritionally balanced. You can try it. If you like it, I will ask them to send you some every day when you settle down here. Sia Shiaan looked at the food on the table, and couldn't help but sigh that the life of the rich is so simple and luxurious. In today's world where a bottle of nutrient solution can solve all the nutrients needed by the human body, what is the most precious? Of course, these are the most original ingredients that need to be carefully cared for. In the ancient Earth, nutrient solution was a high-tech that only the upper class could enjoy. In the Interstellar, it is the opposite. Those original most basic foods are the symbols of the upper class to show their status. My mother likes this cake the most. Shioshichi cut the small cake and gave each of them a piece. Sia Shiaan took a bite and found that it was indeed homemade. It was much more delicious than what she had eaten in the stadium restaurant before. She praised, It tastes very good. Shioshichi introduced the food to them and talked about Ji Lai's competition with Qi Shaohua and Sui Guanxing in the past few days. Finally, the topic came to the main topic of today. The mountain can be sold to you, and the price is negotiable. But I have to know what you are going to do when I sell the mountain. If you do something illegal and criminal, the government will investigate it, and I will become an accomplice. Sia Shiaan said, We are just mining and doing some legitimate business. She picked up everything she could say and said it. Even if she didn't say it now, he would know when the mine was opened and the source energy was extracted, and she couldn't hide it. Instead of letting him guess randomly, it's better to tell part of the truth. Shioshichi was curious. I really want to try this special, high-end painting pigment you mentioned. Sia Shiaan was also very generous. When the pigment is extracted, I will send it to you as soon as possible. Shioshichi was a very cautious person, and did not immediately talk to them about selling the mountain. But he asked to go to the mountain first. When they got to the mountain, they finally saw the ore on the mountain. He squatted on the ground, fiddling with the ore and said, This ore is exactly the same as the main ore on a mining star I know. Sia Shiaan's eyes lit up. Is it your mining star? Can you take us to see it? Will you sell it? Shioshichi smiled mysteriously. If you are lucky and strong enough, you can get it for free. Chapter 61. Sia Shiaan knew. You mean the league competition? Yes. Shioshichi nodded. Sia Shiaan was surprised, and had guessed what he wanted to say, so she took the initiative. As far as I know, your planet Beta has been ranked last in the League's 7 permanent planets for 4 consecutive competitions. If it is still ranked last this time, your planet will have to give up the position of permanent planet and give way to a stronger planet. After she knew about this competition, she had collected relevant competition information. For this competition, the age of the contestants must not exceed 25 years old. According to Ji Lai, a player who has already confirmed that he will compete, their individual combat strength is not as good as Qi Shaohua and Sui Guanxing. And this time, they must get a good ranking in the league. So, Shioshichi set his sights on them. Yes. Shioshichi admitted readily. I treat you as friends, I won't hide it from you. I have never been optimistic about the people in Ali's team. They all come from ordinary families, and they think they have achieved their results with their talents, strength, and hard work. They think from the bottom of their hearts that Ali has become so strong because of his family's training and various potions to improve his strength, and he is not worthy of going to the battlefield with him. You tell me teammates all think so. Can they be focused in the official competition and on the battlefield? Our planet must not lose this competition again. They are the only permanent planet in the Beta Galaxy that has entered the Alliance. If they lose this position, they will lose their voice in the Interstellar. This kind of thing is something that no one in the Beta Galaxy wants to see. Especially their Chio family. which is one of the ruling families in the Beta Star and the Beta Galaxy. Sia Shiaan couldn't help but be curious. Is Ji Lai really taking drugs? Xiao was anxious. Ali is not taking drugs. At most, he has hired a mecha teacher to teach him one-on-one since he was a child. In terms of daily diet, there are nutritionists who strictly control it. He doesn't touch those drugs. If he touches those drugs, he will become addicted and dependent, and it will also harm himself. Experimental studies have shown that when drugs are used to a certain extent, the body's gene chain is damaged, and the strength will stagnate for life, or even regress. No. Is this the right time to talk about this? She doesn't want to take drugs, does she? Sia Shiaan is still asking, what drugs do you take? Can you buy them on the market? Xiao looked at her with a complicated expression, and advised, you are so strong and you are still so young, don't think about taking drugs, it will damage your own potential. Don't get excited, I haven't seen this kind of medicine, I just want to ask and learn about it. Sia Shiaan knew that he couldn't take drugs. Especially geniuses, taking drugs is the end. However, for ordinary people, those who rely on themselves and make little progress even if they work hard, taking drugs is also a good choice. Xiao said, pharmaceuticals are sold everywhere, but you must go to a formal institution. You must not touch the genetic medicine on the black market, the side effects are very serious. Yeah. Sia Shiaan responded and returned to the topic. In fact, to put it simply, your planet wants to hire us as substitutes, right? Give us the prizes you win. What your planet needs is a good rank in the competition, so as not to be squeezed out of the position of a permanent planet in the Alliance. About the same. Xiao was powerless to refute. They are a big planet with a population of 3 billion, but they can't produce top-level combat power that is famous in the Alliance. It has always been a pain in the hearts of everyone on their planet. Ali is now the first in the ranking of individual strength, under 25 years old on Beta Star. But his overall ranking of individual strength in the Alliance is only 20th. His teammates. Jiangshan, who is second only to him in strength in the team, ranks around 50th in total. Another mecha individual is ranked outside the 100th. The commander and mecha division of the team have participated in several Alliance competitions and got the best ranking of 30th. The overall strength of this team, if placed on some small planets, can be said to be good and worthy of pride. But their Beta Star is a big planet, and a permanent planet of the Alliance. For them, it is very ugly if the mecha individual cannot enter the top 20, and the commander and mecha division cannot enter the top 9. Sia Shiaan asked, you can decide on the matter of buying the mountain, and can you decide on the matter of hiring us to play for you? I can't decide. Xiao told him the truth and assured them, but if you agree to represent our planet in the competition, as a friend, I will try my best to gain the greatest benefits for you, and will never let you suffer any loss. Sia Shiaan said, if there is no problem on your side, there is no problem on our side. But can we go to see the mining planet as a prize in advance? The bismuth crystal mine is very good. But what she needs more is the source stone mine. Xiao agreed straightforwardly, you all agreed, so I can't let you down. The Alliance bought the mining planet from my uncle's family. I know where it is, and I can take you to see it secretly. Sia Shiaan was tired of saying the word envious and nodded. Okay. This is the person who has a mine. The whole family has a mine. Xiao originally came to discuss the matter of the small hill, but he didn't expect to handle a bigger thing. It can be said that if it is done, it may affect their entire planet and the entire interstellar event. He was in a good mood and said, don't worry about your participation in the competition. Let's sign the resale contract for the small hill. Everyone is straightforward. The small hill of Xiao's family is a barren mountain that no one cares about. It is small and has no value. Finally, according to the market price, it was sold for 50 million. Both parties signed the contract. Sia Shiaan stretched out her hand to him. Mr. Chiu, happy cooperation. Xiao was just about to shake hands with her when the light brain rang. He answered the call. The girl's sobbing voice came from the light brain. Brother Ji Lai is injured. They are too much. He must be on drugs, otherwise how could he beat Brother Lai? Brother, come here quickly. Let's avenge Brother Lai together. Sia Shiaan looked over. On the screen, there was a cute little girl wearing a princess dress and 2 pigtails. About 5 or 6 years old, her face was red with anger, and her golden beans were falling down. Xiao looked at Sia Shiaan apologetically and asked the little girl, Yang, don't cry, talk properly, where are you, what happened? What happened to Ji Lai? Chapter 62. Xiao Yang's face was red with anger, puffed up like a hamster. with a pair of red eyes filled with tears. It's at the competition site. The three main teams participating in the league competition are playing the qualifying match. Xiao knew that today was the day for the three main teams to compete, but isn't today the day to determine the team rankings? Xiao Yang shook his head like a rattle, and said angrily. Some of them said that the last qualifying match was played a month ago. Now some people's strength is improved, the ranking is not accurate enough, and they asked for a re-ranking. 3 teams, 15 people, 8 people agreed to replay the qualifying match, and the teachers of the participating group also agreed. Brother, I think it must be that bad guy Jiangshan who is behind it. He doesn't want to be on the same team with Brother Lai. I don't want Brother Lai to be on the same team with him. I know, how is a Lai injured? Xiao asked anxiously. Brother Ali passed out, and the housekeeper took him away. Grandpa wouldn't let me go with him. Xiao Yang felt wronged. The one who defeated him was Augustine, the mecha soldier of the second team. He is now ranked above Brother Lai the first. He must have used genetic drugs, insidious and cunning, shameless. I know, I'll go right away. After Xiao hung up his sister's communication, he looked at Sia Shiaan and the others. I'm going to see Ali now. Do you two want to come with me? Sia Shiaan's main task today is to buy a small hill. After buying the hill, she nodded and said, okay. After she agreed, she asked Shaolu, are you going with me, or going back? Shaolu lip reading, together. When they came, they took a rented small aircraft. Following Xiao to see Ji Lai, they took a luxury aircraft. It was very fast and comfortable. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at a huge, luxurious building built in the air, like a sky garden. Ji Lai's home. Sia Shiaan looked at the colorful, dreamy and beautiful plants in front of her, and the clouds floating under her feet. She had the illusion that she had arrived in a fairyland on Earth. Xiao never forgot to become a tour guide no matter when or where he went, and he is a romanticist. This sky garden is the new house that Uncle G personally participated in designing and decorating when Auntie married Uncle G. It is also a landmark building of our beta star. In addition to the central garden where they live, the 8 small gardens surrounding it are all open to the public for free and can be visited by tourists. Sia Shiaan nodded, looked at Shaolu, and said, after visiting Ji Lai, let's take a look. It's really beautiful here. Their planet is going to develop tourism in the future, so they should learn from it. Shaolu nodded, okay. They got off the luxury aircraft. A small sightseeing aircraft had already stopped in front of them and came to pick them up. After receiving Xiao's instructions, the 4-seat unmanned aircraft quickly sent them to the medical room where Ji Lai was. Ji Lai was still lying in the medical cabin. Ji's father was not on Beta Star. Ji's mother told Xiao about what happened. The person who injured Ji Lai was from the Su family. The Su family was also a big family on Beta Star, and they were mortal enemies with the Ji family. They had always envied and hated the Ji family for having Ji Lai, a genius. They had been secretly slyly dealing with each other before, but at least they maintained their dignity on the surface. Unexpectedly, as the league competition was approaching, they stopped pretending and started to attack Ji Lai openly. Xiao was so angry that he cursed. Too much, now the fire is burning, and they are still fighting among themselves. They must see our planet lose the position of the permanent planet of the Alliance, then they will be happy, right? Auntie, what did the general say? Ji's mother said, gene drugs are not banned drugs, and there is no law that stipulates that contestants cannot take gene drugs. What can the general say? The general said, let Eli have a good rest, and he will send the best doctor to see him immediately. Besides, Augustine is also a contestant. His strength is improved, and Beta Star will also benefit. The general is happy to see it happen. Xiao became even angrier. Do they have any brains? Augustine's strength has improved, but Lai is injured. If his mental power cannot be fully restored by the time of the competition, it will be Beta Star that will be damaged. Mother Ji advised him, Aki, calm down, don't get excited. Ali's mental power is now injured, and the medical cabin has limited ability to repair mental power. Isn't Ali very familiar with the carrot seller? Can you contact them now? They are the ones who sell carrots. Xiao pointed at Sia Shiaan and the other two, and took out the gift box he had been carrying with him. These two, give them to Ali first. Mother Ji then noticed Sia Shiaan and Shaolu, nodded slightly at them, and was worried about her son's injury. She didn't greet them, and took the carrots to find a doctor. Seeing Ji's mother leave, Sia Shiaan asked Xiao in a low voice, is the gene potion really that powerful? Shioshi didn't know why she was so interested in the gene potion. Based on Auntie's description, I guess he used the number 7 potion that improves potential and physical fitness. This potion has the strongest effect and the fastest effect, but it also has the greatest sequelae. Using this potion will shorten your life. In other words, every battle is burning his life. Normal people will not use this potion. Besides, the person who defeated a lie is not weak in himself. He is the strongest mecha soldier in the second team. In the mecha soldier ranking competition, he has always been ranked 3rd and 4th. Sia Shiaan said, then he defeated Ji Lai. Does it mean that he will join the first team and replace Ji Lai's position? What about Ji Lai? Shioshi said, a Lai will team up with you. He was worried before that a Lai would not abandon his teammates and choose to team up with them even if Sia Shiaan and others participated in the competition, because he cared about the friendship between them for 2 years. Now the Su family is teaming up with Augustine to deal with him. If Jiangshan and the other players in Team 1 had not participated in it, he would dare to take off his head and let them kick it like a ball. Sia Shiaan had no objection, as long as he could get them into the competition, let them form a team of 5, 4, or 3, and everything would be arranged by the sponsor. 2 days later, Shioshi got everything done. Sia Shiaan, Qi Xiaohua, Sui Guanqing, and Shan Lu officially became the players representing Beta Star to participate in the Alliance military competition. Because he lost to Augustine, Ji Lai, who fell from Team 1 to Team 2, refused to join Team 2, and directly joined the new team. The Alliance military competition has a standard configuration of participants. 3 main teams, each with 5 players, 1 commander, 1 mecha division, and 3 mecha soldiers. 3 legions, each with a standard of 10,000 people, commanded by the legion leader and obeying the orders of the main team. The smallest unit of the legion is also a 5-person team. The current Sia Shiaan team is the most ordinary team. Today, they are going to challenge the first main team as an ordinary team. As long as they win both the qualifying and team competitions, they can replace the first main team and become the new main team. The competition is not an open competition. If it is an ordinary team, no one will pay attention to this challenge, and they will definitely be beaten by the main team. However, the new team this time has Ji Lai, who was just kicked out of the first team, as a member, which is enough to attract attention. The leaders in charge of the event, and the members of the major families, who came to watch the excitement filled the audience seats. In the lounge corridor of the stadium, the Sia Shiaan team, which was going from left to right, and the first main team, which was going from right to left, just met face to face. It was like 2 barrels of gunpowder collided with each other, crackling and exploding in the air, and the extreme danger spread instantly. Chapter 63. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. Get out of the way. Vito, the commander of the first main force, said coldly. He was prejudiced against people like Ji Lai who relied on his family, and had no idea how many resources he had to rely on since he was a child to have his current strength. Now, he lost to others. Not only was he not convinced, but he also found a group of cats and dogs to make up the numbers, and pulled out another team to challenge them. In his opinion, he was just being looked down upon for no reason, and adding to the jokes. Sia Shiaan, who was obviously half a step ahead of the other 4 people behind him, was obviously the leader of the team. She was still eating an ice cream cone. When she heard his words, she lazily raised her eyelids. We are all new to being human. Why should we give way to you? Are you the commander that Ji Lai found? Vito glanced at her coldly, and his eyes finally stopped at Ji Lai, mocking. Ji Lai, do you think you can defeat us and replace our team by just finding a few people? Ridiculous. Naive. Look at the group of people he found. What kind of people they are. Let's not talk about the 2 women. The other 2 men. One is obviously a sickly person, and Augustine can probably beat him to death with 1 punch. The other one, except for his good-looking face, is so thin that he has no flesh on his body, and he has no fighting power at all. Sia Shiaan ate the last bite of the crispy ice cream cone and looked at him with disdain. Do you win every game by talking trash and talking nonsense before the game? Vito was so angry that he said, then I will show you whether I rely on talking nonsense. After that, his mental power instantly covered the opposite side, trying to use his powerful mental power to attack and pressure, force the opposite side to retreat, and teach them a lesson. But, to his surprise, the team of 5 people on the opposite side, except for Ji Lai, who frowned slightly and resisted for a while. The other 4 people did not react at all, as if they did not feel the pressure brought by his mental power. The girl standing on the left of the commander, who was petite and had dark skin, took a step forward. He did not see clearly how she moved. She had stretched out her hand to pull Augustine. She patted his shoulder so casually. Then, Augustine, who was always known for his strong strength, was pushed away by her. It was like walking on the road and kicking away a pile of garbage that blocked the road casually, with unbelievable ease. Augustine, a big guy of 2.2 meters, was pushed away, and after his body pressed against the wall, he made way for a half-meter wide road. After Shaolu pushed the people away, she said impatiently and lazily, "Please make way for us, we need to go through." Commander Vito, Others in the team, Augustine, ? Before they could react, Shaolu said. Sia Shiaan led a team, and had already walked over, leaving them with a message, "See you at the stadium." Coming and going like the wind. Free and easy. Jiangshan's face was livid, and he turned his head to look at their backs, gritting his teeth in anger. They are too arrogant. Vito's face was not good either, and he asked, "Augustine, what's wrong with you?" Augustine said in doubt, "She was too strong and moved too fast, I didn't react." By the time he reacted, he had been pushed against the wall. Jiangshan frowned, his eyes full of vigilance and hostility. Who are they? Vito's mental attack didn't seem to have any effect on him. Mental attack effect? If Sia Shiaan heard it, she could tell them clearly. As long as I don't have mental power. Mental attacks can't hurt me. Until they reached their lounge. Ji Lai asked worriedly, "Are you all okay?" "Yes." Shaolu nodded seriously, walked around the room, looked here and there, touched here and there. Ji Lai asked nervously, "Is your mental power seriously damaged?" "What mental power?" Shaolu fanned herself with her hands and complained unhappily, "It's really hot here, where can I adjust the air conditioning?" Ji Lai's face was full of question marks. "Huh? What on earth is she talking about?" Sia Shiaan looked at him with a confused face and explained, "We are fine." Ji Lai still didn't believe it. Vito is the commander. His mental power ranks around 30th in the overall alliance. He just used mental power to suppress us. You didn't feel anything? Shaolu was curious. What does it feel like? Will you really be suppressed? Sui Guanqing recalled it seriously, and shook his head. No. Ji Lai was once again crushed and hid by their absolute strength. Feeling uncomfortable and wanting to cry, his heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. They were so powerful that they couldn't even feel Vito's mental attack. He was just a small waste, and was suppressed for a short moment by their attack. No, compared to them, he is really useless. He needs to work harder to make himself stronger, and definitely not hold the team back. Half an hour later. The countdown to the start of the game was 2 minutes. In the audience, everyone was looking forward to it, waiting to see the show. I think Ji Lai was just driven crazy by the excitement. A rich kid like him who had been smooth sailing and had never experienced any setbacks since childhood, just couldn't stand the setbacks and failures. Someone shook his head and sighed. That's right, he was defeated the day before yesterday, and I don't know where he got a team of people in 2 days. Not to mention anything else, I haven't even heard of their names. Some people were completely pessimistic. He just felt that he lost face, and was embarrassed. Some people sneered. Then when his new team loses, he will lose a bigger group of people. Some people gloated. Xiao Yang listened to the discussion of others, and his nervous heart jumped to his throat. He pulled Xiaoqi's clothes. Brother, do you think Brother Lai and his team will win? Where did Brother Lai and his brother find the people from? Can they be trusted? Xiaoqi smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, they will definitely win. The only people he had seen show their strength in that team were Sui Guanqing and Shaolu. He carefully analyzed every game they played in the competition, and the conclusion he came to was terrifying. They did not play their full strength. As for how much they played and how much they hid, he didn't know. On the court, the referee was in place and shouted loudly, "The game is about to start. Please invite our 2 teams to play." The 2 teams came on the court, standing face to face, introducing themselves before the game. The names of the first main team are all normal: Commander Vito, Mecha Division Anya, Single Soldier Jiangshan, Augustine, Mingzhen. It was Sia Shiaan's turn. Xiaoqi in the audience suddenly looked desperate and covered his face, unable to bear the sight. Chapter 64. Sia Shiaan said, "Commander, scare the shit out of you." Shang Lu's light brain showed. Mecha Division, Zhongyong. Shaolu said with great pride, "Single Soldier, Tyrant Flower." Sui Guanqing said, "Single Soldier, whatever." Single Soldier. Ji Lai felt that he should integrate into their team. He couldn't be inferior to them in strength, and even his name was incompatible with them. He thought of a new name and said, Chicken. Hairy Egg. Chi Xiaohua was still poking him, and friendly reminder, hairy egg is not good, it's unlucky. Xiaoman said that hairy egg is a stillborn chick. You might as well call it chicken feather. What a pity. It's too late. The host tried to be calm and not be affected by those messy names, and announced, the game begins, please enter the stadium for both teams. The first main team was numb. What kind of monsters are these? What are their names? And Ji Lai, is he really crazy? He changed his name to Mao Jiden. What the hell is Mao Jiden? The audience also looked as if they had eaten a fly. But soon, they began to whisper and laugh. Xiao Yang was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He couldn't bear to look at them and asked, brother, are you sure they are not weird people? Xiaoqi tried to save their face. In order to protect personal privacy, the alliance allows nicknames. When he got the names they filled in on the registration information, his reaction was not much better than those present. Xiao Yang said, why did brother Jilai also change his nickname? Speaking of this, Xiaoqi felt a little sorry for him. He was too busy these days, and forgot to tell him about their nicknames. But he didn't expect that A Lai would change his name temporarily on the field. The two teams have entered the field. The game. The countdown is 10 seconds. The field is a simulation cabin that simulates the real battlefield environment. In order to protect the players' combat data from being obtained by outsiders, so as to formulate plans specifically for them. The video of the battle will not be open to the audience. The audience can only see the serial number and color representing each player. The commander is number 1. The mecha division is number 2. The individual soldiers are number 3, 4, and 5. The representative color of the main team is green. The color of the challenge team is red. In the audience seats, Xiao Yang was so excited. Brother, this time we open the advanced competition simulation cabin, with a total of 30 star beasts and 50 zergs. They have already started to move. Red number 5 is brother Ji Lai. He moves so fast. Ji Lai is the fastest. Sia Shiaan called out. Ji Lai left. This stadium feels completely real, not like a simulation at all. Whether it is the wind, the rain in the sky, the dark clouds, or the endless, desolate but magnificent Gobi Desert under their feet, they are all the same as the real thing. Their mission is to eliminate all the simulated star beasts and zergs here. The simulation cabins of the two teams are the same. The team with the shortest time and the lowest overall loss will be the winner. When Ji Lai heard her words, he chopped the knife in his hand without hesitation, splitting a suddenly appearing tearing worm in half. Sui Guanxing and Chi Xiaohua followed him, and headed to the left and right to look for prey. Ji Lai killed a worm, and when he looked back, he was almost shocked to the point of fainting. The two soldiers left the commander and the mecha master who needed the most protection on the battlefield and ran away. In the audience, Xiao Yang was also surprised. Brother, their mecha soldiers have all run away. What should the commander and the mecha master do? Ah, it's so scary. There are 5-star beasts heading towards them. Brother Lai is the closest to them. Will he be able to save them if he rushes back? She was anxious and couldn't bear to watch any more. Xiaoqi's eyes stared at the light curtain without blinking, and his expression suddenly condensed, and he clenched his fist nervously. No, not 5, but 6, and there is another worm under their feet, an SSS-level explosive worm. Others in the audience looked at the scene in front of them with gloating. What kind of people are in Ji Lai's new team? Have they never had team training? Don't they know that the commander and the mecha master need the protection of a single soldier? They actually ran away. Now, 6 bugs are besieging their commander and mecha master, and 2 of them are SSS level. They are dead. This game, without a doubt, they have already lost. Ji Lai, who was in the arena, only saw 5 huge bugs, the lowest level of which was SS level, besieging Sia Shiaan and Shan Lu. He tried to calm himself down and turned on the mecha to fly back at the fastest speed. But he was still a step too late. He saw a hunter opening its bloody mouth and biting Sia Shiaan's mecha head. Its sharp teeth are indestructible and can bite through the hardest mecha in the world. As long as it gets within 1 meter of it, no one will be left alive. Xiao Yang in the audience desperately covered his eyes, leaving a slit to watch the battle on the screen, crying sadly, "Woo-woo, no, no." The audience was talking and laughing. I am dying of laughter. They played the challenge match just to make fun of us and deliver food to the star beasts. There is no tactics at all. Their commanders and mecha divisions are doomed. Where did Ji Lai find these people? I thought they were reinforcements, but it turned out to be a circus. With such a name, they are so arrogant. I thought they were so awesome. But before the game started for 2 minutes, the player was gone. It was so funny. Shut up. How do you know they will lose? Xiaoyang angrily retorted, glaring at them. My brother Ji Lai and his teammates are very powerful. They will never lose. I ask you to apologize to them for your rudeness just now. Little friend, look at the situation on the field. 6 Zergs are besieging their team's commander and mecha division. If they can fight back in such a predicament, I will apologize to them in public. Do you think it's okay? The man looked at her with amusement. As soon as he finished speaking, the situation in the field suddenly took a dramatic turn. No one knew what happened. The light screen showed that half of the 6 Zergs that attacked suddenly died. The first to die was the SSS-level explosive insect hiding underground, preparing to attack them. The red light spot number 1, which represented the commander, and the light spot number 2, which represented the mecha division, which had been sentenced to death by them, were still on. Ji Lai in the arena saw the whole process clearly. He had just returned halfway, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 65. What made him doubt his life for a brief moment was not the commander or the mecha master, who killed 3 high-level Zergs in an instant. But, at this moment, Sia Shiaan, holding an arrow that grew longer when it met the wind, pierced through the huge and ugly head of the Shadow Hunter bee from its forehead, and shot out a sharp arrowhead from the back of its head. The most troublesome thing about the Shadow Hunter bee is not its own defense, and the venom it sprays from its mouthparts. But it can be used as a weapon to shoot, and can be replicated infinitely. But now, its stinger could not be shot, and it was nailed to death. And the person who nailed it to death, it was actually killed by her own powerful explosive power, and speed with her bare hands, when she left the mecha. Don't talk about him. Even if you look at the entire galaxy, few people dare to do this. She dared to do this, which only shows that she has absolute confidence in her own fighting power. What are you looking at me for? Kill them! Sia Shiaan saw him stunned and shouted. Ji Lai suppressed all the surging emotions in his heart, flew forward, and chopped at an SS-level steel bug with a knife full of his fighting power. The battle came quickly. It ended quickly. When Ji Lai killed the steel bug, Sia Shiaan was holding a tissue to wipe the insect mucus splashed on Shaolu's hair. The green, sticky liquid made her frown. Ji Lai said, no need to wipe it, this is a simulated environment, and the blood will disappear automatically after 2 minutes. Oh! Sia Shiaan nodded and said to Shaolu, next time I fight, don't come out, just stay in the mecha. Even if you don't help me adjust my weapons temporarily, I can still kill these bugs. It's just that it may take a little longer than it does now, and I can't kill 3 at once. Shaolu nodded. The next battle. There was almost no suspense, and it became a crushing hunt for insect beasts and star beasts. In the audience, everyone's eyes widened and their jaws dropped. Just at that time, everyone thought that the commander and the mecha master would die, but the commander suddenly broke the situation and killed 3 Zergs at once. The battle was like turning on the accelerator. Fuck, the commander killed 3 Zergs at once? That's a thing of the past. Look at their speed. Are high-level star beasts and insect beasts so easy to kill? It's so exciting to watch them find and kill prey. It's really like cutting melons and vegetables. It's easy and simple. It gives me a full sense of security. The audience was excited, their blood boiling, and they selectively forgot the previous attacks and insults on them. Xiaoyang was also clapping her hands, cheering them up excitedly. Great brother, they are all so great. Come on commander sister, come on queen flower sister, come on brother Suabian. Xiaoxi asked her, where is your brother Lai? Xiaoyang thought for a second, and said seriously, brother Lai is still a little bit behind them. He needs to work harder, come on brother Lai too. After speaking, she clenched her fist. Then, the light screen showed. The red number 3 queen flower and number 4 Suabian hunted a star beast at the same time. She completely turned into a little fangirl, with a pair of big eyes flashing with admiration. Come on, brother and sister. In the audience, those who were waiting to see the jokes, and those who looked at their screens just to make fun of them all began to watch the game seriously. Almost everyone's eyes stopped on the challenge team's game screen. As for the number 1 main team's game screen, they hunted their prey too slowly, and the division of labor was too regular. There were no highlights and highlights. For them who had seen the excitement, it was really boring. 3 minutes later, on the challenge team's screen, all the black spots representing the Zerg and star beasts went out. We won! Xiaoyang jumped up excitedly. The audience also shouted and applauded excitedly, and the sound broke through the sky for a while. People in the competition field could not hear the voices of the outside audience. However, they could hear the voice of the referee. The game is over. The referee's voice was also full of irrepressible excitement. 5 minutes and 32 seconds to pass the level is the best result since their planet established the simulation competition. 30 years ago, the players led by Admiral Qin Yin won the first place in the league competition, and the result in the simulation competition was 10 minutes and 55 seconds. This record has been maintained until now. The main team had just cooperated to kill an SSS-level star beast, and the game was suddenly declared over. For a moment, everyone was confused. Vito frowned, glanced at his light brain, and muttered, "Impossible? How could it be possible? It's only been 5 minutes and 32 seconds. For some teams, this time is not enough to observe and familiarize themselves with the environment. How could the game end?" Jiangshan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "What's so strange? 5 minutes is not enough for them to kill the star beasts, but it is enough time for the star beasts to kill them." Another soldier also echoed, "Brother Shin is right, they must have died, we won." Augustine was the only one who had fought with Qi Xiaohua. He frowned strangely and said, "They shouldn't die so easily." As soon as he finished speaking, the simulated arena disappeared. They appeared on the competition field again. Across from them stood Sia Shiaan and his team. The referee looked at the two teams and announced, "The challenge team won." It took 5 minutes and 32 seconds to pass the level. Let us congratulate them. Chapter 66. There was another round of thunderous cheers from the audience. Someone was so excited that he cried and choked up and said, "It took them 5 minutes and 32 seconds to pass the level. It was nearly half the time faster than Admiral Qin Yin and his team. Our planet has a chance to win the championship this time." Someone shouted loudly, "Come on, challenge team." At this moment, no one laughed at their names anymore, and no one sneered at their arrogance. What's wrong with being a little arrogant for the strong? 5 minutes and 32 seconds, they have the capital to be arrogant. The people in the main team, if they don't know what happened at this moment, they are just idiots. But they still couldn't believe it, just the group of weird people in front of them, who Ji Lai didn't know where he found from. They actually broke the fastest clearance record held by Admiral Qin Yin and his team for 30 years, and the time was improved by nearly half. However, as the commander, Vito immediately pulled himself out of the shock, kept a calm mind, walked to Sia Shiaan, and said, "Congratulations." Sia Shiaan said, "Thank you." After they finished speaking, the referee continued, "After a half-hour break, the qualifying competition will begin. The result of the challenge team should have been transmitted to the ears of the senior management of Beta Star. I believe that it will not be long before the senior management of the government department will come. This result is really too explosive. This challenge team formed by Ji Lai himself, which is not optimistic about the future, may become the hope of their alliance competition this time, leading their planet and their galaxy, and recreating the glory of 30 years ago. No, it might be even more brilliant than 30 years ago. Few of the senior executives of Beta Star have the time and leisure to pay attention to this game. They think that Ji Lai is just a childish temper, and playing the challenge game is just a farce for him to vent his dissatisfaction. Until the result of passing the level in 5 minutes and 32 seconds was placed in front of him. They realized that this was not a simple venting, but that he really found strong players and formed a strong team. Admiral Qin Yin has always paid close attention to the league competition, and has been looking for talented young people for decades. What a pity. A genius is a genius. Under the current selection mechanism, talented people, no matter which planet they are on, will be discovered at the first time and be retained by the local government with various favorable conditions. It is not easy for anyone to find a pearl in the ocean. Qin Yin asked his army commander, "Have you found their identity information?" The army commander turned on the light brain and pulled out the information bar for him to see. They are people from an unknown planet. As you know, many unknown planets have chaotic management and do not register the household registration information of residents. This unknown planet has been depleted of resources, and wars have continued for years. Even if we send people there, it will be difficult to find their specific information for a while. Qin Yin pondered for a moment and said, "With their strength and age, they can't be unknown people on this unknown planet. Send someone to check it out carefully. The alliance competition does not stipulate that only people born and raised on their own planet can participate in the competition. So the member planets of the alliance often send special people to some unknown planets that are not on the list of alliance member states to find and recruit some talents on small planets." The 4 of them met this condition. The geniuses on the small planet were recruited by the big planet to serve the big planet. The Legion commander said, "This unknown planet is half a year away from our planet. By the time we find their identity information, the alliance competition will be over. Qinyan said, "It doesn't matter how long it takes, we must find out their details. With the strength they have shown now, as long as they are willing to stay, Beta will offer them the most generous conditions. If nothing unexpected happens, they will become high-level officers in the Beta army. If their specific identities are not clear and they are allowed to mix into the high-level, if they have other intentions, Beta will be in danger." The Legion commander said, "Yes, Admiral." After Qinyan gave the order, he got on his exclusive aircraft and went to the central military base to meet these geniuses in person. On the way, he also watched their battle video in the Mecha battlefield and commented, "Number 444 and number 398 didn't use their full strength. Number 444 is the Tyrant Flower. Number 398 is the Random. But the two Mecha soldiers are not as good as their commander, who killed 3 high-level Zergs in seconds. Scare you, which makes him more interested." In the lounge of the stadium, Sia Shiaan smiled and said, "Please rest assured, leaders, since we have agreed to form a team with Ji Lai and signed up for the competition, we will definitely do our best." After they showed their absolutely strong strength, Xiaoxioqi, the middleman, finally had enough chips to talk to the senior management in charge of the event and negotiate terms. He said, "Leaders, the players need to rest and recover their energy for the next game. If you have anything to say or ask, just ask me. Let's go to the lounge next door to talk." He is the heir of the Chiu family, and the eldest son of the Chiu family. The leaders have to give him face. They smiled and agreed, and told Sia Shiaan and the others to have a good rest, and followed him to the lounge next door. After they left, Qi Xiaohua whispered, "Shiaan, do you think they will agree to give us that mining star?" Shiaan looked at the ore brought back from the mining star, and it was indeed Source Stone. Source Stone accounts for 80% of the energy of the mining star, and the remaining 20% is bismuth crystal. If they don't give it to us, we won't participate in the competition. Sia Shiaan said it as a matter of course. It's that simple. They participated in the competition just for the mining star. Sui Guanqing said, "Our clearance time is nearly half of their record 30 years ago. As long as their top leaders are sane, they will not reject our conditions." Ji Lai said, "Don't worry, Aki will definitely stand by you and fight for more benefits for you. They are now the only hope for their Beta star to get a good ranking in the competition and keep the permanent planet seat in the alliance. He believes that the relevant top leaders will not be so short-sighted and will definitely use superior conditions to keep them. The next qualifying round. In fact, in the eyes of many people, there is no need to continue the competition. The clearance result of 5 minutes and 32 seconds is enough to prove everything. However, since they have challenged it, they naturally have to carry it to the end. This is the persistence of the warriors. As expected, in the individual competition, Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing won within 1 minute. Ji Lai ate carrots and recovered his damaged mental strength. He faced Augustine again and won in 3 minutes. The result was actually good. But compared with the other two, Ji Lai was hurt again. I don't know when his strength can catch up with him. Not to mention the Mecha Division competition, Shan Lu's maintenance technology not only made the audience present feel refreshed, but also conquered the Mecha Division of the main team, making him cry and shout on the spot that he wanted to become a disciple. The ranking between the commanders entered the simulation arena again. The two commanders each led a legion of 100,000 people to fight against the army of star beasts, using the battle duration and the loss rate as the criteria for judging the outcome. Sia Shiaan strangled 100,000 star beasts in 10 minutes, and 580 of his own people were killed. By the time Vito finished commanding the battle, the number of casualties in her army had reached 1,000, and the defeat was inevitable. The game was over. The challenge team led by Sia Shiaan officially replaced the original main team and became the new main team. A week later, the participating team set out from the largest starport on Beta Star, Yana City Starport. Residents from all over Beta Star came to see them off and cheer them on. The various TV stations on Beta Star were also broadcasting the scene of their departure in real time. After Dean Su and his people worked hard for a week, the communication of 520 Star could barely receive the signal of Beta Star, but it was unstable and intermittent. Dean Su stroked his chin and said, "Do you think the people of Beta Star would regret hiring her to play for them, and let her lead the team to participate if they knew the strength and ability of our Star Lord?" Xiao Su sighed. "They are gathering the best talents of the entire alliance together and letting our Star Lord choose people in various ways. As long as anyone has fought with her, no one will not be impressed by her ability and charm." Song Jiming's eyes were shining. "I wonder how many talents the Star Lord can bring back this time. This is really a mouse falling into a rice jar." He couldn't imagine how happy the Star Lord would be. Sia Shiaan didn't think so much at this moment. She participated in the competition just for that mining star. As for using her personal charm to win people's hearts and convince geniuses, she really didn't think about it. The large battleship they took headed towards the venue of this competition, a barren star located on the edge of the Alliance. The battleship sailed for 2 days and night. Sia Shiaan was happily lying on the bed watching a movie, eating fried chicken, and drinking Coke. Suddenly, the battleship shook violently. Chapter 67. Sia Shiaan immediately protected the Coke in her arms, and after seeing that it didn't spill, she took another sip. When a warship sails in space, it's not uncommon to encounter anything. These past 2 days, she has become accustomed to it. However, Shaolu was very dissatisfied and complained, "Shiaan, their captain's skills are not good. How can he drive a starship that shakes 800 times a day? Their starship is so big, and it can still shake like this. Our starship is so small, and it has been sailing on the road for more than half a month, and it hasn't shaken like this. I think we should introduce Deputy Team Leader Yen Shu and others to them as captains. Team Leader Shang is now a mecha master of the main team, so of course he can't drive a starship for them. Others in the mechanical team can. But the Star Master left them on Beta Star to open a mine." Sia Shiaan said, "You go ask Ji Lai, the price they gave for the planet is appropriate, and we can teach them." After she finished speaking, she smiled at Shang Lu. "Team Leader Shang, am I right?" Shang Lu took a sip of juice and nodded. The next moment, the battleship shook violently again. Then, there was a bang, as if a heavy object hit the battleship from outside. Shaolu finally realized that something was wrong. Her eyes condensed, and she stood up suddenly saying, "I'll go out and take a look. Sui Guanxing, you protect Xiaoman and Team Leader Shang." As she said, she opened the door and rushed out like a gust of wind. Sia Shiaan looked at the two people in the room, got up lazily, stretched, and said, "Let's go and take a look." Shan Lu and Sui Guanxing followed her out. In the entire battleship, in addition to the contestants, who were going to participate in this competition, there were service personnel. The average age of the contestants is not very old, but they are all military men. They are calm in the face of emergencies. Without the order of their superiors, they opened the door and stood at the door fully armed, ready to be deployed at any time. Sia Shiaan and his friends walked over, and all the way there were soldiers saluting and greeting them respectfully. The entire interstellar world is threatened by star beasts and Zerg all the time, so the strong are the most respected in this world. For example, Admiral Qin Yin is the most popular person in Beta Star, and even the entire Beta Galaxy. At this moment, after receiving the captain's message, Qin Yin came out of the room and saw Sia Shiaan and the other two walking over leisurely. He greeted them, "Sia, let's go together." Sia Shiaan quickened her pace and greeted, "Admiral Qin." Qin Yin didn't even wait for them to ask, and explained, "It's the battleship from Ceres. They were besieged by star pirates 5 hours ago, and annihilated the star pirates. The battleship was also seriously damaged. They asked us to borrow mechanics to repair the battleship." Sia Shiaan nodded. When I followed Qin Yin to the door of the battleship, the captain was already waiting with his own mechanics. The leader of Ceres was also an Alliance admiral. It was a beautiful female admiral, who still wore a military uniform and had a hot body. Seeing Qin Yin, she smiled and said, "Admiral Qin, long time no see. I am sorry to bother you this time." Qin Yin said politely, "Admiral Olivia, you are too polite. The level of your mechanics is one of the best in the Alliance. I am afraid that our mechanics are not good enough and cannot help you. I am very grateful to meet Admiral Qin, and to be willing to lend him people." After Olivia finished speaking, she looked at the mechanics and politely asked, "Next, I'll trouble you all." Qin Yin nodded to the captain. The captain then took the mechanics, and followed a legion commander of the other side to their warship. Olivia did not leave, but continued to greet Qin Yin. "I didn't expect that our two families are so destined to meet here. Why don't we let our main players get to know each other in advance? I think we should go and see what your warship is like first." Qin Yin politely refused. His expression did not change, but he was grinding his teeth in his heart. What is there to know? Don't think he doesn't know what she is up to. She just wants to show off their main team. Everyone knows that their family has 7 of the top mecha soldiers in the Alliance. 2 of them have been ranked in the top 2 for 5 consecutive years. "Okay." Olivia nodded and continued, "General Qin, your team members are not training in secret. Don't they want us to see them? If you are embarrassed, I won't force it. That's all. If Qin Yin continues to refuse, it will be like he is really afraid of their family, and dare not confront their team members. He gritted his teeth secretly and said with a fake smile, "What training? They are here." After that, he pulled Sia Shiaan to his side and said, "This is the commander of our main team, scared." He paused and winked at her. Sia Shiaan swallowed the last bite of fried chicken in her mouth, smiled naturally, and introduced herself. "Hello, General Olivia. I am the commander of the first team, scared you." Shaolu said, "I am a team of single soldier queens." "Whatever." After Sui Guanqing introduced himself, he continued to introduce Shaolu expressionlessly. "This is our mecha division, Shang Shongyong." Even though Qin Yin had listened to their self-introductions more than once, his scalp was still numb with embarrassment. But at this moment, looking at Olivia, as if she had swallowed a fly alive, her face was full of, "What a mess, are you sure you are not mocking me? Are you teasing me?" He actually felt a little happy. At least in terms of names, these people in their family are very strange and can definitely crush their family. Hello. But as a general, she is also knowledgeable. After a moment, she returned to normal and laughed and teased, "General Qin, the names of your team members are very special. In the league competition, the names of the players will be announced when they arrive at the venue." She would see if these people still had the same name, and then she would know if they were just being perfunctory and mocking her with the name. Sia Shiaan was very modest. "Admiral, you are too kind. Our name is just SOSO, SOSO. Olivia, Couldn't she hear her own mockery? Where did Beta find these weirdos this time? She just thought so. Her captain hurried back, with a look of sorrow and anxiety that was difficult to conceal. "Admiral, the mechanics of Beta did an inspection, and they couldn't find out what was wrong with our warship. What should they do? If they couldn't detect the problem, they could only stay in the universe and wait for their own planet to send people to rescue them. But it would take at least 3 days. During these 3 days, if they encountered a large-scale pirate group and could not activate the weapons on the warship to fight back, they would be like meat on the chopping board, at the mercy of others." Admiral Olivia's eyes were no longer calm, but were replaced by a serious look. She made a decision immediately, and looked at Qin Yin. She was about to ask him to take their main players away first. Ji Lai came over and said naturally, "If you want to repair the warship, you can ask our mecha division to help you. If he still can't do it, then you can only think of another way." Chapter 68. "I guess. No one in the entire galaxy can repair it." He finished saying this. Not only Admiral Olivia. Even Qin Yin looked at Shaolu in surprise. The mecha master of their team, isn't he talking about him? But he is a mecha master. There is still a big difference between a mecha master and a mechanic. A mechanic is a professional who studies, develops, manufactures, maintains and manages various mechanical equipment and systems, including starships, spaceships, aircraft, etc. A mecha master is a professional who only studies and repairs mechas. Olivia said, "Admiral Qin, your mecha master has a wide range of business, and can also repair warships. You are bragging. No matter how you look at it, this mecha master in front of you is just a young man in his 20s. In her eyes, he is just a child. Learning to repair mechas since childhood, and becoming a member of the main team is already a great achievement. If he also has a high level of attainment in repairing warships, then he is really a genius that is hard to find even in the Alliance. Beta Star has such a genius, but they hide it and don't announce it. It's not like their style at all." Qin Yin used his eyes to ask Sia Shiaan for her opinion. After seeing her nod, he said, "If Admiral Olivia doesn't mind, I can let my mecha master go and take a look. This commander. He is the head of the other 3 in the main team one except Ji Lai. Moreover, they are only in an employment relationship with their Beta Star, which is clearly written in the contract. If he wants to find them to work, he not only has to pay extra fees, but also needs to ask for her consent. Then I'll trouble you." Olivia nodded in agreement. Although she didn't believe from the bottom of her heart that a young mecha master could repair a warship that the senior mechanics of the 2 planets couldn't repair. But at this moment, she could only try her best. Qin Yin took the main team one and followed Olivia to the other side's warship. Shaolu also looked for Ji Lai and asked, "Do you have melon seeds, peanuts and mineral water?" Ji Lai didn't understand. "What do you need these for?" Shaolu rolled her eyes at him in disdain. "It's a must-have prop for watching face-slapping scenes, don't you know?" Ji Lai didn't care about her disdain at all, and suddenly realized, "I know now, I'll go back and get it right away." Then, in the main control room of the series warship, a magical scene appeared. Sia Shiaan and 3 mecha soldiers sat on the chairs, crossed their legs, eating sunflower seeds and peanuts, more relaxed than at home. Qin Yan choked with blood and dared not glare at the high-priced contract workers. He could only glare at Ji Lai. Look, bad habits are learned quickly. He has only been in the same team with them for a short time, and he has been completely infected by their temperament. These 4 people lined up like that, and anyone who saw them would say exactly the same. Olivia also frowned slightly. This is the main team of Beta Star this year. Look at what they look like. 1 or 2, like street second-rate people. How can you see any military temperament? Ji Lai, however, can't read people's faces. When he saw them looking at him, he called out, General Qin, General Olivia, do you want to have some too? Qin Yan wanted to glare at him, asking him to stop making trouble, to calm down, and not to embarrass Beta Star. But he saw Olivia's mouth twitching, as if she wanted to lecture them, but because they were not her family, she had to hold back her frustration. In his heart, he inexplicably felt a strange sense of victory. Yes. I just like the way my opponents can't stand me, but can't get rid of me. The 4 people watching the show on the opposite side didn't care what others thought. They just focused on eating, drinking, and watching the show. Sia Shiaan said, let's make a bet. I bet 12 minutes. Qi Xiaohua said, I bet 8 minutes. Sui Guanxing said, 15. Ji Lai hesitated, 5 minutes. Then, he asked again, what's the bet? Sia Shiaan thought for a moment. Follow this place out and challenge the first person you meet. Olivia listened to them very seriously. Then she was confused and didn't know what they were talking about. She looked at Qin Yan and said sarcastically, Admiral Qin, the members of your main team this year are really interesting. Qin Yan smiled and said, children just like to play around, don't mind it, Admiral. In front of the huge machine in the main control room, Shaolu was carefully troubleshooting the fault. The mechanics of Beta Star knew that he was a mecha master of the main team and maintained absolute respect for him. The mechanics of Series Star, although they had no confidence in his technology, were praying in their hearts that he could troubleshoot the fault and repair their warship. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous for their entire warship to stay in space. 5 minutes later, Ji Lai felt that he was careless. At 8 minutes, the melon seeds in Qi Xiaohua's hand were no longer fragrant. Ji Lai was the last one. She had no hope of finding someone to challenge. At 12 minutes, Sia Shiaan drank a sip of water very calmly. At 13 minutes, Shaolu pointed to a control panel of a large energy power system, and his words appeared on the optical computer. Take it apart and check it. If my guess is correct, there is a screw loose. The mechanic of Ceres began to disassemble the control panel according to his instructions. The 4-person group watching the show here. The bet is over. Sia Shiaan looked at Ji Lai and said, go. What they were competing for was whoever guessed the closest time to the accurate time, and whoever was the winner. There was a difference of 8 minutes between Ji Lai's 5 minutes and 13 minutes. He was the last one. Ji Lai was willing to accept the defeat, and was about to stand up when he saw a group of people coming to the main control room. He sat back down again without leaving a trace and reluctantly negotiated with Qi Xiaohua. Xiaohua, help me fight, and I will cover your nutrient solution for the next year. Qi Xiaohua did not forget to negotiate the conditions. I want peach flavor. Ji Lai nodded and reminded her. Did you see? The one walking in front and leading the way is Chu Bai from Ceres. He is now the number 1 in the league's mecha single soldier rankings. You must be careful. He likes fighting. But he is not a fool. He knows that he can't beat others, but he still insists on getting close to them and being abused. Especially now, if he finds someone to challenge and loses badly in the end, it will not only be his own face, but also the face of the main team in Beta Star. Qi Xiaohua nodded, not knowing how much she had heard. She stood up, eyes gleaming with excitement and eagerness to try, and walked towards the group of people opposite. Chapter 69. Qin Yan watched her go by, his veins on his forehead throbbing with worry. He had heard that they had made a bet, so he thought it was just a child's play, and since Olivia was there, he did not stop him. But he never expected that the first person she met when she walked out, the target of her challenge, would be Chu Bai, the mecha soldier who had been ranked first in the alliance for 3 consecutive years. Olivia looked at them with interest and shrugged at Qin Yan. This was not her initiative. It was their team members who took the initiative to invite them. Qi Xiaohua had already walked in front of a group of people and stretched out her hand to Chu Bo, the leader, and said, Hello, I am the main team of Beta Star, the mecha single soldier, the tyrant flower. Please ask me to fight? Chu Bo frowned slightly, glanced at the woman in front of him, who was a whole head shorter than him and as thin as a bean sprout, and didn't even bother to look at her, and said arrogantly, Get out of the way. His teammates also looked at Xiaohua as if they were looking at a clown. Beta Star's main player Ji Lai, who has the best performance, is only ranked 20th in the league. How did this mecha single soldier in front of him have the courage to stop Brother Bo and say he wanted to fight him? Xiaohua didn't care about his attitude and continued, I really want to challenge you to a fight. Do you want to fight or not? Give me an answer. Fight if you want to. If not, she will go back. Chu Bai's cold eyes fell on her, with a bit of contempt and mockery. Are you sure? I am sure. Xiaohua was impatient. Fight me if you want. Don't fight me if you don't want. Why are you so slow? Chu Bai's eyes became colder and sharper, even with a bit of bloodthirsty cruelty, and he spoke aggressively. I only fight life and death battles with people. Do you dare? Xiaohua didn't dare to say anything. Ji Lai pulled her and said, Chu Bai, you can fight, don't go too far. There are still 10 days before the game starts. It's not good to get hurt. Xiaohua pointed at Chu Bai and turned to ask Ji Lai, can I beat him to death in a life and death battle? She was very upset when she saw his arrogant, pretentious and domineering look. It was the first time that Chu Bai was pointed at and told to kill him. He didn't get angry, but just thought it was funny for a while. Ji Lai, you are afraid that I will beat her to death, and your main team will be short of one person. Ji Lai was already unhappy with him, and after hearing what he said at this moment, he simply stopped stopping him and looked at him and said, No, I'm afraid she will beat you to death. Your main team will be short of one person. Really? Chu Bai sneered disdainfully and looked at Xiaohua and said, I agree to your appointment. Let's fight a life and death battle. Life and death battle. Once they are on the battle stage, they will fight to the death. Either you die or I die. Admiral Olivia did not try to persuade or stop them, and it was clear that she was ready to stand by and watch. Chu Bai would definitely not lose anyway. As for the other party, now that one of their members is dead or seriously injured, they have one less competitor. Although Beta Star's current combat power is so poor that she doesn't even bother to consider them as opponents. But no matter how weak the opponent is, you should fight well when you meet him, and you can't underestimate the enemy just because he is weak. Qin Yan coughed and said, Nonsense, the competition is coming soon. Why fight a life and death battle? If you want to communicate with each other, you can learn from each other, but stop at the right time. He has spoken. Olivia had to stand up. Yes, then you can have a ring match, and stop when it's over. She mainly wanted to see the strength of the Beta Star this time. As for killing people before the game, it has never happened in all the league's games. Even those planets that have life and death feuds in the league, the players were careless in the game and killed the opponent. Both admirals have spoken. Chu Bai had to give some face even if he was arrogant. He nodded and compromised, saying to Xiaohua, Wait until our battleship is repaired and the battlefield can be used normally. See you on the field. Their battleship is broken. Maybe they have to borrow the other party's battleship to go to the field. It's not good to have a fight now and kill people. Xiaohua made an okay gesture to him and turned to say, Ji Lai, I'm a little hungry. Ji Lai understood. I'll have someone send you a box of nutrient solution right away. Chu Bai was a little confused listening to their conversation, but he didn't care. He strode to Admiral Olivia and asked, Admiral, how is the repair of our warship going? Olivia said, Still repairing? She turned her head and saw that the mechanics had just removed the control panel. As an SSS-class mecha soldier, she had excellent eyesight and saw at a glance that there was indeed a loose part on the machine. The mechanics also saw the loose part at this moment and were stunned for a moment in disbelief. Then, their eyes shifted to Shaolu with surprise, hesitation, and undisguised appreciation. However, this was not the time for them to ask him questions. The most important thing was to repair the warship first. The mechanics quickly fixed the loose parts. Then, start the main control system. The starship slowly started moving. The captain looked at the parameters displayed on the screen and said excitedly, Okay, Admiral, our warship has been repaired and can be started normally. All data are running normally. After that, he turned around excitedly and was about to shake Shaolu's hand. However, Shaolu avoided him without a trace. The captain was not embarrassed and naturally took his hand back and said gratefully, Thank you. Olivia looked at Shaolu with a bit of fiery brilliance at this time, and when she looked at Qin Yan again, she felt a little sour in her heart. She apologized for her previous arrogance. This young mecha master of the main team of Beta Star is really amazing. The most amazing thing is his keenness to machinery, which is a talent that cannot be accumulated through acquired training. Chu Bai also followed her gaze and asked, Who is he? Olivia said, Shang Shongyong, the mecha master of the main team of Beta Star. Chubai frowned even more tightly. His name, is it a joke? How come he remembered that there was a poem with this name in the ancient Earth era? The other members of the team also whispered. No. How come a good mecha master doesn't do his job well, and comes to repair the warship? However, no one will look down on him. They also know that the mechanics they bring are all the top level of series. They can't repair the warship, but this person in front of them has repaired it, which shows that his level is very high. At this moment, Sia Shiaan has already run to Shaolu, asked him to sit down and rest, squatted in front of him, and handed him a nutrient solution. Drink it quickly. Shaolu smiled at her, took the nutrient solution and drank it. The warship has been repaired. The battlefield can also be started normally. The battle between Shaolu and Chubai also began. Chapter 70. After hearing that someone was challenging Chubai, the number 1 mecha soldier, everyone who could come to watch the game came. Olivia called the second and third main teams of series, the Legion Commander, and the guard captain under the Legion Commander, and asked them to watch the game. Although she didn't think Shaolu would win. This is someone else's warship. Qin Yen didn't call so many people over, only the other 2 main teams. Let the rest of the people watch the live broadcast in their own warships. The scene of the game. Olivia and Qin Yen stood side by side, and occasionally said something to each other. Behind them, the people of the 2 planets were indeed standing clearly, 2 meters away from each other. The people of Ceres couldn't figure out whether this female mecha soldier from Beta was crazy. Why did she want to challenge Chubai and embarrass herself? The people of Beta felt upset when they saw how arrogant they were, with their eyes on their foreheads. They looked like they had already won the championship before the game even started. The main team 2, Vito and his team from the main team 1, were originally very dissatisfied with Sia Shiaan and his team because they were replaced. But at this moment, they met the series people who disgusted them even more, and they felt more comfortable looking at Shaolu on the stage. They even didn't feel embarrassed when they saw Sia Shiaan and his team shouting to cheer for Shaolu. Augustine also shouted, "Bawenghua, come on. Beta, we will win." Jiangshan had a black line on his forehead. Vito, ? What are you doing? Vito, Jiangshan, let's cheer for Shaolu together. Augustine greeted them, but it was not enough. He turned around and looked for the people in Team 3. You guys come too. Then, under Augustine's encouragement, the people in Team 2 and Team 3 began to cheer together. At the beginning, they felt a little embarrassed and their voices were still very small. As they shouted, their voices became louder and louder. It's embarrassing. Anyway, we are all embarrassed together. The people from Ceres looked at them with disdain and moved to the side, further away from them. In the past, because of their lack of strength, the contestants from Beta were very low-key and tried to reduce their presence. But now, what's wrong with them? They clearly know that their mecha soldiers are challenging the number 1 player in the alliance, but they are still shouting so hard. Won't they feel embarrassed if they lose later? It was the mecha master of Series Team 1 who suggested. They are all cheering for their teammates. Let's cheer for Brother Bo. Others rolled their eyes. No one paid attention to him or cooperated with him. The mecha master sighed a little disappointedly, looking at the group of people on the opposite Beta Star who didn't care about other people's eyes at all and let themselves go, and he became more and more envious. Shaolu on the battle stage obviously didn't expect to treat them as a thorn in her eyes. The people from Team 2 and Team 3 who couldn't stand them were also cheering her on, smiling and waving at them, and making a heart to them. Thank you, my teammates, thank you for cheering for me. Don't worry, I will never let you down. Glory, victory belongs to our Beta Star. Chubo looked at her like a fool and didn't bother to pay attention to her. Whether it is victory or not, it's not about talking, but strength. Wait until he defeats her, and see if she is still so arrogant. The players of Team 2 and Team 3, who were thanked and praised by her, immediately straightened their backs, shouted louder, and were more confident. Ji Lai whispered, "What's wrong with them today? They are like chicken blood." This group of double-standard dogs. He participated in the ranking competition of the Alliance mecha soldiers before, and he never saw them cheering him on. Sia Shiaan said, "Strength is the best endorsement. They are all defeated by Shaolu." Ji Lai thought to himself, he has defeated all of them. Sia Shiaan added, "Absolutely crushed." Ji Lai was stabbed again, and covered his heart. He couldn't refute. But his heart hurt. On the battle stage, the referee announced, "The game begins." Sia Shiaan began to run around the field, taking Shaolu with him, asking people one by one if they wanted to place a bet. Bet on who will be the final winner of the 2 fighting. Bet on Chubai to win, 1-2. Bet on Ba Wanhua to win, 1-10. The people of Team 2 and Team 3 of Beta Star are in high spirits because of cheering, and their trust in Qi Xiaohua has reached an unprecedented peak. Without exception, they all choose to bet on her to win. The people of Series Star looked at her like a psychopath, but she was the commander of Team 1, so they shamelessly came up to ask. They couldn't refuse, so they also made a bet, betting on Chubai to win. Sia Shiaan finally came to the two admirals and asked, "You two, do you want to place a bet?" Olivia was speechless. Is there something wrong with the commander of Team 1 of Beta Star? The battle on the battle stage was in full swing. She didn't watch the game, didn't worry about her teammates, and was in the mood to run around and gamble. Qin asked her, "Who did you bet on?" Sia Shiaan said, "I bet on a tie." Qin gave her 1 million. "I also bet on a tie." Seeing that everyone had bet, Olivia symbolically bet on 1.5 million and said, "I bet on Chubai to win." Okay. After Sia Shiaan finished speaking, she pulled Shaolu away and excitedly lowered her voice and said, "This bet was saved by ourselves. The money we earned will be divided equally among the four of us as pocket money. Let's see how much we have." Don't say it. You really don't say it. These contestants are richer and more generous than each other. The lowest one bought 500,000. The mecha master of their main team was the most generous, and he bought 10 million Chubai to win at once, on the field. The battle was extremely fierce. The two fought for 2 minutes. 10 minutes. 15 minutes later. There was still no clear winner, and neither side showed even the slightest sign of decline. The scene became more and more tense, and the battle became more and more exciting. Sia Shiaan was also watching the game seriously, and couldn't help but sigh. The first mecha soldier in the alliance is really worthy of his reputation. He can fight with Qi Xiaohua until this time, and he is still powerful and vigorous. Sui Guanqing was watching the game, and he was also putting himself in Qi Xiaohua's shoes, thinking about how he would deal with Chubai's attack if he were her. Everyone at the scene was immersed in this absolutely wonderful visual feast, and they didn't even blink, for fear of missing the wonderful moment. Olivia looked at Qin. "Old Qin, your bottom player is very powerful. He has been hiding for so long, and now he is willing to let him out. He is really patient. She can be sure that this Queen Flower has never appeared in any event of the Alliance before. Then it must be the killer weapon that Beta Star secretly cultivated for a Jedi counterattack." Qin smiled and did not deny it, saying, "If our planet does not take action this time, I am afraid there will be no chance." The fighting power of the Queen of Flowers was beyond his expectations. At this age, she has such fighting power, which is simply terrifying. The key is that she is only 17 years old, 4 years younger than Chubai, who is 21 years old. She still has a lot of room for improvement. The two people talked. On the competition field. Suddenly there was a loud bang. The fists of the two mechas collided with each other. The protection system of the battle platform also made a dying sharp explosion sound and failed. Everyone's eyes went black. Then, they couldn't see anything. Someone asked anxiously, "Is it over? Who won?" Chapter 71. No one answered him. Because no one knew what was going on in the arena. Olivia and Qin immediately burst out their mental power, and protected their people with their mental protection nets. Across the table. The battle platform shattered and collapsed with a rumble, and even the ground under their feet began to crack. Qin frowned, and his voice, which contained absolute mental pressure, enveloped the opposite side. Every word was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, making it impossible to resist. "You two, stop fighting, stop! If they continue to fight, the entire battleship will be destroyed by them." Darkness. It only lasted for a moment. It was because their power was too strong that the shock wave generated during the violent collision affected the power supply system of the entire battleship, causing a power outage. Don't say that others were shocked. Sia Shiaan was a little shocked. She really didn't expect that the battle between the two mechas could be so intense. After Qin spoke, she also shouted, "Xiaohua, I won't move unless the enemy moves." On the scene. After the battle platform shattered and collapsed, there was a brief silence for a few seconds. Immediately. Fuck. Someone can fight with Brother Bo to such an extent. No, the two of them broke the battle platform and the protection system. What kind of combat power is this? Are they still human? Am I the only one who cares about who won? It must be Brother Bo. This is the people of Ceres. The winner must be our Xiaohua. Fuck, is Xiaohua's combat power so strong? The opponent is Chubai. Whether she wins or not, it's already awesome to be able to fight Chubai like this. This is someone from Beta Star. Two people in the center of the battle. After the last violent collision, the arm of the mecha was broken, but it was still looking at the other party like a fighting cock, unconvinced, ready to rush up and continue. However, Qin Yan's mental pressure temporarily suppressed Chu Bai, who was full of passion, and calmed his mind for a short time. Qi Xiaohua, who was already bloodthirsty and eager to fight, could not feel the mental pressure, but after hearing Sia Shiaan's words, she also stood there honestly. The two of them were like, "Come here, why don't you come? If you come, I will come," but in the end, neither of them took action first. Olivia and Qin Yan also took advantage of their confrontation and rushed over at the fastest speed, standing in front of them, fearing that they would fight again. The referee was numb at this moment. Walking to the middle, he looked at Olivia for help, then at Qin Yan, not knowing how to announce the result of the battle. Both of them were injured, and the arms of the mechas were broken. It looked like both sides were injured, and no one got any good results. But everyone saw how crazy these two people were when they fought just now. Now, they were staring at each other unwillingly. He was not sure if he would let the war between the two reignite if he announced a draw. Olivia smiled and looked at Qin Yan. "Old Qin, I think we should stop here and end it here. What do you think?" It was impossible for her to say that she was not shocked. This queen flower of Beta Star was so strong that she could fight Chu Bai evenly. The two of them fought for quite a while, but until the battle stage was broken by them, no one showed signs of weakness, and even she couldn't tell who was stronger. "Okay." Qin Yan nodded in agreement with a serious face, and he was very happy. Xiaohua really made him proud, and actually made Olivia, who was always arrogant and looked down on others, take the initiative to make concessions. Chu Bai and Queen Flower are both good boys in our alliance. Competition is second and friendship is first. I think they are equally strong, and there is no winner. This game is a draw. Olivia finished speaking and asked, "Old Qin, what do you think? We can't let them fight anymore. The destructive power is too strong." Qin Yan had no reason to object and said, "They are both excellent, it's a draw." After he finished speaking, he said, "You two, don't stare at each other like that, thinking you are fighting cocks. When you get to the arena, there will be more time for you to fight, and then you can rely on your own abilities." He knew that Queen Flower was very powerful, but he didn't know that he was so strong. Qi Xiaohua said, "See you at the game." Chu Bai said, "I'll wait for you." It was so cool to fight. He hadn't felt this kind of carefree and hearty feeling in a long time. The two generals judged that the two were tied. The two players had no objection. After the result came out, the people watching the game looked at Sia Shiaan, the dealer who opened the gambling game, with complicated expressions. Not because she made their money, but because she said before that she bet on a tie. How did she judge the tie? Or did she just guess? Sia Shiaan made a small profit again. When Qi Xiaohua came back, she happily patted her on the shoulder and praised, "Well done." Ji Lai, like a little follower, quickly handed her a carrot and a nutrient solution, saying, "Hurry, replenish it quickly." The people of Ceres were confused again. After this game, everyone can understand that drinking nutrient solution can replenish physical strength and restore physical strength. But what about eating carrots raw? Could it be that their mecha soldiers like to eat this thing as a snack? The people of Beta are so weird this time. The game is over. Admiral Olivia, then we will leave. Qin Yan said goodbye with his children and reminded, "You should transfer the cost of repairing the warship directly to our command. Xiao Xia, if the Admiral is not convenient now, you can add her to the communication first and send her the account number." Sia Shiaan smiled at Olivia and turned on his light brain. "Don't bother. We Ceres won't default on the repair fee. I'll have someone transfer it now." Olivia smiled, but she was actually speechless. They're not poor on Beta. The top 3 richest people in the alliance. Why are they all talking about money this time? The commander of their family is gambling on the spot. Why did Qin Yan become so strange? He even asked her for money in person. This was not something he could do before. Sia Shiaan soon received a transfer of 100 million yuan and said with a smile, "Thank you, Admiral Olivia. You can still come to us for any repair work in the future. Big stars are rich. Maintaining a battleship for more than 10 minutes and earning 100 million yuan is simply too cool." "Okay." Olivia nodded and glanced at her again. This commander of Beta made her very concerned. When she asked them to gamble, she said that the two would fight to a draw. Did she see it long ago, or did she guess it? If she saw it, she couldn't imagine her strength. But she was more inclined to believe that she guessed it right. She was really too young. Olivia took the people from Ceres and politely sent them to the door of the warship. Just when Qin Yin was about to leave with the people from Beta, Qi Xiaohua and Chu Bai were arguing again, and their eyes were fiercely confronted, and flames flew everywhere. A good warm atmosphere. It became tense again. Chapter 72. Olivia's head hurt, and she shouted, Chu Bai. Qin Yin also shouted, Xiaohua. Chu Bai stared at her with his sharp eyes, and said word by word, next time, I will definitely win. Qi Xiaohua was not to be outdone, and met his gaze. The winner will definitely be me. Then, the two of them snorted with disdain. They turned around and walked towards their respective teams. The people on both sides returned to their starships. On Beta Star, Qin Yin asked with concern, Xiaohua, you and Chu Bai, who do you think will win if the fight continues? Qi Xiaohua said without hesitation, of course it's me. On Ceres Star, Olivia couldn't wait any longer. Chu Bai, you and that tyrant flower, who do you think is stronger? Chu Bai's expression was unprecedentedly serious and solemn, but his tone was absolutely certain. If the fight continues, I will definitely win. Mecha soldiers from 2 planets. A big battle. The result was naturally beyond many people's expectations. Olivia originally wanted to test the strength of Beta Star, but now she was busy with the test. She ordered people to investigate the background of their main team members, and personally led people to analyze and establish the combat model of the Queen of Flowers, and formulate tactical measures to be taken when encountering her in the competition. In addition to these, what made her even more worried was that, except for Ji Lai and the Queen of Flowers, who fought with Chu Bai, what was the combat level of the rest of the main team of Beta Star? Compared with him, Beta Star was not so busy. After all, Chu Bai's genius mecha soldiers, tactics, and combat model of the Alliance had been studied and analyzed by major planets. They have all the information about him. However, this battle with Qi Xiaohua is different from his previous battles. As the first mecha in the Alliance, he is the most powerful among the young mecha soldiers. He has no rivals. The second-ranked one can only fight for 15 minutes at most under him. And Qi Xiaohua is the only one who can fight him equally in the Alliance over the years. Therefore, the video of this battle is worth studying for them. Qin Yin did not delay and led people to analyze Chu Bai's strength and how far he has grown. He also analyzed who would win if Qi Xiaohua continued to fight with him. As the central figure of this battle, Qi Xiaohua, people on Beta Star think she is a heartless fighting maniac. But in fact, she is not. She treats every battle with absolute awe, but others can't see it, and she won't show it to them. At this moment, after Ji Lai left, she began to tell them the results of the review that she had sorted out in her mind. Shaolu had already quickly completed the battle analysis while she was talking. Sia Shiaan looked at the picture and said, that is to say, when you and him only use mechas and your own combat power, you are equal to him in combat power, and you are not sure whether you can win if you continue to fight. Qi Xiaohua nodded, was discouraged for a moment, and immediately stood up again, cheered herself up, and found her own advantages. If I use our card weapons to catch him by surprise, he will definitely be hit. Besides, I am younger than him, and my fighting power has not reached its peak yet. Sia Shiaan nodded, and felt relieved. The legendary number 1 mecha soldier in the Alliance, his fighting power is comparable to Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing. Sui Guanqing said seriously, we have a killer, and the opponent is the number 1 mecha soldier in the Alliance. He must have a life-saving trick. Sia Shiaan agreed. At present, it seems that this series is our strongest opponent in this competition. Unless other planets, like Beta, have hired stronger substitutes, or have secretly cultivated geniuses. Shaolu wrote, even if they have, their strength will not be stronger than Chu Bai. Sia Shiaan nodded and said, in the next few days, we have to run in with the members of the second and third teams, so that they don't fall behind on the field and drag us down. Nothing else. At least they have to know who is the boss, and whose orders they should follow when something happens. To put it simply, they have to be defeated. On the field, what she needs is their absolute obedience to orders. In the next few days, Sia Shiaan began to lead the team, practicing cooperation with the second and third teams, 3 corps commanders, and 30 guard captains. In her words, it was a run-in. Every day. At 5 in the morning, they got up before dawn to gather. At 10 in the evening, when the dogs were asleep, they finished. At the end, the second and third teams, the corps commanders and the guard captains were so tired that they were lying on the practice field, and they didn't want to move a finger. On the other hand, the members of the main team, except Ji Lai, who was almost the same as them, exhausted. Sia Shiaan and her team of 4 showed no signs of training. Everyone looked refreshed and energetic, as if they had just taken a walk around the practice field, and they were very relaxed. Augustine patted Ji Lai, who was sitting next to him, sweating and in a mess, and asked, Ji Lai, how many hours of training did they have to do every day to be as relaxed as they are now? Ji Lai drank the nutrient solution and answered him seriously. This may not be a problem of training intensity, but a problem of talent. Vito was exhausted, but he could clearly feel that his mental strength, which had been stuck in a bottleneck period for half a year, seemed to have loosened up. Jiangshan's clothes were soaked with sweat, as if he had been caught in a heavy rain. He panted and complained to him in a low voice, Vito, I think they don't like me and are targeting me. Otherwise, why do they have to pull him out and abuse him every time they demonstrate? His training volume is twice that of the people present. Vito said, You think too much. Your strength has been visibly improving in the past few days. Commander Sia values you and will focus on training you. Jiangshan, ? Really? Sia Shiaan naturally wouldn't say that someone paid a lot of money to ask them to abuse Jiangshan. The people who paid were the Chiu brothers and sisters, who asked her to abuse him to death as long as she couldn't kill him. They gave too much. She couldn't refuse. But while abusing the abuser, she began to appreciate Jiangshan. Although this guy has a bad temper and has never met his character, let's not talk about it for now. Anyway, according to what the Chiu brothers and sisters said, he used to take the lead in isolating Ji Lai. He was narrow-minded and not very broad-minded. But once he agrees with you, he will become devoted to you. No matter what you ask him to do, he will do it on time. No matter how hard you try, he can complete it on time. He is absolutely obedient. The training is over. Sia Shiaan looked at the people lying on the ground, clapped his hands, and said, Today is the last day, the training is over, thank you for your cooperation. In the next 2 days, you should have a good rest and enjoy the last tranquility before the game. See you later. It takes 10 days to fly from Beta to the stadium planet. They did nothing in the first 2 days. 6 days of training in the middle. There are 2 days left to rest. The soldiers who rested in various weird and messy postures were not very happy when they heard that they were going to rest, and they even felt a little lost. I couldn't help but curse myself in my heart. I feel beautiful when I'm abused, right? I'm not used to it when I'm not abused. Are you a slut? Yes. Ji Lai was the first to get up, standing at attention, his voice like a bell. The others also stood up quickly and followed him. Yes. As soon as they finished speaking. On the battleship, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded. Chapter 73. Everyone was alert. The alarm sounded 5 times in a row. Sia Shiaan's expression suddenly changed. It's a large-scale attack by star beasts. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Yan's communication came in. The camera was aimed at the light screen of the main control room. He said in a serious and solemn voice, It's a star beast. It is currently estimated that it is a 100,000 star beast army. You should come to the main control room immediately. Got it. Sia Shiaan nodded, and while calling everyone present to follow her, she asked, Have you contacted Ceres? What did they say? A 100,000 scale star beast army. Given the size and combat power gap between humans and star beasts, if there are not enough mecha troops and weapons of mass destruction, it is enough to destroy a city. You know, it was only a star beast army of 10,000 star beasts that destroyed the central city of 520 stars. Of course, the reason why it was so easy to destroy was also related to the fact that the central city did not have enough mecha troops. Commander Sia, this is Olivia, I'm here. Olivia's steady voice sounded, saying, Our warship has observed that the star beast is still 10 minutes away from us, and will catch up. The 2 admirals received the news of the star beast almost at the same time. After contacting each other as soon as possible, they thought of discussing with Sia Shiaan how to deal with the star pirates. As for why they thought of her as a contestant, they themselves couldn't explain it clearly. Now it's a matter of life and death, and there is no time to think about this matter. By the time they reacted, the communication with her had been connected. Okay, I got it. We'll go to the main control room right away. Sia Shiaan walked with big strides, saying, Admiral Olivia, I am now the commander-in-chief of the battlefield. Everyone listen to my instructions. I order you to dock your warships with ours immediately. Ji Lai and the others who followed her forward watched her skillfully give orders to the admirals of other planets, and no one felt anything wrong. It was as if she was born to be a leader. Until Olivia said, Commander Sia, are you sure that docking the 2 warships together is the best choice at the moment? After she finished speaking, she looked at Ganyao, the commander of their series main team, and asked for his opinion. She and Qin Yan were both mecha soldiers. In the current war, No matter how strong their individual combat capabilities were, they were just a drop in the bucket in front of so many star beasts. Gan Yao is now the top commander under the age of 25 in the Alliance. He is only 20 years old. He has participated in countless competitions, both in simulation cabins and in real environments. He has also participated in commanding rescue battles when various small planets were invaded by star beasts. Last year, he also went to the front line of the battle against foreign races and was responsible for rescue missions on the second line of Plan Star, which is known as the battlefield meat grinder. It can be said that his experience in participating in battles is richer than any other contestant present. He even surpassed 99% of his peers in the Alliance. But at this moment, facing the sudden attack of the 100,000 Star Beast army and the questioning of Admiral Olivia, his mind was a little confused for a while, and various combat command methods passed through his mind quickly. But he couldn't catch anything. Olivia shouted again, "Commander gone." There were no mature and experienced commanders in their two warships. The senior commanders of the Alliance were all on the front line of foreign invasion to command the battle. So, the only commanders they could use now were the young players they brought with them. Now, they must take on the responsibility of being a commander. No matter if they can afford it. No matter if they have the ability, because if they don't do it, what awaits them is the fate of being torn apart by star beasts. "Admiral, I don't know." Gan Yao answered straightforwardly, looking at her seriously, and said, "Commander Sia is so calm, I think we should listen to her command. This is not a competition now. It's a real battle. It's a matter of life and death. He can't carry the lives of nearly 70,000 people on 2 planets on his shoulders when he doesn't have absolute confidence and certainty in his heart." Olivia's eyes flashed with a barely visible disappointment. She looked at Sia Shiaan, who was confident and calm, in the light screen again. She was so envious that she nodded and said, "Commander Sia, we will connect with the warship immediately. From now on, all of us will listen to your command." "Okay." Sia Shiaan had already arrived at the main control room. Looking at the army of star beasts getting closer and closer to them on the light screen, he already had a battle plan in mind. Atmosphere. At this moment, the tension and solemnity reached the extreme. All the soldiers were ready to receive orders at any time and fight against the star beasts. Everyone also knew clearly that this battle was a life-or-death struggle, and they must be prepared to sacrifice for it and leave no bones. Sia Shiaan stared at the star beasts on the light screen, watching them getting closer and closer, turned around and patted Shaolu's arm, and said to him, "I'll give you another minute, give me an answer." He just told her he might be able to find an escape route to get rid of the star beasts. But he needs time to confirm. Shaolu nodded, and looked at the star map on the light screen more seriously, zooming in and out, and finally his sight stopped on a black hole near a star cluster. Then, zoom this star map. Time. 1 second passed by. Every second, for the people on the battleship, was extremely long. They could clearly see from the main control light screen that countless, dark star beasts, with murderous auras that could devour everything, were approaching them little by little, calculated according to their speed. When they were 3 minutes away from the battleship, Sia Shiaan's 1-minute countdown for Shaolu also reached 0. She was just about to give orders. Shaolu grabbed her, his clear eyes met hers seriously, nodded solemnly, and mouthed to her, "Believe me, if Sia Shiaan had any other way, she would not choose to fight the star beast in space. Humans in space, without relying on starships and mechas, will surely die once exposed to the cosmic environment. And the star beast's own defense is comparable to mechas, and they can be completely exposed to the universe. Humans have no advantage in fighting star beasts in such an environment." She looked at the 2 admirals seriously and announced, "My mecha division has found an escape route that can get rid of the star beasts. We don't need to fight the star beasts head-on now." Olivia seemed to have heard a fairy tale, with obvious anger in her eyes, and gritted her teeth and said word by word, "Commander Sia, are you kidding me?" Chapter 74. The star beast is about to attack. She said at this time that her mecha master could shake off the star beast. He is a mecha master, not a captain who controls the navigation of the starship. Qinyan also frowned and looked at her suspiciously. "Commander Sia, are you sure?" Even the captain who is most familiar with the interstellar navigation route in the Alliance does not dare to say such a thing. Where does she get the confidence from? How could she have such complete trust in her mecha master? "I'm sure I believe him." Sia Shiaan nodded firmly, and said to the 2 admirals, "You still have 10 seconds to think and make a decision. Tell me whether you want to believe me or not." "Commander Sia." Olivia was so angry that she was shaking all over. She pointed at her and said angrily, "We are not cowards. We are soldiers of the Alliance and warriors. Our responsibility is to destroy the star beasts and protect humans. Even if we die here, as long as we can kill the star beasts, the worst that can happen is that we will die together. We will die for what we deserve. But if we choose to escape and can't escape." If she didn't finish. Suddenly I felt it. The battleship turned around. At the fastest speed, it rushed into the endless void next to it. The 10 seconds to think about it are up. As the commander-in-chief, I have made the decision for you. Sia Shiaan looked at them without question and said, "Now, whether you like it or not, the driving authority of the 2-star ships is in the hands of our mecha masters." Olivia was furious. Her eyes were blazing at Qin Yin, and she roared angrily, "Qin Yin, this is the commander of your planet. She simply, does she still have us in her eyes? Arrogant. She is too arrogant, lawless." Qin Yan's head was about to explode, but he knew clearly that Sia Shiaan was not the kind of person who would joke with the lives of himself and his teammates. He tried to calm himself down and said, "Admiral Olivia, you have just agreed to let her be the temporary commander-in-chief. We are her soldiers now, and should obey her orders. I believe her decision is the most correct choice at the moment." Olivia was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She just wanted to say that their series would now terminate the temporary alliance with their beta star. They chose to act alone. Even if they died, they had to die on the battlefield and drag the star beasts as scapegoats. They couldn't just follow her and die in space for nothing. It was too cowardly. At this time, Chubai suddenly called her, "Admiral." Then, he motioned her to look at the light curtain. Olivia looked over and saw that the distance between their warships and the star beast army on the light curtain was visible to the naked eye, a little farther than before. Seeing that she had finally calmed down, Sia Shiaan said, "Admiral Olivia, I believe that no one here is a coward who is afraid of fighting. But I will not let my soldiers die in vain. Now that there is another better way to choose, why choose that cruel way with no chance of survival? Don't worry, if you really can't escape in the end, I will let all of you die for what you deserve." The anger in Olivia's eyes had completely disappeared. When he looked at her again, he was more curious and said, "All of our lives are handed over to Commander Sia, and I hope Commander Sia can do what he says. Commander Sia in front of me is really like a mystery. She is so young, but her calm demeanor and her decisiveness in critical moments are not what a young person can do. When you think you have known her a little, she will bring you new surprises. Then you will find that she is like a glacier floating on the sea. What remains on the sea is just the tip of the iceberg. Under the sea, there are more surprises waiting for you to discover." To Admirals. The command has been given to Sia Shiaan. Commander Sia Shiaan has also made a decision to drive the battleship to get rid of the star beast. Everyone knows that if it can really succeed, it is undoubtedly the best choice. Of course, they have also made the worst plan. If they can't get rid of the star beast, they will fight with the star beast to death. Olivia only had the energy to look at the captain at this time. She called him aside and asked, "When was the overall control authority of the battleship invaded?" The captain was numb and shook his head. "Admiral, I don't know." After Commander Sia finished speaking, I suddenly realized that I could no longer control the battleship. Their mecha division is too powerful. If we can leave alive, the first person we should be wary of is him. I feel that he and their commander are both equally unfathomable. Now he still feels shocked, and creepy just thinking about the previous scene. If the other party is their enemy, at that moment, the entire battleship can be declared dead. Olivia frowned. Things have already happened, and she no longer entangled too much, and asked again, "Then do you think he can drive the starship, successfully get rid of the star beast, and reach a safe star field?" The captain thought for a moment, and told the truth. The star field here is close to the edge of the Alliance, and most of them are barren stars. The Alliance did not spend too much energy here to improve the star map. Except for the few routes we sailed, the star map is very detailed. The star maps of other places are very simple. If it were me, I would not be able to get rid of the star beasts, and would get lost in the star field. The beta star class is really full of talented people. If we can really escape successfully this time, I believe they will bring many unexpected surprises to the Alliance's competition. Olivia sighed. Their captain is ranked within the top 5 in the Alliance. If he can't do something, other captains will definitely not be able to do it. But what about Beta Star? They keep talking about mecha masters. Not to mention that they can repair warships that even top mechanics can't repair. Now, they can also transform into captains to drive warships, and they keep saying that they can get rid of the Star Beast army. Good man, why doesn't he fly to the sky? With them, this competition will definitely be exciting. The captain also followed suit. He thought of Shaolu, an amateur mecha master, who took his job as a captain, and felt that the young were formidable. Compared with him, he was so old that he looked like a dog, however. What he wanted to know more at this moment was another thing. Has the Admiral ever thought about why the Star Beasts chased us? It takes a huge amount of energy for the Star Beasts to launch a large-scale operation, and use the distortion of time and space to reach their destination. So they basically only actively attack planets, where humans live in large numbers. They almost never attack targets sailing in space. The targets are too scattered, and the cost-effectiveness of launching an operation is too low. Sia Shiaan was also asking Qin Yin this question at this moment. Qin Yin pondered for a while, looked at her seriously, and expressed his speculation. Chapter 75. He said, the energy required for a 100,000-strong Star Beast army to move into space is extremely huge. So I am more inclined to believe that our encounter with the Star Beast was a coincidence. As for the Star Pirates we encountered before series, it is not clear. Perhaps someone leaked their whereabouts, or the Star Pirates just happened to encounter them. Is it impossible for the Star Beasts to surround and kill all of us participating in the competition? Sia Shiaan felt something was wrong. It is not impossible, but I personally think that the possibility is very small. Qin Yin began to calculate for her. The participating planets, plus the 7 permanent planets, add up to more than 200 large and small planets. If the Star Beasts want to wipe out all these people, the energy they need to consume is enough to launch 100 large-scale interstellar wars on the border planets. The number of human elites who died in 100 wars is tens of millions times more than the number of scattered targets we killed in space. So, no matter how you calculate it, it is an extremely unprofitable deal for the Star Beasts. Sia Shiaan said, what you said makes sense, but I still reserve my opinion. The elites of the border battlefield are from the border battlefield. The people participating in the competition are also the best talents of the younger generation of the Alliance. If the Star Beast kills them, the Alliance's combat power will be interrupted for at least 5 years. This competition will be interrupted for 5 years. The next competition will be interrupted for another 5 years. General Qin, how many times can the Alliance withstand the talent gap? When Qin Yin heard this, he was really scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Although he still felt that this speculation was really a bit too bold. But if you think about it carefully, it is possible. Killing them consumes a lot of energy, but if it can cause the Alliance's combat power to be interrupted and fresh blood cannot be supplied to the battlefield, it is undoubtedly a good deal for the Star Beasts. Sia Shiaan continued. The route of our starship is absolutely confidential. Do you think the Star Beasts can track us so accurately by coincidence? Qin Yan's face became worse, and his eyes were filled with emotions. He said, if it is not a coincidence, there must be a borer in the Alliance, working with them from inside and outside, providing them with intelligence, and cooperating with their hunting operations. This speculation is something that no one, including him, wants to admit. But no one can deny that this possibility exists. 300 years ago, it happened once that the commander of the Alliance colluded with foreign races and allowed foreign races to invade, resulting in a tragedy of 20 billion human casualties. Sia Shiaan nodded and said, this is my guess. I am from a small planet, and I don't know the specific situation of the Alliance, but I think General Qin should be careful. She is just a thug. She will lead the team away after the game here. She can only help him remind him that he is here. Qin Yin nodded solemnly. Thank you. I will think about this matter carefully and handle it carefully. Even if there is a traitor on their planet or in the Alliance who leaked their whereabouts, now is not the time to make a big fuss. We have to take it slowly. Besides, they are still being chased by the Star Beast army and are in danger. It is not certain whether they can get out alive. They can think of these. Olivia could naturally think of Ceres, but now was not the time to deal with this matter. The most important thing was to quickly escape from the pursuit of the Star Beast core. After the 2 warships were docked together, they became a huge, weird-looking super-large warship. However, compared with the vast universe, this super-large ship still seemed very small. All the soldiers in the warships were waiting at the exits of the warships according to their respective corps numbers, led by the corps commanders, ready to receive orders and fight at any time. The 3 corps commanders of Beta were talking to each other. The 6-day training camp had already convinced them of Sia Shiaan. Just now in the main control room, they were fortunate to see her as a commander, calm in the face of danger, and arranged everything in an orderly manner. Her tone was full of admiration. The first captain said, fuck, Commander Sia gave us training before, I just thought she was a person who said what she meant, had a strong hand, and knew how to use both kindness and force. Today, I saw her true strength. In front of the two admirals, she was neither humble nor arrogant, and said, "As the commander-in-chief, I made the decision for you." "How cool." The second captain said, "The situation at that time, and the pressure brought by the two admirals, if it were me, I would definitely not dare to say a word." The third captain said, "It's good that you dare not speak." At that time, Admiral Olivia's face was so ugly that I was afraid that she would take action the next moment, and I was scared to death. Anyway, it's just one sentence. Commander Sia is awesome. After the three of them exchanged their feelings at the time, they looked at the endless dark universe outside the battleship. The second captain asked, "Do you think we have a chance to get rid of the star beasts?" The third captain said, "You have all seen the skills of Shang Shongyong in repairing mechas. To be honest, this is the first time I have seen such an awesome mecha division in my life. Compared with him, the first mecha division I saw before is nothing. As the saying goes, if you know one thing, you can know 100. If he can repair mechas and warships, he will definitely be able to drive warships." The first captain also nodded and said confidently, "Commander Sia believes it, I believe it. Commander Sia says he can do it, so he can definitely do it." While the few people were talking, the voice of the scout came from the communication. "Attention, all troops, the advanced troops of the star beasts, about 1,000 flying star beasts, have left the main troops and are coming towards us at the fastest speed. It is estimated that they will catch up with us in about 2 minutes." At the same time, Shang Lu frowned slightly. His eyes became more solemn, staring at the navigation map on the light screen. Qin Yan, who had been standing next to him, had a frighteningly serious expression on his face. He stared at the direction of advance and asked him, "There is a space-time turbulence zone ahead. Are you sure you want to continue sailing? In the history of the Alliance, there has never been a case where someone who entered the space-time turbulence came out alive." Shang Lu had no time to explain to him, and only looked at Sia Shiaan. The light brain next to him showed his words. "Give me 2 minutes, I need to determine the direction of navigation." Sia Shiaan nodded, watching the thousands of flying star beasts getting closer and closer to them. "In less than a minute, they will catch up." He nodded and said, "Series, the mecha soldiers of the first, second and third teams of the main force of Beta Star, gather at the number 1 gate of the battleship, and come with me. Kill them." She finished speaking. Qin Yan did not react much, and the main force of Beta Star also thought it was normal. It was different on Ceres. Olivia felt that her brain had crashed. What is she talking about? It's not you come at me. It's you come with me. This means that she is the commander, not commanding from the rear, but going to the battlefield with the mecha soldiers to fight the star beasts. Chapter 76. The three main teams of Ceres, 9 mecha soldiers, have always followed Chubai's lead. They can understand every word Sia Shiaan said. But when they put it together, they are a little confused. However, the situation is urgent at the moment. The Pioneer Flying Star Beast troops are about to reach the distance where they can attack them, leaving them no time to think. Chubai led the team and rushed out to exit 1. The warships of the 2 planets are medium-sized warships of the Alliance standard model. After docking together, the exits are also parallel. The main mecha soldiers of the 2 planets arrived at the exits and met at almost the same time. Sia Shiaan's order was also very simple. I, the Queen Flower, will go ahead, and the rest of you follow us. The soldiers of Beta Star naturally had no doubt about her words. Ji Lai was still silently feeling a little sad that he could not charge with them. The soldiers of Ceres have to keep their opinions to themselves. The war is imminent. All soldiers know that they must obey orders absolutely. Even if the commander-in-chief orders them to die, they must execute it without hesitation. In the main control room, Olivia has been stimulated to the point of madness and tried to calm herself down. Qin Yan, you must give me an explanation. What does your commander-in-chief want to do? She knew that she was trying to protect the warship and buy time for their mecha division. But is she sure that she can stop those star beasts with a few teams of soldiers? Qin Yan said, Admiral, he is our commander-in-chief. How come it is theirs? She is now the commander-in-chief of their 2 starships. Okay, even if she is ours, do you really think that she is going to die by taking the main soldiers out to fight the star beasts? Olivia was so angry that she lost her temper. Qin Yan said, her combat ability is no worse than her command ability. Olivia, I have never seen such a thing before. This is the first time she has heard someone use combat ability to evaluate a commander. Qin Yan stared at the light screen in front of him and reminded, they are moving. Olivia also shifted her sight and saw Sia Shiaan leading her 2 soldiers, turning on the mecha flight mode, and rushing towards the black flying star beasts on the opposite side at a very fast speed. The remaining mecha soldiers followed them closely without any hesitation. However, Chu Bai was the strongest and discovered it first. When they first started to move, the distance between them and them was about 1 meter. As the flight time increased, the distance was also gradually widened. By the time Sia Shiaan and the others rushed into the attack range of the star beasts, they had already opened up a distance of 3 meters from them. They were all the most powerful mecha soldiers selected by their home planets, and the mechas they drove were also the top combat mechas in the Alliance. There was not much difference in their functions. The only difference was their own strength. The area they were in was not completely dark. There were countless nebulae around them, reflecting dots of light, like sea glass on the beach under the lights at night. As powerful mecha soldiers, their 5 senses were also extremely sharp. So, they saw it clearly. 3 people, led by Sia Shiaan, charged in front. A black bow and arrows suddenly appeared in each person's hand. The cold weapons of the ancient Earth period suddenly appeared, which should have been a very discordant scene. But the bow and arrow grew in the wind, and instantly reached the height of the mecha they were driving, majestic and murderous. The bow was like a full moon. The arrow was like a meteor. It flew towards the group of star beasts. The arrows were shot accurately. Each arrow accurately hit the vital point of the star beast, the position of the star core between the eyebrows. Then, the arrows exploded again, directly giving the star beast a headshot. The scene of hundreds of arrows killing hundreds of flying star beasts in an instant was too spectacular and shocking. The individual soldiers present were shocked for a moment. Ji Lai woke him up with a shout. "What are you doing? Go and kill them! What are you looking at? They can stare at the star beasts to death just by looking at them, right?" After Sia Shiaan and the other 3 killed hundreds of them in 1 second, the star beasts were in chaos and had a gap in their defense. Chu Bai was the first to rush forward, faster than Ji Lai, and in a blink of an eye he fought with the star beasts and tore their formation apart. Others, who were a step behind him, also joined the battle quickly. In the battleship. After the initial shock, Olivia looked at the screen, where Sia Shiaan, who was more fierce and brutal than all the mecha soldiers, had a dry throat and couldn't help the urge to complain. "Lao Qin, tell me, is she a commander?" Her fighting style. Her violence. "It's even better than a mecha soldier," Qin Yin wanted to say. "Don't ask. I just don't know if you ask." But seeing her face full of doubts about life, he nodded calmly and seriously. "It's the command. Didn't I tell you before? Her combat ability is not worse than the command ability." Olivia looked at the light screen, the center of the battle area, the command trio led by Sia Shiaan, who were advancing forward, each one more violent and more capable than the other. With the 3 of them here, why go to the competition? The championship will be awarded directly to them on Beta Star. Is it too late for them to pack up and go back to their home planet now? Shan Lu didn't have time to watch the battle on the light screen, looked at Qin Yin, nodded to him, indicating that the direction had been found and the combatants could be allowed to return. Qin Yin hadn't spoken yet. Sia Shiaan calculated the time, almost the same as the time Shan Lu found Qin Yin, and called out, "Turn on the mecha flight mode, retreat at the fastest speed." After she finished speaking, she had already retreated. Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing reacted the fastest and followed closely behind, but they were still half a meter behind her. The remaining soldiers also followed the order immediately, stopped fighting with the star beasts, and retreated as quickly as possible. Qin Yan's voice came late at this time, saying, "Commander Xia, we have found the direction of navigation, retreat." The door of the warship opened. When Sia Shiaan stepped into the warship, her eyes froze slightly. She paused, pushed Sui Guanqing and Qi Xiaohua away, and turned around with an arrow, stabbing it hard in the direction of the void on her left. Chapter 77. Her movements were fast and fierce. All the mecha soldiers, including Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing, had not yet reacted. Only the 2 admirals, who were in the main control room of their own warships and had been paying attention to their situation, caught the abnormal fluctuations in space at the first time. Olivia's eyes widened in disbelief. Void Star Beast. Qin Yin also opened his mouth wide, and his eyeballs were about to fall to the ground. It was a Void Star Beast. But how did she find it? Before the Void Star Beast tore the space, she killed it neatly. I won't talk about how she killed the Void Star Beast. The key point is that she killed it with her own absolute power and speed without driving the mecha. It was also at this time. Chu Bai exclaimed in surprise. "It's a Void Star Beast." The other soldiers suddenly became alert, but without the order of the commander-in-chief, They did not change into mechas immediately, but scanned the surroundings. Sia Shiaan said, "It's okay, there's only one." Then, everyone present, watching in front of the light curtain, she casually pulled and tugged in the void, pulling out a huge, hideous, and dead Void Star Beast. The Void Star Beast fell to the deck in front of the hatch with a bang, and a long black arrow was stuck in the center of its eyebrows. It was a star core exploded by someone's arrow. The mecha soldiers at the scene looked at each other. They read the same confusion and indescribable shock in each other's eyes. They had never seen a Void Star Beast die so easily, so miserably, and so cowardly. They had never seen anyone who could kill a Star Beast with bare hands without using a mecha, using only their own combat power, and when the Void Star Beast had no time to tear the space. "It's dead, hurry up and leave." Sia Shiaan was quite disgusted, kicked the dead Void Star Beast into space, and stepped into the warship. Sui Guanqing had seen her tearing a Star Beast with bare hands, so he was very calm about it. Qi Xiaohua had never seen it, but in her eyes, the Star Master was the most powerful and omnipotent, so she was naturally not surprised. Ji Lai pulled himself out of the shock and also pulled Qi Xiaohua. His heart was still beating wildly. He lowered his voice, as if he was looking for her confirmation, or as if he was muttering to himself. Commander Sia tore the Star Beast apart with her bare hands. Qi Xiaohua looked like you guys shouldn't be surprised. So what? It's normal. Ji Lai, ? The other soldiers who came up to hear what was going on. So what? Is she talking human? Who dares to fight against a Star Beast with a physical strength comparable to that of a mecha without a mecha? And what shocked them the most was that she was a commander. She was their commander-in-chief. Have you ever seen a commander-in-chief who is more active in fighting than a mecha soldier, whose strength is much better than that of a mecha soldier, and who can tear a Star Beast apart with his bare hands? This commander doesn't need their protection. It's almost the same as the commander protecting them. In front of the light curtain, Admiral Olivia had been stimulated again and again by the command of others. At this moment, she watched her own soldiers naturally follow the soldiers of Bea Star and directly enter the starship of others. Her head was buzzing, and she wanted to shout, "Are you going to join the team of Beta Star?" Qin Yin was laughing without a nose or eyes, and he was still saying, "It's just tearing a Star Beast with bare hands. What's the fuss about?" Olivia couldn't stand his smug face, and bit her back teeth and said, "General Qin said that, you go tier 1 and show me." In the past, it was their planet that showed off the excellent players in front of others, showing the players' extraordinary strength. Now, she also tasted the humiliation of being shown in front of others. It's true that the boomerang will be late, but it will always arrive. Qin Yin wanted to be more serious, but the smile on his face had its own ideas, and he couldn't suppress the upward corners of his mouth, and said, "Just now, Commander Sia was just an instinctive reaction because of the emergency, and he didn't have time to change into the mecha. For the sake of safety, when we fight against the Star Beasts, it's better to wear mechas. Don't learn from her, it's too dangerous." Olivia couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. This is all said and done. Still bragging, showing off their command, Sia Shiaan and the others didn't know that the two admirals were confronting each other in the air. At this moment, they were standing in front of the hatch, watching the flying Star Beasts that they had thrown away, rushing over again at a very fast speed. Not far behind them, the shadow of the Star Beast army was getting closer and closer to them. Just when the flying Star Beast in the front was about to hit their warship like a fire cannonball, the warship was also like an arrow from a string, faster than it, flying towards the darkness of the endless void. The flying Star Beast only barely rubbed the tail of the warship with its wings, colliding with sparks, losing control of its direction, and staggered, being swept into the space-time turbulence and disappeared. The other flying Star Beasts also stopped after the Vanguard was swept into the space-time turbulence, and no Star Beast dared to catch up. The Star Beasts also knew that if they were caught in the space-time turbulence, death would be waiting for them. Sia Shiaan and his group watched quietly as the charging flying Star Beast troops stopped, and the large troops chasing behind also stopped. Ji Lai relaxed and said, "They finally stopped chasing us." Augustine was talking about something else, but he was serious about everything he said. "They are not stupid. We have entered the space-time turbulence zone. Are they coming here to die?" He finished speaking. Many mecha soldiers widened their eyes in shock and looked out the window. They saw the pitch-black space, and not even a trace of light could be seen. Fuck, we really reached the space-time turbulence zone. The Star Beasts will die if they come in. Will they not die if they break in? They didn't have time to react. The battleship crashed into the edge of the space-time turbulence and shook violently. Chapter 78. Many people were caught off guard and thrown around. In the main control room, the two admirals, however, stood firm like pine trees. But one of them no longer wanted to show off his child to others. The other one no longer wanted to envy other people's children. They were all concentrating, staring at the star map and the navigation of the warship seriously. Qin Yan prayed in his heart that he must not be caught in the turbulence of time and space. Not to mention that this was a decision made by the child he was carrying. It would be too cowardly to die in space like this. Olivia was naturally praying to leave this area safely. Otherwise, she would not let Qin Yan go even if she became a ghost. The captain standing next to her was also looking at the star map on the screen. In the entire alliance, few people knew how to read star maps better than him, and no one was more nervous and excited than him at this moment. The initial 10-second jolt was because the warship had really brushed past the edge of the space-time turbulence. At the edge, the power of space-time is very thin. As long as the person driving the warship has enough experience, he can quickly escape from the space-time turbulence and avoid being drawn into it. Undoubtedly, the person driving the warship now has this ability. After the jolt, they entered a channel, a very narrow crack in the middle of the space-time turbulence, which was just big enough for their warship to pass through. This crack was not pulled by the space-time turbulence. Now, as long as they successfully leave this crack, they can leave the space-time turbulence area and escape. Time. Seconds passed by. Every second at this moment became so long for the people on the warship. Except for the people in Sia Shiaan's team. Qi Xiaohua drank 10 bottles of nutrient solution in one breath and said to Ji Lai, "I'm tired of the peach flavor. Do you have anything else? I'll exchange it with you for peach flavor." Ji Lai shook his head. "No." Qi Xiaohua asked in a loud voice, "Dear family members, what flavor of nutrient solution do you have? I have peach flavor here. I can exchange it with you." The atmosphere was good and serious. Her words broke the calm. Chu Bai came back to his senses and told himself not to be too nervous. It was already like this. Even if he was caught in the turbulence of time and space, it was beyond their control. He said to her seriously, "I have orange flavor, tangerine flavor, and grapefruit flavor." Qi Xiaohua thought for a moment. "Exchange one each, I'll try the flavor." Chu Bai was speechless and simply said, "No need to exchange, I'll give you a box each." Qi Xiaohua was happy, but she said in a reserved and coy way, "Well, I'm so embarrassed." Ji Lai lowered his voice and whispered to her, "Don't hesitate, he has money. If not him, who else should he slay?" "Ji Lai, don't you have money?" Chu Bai's ears were not for show. He glanced at him coldly and provoked. "Xiaohua wants to drink nutrient solution. She is your teammate. Why don't you show some appreciation?" Ji Lai put his arm around Qi Xiaohua's shoulders and acted like a good brother. "You, an outsider, don't know this. Xiaohua's nutrient solution for a year is all covered by me." His provocation was too blunt and too low-level. "Childish." Chu Bai snorted and ignored him. He looked out the window again. Sia Shiaan whispered to Sui Guanxing and left to the main control room. She had just walked in. The next moment, Shang Lu's body shook, and his handsome face, which was already as pale as paper, became even paler and transparent, and a drop of bright blood flowed from the corner of his lips. "Shang Lu." Sia Shiaan ran towards him worriedly. Qin Yan was also frightened and his face turned pale. He held his breath nervously, and dared not shout loudly. He kept his voice very low, for fear of alarming him, and said, "Go call the medical team over." Admiral Olivia also lowered her voice, and said to Qin Yan, "Our medical team is one of the best in the Alliance. I will let them go too. Now." This Shang Shongyong who temporarily took over the position of captain is the hope for all of them to survive. He must not get into trouble. Shang Lu swallowed his throat, and the fishy and salty taste in his throat made him more sober. He focused on the route. At the moment, there could not be any mistakes, otherwise everyone would die. Sia Shiaan walked to his side, but did not dare to disturb him, just standing quietly. I don't know how long it took. Sia Shiaan felt that it seemed like a century had passed. The star map, which had been completely dark, suddenly jumped into a ray of light. Following, pieces of brilliant nebulae also jumped into sight. The captain cheered excitedly, "Admiral Qin, we have left the time and space turbulence." Qin Yan had no time to speak. Shang Lu's body shook, and the whole person fell limp in Sia Shiaan's arms. Sia Shiaan picked the man up and shouted anxiously, "General Qin, the medical team." The medical team was already waiting. Moreover, they were medical teams from 2 planets. The medical team asked Sia Shiaan to put the man in the medical cabin first, and then they began to surround him. carefully and seriously examining his body and analyzing his condition. Qin Yan looked at Shan Lu in the medical cabin, and there was a mystery lingering in his mind. How could he, a mecha master from a small planet, know that there was a cosmic rift in the space-time turbulence here that could allow people to pass through? He was very skilled in navigation. It was as if he had sailed here before. Sia Shiaan was communicating with the series medical team. Doctor, please, in addition to his poor health, he can't hear any sound or speak. Please check his hearing and vocal cords. It has been 2 months since they left their home planet. The first planet they stopped was Beta. With Xiao and Ji Lai there, they had already found the best doctor on Beta to see him. The doctor didn't diagnose anything. There was nothing wrong with his vocal cords, and there was nothing wrong with his ears. As for why he just couldn't hear or speak, the doctor couldn't find out, and finally told her that it might be a psychological problem. Yes, Commander Sia. The people in the medical team also saw her leading the mecha soldiers, invincible, fighting the star beasts, and their admiration for her was blazing. Moreover, this mecha master was not an ordinary person. He led them through the cosmic rift and successfully escaped from the pursuit of the star beasts. It can be said that the biggest contributor to escaping death this time was not Commander Sia, but the young man lying in the medical cabin in front of him. Admiral Olivia came over at some point and stood beside Qin Yan, looking at Shan Lu lying in the medical cabin, hesitant to speak. Qin Yan seemed to know what she was going to say, frowned, shook his head, and lowered his voice. I know what you are thinking, but I think this is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The two of them stood at the door of the medical room. The soundproofing of the medical room is also very good. I thought the people inside wouldn't hear their conversation. But Sia Shiaan was not an ordinary person. He heard their conversation at the first moment. He suddenly turned his head and looked at them, asking seriously, Admirals, have you ever seen a disease like our mecha master? Chapter 79. Olivia turned to look at Qin Yan, her eyes inquiring, what kind of hearing is this? The medical room is almost completely soundproof from the outside world. She actually heard it. Qin Yan can eat anything, but he can't suffer in front of his rivals, and frowned at her. You brought it up first. Sia Shiaan didn't care about their reactions, and had already opened the door of the medical room. When he came to them, he asked politely, is there any secret that I can't know? Qin Yan said, no. Olivia said, we too are just suspicious, and it doesn't seem likely to be the case. Sia Shiaan was anxious, and wanted to say stop talking nonsense, and speak directly, but she held back. Please speak, two admirals. Qin Yan said, mental power, human mental power, after the collapse, the body. The physical condition and complexion are very similar to his, but a person's mental power will not last long after it completely collapses, and he will die. In particular, the higher the level of a person's mental power, the greater the backlash to himself after the mental power collapses, and the shorter the survival time. People with mental power reaching level 3S will die immediately. Olivia said, the Alliance has a detailed study of mental power, but due to various reasons, the specific research data has not been published. Research data shows that even people with the lowest level of mental power, who are so low that they cannot control the mecha, can only survive for a week at most after their mental power collapses. So, she and Qin Yan only had a little doubt, but quickly denied this guess. Sia Shiaan turned her head and glanced at Shan Lu lying in the medical cabin and asked, two admirals, can you show me the specific research data? Qin Yan said, according to the laws of the Alliance, active duty soldiers of the Alliance with a mental power level of 3S or above can watch it. I will send you the information later. She is now the commander of their beta star, so she naturally has the right to watch it. Thank you. Sia Shiaan thanked him and turned back to the medical room. At this moment, Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing, who received the news, also hurried over. Qi Xiaohua asked anxiously, General Qin, is our team leader okay? Qin Yan said, he is still under examination, and should not be in danger of life for the time being. Qi Xiaohua nodded, looked at Shan Lu worriedly, and then looked at Sia Shiaan. This time, the Star Master brought them out, and promised the old men at home that he would definitely treat team leader Shan well. But the most powerful doctor on Beta Star couldn't find out what disease he had. What if team leader Shan's body remains like this? Will he die? Sui Guanqing knew she was just imagining things. He lowered his voice, and said firmly, team leader Shan will be fine. Qin Yan looked at the people in their team, and suddenly remembered something that had little to do with the current situation. Their planet has not yet measured their mental power level. According to the analysis of their battle against the Star Beast today, It is difficult for ordinary 3S level people to exert such a strong combat power without sufficient combat experience. If their combat power is not trained in countless life and death battles, then maybe, they are not super 3S level. Olivia saw that Qin Yin didn't know what he was thinking. His expression changed again, and in the end, he even had a bit of smugness as if he had guessed something, which was very strange. Qin Yin felt Olivia's gaze, and quickly restrained all his emotions. Oh, it's better not to say it out loud to provoke her. We are all admirals of the Alliance and colleagues. If we provoke her too much, we won't be able to meet and talk in the future. Although Shaolu's health is not good, it is not life-threatening. This is the conclusion given by the medical team of Ceres, after a detailed and thorough examination of his body. As for his deafness and dumbness, the captain of the medical team, Lawrence, said he was powerless. Sorry, Commander Sia, we have not found any problems that can affect Mr. Shang's voice and hearing. Preliminary estimates show that it may be a psychological problem. Now in space, it is difficult for us to contact other experts. When we arrive at the competition venue, we will contact experts from various planets as soon as possible for a joint consultation. Okay, thank you all. Sia Shiaan thanked politely. This time, I heard this answer again, but I was not as disappointed as the first time I heard it, because she got another possibility from the two admirals. Shaolu was taken care of by the medical team of Beta Star, and the medical team of Ceres Star did not interfere. After treating him, they left quickly. Sia Shiaan casually pulled a chair and sat down in the medical room, looking at Shaolu in the medical cabin, who was pale and looked like a sleeping beauty, with a deep look in her eyes. To be honest, when she was on the mother planet, she did not doubt Shaolu's identity, and only regarded him as a genius mechanic. But after leaving the mother planet and starting the space voyage, she began to have some doubts, because he was too familiar with the entire space. This kind of familiarity was not something that could be achieved by looking at the star map. It was the kind of familiarity that could not be achieved without sailing and exploring in person. Just like before, when he left the Star Beast army behind and entered the rift in the universe, his performance could be described as being very familiar with it. So, she felt that the most unlikely possibility that Olivia and Qin Yin thought of was the truth of the matter. As for suspecting that Shaolu had other intentions, forget it. What's so good about a poor and garbage planet? Because it has a lot of garbage? Because it is heavily polluted? Then she was watching over the patient. While holding the light brain, she searched for how to repair mental power, and set up a prize-winning quiz to ask how to repair mental power. In all kinds of unreliable answers. Someone gave her an anonymous reply that on Beta Star, the G family had developed a medicine that could quickly restore damaged mental power. Pre-sale will start on the 18th of next month, and they also left her a website so that she could take a look if she was interested. Sia Shiaan, as the person who sells this potion, how could she not know this? But after having carrots, Shaolu, who grew carrots, did not see much recovery, which shows that the effect of carrots on him is negligible. Shaolu said that carrots can quickly restore mental power. Now she carefully pondered the meaning of this sentence, that is, carrots can restore consumed mental power and repair damaged mental power to a certain extent. A person's mental power is like a water tank. After a battle, the mental power will inevitably be consumed or slightly damaged, that is, the water level will drop, and some small cracks will appear on the edges and corners. Carrots can repair it. But if this water tank has a big hole at the bottom that cannot be repaired, or it is completely broken, eating a lot of carrots will not help. And the effect of carrots depends on the energy level that the card can provide. The carrots planted now use the energy of the first level card. If the card is level 2, 3, 7, or God level, the repairability of the carrots grown will also be improved, and there may be hope to repair his mental power and cure his illness. Shaolu woke up from the medical cabin on the second day, and he looked pretty good. Sia Shiaan was still watching by his side. After he came out, she immediately handed him a carrot and said to him, "I saw on the news that the G family has made carrots into nutrient solution. We should also make nutrient solution, which is convenient to carry and eat." Chapter 80. Really? Not everyone can accept the taste of eating carrots raw. Shaolu shook his head at her and said, "It's useless to me, change it to nutrient solution." It didn't help his body at all after eating it, so he kept it for Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing. "Eat it, it must be helpful." Sia Shiaan insisted, and said, "If you don't want to eat it, I'll have someone make it into carrot juice for you." Shaolu didn't know why she insisted on him eating carrots today. Seeing that she was very stubborn, he nodded, took the carrots, and ate them raw one bite after another. Sia Shiaan watched from the side, thinking in his heart that after this substitute game was over, he would quickly look for a higher-level source stone. If his disease was really as she guessed, there was no such case in the entire alliance, and no one knew how long his body could last. Shaolu swallowed the last bite of carrot, met her somewhat dazed eyes, and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Sia Shiaan held her chin with both hands, tilted her head slightly to look at him, sighed with worry, and told the truth, "I'm thinking about how to cure your illness." Shaolu's lips curled up slightly. "I'm fine." The accident happened at the beginning. The moment his mental power collapsed, his body was captured by Bitey, and put into a frozen hibernation chamber. After that, he hibernated for a full 300 years. He didn't know what his body was in. But he knew that he shouldn't die so soon. The battleship suffered the attack of the Star Beast army, and after escaping from the cosmic rift, the route of navigation was also changed. The competition venue in D49 was originally 2 days away. It will take another week to arrive, adding 5 days to the trip. Beta is rich, and the food provided in the cafeteria is delicious and rich. Series main mecha soldiers. Ever since Sia Shiaan led them to fight a battle with the Star Beast that day, and she treated them to a meal in the name of Beta. Every day when it's time for dinner, they line up to run to the cafeteria of Beta to eat. Then, some people are surprised. Ask Chu Bai, Brother Bai, look, Commander Sia feeds their mecha soldiers carrots every day. Are carrots so delicious? What he hates most is carrots. Chu Bai didn't say anything, but he guessed that the carrots might not be ordinary carrots, but carrots that can restore mental power. The appearance of carrots that can restore mental power on Beta is no secret in the eyes of the top families in the Alliance. But no one knows who researched the carrots. They only found out that the G family of Beta is fully responsible for the promotion and sales of carrots. The price of this carrot is not cheap. According to the information obtained by their Chu family, the G family can make 100 repair potions with 1 carrot. The price of 1 carrot is 1 million, which means that they can sell 1 carrot for 100 million. Do the mecha masters eat carrots? No, they eat Alliance coins. 3 meals a day, 1 carrot for each meal, that's 300 million. I don't know if this is provided for free by the G family in order to win them over, or if it is a benefit from their Beta star. Sia Shiaan didn't know what he was thinking. If she knew, she would definitely tell him. If carrots really help Shaolu recover, she can let him eat as much as he wants. When Sia Shiaan came over from series, Ji Lai also complained to Qi Xiaohua in a low voice. It's been 3 days in a row, eating carrots every day, won't he get tired of eating? Qi Xiaohua gave him a look of "You are really ignorant. This is a loving meal made by Shiaan herself. Think about it, if the person you like cooks for you every day, will you get tired of it?" Ji Lai was shocked. You mean the 2 of them? The 2 of them? Qi Xiaohua looked at the idiot and didn't answer directly. What do you mean the 2 of them? If Shiaan cooks for me every day, even if she makes a plate of shit for me, I can finish it. Ji Lai, fuck, eating. Can she pay attention to the occasion when she speaks? However, he was interrupted by her nonsense. He suppressed all the messy and random thoughts he had thought of before. The people in Sia's team are very united and trust each other. Shang Zhongyong is not in good health, so it's not strange for her to care about him more. It happened to be at this time. Meng Wu, the commander of Series main second team, is a social expert who can get along with anyone and easily get along with others. He came over with a plate and smiled. After greeting everyone present, he sat next to Ji Lai and asked, "Ji Lai, is your G family's mental power repair potion really available for pre-sale on the 18th of next month?" Ji Lai nodded, "Yes." Meng Wu discussed with him, "We are all friends who have risked our lives. Can you discuss with your elders and sell some to us first, considering that we have been on the battlefield together and fought against star beasts?" During the competition, the players from Beta Star must have had a repair potion to drink. They were already defeated, and without the potion advantage, they lost at the starting line. "What kind of competition is there?" Ji Lai said in embarrassment. "I can't make the decision on this. I can talk to my dad." "Thank you then." After Meng Wu finished speaking, he felt Chu by looking at him. Then his eyes fell on the glass of juice in Commander Xia's hand. He also looked over. Sia Shiaan was talking to Shaolu. "Today's carrot juice, I asked the chef to add some other fruits according to the ancient method. How do you taste it?" Shaolu took a sip, and his narrow and beautiful eyes flashed with a bright color. He nodded and praised, "It tastes good." Sia Shiaan smiled with satisfaction and continued, "I also saw an ancient recipe today, carrot meatballs, I think it's delicious." I'll ask the chef to make it for you tomorrow. But if it's fried into meatballs, I don't know if the nutrients will be lost. Hearing this, Mengwu stared at the juice in front of Shaolu with burning eyes. He swallowed and asked with a tight voice, Ji Lai, the carrots you mecha masters have eaten these days, can they be the raw materials for your repair potion? Chapter 81. Ji Lai coughed loudly. Sia Shiaan raised her head. Her face was not red, and she was very calm. You think too much. It's just ordinary carrots. My mecha master likes to eat carrots the most. She actually brought a lot of carrots, mainly for use during the competition. However, if the people on the two warships knew about it, they wanted to buy from her. Not only would there not be enough to share, but it would also be very troublesome. After all, she has now cooperated with the G family, and the agency sales rights of carrots belong to them. It would be better if she didn't explain. Her explanation clearly had the flavor of trying to cover up the truth. Mengwu naturally wouldn't expose it. He smiled and said, So that's how it is? My manor has the technology to grow fruit carrots. We can grow carrots with various fruit flavors. If Commander Sia wants, I can give you the planting manual. If this carrot is really an ordinary carrot as she said, he would dare to eat the table in front of him. Sia Shiaan thought that the G family made carrots into a medicine similar to nutrient solution, which has a richer taste. He politely refused. We mecha masters like to eat the original flavor. Shaolu, a mecha master who likes to eat original carrots, also nodded at him seriously and moved his lips. Yes. Well, Commander Sia, if you want it later, you can always find me. Mengwu took another look at the carrot juice in front of Shaolu, turned his head, and said to Ji Lai with emotion, The treatment on your planet is really good. The medical team of their series had examined the mecha master, and did not say that he had mental damage. But Commander Sia supplemented him with carrots every day. This carrot, one can be worth 100 million, a cup of carrot juice, at least 3 carrots, that is to say, 1 cup is worth 300 million, even if his Ming family is a wealthy family in the upper echelons of the Alliance. He is the top commander of the Alliance, he dare not do this, Ji Lai thought. The carrots are grown by others, they can eat them however they want, as much as they want. What does it have to do with you, an outsider? But he still smiled politely and said, Commander Ming, do you want to consider our planet? The treatment is very good. Don't say it. Young Master Ji is joking. Mengwu's heart was really moved, not for the good treatment he said, but because of the mysterious Commander Sia and her 3 friends. He was itching in his heart now, especially wanting to know the origins of Commander Sia and her friends. They are so powerful, why have they never appeared in the Alliance before? After eating, the main team of series returned to their own battleship. Olivia called Chu Bai, Gan Yao, the commander of Team 1, and Mengwu, the commander of Team 2, to the office and held a small meeting. I have contacted the mother planet. The intelligence they have found says that Commander Sia and his men suddenly appeared on Beta Star a month and a half ago. They are from a small planet. The mother planet is still investigating which one. Olivia said to them. Are you kidding? Chu Bai was the first to disagree. How could they be from a small planet? The commanders and mecha soldiers of a small planet have their invincible combat power. Mecha masters can repair mechas and warships, and they can also drive warships in space and get rid of the army of star beasts. Anyway, he didn't believe it. This group of people, among their group of geniuses, are all bug-level existences. If any small star is so awesome that can train them, let alone anything else, just relying on the 4 of them, they can lead their mother star and show the rise of the small star. That's what the intelligence said. Olivia didn't believe it either, but the facts were in front of her, and it was not impossible. She continued. The time when the G family reported that they had developed a mental repair potion was not long after they arrived at Beta Star. On the mother star, it is speculated that the repair potion is also related to them. Mengwu nodded hurriedly, indicating his agreement. For the past 3 days, Commander Sia has been feeding carrots to their mecha soldiers every day. At lunch today, I saw it again and tested Ji Lai. From his reaction, I also think that the G family's repair potion is related to them. If that's really the case, then he is very curious. Which planet can cultivate talented people like them and research a repair potion to restore mental strength? Gan Yao also nodded and agreed. In addition to these, have you noticed that Admiral Qin Yan's attitude towards Commander Sia is not what it should be between superiors and subordinates? Their relationship is more like equals. Olivia said, yes, the mother planet also speculated that Commander Sia and his men were hired by Beta Star as substitutes. This time, Beta Star is ready to give it a try and spend a lot of money to hire them to see if they can use them to help defend the position of the Alliance's permanent planet. Chubai was annoyed. They are cheating. Olivia said. The Alliance has no explicit regulations prohibiting the search for talents from nameless stars and numbered small stars. Aren't there also talents found from small stars on our planet? At most, they are taking advantage of the policy loopholes. Mengwu is about to cry with envy. Admiral, why did they go to Beta Star and serve as substitutes for Beta Star? If they go to our planet will definitely not give less than Beta Star. Such talented talents, if placed in the Interstellar, can really be priced at will, and all major planets will have to fight for them. What a pity. Beta Star got there first. Olivia said, the situation on our planet is different from that on Beta Star. They may not be able to stand out on our planet. Everything is their own opportunity, and they can't be envied. Although she was indeed very envious. However, when the game is over and their contract with Beta Star is completed, they can try to see if there is a chance to poach them and indirectly inquire about their worth. It is not impossible to spend a lot of money to let them work for Ceres. Beta is really lucky. Mengwu complained. I am so dissatisfied. How did Beta get such a strong foreign aid? Fortunately, they didn't know that the prize for winning the game, that mining star, was the salary promised by Sia Shiaan and others for the game. If they knew, they would probably vomit blood to death. Only if you win, you will get the salary. It means that if you lose, you will get nothing. This is obviously bullying the honest people who don't understand the market. People on Ceres can think of these. People on Beta think more than people on Ceres. Especially Qin Yin, watching the commanders, mecha divisions, and mecha soldiers on Ceres running to their warships every day, trying to get close to the 4 people in Sia Shiaan's team and make friends. Qi Xiaohua, the community bull, and Mengwu, the community bull of Ceres, have started to be good friends. He was anxious, and issued an ultimatum to the mother planet, which had not given an accurate answer after 2 days of negotiations. Sia Commander, if they are poached by Ceres, we will be the last in this competition and lose our alliance seat. Everyone present, tell me, who among you can take this responsibility? Chapter 82. Discuss. After 2 days of discussion, we still haven't come to an agreement. This planet, from top to bottom, is rotten to the core. Talents have all jumped into our hands, but politicians are still playing games with each other, fighting among themselves, and have been slow to come up with a solution. The current state of Beta Star is inseparable from the intrigues among the politicians on these planets. Then, after 2 hours of verbal battles among the various stakeholders, they compromised with each other. Finally, a supplementary contract outside the employment agreement was given. Qin Yin called Sia Shiaan over, handed her the supplementary agreement, and said, Sia, this is the latest condition outside the contract that I have fought for you. See if there is anything that needs to be changed, and I will go to talk to them again. Sia Shiaan knew that Qin Yin was worried that they would break the contract and quit. When she looked through the supplementary contract, she said seriously, Don't worry, General Qin. The most important thing in life is the word trust. We will definitely not break the contract we signed, and will complete the content of the contract. The people she contacted were all kind-hearted people, including Ji Lai, Qiu Xiuqi, Qin Yin, and everyone in this battleship. But she had never met the high-ranking politicians on their planet, so she would not comment on them. Qin Yin said, I know, I just think you are all good kids, and I want to fight for more for you. When signing the employment contract, it was Qiu Xiuqi who was running around. He didn't even notice their existence. Later, they played a challenge match with the original main team, and it was the first time he saw their strength. At the time, I just thought he was very strong and talented, and that he might be able to lead their planet's team to a place. It was not until this time in space that he saw their strength again. This strength was just what they showed him. He could not figure out whether they were hiding their strength. With their current strength, the previous contract was really a joke in his opinion. It was like a child playing house, and they were not valued at all. So, he fought for better conditions for them again. Thank you, General Qin. Sia Shiaan was the kind of person who would take whatever was given to her. She would not refuse politely. Compared with the previous agreement, the supplementary agreement was obviously biased towards them. It stated that as long as they achieved a ranking and kept Beta's permanent planet seat in the Alliance, they would be given a mining star with resources no less than the Alliance champion prize. In other words, if they won the championship, they would get a mining star as the Alliance champion prize, plus a mining star in the supplementary agreement of Beta, which means they would be given 2 mining stars. If they did not win the championship, they would keep their seat on Beta and also be given a mining star. In her opinion, this condition should be considered good. However, after she signed the supplementary agreement and returned to the suite, she heard Qi Xiaohua tell her about the interesting stories Meng Wu told her, and then she realized that she was too conservative. Qi Xiaohua has been getting along well with the people of Ceres in recent days. While drinking the hawthorn-flavored nutrient solution sent by Meng Wu, Meng Wu said that more than 300 years ago, a commander of their series rescued a boy from a small star that was slaughtered by star beasts. That boy was very talented and awesome. At the age of 12, he showed his talent, which attracted other planets to offer various conditions to tempt him and poach him. In order to keep him, their planet gave him 20 mining stars. Later, that boy became the first commander of the Alliance. So awesome. Her eyes were shining, envious of the 20 mining stars, complaining, they give 20 to keep talents. The four of us only got one mining star to help Beta Star play the game, too stingy. Sui Guanqing added, we won the championship, and the mining star belongs to us. Qi Xiaohua was even more angry. So stingy, we just suffered from lack of knowledge and culture. Seeing her angry, Sia Shiaan was about to go to Ceres to discuss the price of selling herself, and said, we don't have the conditions you mentioned, and it's impossible for us to stay on any planet. We have our own home planet. The previous contract was signed by us. We are just selling ourselves to work, and we have to leave after the work is done. That condition was not a disadvantage for us at that time. Qi Xiaohua knew, but she was unhappy. Meng Wu said that if someone like me goes to Ceres, they will have to give me 10 mining stars at least. You just listen to what he said. If they give you 10 mining stars and ask you to sell yourself to their planet for the rest of your life, what will you do? Sia Shiaan knew about Ceres' various secret moves in the past few days. It also made her start to reevaluate the value of their team. No, I'm from 520 star. Qi Xiaohua's answer was very straightforward. Sia Shiaan said, just now, General Qin found me and gave me a supplementary agreement. As long as we can help Beta Star keep its seat in the Alliance, they will give us a mining star equal to the championship reward. Their value is revealed little by little during the battle. Of course, Beta Star's assessment of their value is also changing as their combat power is revealed. If it was before, Qi Xiaohua would definitely be very happy, but after listening to Meng Wu's bragging, she felt that the conditions were not so attractive. Then Sui Guanqing said, Meng Wu is bragging, right? I can't find the first commander of the Alliance he mentioned on the Alliance network. Why don't you ask him what his name is? Qi Xiaohua added all the communications of the main team of Ceres Star, found Meng Wu, and called him. Meng Wu said, you can't find his name and his deeds on the internet. This is a taboo and shame of the Alliance. It is kept in the top-secret archives. It will take 500 years for it to be completely revealed. Qi Xiaohua, don't talk nonsense, our team leader Shang can find the name. Meng Wu Dao, actually many people should have heard of his name. There are also various rumors about him among the people. In fact, his last name is the same as your Mecha Masters, but the characters are different. His name is Shang Lu, Shang for businessman and Lu for lawyer. Qi Xiaohua jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Fuck, what do you think his name is? Chapter 83. Meng Wu thought she didn't hear clearly, so he repeated it again with a stronger tone. Shang Lu. Qi Xiaohua's eyes fell a little dully on her own Mecha Master who was drawing the mecha design, and then she shook her head vigorously and said, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Meng Wu wanted to ask her what was impossible. Qi Xiaohua had hung up the communication, and she had explained it herself. The first commander has the same name and surname as our team leader Shang, but if he is still alive, he must be more than 300 years old now. Sui Guanqing followed and calculated the age seriously. He died at the age of 23. Now it has been 300 years, 323 years old, which is about the same time as the establishment of the Alliance. Sia Shiaan did not comment, and looked at Shang Lu who took the order for modifying the mecha, and was drawing the mecha modification diagram for the people of Ceres. 323. Still maintained the age when he died. The existing science and technology in the interstellar space can do it, lying in a cryogenic hibernation capsule for hundreds of years. But if the person in front of him is really the first commander of the Alliance, how did he enter the cryogenic hibernation capsule, and how did he end up on their planet? Or is he like her, reborn from a dead body? Shang Lu felt her gaze, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Sia Shiaan stopped thinking about it. She had her own secrets that she couldn't tell others, and she allowed others to have their own secrets that she didn't tell her. She smiled at him and said, don't be busy. We should go to eat later, and rest for a while. She didn't want Shang Lu to take the order. But Shang Lu felt a little bored, so he took a few orders. Shaolu smiled and nodded, his thin lips slightly parted. Okay. Qi Xiaohua couldn't control her desire to eat melons, and ran to him. Team leader Shang, the first commander of the Alliance 300 years ago, has the same name as you. You can check and see if you can find his information. Shaolu nodded, and really helped her to check. Sui Guanqing also wanted to eat melons, so he followed. In order to integrate herself into the group and appear less out of place, Sia Shiaan also sat behind them, and stared at the light computer. What a pity. Even his name could not be found on the Alliance's network, and it was obvious that he was blocked by the entire network. He is the first commander of the Alliance. How can there be no information at all? It's too strange. Qi Xiaohua muttered, and said, I'll ask Ming Wu again. Then. It is true that I learned something from Ming Wu. Of course, he didn't know much. He only knew that 300 years ago, Shan Lu, the first commander of the Alliance at that time, colluded with foreign races and caused 20 billion human casualties. As for the truth, he said, according to the Alliance's conventions, some secrets related to the Alliance and the survival of mankind will be sealed in the present for a period of 500 years. After 500 years, they will be decrypted. If you want to know the specific things, you will know in another 200 years. With the development of technology, the average life expectancy of humans can now reach 300 years, which can still support them until the decryption. Qi Xiaohua is not the kind of person who will get to the bottom of everything, but he is suspicious of this matter. You said that his mother planet was destroyed by star beasts, and his relatives and friends died tragically in that invasion. He should be the one who hates the star beasts the most. How could he collude with the star beasts? In their Dawn City, there are many people who followed the Star Lord and escaped from the disaster of the Star Beast invasion in the central city. Many of their young people chose to join the army. They trained very hard. They all had a common goal, to strangle the Star Beasts and avenge those who died tragically. Ming Wu said, How would I know? The human heart is the most difficult to guess, but some people say that he may have been wronged. Qi Xiaohua muttered, Anyway, it's not right. It's like now, someone killed Chubai in front of you. Then, not only did you not avenge him, you also colluded with the person who killed him. Is this reasonable? Ming Wu was silenced by her. What kind of example did she give? Why didn't she say that someone killed Commander Sia in front of her? He coughed and said, I said it was 300 years ago. Who knows all the right and wrong, unless the dead are resurrected to restore the truth to us? Sia Shiaan glanced at the person, who might be the one who had come back from the dead. The person was cleaning up his desk. He had no emotional fluctuations, his expression was calm, and he cleaned every corner carefully and seriously. As for what Qi Xiaohua and the others were discussing fiercely, he didn't hear a word at all. She couldn't help but start to doubt that her guess might have been wrong from the beginning, and he had nothing to do with the person from 300 years ago. Qi Xiaohua was not the kind of person who liked to get to the bottom of everything she encountered, and that person was an antique from 300 years ago. After arguing with Ming Wu, she just put it aside. Sui Guanqing would not put his energy on an insignificant person. After listening to it, he just regarded it as a story, and did not take it to heart. Only Sia Shiaan on the surface, she did not care about it at all, and did not even participate in their discussion group. In fact, she was the one who cared the most. She silently thought in her heart that if she had the opportunity to find out the news in the future, she would collect more information about him. As for asking Shan Lu herself, she really hadn't thought about it. He was not an ordinary person. He would tell her what he wanted to say. He didn't say it now, because the time was not right. Battleship. At dinner the next day, a planet with an overall orange-yellow color appeared within the field of vision. Ji Lai said, That is our destination, ND49. Do you see it? In its southern hemisphere, there are blue, white and brown areas, which are inhabited. In the northern hemisphere, there are khaki and red areas, which are Gobi, large deserts and oceans, which cannot be inhabited by humans. Our stadium is set up in the northern hemisphere. Qi Xiaohua was so suffocated in the battleship that she almost pressed her entire face against the window of the battleship, and her mouth was deformed. We looked at the travel guide, and found that the oasis cities adjacent to the northern and southern hemispheres have local characteristics. Will our battleship be parked there? The Star Master said that he would take them to travel there after getting off the battleship. Ji Lai nodded, Yes, our battleship is parked nearby, close to the stadium, but we have a special competition base, where we eat, live and train. Qi Xiaohua nodded, her eyes brightened, and she began to look forward to traveling after getting off the planet. Ji Lai realized it belatedly and asked, Are you going to travel? Ming Wu, who was eating at the next table, immediately came up with his meal, not embarrassed at all. Commander Sia, after you land, are you going to play? Take us with you. Ganyao has been here before. He is very familiar with this place. You can let him be your tour guide. Ganyao lowered his head to eat, trying to reduce his presence. Thank you, don't queue. It has nothing to do with me. Sia Shiaan glanced at Ganyao and asked him with his eyes. Are you sure? Ganyao, the first commander of the alliance, is very calm and capable when encountering war or discussing serious matters. But when he usually gets along with people, he is a little socially anxious and basically doesn't participate in their communication. Commander Sia, I'm telling the truth. Mengwu turned his head. Ganyao, say something. Chapter 84. Their mission is to try to dig out the people, and try to dig their small team to their series. Even if they can't dig them out, they must try to get along well with them, and hold on to their thighs. Ganyao couldn't hide anymore. He looked up, nodded seriously, and said, yes. He once led a team to carry out a mission to hunt down escaped star beasts. He passed by here, so he was considered to have been here. Mengwu was shameless, and was trying hard to promote himself. Commander Sia, you can take us with you. We can carry your bags and water for you. Besides, it will be more lively with more people, and it will have a more tourist atmosphere. Ji Lai next to him couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Do you think there are no people carrying bags and water on our beta star? Don't think he doesn't know what they are up to on Ceres. Commander Sia, since they chose to join their team, they have a destiny with their beta star. They will definitely keep them on their beta star no matter how much they pay. Augustine was pointed at by Vito, and he quickly stood up and raised his hand and said, not a few me. The other main team members also raised their hands and shouted, and us. Anyway, now whether it is the people of Ceres or Beta, they all want to be good friends with Sia Shiaan and the others. Qin Yin, who was not far away, looked at them and sighed. Admiral Olivia, look at how well these kids get along with each other. It reminds me of when we were young. Olivia almost rolled her eyes at him. Look at his smug and boastful face. It's enough to know that their commander is good. In this short trip, the children of Ceres were obviously unconsciously centered around her. Sometimes, one has to sigh that some people's personality charm is really like jewelry, shining, and can condense everyone in a very short time. Sia Shiaan, who has a strong personality charm, looked at the people on both sides who were about to fight like fighting cocks, clapped her hands and said, okay, we are all friends who have lived together for life. Let's go together. This sentence. The two groups of people who were on the verge of a fight calmed down. Olivia looked at the scene in front of her and felt very tired. Fortunately, when they landed, they would be opponents on the field. If her own children were allowed to fight a few more games side by side with her, these stupid children would probably be abducted by others and follow them wholeheartedly. Battleship. Half an hour later. Approaching the starport. Mengwu pointed to the outer cordon of the dedicated starport, where there were countless light curtains flashing with big words, and said, that's over there, see? Where there are many light curtains flashing, we will dock there. Qi Xiaohua saw the words on the light curtain and said enviously, are they all here to welcome you? Your planet is so amazing, with so many loyal fans. There were various kinds of support written on the light curtain. Among them, come on Ceres. Babeo, mommy loves you. Come on, husband. You are the best, it appeared the most frequently. Sia Shiaan also felt a little magical. She didn't expect that a game would be like a star-chasing scene. Ceres really has a lot of fans. On the other hand, there were no fans to welcome and cheer for Beta Star. There were also people pouring oil. Moreover, the scene was quite large, and the two towers next to it were booked. On one tower, it was written, Shameful Beta Star. On another tower, it was written, Useless Beta Star. In the middle, there was a light curtain banner as a horizontal banner, Last One. Sia Shiaan couldn't help asking Ji Lai, how much hatred and resentment is this? Ji Lai was so angry that his face turned black, and he gritted his teeth. It must be someone from Rossetti Star who did it. If we are eliminated, the planet that will replace us in the Alliance will be their planet. Moreover, their planet has 5 players this year, and they are ranked above 30 in the Alliance. Although there is no special one, the ranking is very stable and average. They came to this competition to defeat their Beta Star and enter the Alliance beautifully. Sia Shiaan said, then they will be disappointed. She must take first place. If this oil-pouring couplet was done by the officials of Rossetti Star, then it can only be said that the pattern of their planet is really too small. Coincidentally, she had just finished complaining to Ji Lai. Vito pointed in a direction and said, Rossetti Star's warship. Sia Shiaan looked over, and saw a starship flying towards them. When approaching them, it did not slow down, but flew straight past. It was obvious that they did not give them any face, and wanted to surpass them everywhere. With Sia Shiaan's temper, can she indulge them? Of course not. She gave an order. Captain Lev, please give the driving rights of the battleship to my mecha driver, and let him make sure to overtake them before the battleship in front enters the starport. Then, standing on the starport, people welcoming the warships into the port. I saw the warships of Rossetti suddenly surpass the warships of Beta. 2 seconds later, the warships of Beta also began to speed up to catch up with the warships of Rossetti. The speed of the two warships was very fast. However, when they were about to enter the starport, the warships of Rossetti obviously began to slow down. And the warships of Beta not only did not slow down, but continued to accelerate. Even the command center of the starport was reminding, "Attention, warships of Beta, your speed is too fast. Please slow down to enter the port. Slow down to enter the port." The captain of Rossetti saw the warships of Beta flying past him in an indomitable manner, and his face turned green. Madman, Lev, this madman, does he want to crash into the starport? At such a high speed, it is impossible to slow down to a speed that can smoothly enter the port before entering the port. If that happens, it will break through the starport's defenses and rush in directly. He didn't believe that Lev, a senior captain, didn't know the consequences of doing so. But he also didn't believe that Lev had the ability to reduce the speed of the warship to the range allowed by the starport before entering the port. In the crowd, people who know the business exclaimed, "Fuck, is the Beta Star warship looking for death?" The starport command center was also facing a great enemy. All departments, please pay attention. The warship from Beta Star is suspected to have uncontrollable factors, and be ready to intercept it at any time. Chapter 85. All departments that received the order were on high alert. Then, the Beta Star battleship dived down from mid-air at high speed in a driving posture that violated everyone's cognition. When it arrived at the entrance of the starport, it slowed down incredibly. In the battleship, someone said, "Hello everyone in the starport, I am the captain of the Beta Star battleship Leviticus. You can see the speed at which we enter the port. Our battleship did not violate any rules." Fuck, this kind of high difficulty accelerated dive, slowing down when approaching the starport, is theoretically possible. Anyone who knows how to fly knows that it actually uses the gravity of the target planet. But in terms of specific operations, no one can do it. But now, the research center has conducted countless experiments, but has not been able to verify the theory. Here, it was performed in public. The personnel of various departments of the starport were ready. Before they rushed to intercept, they saw that the warship had resumed the entry speed stipulated by the starport and slowly entered the starport. They stared at the scene in front of them with their mouths wide open. Then, they looked at each other. Is this really something that humans can do? With this skillful, exquisite, and extremely bold driving skill, I am afraid that there is no second person in the entire alliance. It's so exciting. It's so awesome. The fans on the starport platform also burst into exclamations. Some experts in related fields told them how many difficult driving skills were contained in the few seconds just entering the port. What kind of miracles were created in the history of battleship driving technology? What kind of breakthroughs were achieved? And how much gold content was there? Anyway, in the end, it's just one word. Awesome. The captain of the Rossetti Star shook his head in disbelief, muttering, "Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. When did Lev's driving skills become so good? This is something that can only be done in theory." The captain of Ceres Star was much calmer, but he was full of emotion. "Admiral, I think you should discuss it with the Mother Star again. Sia commands their small team of 4 people, which is worth our spending more to fight for. It's not necessary to guess that the person driving the battleship on Beta Star now must not be Lev, but Shang Zhongyong." Sia Shiaan, who doesn't understand starship driving technology, heard deafening cheers and shouts on the platform. The distance is still a bit far, and the sound is very noisy. She only vaguely heard Beta, and asked curiously, "Are they scolding Beta? Didn't our warship enter the port smoothly? It's Rossetti again, right? They really don't have enough skills, but they make up for it with their voices. They are both bad and like to show off." Beside him, Ganyao, who had some knowledge of driving skills, hesitated for a long time before he mustered up the courage to speak. "It shouldn't be. Shang Zhongyong's driving skills are very good. They should be surprised." The few seconds of entering the port just now can be regarded as a textbook-level starship driving technology show. For those who understand technology, this can definitely be regarded as a rare visual feast. Sia Shiaan said, "Really? Is it that amazing?" After leaving their home planet, They encountered countless dangers while driving their repaired small starship, and Shaolu drove the mecha to avoid them every time. Apart from other things, the route and the sudden acceleration and deceleration were much more tortuous and coquettish than the previous scene. Her words sounded like a mockery. But Gong Yao knew that it was definitely not the case. They might just be ignorant of their own strength, the battleship of Beta Star. It successfully entered the starport and stopped at their berth under the guidance of the aircraft sent by the starport. The battleships of Ceres and Rossetti Star flew in different directions to the berths prepared for their planets. The Alliance event organizer had already arranged for the aircraft to pick them up. Sia Shiaan and his main team specially arranged a comfortable and luxurious small aircraft. The service staff sent by the event organizer stood at the door and watched them enter the aircraft one by one, two by three. The more they looked, the more they felt something was wrong. There were too many people, almost half more, but the seats in the aircraft and the food for them were prepared according to the 3 main teams, plus 5 accompanying senior officers, a total of 15 people. Soon, Ji Lai, who didn't get a seat, shouted, "Admiral, why aren't there enough seats? The Alliance should prepare aircraft for 20 people on each planet." Qin Yin himself participated in the competition and led a team twice. He looked at the people on Ceres, who were sitting in their seats and ready to eat, and said, "Chu Bai, go back to your warship." They'd had enough. These days, they go to their warships every day to get food and drinks, their commanders, their mecha divisions, and their mecha soldiers. Now, they want to get aircraft too. Chu Bai sat opposite Sia Shiaan and Shaolu. He had finally managed to get a good seat, and he was unwilling to move. He said, "I will call our admiral right away and ask the organizer to bring our aircraft over. The rest of us can sit in that one." When he said that, the people whose seats were taken by Ceres were not happy. For example, Ji Lai pointed at his nose and said, "Chu Bai, look carefully, this is the aircraft that is coming to pick up our Beta Star main team. You people from Ceres, do you still have any shame? Chu Bai is not like Meng Wu, who is shameless. Besides, they are really wrong." His face turned red when he was said. He stood up suddenly and muttered, "I don't want to sit. It's okay to stand. It will take 10 minutes to get there. It's not worth it to go through it again. We people from Ceres can just stand." Meng Wu also stood up and shouted, "People from Ceres, stand up. Don't take up the seats of Beta Star." The people from Ceres stood up and gave up their seats to the people from Beta Star. They were not angry at all because of what Ji Lai just said. As long as they can be with Commander Sia, Ji Lai doesn't care about anything. Ji Lai was convinced by their shamelessness. Ceres, a big star at the forefront of the Alliance, was as shameless as a sticky candy that couldn't be shaken off. It was not ashamed. The aircraft was bustling with activity. The receptionist at the aircraft door had a lot of questions in his mind. What the hell is going on? Chapter 86. The main force of Ceres ran to the Beta spacecraft and could not be driven away. They would rather stand there than go to their own side. Moreover, Ji Lai of Beta pointed at Chu Bai of Ceres and cursed him. If it were in the past, the two would have fought for 800 rounds. But now, with Chu Bai's arrogance, not only did he not talk back, but he also gave up his seat obediently. Just weird. It was lively here. And over at the starport where Ceres was docked. Olivia was numb in the face of hundreds of media reporters who came to interview them. The reporters looked around. "Admiral, where are the people from our Ceres main team? Can Chu Bai come out and talk to us? Can Olivia say that all 3 of her main teams followed Beta? Really, she can't afford to lose face." The captain next to her said, "I'm sorry, our main team is not convenient to accept interviews now. Please go back first. We will have special personnel to contact you and arrange another interview time." The reporters did not dare to be presumptuous to the big figures of the big stars. When they heard that they were not accepting interviews now, although they had doubts in their hearts, no one dared to continue asking questions. In the past, the interviews with Ceres started when their main team got off the warship. But today, it was strange. Olivia also nodded slightly to the reporters and turned to get on the aircraft. After she sat down, she was still a little worried. If there are reporters interviewing on Beta, the fact that our main team is with them will be exposed. Her worry. It really is not redundant at all. Although Beta Star didn't have much popularity, attention, or reporters, they still posted something on their own. The one with the hair is Ji Lai. Friendship first, competition second, harmonious coexistence, group photo JPG. This photo is very interesting. Anyone who pays attention to the League's youth events can recognize that the people sitting are all from Beta Star's main team, and the people standing are all from Ceres. Then, Some people commented, what happened to the people from Series' main team? Why did they take the same aircraft as Beta Star? You know, in previous competitions, Series, the top seed planet that has won the championship for many years, has maintained aloofness and distance from any planet. Especially for Beta Star, the last one, they don't even bother to pay attention to it, and don't even look at it when they meet on the road. G-Line naturally didn't reply to anyone. The spectators were just curious about when the two planets became so harmonious. There are more things to consider for other participating planets. Rossetti and Beta were originally competitors and mortal enemies. If Beta still ranked last in this competition, it would be disqualified from being a permanent planet in the Alliance. And Rossetti would become a permanent planet in the Alliance. Their only goal this time was to defeat Beta and enter the Alliance in style. Look at this photo. Those standing are from the Series' main team, and those sitting are from Beta. 4 of them are strangers I have never seen before. The commander of the main team pointed out Sia Shiaan and the other 4. And his finger finally fell on Sia Shiaan. Look at this person, Chu Bai and Ming Wu, both standing beside her, looking like her left and right guards. After his analysis, others also felt strange and nodded. Who is she? I have never seen her in the major competitions of the Alliance. Someone has uploaded photos of Sia Shiaan and the other 4. The search results show that there is no such person. He showed them to others. There is no information about these 4 people in our database, and their information cannot be found on the official website of the Alliance. Some people have conspiracy theories. You say, could it be that Beta and Series have reached some kind of secret agreement, such as Series deliberately losing this game to help Beta? Anyway, no matter what, it is very abnormal for the main teams of Beta and Series to be together. G-Lie's dynamic was sent out in less than a minute. The entire Interstellar, the participating planet players, all saw this photo and knew that the two planets were together. Olivia wanted to stop it, but she couldn't. She called Qin Yin first and asked them to park the aircraft in a secret place, and she would send someone to pick up their main team. I called Chu Bai again and told him to keep an eye on the people of Series and not to make any comments on public platforms. 10 minutes later, the aircraft stopped at a parking lot arranged by the event organizer, which was very remote in the base. Chu Bai and his team were picked up by Olivia. The aircraft carrying Sia Shiaan and his team took off again and stopped at the parking lot at the entrance of the accommodation building. At this moment, there were already many reporters here. The aircraft of Rossetti stopped before them and was being interviewed by reporters. The commander of the main team was calm and talked to the media reporters. Just when he was talking excitedly, the reporters saw the flying machine with the Beta Star flag flying over, dropped him, and rushed over with a bang. The commander of the main team had a dark face, and in his slightly lowered eyes, there was a flash of sinister murderous intent. Damn Beta Star. No matter how they struggled, it was useless. He would use his strength to send them to hell and teach them how to be human in the next life. The other team members also looked angry and stared at the Beta Star's aircraft with ill intentions, as if they were looking at the murderer of their father. In the aircraft, the people of the Beta Star main team, led by Qin Yin, went out one after another. Sia Shiaan was still eating an apple, which was sweet and delicious. Qi Xiaohua, Sui Guanqing, and Shang Lu were also sitting on her left and right, with no intention of going down. There were reporters coming to interview outside. It was none of their business. There were hundreds of reporters outside. When they saw the people from Beta coming down, they had no interest in interviewing them. Instead, they were staring at the aircraft, waiting for the main team from Series to come down and accept their interview. At the beginning of the competition, people from two planets mixed together, which was rarely seen in previous competitions. Especially, one was ranked first and the other was ranked last, which attracted a lot of attention, but after waiting for a minute, almost all the people from Beta came down. Still no people from Series came. They looked at the aircraft and saw that there were only 4 people left on the aircraft. Then they realized that they were fooled. The people from Series must have avoided them in other ways. The reporters came to interview Series, the seed planet of the champion, and they were not interested in the people from Beta. However, Beta was a big planet after all, and for the sake of both sides' face, they still asked them a few symbolic questions, such as how the preparations before the game were done, whether they had confidence in the competition, and other nonsense. Then, one by one, they all withdrew and tried to contact the people on Series. Seeing that most of the reporters had left, Sia Shiaan stretched and stood up, taking Qi Xiaohua and the others out. She had just reached the door. She heard someone snort coldly and shouted, "G-Lai, do you think you can beat us by connecting with Series? Dream on." Chapter 87. The people who came over were the biggest opponents of this competition, the main team of Rossetti Star. Ji Lai had a violent temper. How could he allow others to shout and act recklessly in front of him? His eyes instantly flashed with fire, and he was about to explode. At this time, Sia Shiaan yawned, walked down lazily, waved her hand, and said, "What are you all doing? Let's go!" Her words interrupted Ji Lai's impending explosion. It also made the people from Rossetti Star who came to pick a fight frown. They didn't know what she meant. She was scolded by others, but she didn't fight back. It was not in line with the style of Beta Star at all. So tired. Sia Shiaan yawned again, and saw that the people were not leaving. "What? Are you going to live here?" Chi Shaolu next to him was very supportive. "General Commander, it's not that we don't want to go, but there are people blocking the road ahead." Sia Shiaan said, slowly raised her eyelids, and said, "Where are the people? Why didn't I see them? Aren't they just a few wild dogs blocking the road?" Her words. The people who were holding their breath on Beta Star were all relieved. The people on Rossetti Star were so angry that their faces were uglier than each other. The commander of the main team did not expect the other party to be so excessive. He cursed directly and looked at her angrily. "Who are you?" "I'm talking to Ji Lai. What does it have to do with you?" "Ji Lai, do you know what kind of dog this is? Why is it so noisy?" Chi Shaolu had already walked to the front and faced the people on Rossetti Star, and said impatiently, "A good dog doesn't block the road." After that, she stepped forward. Seeing the excitement here, the reporters who were rushing over to shoot footage couldn't contain their excitement. "Fight, fight, fight!" Then, they saw that she seemed to move, but also seemed not to move. However, the main team of Rossetti Star moved slightly to both sides and separated a little. The people of Rossetti Star were not simple characters. The first to react was the strongest mecha soldier of their main team. He grabbed Chi Shiao's shoulder with his backhand and pushed her back. "What do you want to do?" Then, Chi Shaolu fell to the ground with a bang, and then she howled at the top of her voice. "Murder! People from Rossetti Star violated the rules of the game and killed people. Fuck everyone present. Except Sia Shiaan and his two guardians on the left and right. Including the people of Beta Star, they were all stunned. Ji Lai's eyes were about to fall to the ground. "Fuck. You can still play like this? Disrespectful." Qin Yan almost laughed out loud, and praised Chi Shiao's acting skills in his heart. Others also held back their laughter. The people on the Rossetti planet all had black faces, and their lungs were about to explode. Fuck. She was committing fraud. But now, even if they were lying on the ground and learning how to commit fraud, it was too late, and it would only make them look bad. The contestants from the two planets were making trouble. At the competition base, the people who were protecting the competition security received the news immediately, and flew over in a flying vehicle as soon as possible. Vito watched the security team's flying vehicle coming over, and he grabbed Augustine and Jiangshan beside him, and ran forward, shouting heartbreakingly, "Shaolu, Shaolu, Shaolu, are you okay?" One fraud was not enough. The teammate committed fraud again. Chi Shaolu cried and howled. "It hurts so much. My arm hurts so much. My tailbone hurts so much. It hurts so much. Is there anyone to take care of them?" The security team's aircraft. At this time, it just landed. The security captain and his team surrounded them. The rules of the game. Before the game, no conflict or private fighting is allowed. "Are you ignoring the rules of the game?" Vito cried heartbrokenly and accused. "It was the people from Rossetti who beat us up. Our players were all injured by them." The people from Rossetti were not convinced. The commander angrily retorted, "It was obviously she who started it first." Chi Shaolu said, "I didn't. Not only did you beat people up, you also wrongly accused them. Show me the evidence. Where did I hit you? Where are you injured?" The people from Rossetti, There was no evidence. But the few people standing in front of them clearly felt that she touched them. The huge force pushed them to both sides and pushed them back a long way. Chi Shaolu felt even more wronged. "You hit me and knocked me to the ground." Everyone at the scene can testify. The reporters also came over at this time. They were late, but they had a video in their hands. Someone raised the filming equipment and said to the security captain, "Major, I recorded the whole process. You can refer to it." They did not see the female mecha soldier from Beta Star take action, but the video they took was much more accurate and clear than their eyes. You can tell whether there was any action by watching the video. The security captain asked him to bring the video over and directly adjusted the screen to play it in front of him. The speed of the video started to slow down 10 times when Chi Shaolu came over. However, She did not capture the scene of her taking action. She could only see her figure flashing for a moment, and for a moment, she seemed to be close to the people from Rossetti Star. This evidence is very vague, and cannot prove that she did it. And the people of Rossetti Star did not show any signs of being attacked. However, the video of the mecha soldier of Rossetti Star holding her shoulder and pushing her is extremely clear, and the evidence is irrefutable. The people of Rossetti Star were not convinced and insisted that Shaolu did it, saying, "She used mental attack." Vito has now become Sia Shiaan's spokesperson. She is a mecha soldier, not a commander, and cannot use mental attack. Don't talk nonsense with your eyes open. People of Rossetti Star, angry, but if they continue to make trouble now, they will only be embarrassed. The general leading the Rossetti Star, who had been silent all the time, finally came out and said, "Major, but it's just a joke between children. They don't know what's going on. I think we should just let it go this time." Shiaan also stood up. Rules are rules. Whoever's wrong is wrong. The evidence is all here. Why, General Yuhua just came to the competition and wants to break the rules? That's not what I meant. Yuhua was choked. He wanted to embarrass Beta Star, but now he failed to do so. He really didn't want to continue to embarrass himself. He said, "Then please, Major, follow the rules. Follow the rules of the competition." Shaolu, the victim, was taken away for a checkup, but no injuries were found. But she insisted that she had internal injuries, and was greatly traumatized mentally. She was now afraid and trembling when she saw people from Rossetti Star, and she had PTSD. The doctors who checked her injuries were speechless, and there was nothing they could do. The instruments could not detect the diseases she mentioned, so she could only say what she said. Shaolu's injury report and Rossetti's punishment were soon announced together. Rossetti violated the rules of the game, and fought privately to injure others. The punishment is as follows: cancel the first round of the draw and enter the game last. The people of series were still watching the live video posted by the reporter over and over again. Slowed down to the lowest speed. Counting the number of frames, watching frame by frame, there was no scene of Shaolu making a move. This made Mengwu doubt. Do you think Shaolu made a move or not? Chapter 88. If she did it, even if you play it frame by frame, you can't catch the scene of her doing it. Then how fast must her instantaneous burst speed be? It's scary to think about it. Gan Yao and Chubai said with certainty, "She did it. She definitely did it." But the people from Rossetti Star were like kicking a brick wall if they provoked her. Shooting oneself in the foot is what Rossetti Star said. When I just arrived at the competition venue, I originally wanted to give Beta Star a warning, but who knew that I would be punished first? For a while, I became the talk and laughing stock of the Interstellar. There were also participating teams from other planets, just like Ceres, who watched the video frame by frame with a magnifying glass, looking for evidence that Shaolu did it, but undoubtedly, they didn't see it. The closest frame was that her figure was blurred. But you can't say that it was blurred, which means she did it. The dormitory building of Rossetti Star was as quiet as a ghost town, without any sound. In the dormitory of the main team, Admiral Yuhua slapped the commander in the face. "Useless thing, you can't even do such a small thing. How can Rossetti expect you to beat Beta?" "Sorry, Admiral." The commander lowered his head with shame, not daring to look at him. They went to provoke, mainly targeting Ji Lai, knowing his temper, and determined that he would not swallow his anger, and would definitely get angry with them. Who knew that Beta suddenly had such a psychopath, who had no shame at all and challenged them head-on, and the key point was that she succeeded in tampering with them, and their planet was punished. Seeing that the Admiral was angry, the other members of the main team also apologized tremblingly. They had carefully investigated the people of Beta Star this time. Each of them was more impulsive than the other. If the two sides had a quarrel, they would definitely suffer a great loss at their hands. But now, a soldier who had never been seen in the Alliance suddenly appeared, and they became the ones who suffered. If you know you are wrong, cheer up, and give them a good show on the field. Yuhua's eyes were sinister, and he swept his eyes sharply at them, and continued to ask, "What happened to their soldier? Did he touch you?" "I touched him, and I felt a strong force pushing me." The commander recalled the situation seriously, and touched his shoulder, saying, "It's here." The mecha soldier who pushed Sia Shiaan also said, "Me too, so I thought she was going to attack, and she attacked first, so I chose to fight back. So this matter really can't be blamed on them." The mecha soldier of Beta Star was to blame for provoking the war first. Yuhua, a 3S level general, didn't even see Shaolu take action. Hearing their affirmation, he also began to ponder and said, "Her speed was too fast, and the camera didn't catch it. That single soldier, you should pay close attention to him later." Originally, they thought that Beta Star, which they thought was a sure win, had an unexpected change because of the 4 strange faces that suddenly appeared, disrupting their rhythm. He had to notify the mother planet and investigate their origins. It stands to reason that in the Alliance, someone with such skills can't be an unknown person. The people of Rossetti Star knew to investigate. The participating teams from other planets were not fools either, and they all went to their respective mother planets to investigate their backgrounds. There is no evidence of Sia Shiaan's action in the video, but the generals leading the team can analyze and judge based on their combat experience that she definitely took action. But she was too fast, so the camera didn't catch it and leave evidence. On Beta Star, because of the small victory just now, they were as happy as if it was the new year. Ji Lai gave Sia Shiaan a thumbs up. Finally, I got rid of my anger. Augustine asked very eagerly, Shiaan, how did you do it just now? It's amazing. Can you teach me? Others also came over curiously. Sia Shiaan turned into a master and taught her experience. Have you ever heard a saying that the only way to defeat martial arts in the world is to be fast? As long as you are fast enough, the camera can't catch you. Augustine asked, how do you practice this? Sia Shiaan patted his chest and said, I'll teach you this. Then, I just arrived at the dormitory and didn't even have 2 minutes to rest. The main teams of Beta Star all went to the training ground. The main team of Ceres Star prepared to have a good rest. Mengwu called Sia Shiaan and asked them when they would go out to play. Hearing that she had taken people to the training ground, there was no point in resting. He took people there to practice. The main teams of other planets were still laughing at the main team of Beta Star when they were training. They were going to compete immediately, and there was no point in being active. But when they knew that the main team of Ceres Star had also gone, of course they could not fall behind, and they all ran to the training ground to practice. The participating teams of various planets rolled up on the first day of coming to the competition base. The admirals and instructors who led the teams were very pleased. Everyone else went. On the entire Beta Star, only the commander-in-chief Sia Shiaan did not go, and slept in the dormitory. It was evening. Shaolu called her and asked her to get up and go out for dinner. After Sia Shiaan hung up the call, she casually washed her face, put on a military coat and went out. She did not enter the training ground, but just found a seat on the steps at the door and sat there. The weather here is a bit cold, especially in the evening when the temperature dropped and the wind was strong. She simply wrapped herself up with a military coat, curled up, and could not see her head or face. If you didn't know, you would think she was a ball. Someone walked out of the training ground and stood not far from her. It was a bit dark. She was huddled next to the green belt again, and the military green coat almost blended into the green plants. Someone whispered, "Who did you buy to win this year?" Someone said without hesitation, "I bought Ceres. The first commander and the first single soldier of the Alliance are both from their planet. I think they will definitely be the champion. Ceres has a great chance of winning, but who can be sure that there will be no dark horse in this competition?" Someone expressed a different opinion. So, except for Beta, I bought a little bit from the other 6 permanent planets of the Alliance. Sia Shiaan, who was standing next to them, saw that they were talking excitedly and also interrupted. "If you want to get rich overnight, I suggest you buy Beta's champion. The odds are the highest." Beta's odds are high, but it's a bit of a pipe dream to say that they will win the championship. Someone refuted. Sia Shiaan was waiting for someone anyway, so she chatted with them. "You don't know this. The commander-in-chief of Beta this year is very powerful. He can lead a planet alone. Their main team has 2 soldiers who can fight against Chu by a series. The mecha division of their main team has the technology to modify mecha, which will scare you to death." Someone finally realized that something was wrong and looked left and right. In the end, he was almost scared to death by that group and looked at her vigilantly. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Chapter 89. As soon as he finished speaking, Sia Shiaan also came out with people. She saw Sia Shiaan at a glance and ran over happily like a husky who had just seen its owner and shouted with a smile, "Commander Sia." Sia Shiaan, wrapped in a coat, stood up slowly, and after a hum, he said to the group of people who had been petrified on the spot and who didn't know which planet they were from, "Really, believe me, if you buy Beta Star, you will definitely not suffer any loss, you will not be fooled, and you will make a lot of money." Fuck. A group of people were petrified. They watched the video of Rossetti Star being slapped in the face today, and knew that the contestants of Beta Star this year were a bit weird. At this moment, hearing Sia Shiaan's words, they realized what it meant to brag about themselves. She praised her own planet so much without blushing or panting. I'm convinced. Sia Shiaan tightened her military coat again and asked, have you decided where to eat? Mengwu took the initiative to greet him, as enthusiastic as a bag-carrying boy, and said, we've decided, a local hot pot restaurant, opened on the lake. The feature is that we can cruise the lake, watch the night view, and eat hot pot on the boat. Also, the waiters will fish shrimps and crabs from the lake and pick up fresh lettuce, and process them on the spot, which is very comfortable. If we are interested, we can also fish by ourselves. Sia Shiaan raised his eyebrows. Are you sure you don't get seasick? Mengwu was stunned for a moment and shook his head. No. Until they all walked away. The group of people who were stunned at the scene looked at each other and gasped. Some people's eyes were about to fall to the ground. Am I seeing it right? The lackey just now is Mengwu from series? The third commander in the alliance? Some people were determined not to believe it and shook their heads. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Mengwu is my idol. How could he become like this? Who is the ball that just talked to us? No, that woman. Mengwu was so flattering in front of her that he was numb. Someone said, the female soldier who just came out of the training ground is the one who slapped Rossetti Star in the face today. I heard her call Commander Sia. She must be the commander of the main team of Beta Star. Some people understood, but they didn't know what they were feeling at the moment. The commander of the main team of Beta Star is the commander-in-chief of their team this time. I said, she praised Beta Star with a lot of rainbow farts. Some people were curious. No, how could there be? It's so natural for people to praise themselves. Doesn't she feel embarrassed at all? Someone didn't care about that. The main team of series went with the main team of Beta. They seemed to have a good relationship. Do you buy Beta? Someone sneered. Buy a fart. Do you really think that Beta, the last one, can turn the tide and beat series? Someone pointed at a group of people walking away and said, but you see, the people of series have a good relationship with them. When have you ever seen the main team of series like this? That series, 5 consecutive champions. This year is also a strong champion seed. They have always been distant and indifferent to all the teams in the competition. I have never seen them so friendly with any team on any planet in any competition. Someone has a conspiracy theory. There must be a secret deal between them. How can they discuss whether to buy Beta Star to win? Sia Shiaan has reminded me, so I will not care anymore. Mengwu is a person who speaks and acts beautifully. He said that if they leave the tourism to series, they can do everything. He directly rented a luxury aircraft and flew to the destination for dinner. After arriving at the destination and getting on the boat, the people of the 2 planets just reacted a little. What does Sia Shiaan mean by not getting seasick? These mecha soldiers either have good family conditions or are discovered geniuses. They were brought to the military district for training very early. In normal times, they train all the time. Don't think about traveling, there is no time. So, they thought the ship that made them seasick was a star ship. The boat for the lake cruise is a luxurious large ship with a lounge and a playroom. Of course, the hot pot is on the deck. Mengwu arranged for people to put up big tables, 3 tables, and 10 people at each table. More people will make it more lively and more conducive to emotional communication. He had a good idea. But when he got there, it was not the same. Some people were seasick, and they went to the lounge to lie down after the boat had been sailing for 2 minutes. Some people couldn't sit still. Shaolu went to the bow to fish, and then went to the stern to put shrimp and crab cages, busy and happy. Sia Shiaan was the same. Shaolu and I sat side by side on a chair, fishing at the bow. There were not many people sitting at the table. When the pot was boiling, the waiters prepared the freshly picked aquatic vegetables, and the freshly caught and killed fish, shrimps and crabs. Mengwu shouted helplessly, "Stop playing, come and eat first." Why does he feel like an old woman now? Sia Shiaan put the fishing rod aside, patted Shaolu on the shoulder, and said, "Let's eat first." Shaolu also put down the fishing rod, and prepared to go to eat with her. Just at this time, Shaolu, who was fishing at the stern of the boat, shouted excitedly, "I caught a fish, it's on the hook, it's so heavy, who can help me, hurry up, it seems to be running away." "I'm coming." Li ran over first. Augustine also ran to help. Sia Shiaan looked at them and smiled, sat down, and naturally picked up the small sauce dish, and asked Shaolu, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll help you make it." Shaolu, "Same as you." Sia Shiaan was going to make an oil sauce and a dry sauce, but it was a pity that there was no sesame paste here, otherwise she would have to make 3 bowls. Mengwu was looking at the fishing novice Shaolu and exclaimed, "How big is this fish? Even the 3 mecha soldiers can't pull it up?" Sia Shiaan smiled, but her eyes darkened at this moment. She slowly placed the prepared oil dish in front of Shaolu, then turned around, gently patted Meng Wu's shoulder, moved closer to him, and said, "Notify everyone that there is danger here, let them pay attention." Meng Wu's eyes froze, and his perception of danger came late after she reminded him, and he shouted, "Everyone pay attention, there is something unusual." Chapter 90. Everyone, including those who were seasick in the lounge, immediately entered the fighting state. Qi Xiaohua stared at the prey in the water with burning eyes, just when the ghost thing was about to jump out of the water. She was also ready to fight. But Sui Guanqing stopped her, pulled her back a step, and whispered to her in a low voice, "You are here to find out our past, don't fight." "Fight? It's impossible to fight." Qi Xiaohua's eyes flashed with obvious disappointment, but she still followed and retreated behind the front line, leaving the surrounding battlefield to others. The two of them just retreated from the front line. The entire lake surface suddenly churned violently like boiling water. The fish, shrimps, crabs and other creatures in the water instantly grew larger and jumped out of the water. Their bodies grew hard shells that did not belong to them, sharp claws, 8 pairs of compound eyes all over the body, and sharp tentacles like knives. Hundreds of meters of waves rose up into the sky, carrying a powerful force, and then smashed down heavily on the cruise ship. At the same time, Chu Bai of Ceres also moved, and the Long Quan sword in his hand slashed out, turning into a dragon when it met water. The dragon head roared and bit the rolling waves, and a violent collision occurred in midair, completely shattering the waves. Gan Yao's eyes were serious, and he said, "Be careful, it's the soul-devouring Zerg. Now, except for us, all the creatures around us may be controlled by them. These ghosts are not of high level, the highest is only SS level. However, their ability is very difficult to deal with, and they can instantly devour the brains of other creatures and control the host's mind. Of course, the premise is that the host's level is lower than theirs. For example, these SS-level soul-devouring Zergs cannot control the 3S-level human warriors on their cruise ship. All the mecha soldiers on the ship had already driven the mechas and fought with the Zergs the moment they jumped out of the water and launched an attack. Sia Shiaan's 4-man team stood on the deck to watch the battle. Each of their mecha soldiers was extremely brave, and they were absolutely overwhelming to the Zergs of lower levels than them. In less than 2 minutes, all the Zergs were chopped to pieces, and the battle was over. The lake water was also dyed bloody. The thick blood exuded a disgusting stench. Gan Yao walked up to Sia Shiaan and asked, "Commander Sia, what do you think?" Sia Shiaan's eyes turned cold, and he didn't hide it from him, saying, "I think some of the participating planets want to test our strength, so they took the trouble to arrange such a big show. It can't be an accident. In the heart of the heavily guarded planet, the Zerg definitely did not sneak in on their own. So the biggest possibility is that someone deliberately let them in to create a man-made accident to achieve their goal." Gan Yao said, "All of us on Ceres have combat data models. What they want to see is definitely the combat data of the 4 of you. In the competition, one careless move may lead to a complete loss. No matter who it is, they want to get more information about the opponent. So, the one who created this incident could be any planet. They only said a few words here." Chu Bai reminded, "The patrol team is here." As soon as he finished speaking, 10 military aircraft had already stopped above the water. The captain of the patrol team ordered others to block the area, control all the staff of the hot pot restaurant, and check the surrounding situation to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. He himself boarded the cruise ship and asked Gan Yao, "Commander Gan, can you tell me what happened here?" Gan Yao is a social phobia when interacting with people on weekdays, but he is very calm when doing serious work. He told him the details of the matter again. Then, he said seriously, "Admiral Lin Shun, we are attacked by Zerg in the heart of the planet. I hope you can give us an explanation." Lin Shun has received news that a batch of clone samples of soul-devouring Zerg have disappeared in the laboratory for no reason, and said, "Commander Gan, rest assured, we will investigate this matter thoroughly. No matter who it is, using Zerg to attack their own people has violated the laws of the Alliance. As long as they are found, all people related to this incident will be sentenced to death." Gan Yao nodded expressionlessly and said, "I hope you can do it as soon as possible." After he returned, he would ask the Admiral to put pressure on the event and the planet's related security departments to quickly investigate the mastermind. The news that the main teams of Ceres and Beta were attacked by Zerg while eating outside soon spread to all the planets. Moreover, these planets acted very quickly, and almost at the same time, they all got the relevant surveillance videos when they were attacked. However, not many planets care about why they were attacked, and whether they were injured in the attack. They took the video just to watch the live battle and study, and deduce their combat power model. Especially the 4 new faces of the main team of Beta Star, who have never appeared in the Alliance. What a pity. They watched it once, twice. They didn't do anything at all. You were scared to death by the main commander of the first team, standing on the deck, watching others fight the Star Beast. They were leisurely, almost sitting down, eating hot pot on the cruise ship sprinkled with blood. The leader of Rossetti Star, Admiral Yu Hua, watched the video twice, and confirmed that Sia Shiaan and the other 4 did not do anything, and his face turned green with anger. The people of the main team stood aside, as quiet as chickens, and no one dared to speak. In the end, Yu Hua could only find faults and sneered. Those 4 people had no team spirit at the critical moment. Beta let them join the main team. I think they are crazy about winning. The Admiral is right. The main commander followed and shouted. Seeing that he showed no signs of anger, he carefully asked, who released the Zerg attack? Anyway, no matter who did it, he felt very happy. Look how proud they are. Just after arriving at the base, after provoking them, they dragged the people from Ceres out to eat. They should just eat those disgusting bugs, Yu Hua said. No matter who did it, they must be caught. This time, Ceres and Beta were attacked. Maybe it will be our turn next time. This matter. Even if Beta is their mortal enemy, he would not add insult to injury and gloat over their misfortune. Every participating planet should pray that the mastermind behind the scenes can be found out as soon as possible. They were discussing the Zerg attack. Qin Yan and Olivia, upon hearing about it, immediately took a flying vehicle to look for them. When they arrived and found the people, they were speechless. Chapter 91. Okay, we just experienced a bloody battle and killed a lake of Zerg. They still have the mood to move. They ran to another skewers restaurant 10 kilometers away from the previous hot pot restaurant to continue eating. Qin Yan sighed as he looked at the half of the store occupied by them. They are really bold. Olivia was so angry that she almost had a heart attack. She shouted, Chew Bai. Why did she get so obsessed that she let her children get in touch with those guys? Look, the originally obedient children, after hanging out with them, let themselves go one by one. What have they become? Chew Bai looked up and saw the 2 admirals. He obediently put down the string of chicken feet in his hand, and was a little at a loss. Chi Xiaohua was different. She gnawed on a soft pig's trotter, and greeted, 2 generals, this skewers tastes great. Have you eaten yet? Let's eat together. I'm not kidding you, it's delicious. Qin Yan's back teeth itched. If this was his own naughty child, he would have grabbed her and scolded her. What a pity. She is not. She is here to work for them. Not only can he not scold her, but he can also coax her. After eating a string of palm treasures, Sia Shiaan, the head of the family, said, General, give us half an hour. We haven't eaten at the hot pot restaurant yet, and something happened. Qin Yan nodded and said, Don't worry, you eat slowly. Anyway, Major Lin Shun had already taught them the situation at the time, and the subsequent investigation. They needed to ask them for more details, but there was no rush. Sia Shiaan smiled at him, and continued eating. Half an hour. Just half an hour. Not a minute more. Not a minute less. The 2 planets were attacked at the same time. The subsequent discussions were also held together, without avoiding each other. Sia Shiaan said, Commander gone, and I think the mastermind is targeting the 4 of us, wanting to test our strength so that we can formulate relevant strategies against us before the game. You are right. Qin Yan nodded and continued, but it is not ruled out that someone wants to take this opportunity to alienate the relationship between the major planets and make us suspicious of each other. This speculation is based on the extension of the attack on them by the star beasts in space. If there is a traitor behind the scenes, then the mastermind this time may also be him. Olivia said, You mean if there is a traitor, he did it? To be on the safe side, after escaping the pursuit of the star beasts, they informed the military districts of their respective planets of the relevant information and speculations. The military districts have set people to closely monitor the competition area, to ensure that as long as there is an abnormality in the competition area, the large forces of the military district can come to the rescue within half an hour. Qin Yan nodded. No matter what, we must be careful. I feel that this competition may not be so smooth. Olivia said, The competition cannot be stopped because of unknown speculation. If something unexpected happens at that time, they can only deal with it on the field. After that, she was afraid that their inferences would hit the morale of the team members. Looking at them, her voice was sonorous and powerful. You are all warriors. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you must not be afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. You must use your courage and wisdom to overcome them. Can you do it? Everyone, including Sia Shiaan, was very polite and said in unison, yes. After the main teams of Series and Beta were attacked, the competition base issued a new rule. In order to protect the safety of the participating members, no one may leave the base for any reason before the competition, otherwise it will be treated as withdrawal. Sia Shiaan and his friend's travel plan came to an end. Shaolu was very angry anyway. If I know which grandson is behind this, I will definitely cut him into pieces and throw him into space to feed the star beasts. The skewers are so delicious. The food at the base is really bad. What's too much is that the rules of the base require that for safety reasons, everyone must eat in the base cafeteria, and they are not allowed to use chefs brought from their own planets to open a small kitchen. Sia Shiaan was also depressed, but she still comforted her. If you hold on until the end of the game, we can go to other planets and find better food. Now you should think about how to get first place. Shaolu's attention was immediately diverted, and all her thoughts went to how to get first place. I know, Shiaan, I will go to the training ground to train them right away. They must get first place. The two mining stars, whether bismuth crystal or source ore, can play a big role in the construction of their mother star. The competition officially started on October 31st. The draw on October 30th determined the entrance to the competition for each planet. During the competition, all the major participating teams entered the battlefield at the same time. The entrance to the competition was no different, and the draw was just a continuation of the form. Of course, because Rossetti was fined for hitting someone, they could not participate in the draw this time, and they were the last to enter the finals. When the people of Rossetti saw Shaolu drawing lots on behalf of Beta, their eyes turned red with anger. It was because of her that they were criticized and punished. When they get to the competition, they must deal with her first. Shaolu drew entrance number 1. On Series, the person who drew the lot was Chu Bai, who drew number 260. In the first 5 rounds of the Alliance competition, half of the planets were eliminated in each round according to the last place elimination system. The remaining 8 teams will compete in the finals, which is the championship. Of course, this form of competition is just to give other small planets a chance to participate and demonstrate the fairness and justice of the Alliance. They basically have no chance of entering the finals. The first 5 rounds of the competition. It is similar to the competition of Sia Shiaan and others in the simulated competition field of Beta. All the aliens in the competition area are hunted and killed, and the comprehensive ranking is based on the completion time of the kill and the number of casualties of the team. Of course, the aliens that time were simulated, and people would not die even if they were torn to pieces on the spot. This time, it was a real battle, and if someone died, he was dead. However, in order to ensure the safety of the players, the aliens were controllable, and the high-level aliens that were put into the arena, that is, those above the S level, were all injected with toxin chips in the laboratory. If a team chooses to abandon the game, the arena will activate the protection mechanism, release the toxins in the chip, and kill the high-level aliens inside. On the day of the game, before entering the arena, the Commander-in-Chief will give a pre-war mobilization speech to his troops. Sia Shiaan didn't have any inspiring words, but simply said, "Everyone listen to the order, follow me." Qin Yin, who was standing next to him with a serious face, was still waiting to hear her mobilization. After watching them say 2 words, he walked into the arena with a look on his face. That's it. That's it. He took the last number left, the Rossetti star at the entrance number 2, which was near them. Seeing that they had left, he glanced at them with mockery and disdain. The less you talk, the faster you will die in the arena. Chapter 92. One after another, the participating teams from each competition entrance entered the first round of the competition. The competition area is not large. Sia Shiaan looked at the map early in the morning, and found that it was only as large as the urban area of Dawn City. If the mecha turns on the flight mode and moves forward at full speed, it will fly to the end in about 2 hours. However, this is a primitive dense forest, full of various plants that cannot be named, and huge trees that are so thick that you can't see the top at a glance. At the same time, the real-time monitoring video of more than 200 participating teams also appeared on the light screen. The audience, who bought tickets to enter the viewing area, can move freely. They can go to the front of the light screen of whichever team they want to watch. Of course, these light screens will be arranged according to the ranking of the previous session at the beginning. For example, the light screen of Series is in the center C position, the largest and highest light screen. The other permanent planets of the major alliances are located on both sides of it. For other small planets, the lower they rank, the closer the light curtain is to the edge. The most edge position is so pitiful that there is not even an audience seat, and the light is still very dim. If you want to watch their games, you can only stand in front of the light curtain. Naturally, there are very few people watching such small planet games. After the game starts, the positions of these participating planets will be adjusted at any time according to the progress of each team. The audience is discussing excitedly. In the first round, I bought series first. You are only in the first round? I bought series for 5 rounds. I think Hal is not bad. They were second in the last competition. They only lost 2 heads. In half an hour, they can tie with series. My relative has an insider in the arena. He said that the personnel of Beta Star have changed a lot this time. Rossetti Star has suffered at their hands. He asked me to buy Beta Star. Your relative is the one who sweeps the toilet inside the arena. If Beta Star can win first place, I will eat the chair under my butt today. But that's all. The ones who can come to watch the game are all crazy fans from various planets, who have money and free time and are very enthusiastic about the event. They usually pay attention to the league's commanders, mecha divisions, and mecha individual soldier rankings, and know the people on the list like the back of their hands. Naturally, some people have also discovered it. There are really 4 new faces on Beta Star, the commander of the main team, the mecha master, and the other 2 mecha soldiers. I have never seen them on the league list. The paint on their faces is 8 meters thick. How can you tell that they are not on the league list? I can recognize the 4 people who are on the league list by just looking at their hair. I dare to guarantee with my head that these 4 people have never appeared on the list. That is the secret weapon that Beta Star has cultivated privately. They are waiting for this time to let them shine and get the top ranking. To get an excellent ranking in the competition, you have to rely on overall strength. Beta Star as a whole is not good. Do you think you can get a ranking by relying on 4 people? Isn't it naive? But these 4 people are weird. Others put on paint, but just apply a layer on their faces. Well, the paint on the 4 of them is so thick that you can scrape off a layer of putty, and their facial features are almost wiped out. Watching the game, the audience discussed fiercely. On the field, Commander Sia Shiaan squatted on the ground, holding 2 leaves in her hands, and asked Shaolu, "Can the juice of these 2 leaves mixed together really attract star beasts?" Shaolu nodded seriously. Sia Shiaan made a decisive decision and said, "Then we don't have to look for star beasts one by one and kill them one by one. It's a waste of time. Let's lure them out of their holes, and then catch them all in one fell swoop." After she finished speaking, she stood up and said to the army, "Everyone listen to my order. Except for the mecha division, everyone, go pick these 2 leaves. Pick them in a ratio of 3 to 7, until you feel that the juice after crushing and squeezing them can cover the legs of your mecha. Soldiers accept the mecha division." "Yes, Commander." Sia Shiaan said again, "The captain of the mecha division, come out and learn from the chief mecha division how to make a tree juice machine. A legion of 30,000 people. A team of 5 people, a total of 6,000 mecha divisions. These mecha divisions, each with 200 people, have a mecha division captain. If they encounter difficulties that they cannot solve, they can ask for help from the captain. If the captain cannot solve the problem either, they can ask for help from the chief mecha division, that is, Shaolu. At this moment, 30 mecha division captains followed the order and stepped out. No one had any doubts, but they were excited and began to learn how to make juicers from Shaolu. The audience watching the game could see the pictures, but could not hear their conversation. So, everything Sia Shiaan and his team did was a scene of confusing human behavior in the eyes of the audience. The commanders and soldiers, one by one, went to pick leaves. The mecha divisions were making something very strange, something they had never seen before. Some people were curious. Do you know what their mecha masters are doing? Someone thought about it, and was a little uncertain. I'm a chef. I seem to have seen this kind of thing in ancient documents. It's called a juicer, which is used to squeeze juice. Someone laughed mockingly and made a bold guess. Fuck, are they going to use the juicer to squeeze the juice from the leaves, and then use the juice to poison the star beasts? Olivia, who changed into her regular clothes and stood in the crowd, asked Qin Yin, "What kind of tricks are you going to do?" The audience said that she picked leaves without a plan or purpose, because they didn't understand her, and had a narrow vision. She would never shoot without a purpose. Qin Yin answered very simply, "I don't know." Olivia's curiosity was also aroused. She didn't watch her own game, but watched it in front of the light screen of Beta Star. 10 minutes. They were picking leaves. 20 minutes. Their mecha masters made a juicer, weighed the 2 kinds of leaves according to the proportion, and crushed them into mud. Half an hour later. According to the number of star beasts hunted by each team, and their own casualties, The points were calculated. The light curtain began to move according to the points. Series, which ranked first in points, firmly held the center position. Beta, who started picking leaves and making juicers after entering the venue, had 0 points and was exiled to the edge, most remote, and darkest corner of the viewing area. Yin followed the light curtain without hesitation. Olivia followed. As for the other spectators, except for a few who were too curious and wanted to see what was going on, the rest had already shifted their attention to other teams. But it was at this time. Sia Shiaan raised the bottle of leaf mud in his hand and spoke. Chapter 93. See this bottle? The stuff inside can attract star beasts. Now, each of your 5-man team of mecha masters has leaf mud in their hands. Your task is to apply the mud on the legs of the mecha after reaching the designated location. Then the mecha will start the full-speed forward mode and lead the star beast to the center of the forest. I will take people to clean up that side and wait for you there. The mecha masters who absolutely obey orders, the commanders and soldiers who pick leaves when they are asked to pick leaves, and the mecha masters who make juicers when they are asked to make juicers, now know what they have made. Sia Shiaan continued. Boangwa, whatever, main force 2nd team, main force 3rd team, step out. The people whose names are called step out. Sia Shiaan looked at them. Boangwa, whatever, you two take 5,000 people each, go to the southeast and 2 directions respectively. The main force team 2 and team 3, each take 8,000 people, go to the northwest and 2 directions. The rest of you follow me. She wanted to give the star beasts here a little shock. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time to hunt them one by one. Watching the game. In the corner, in front of the light curtain of Beta Star. Except for the 2 admirals. There were less than 10 spectators. They saw the main commander of Beta Star divide the team into 5. 4 of the teams turned on the full-speed flight mode of the mecha, flew around the periphery of the forest, and flew away in 4 different directions: southeast, northwest, and northwest. Olivia had a very absurd and bold idea. She wouldn't want to make dumplings of the star beasts and catch them all in one fell swoop. Qin Yan's eyelids were twitching. Is this something a human can do? Although the first round of the competition was not difficult, the number of star beasts was 3 times the number of contestants. An audience member next to them turned his head and looked at them as if he was an amateur, making star beast dumplings. What a joke. This is your first time to watch the competition, and you haven't joined the army and been to the battlefield. Another audience member also nodded. Star beasts are not their little pets raised by Beta Star. They can go wherever they are told to go by shouting a few times. Qin Yan and Olivia were despised by ordinary people, but they did not have any emotional fluctuations. Olivia even turned around and asked him, "What do you think?" The audience said, "I can't see through them, their actions are too strange. Other teams are fighting star beasts, but they only take action in half an hour. Dispersed actions are indeed a way to quickly hunt star beasts. However, dispersed actions are suitable for powerful planets, such as Ceres. The overall strength of Beta is relatively weak. Dispersed actions will cause them to lose troops. If they lose round after round, they will definitely fall behind other big stars in the 5th round." Olivia smiled but didn't say anything. She looked at the audience around her and reminded them, "Don't be too surprised no matter what you see later. In fact, Beta is very strong this time. And it's a 4-person team, the kind that can lead an entire planet." Qin Yan was confused when he saw her so happy and confident. Is this the team he led? Or is it hers? In the light curtain. The 4 teams, at the fastest speed, arrived at their respective destinations half an hour later. At the command of the temporary commander of the squad, the 5-man squad was the most basic unit and began to disperse to both sides. The distance between each group was 1,000 meters. The mecha warriors lined up in a row, like a line, surrounding the outer edge of the forest. Then, the mecha soldiers smeared the leaf juice on the thighs of their mechas. Everyone. Almost at the same time, a series of actions were completed. The commander of the 2nd and 3rd teams of the main force issued a perception command. Move forward at full speed towards the center. The commander and the command between each squad are connected by a mental network. As long as the command is issued in the mind, the commander can receive the command. This is the way of fighting of the alliance. Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing have no mental power, and cannot connect with the command mental network of each squad. What should they do? Of course. Shout. Their voices are all with internal strength and reach everyone's ears. Of course, the warriors of each team had a moment of doubt about their somewhat primitive approach. But strong strength is everything. They are too strong enough to make them ignore the fact that they have never used mental power to connect with them. Just ask. This is the difference of the boss. 4 teams advance at the same time, flying at high altitude. The 4 lines formed by the mecha warriors in the southeast, northwest, and northeast are like 4 nets, densely covering the entire forest. The primitive forest of the stadium is in chaos. The roar of the star beasts. The crawling sound of the Zerg. Tall trees rumbled and broke. The stadium seemed to be experiencing a catastrophe, and it was shaking. Fuck. The audience who were talking to the 2 generals and analyzing tactics in front of the light curtain were so shocked that their eyes were about to fall out, and they murmured to themselves, "Impossible, impossible, how can it be done?" The remaining audience also opened their mouths wide, but didn't know what to say. They play like this. If they don't die, he will definitely be their fan to the end. This way of playing is too shocking and too brave. Olivia looked at Qin Yin and sighed. I am convinced by the courage of your commander. Of course, this courage can only be called bold if there is absolute strength. Otherwise, playing like this is pure idiocy, giving the star beast a head. Qin Yin smiled. Compared with her courage, he was more concerned about how Shang Zhongyong knew that the leaves that were tinkering with could attract the star beast. This is something that no one in the alliance has discovered or known. The audience scattered around are also sparse. I heard people screaming in the exiled viewing area at the edge, and shouting fuck. Awesome. How can they do it? I got curious and came over. When I saw the shocking scene of the beasts in the forest being aroused in the live broadcast, I also shouted fuck. Awesome. It's true. Except for these 2 sentences. They don't know what adjectives to use to express their shock at the moment. Other people's competitions are to find the star beasts and hunt them one by one. They compete to lure the star beasts together and kill them in one fell swoop. In the live broadcast, the whole forest was trampled to the ground by the star beasts, and they roared and chased the mecha warriors flying in the sky. Occasionally, some flying star beasts flew into the air and tried to attack them, but they were soon chopped into pieces, fell down, and were trampled into meat paste by their companions. In the middle of the forest, a large open space was cleared. At this time, it would be more appropriate to call this open space a slaughterhouse. Sia Shiaan led the team, and was waiting for the arrival of the star beasts at ease, so as to start this feast of killing. The roars of the star beasts became clearer and clearer. The footsteps of the star beasts were getting closer and closer. Soon, the shadows of the star beasts appeared in all directions. Sia Shiaan gave an order, kill. Chapter 94. Finished. Her speed was faster than all the mecha soldiers. Holding 2 strange standard weapons, she rushed straight to the place where the most high-level star beasts were. In front of the live broadcast screen. Audience, fuck. She rushed over so swiftly. How dare she? Someone stuttered. If I remember correctly, she seems to be the main commander of Beta Star. Someone said, if I remember correctly, there is no doubt that she is the main commander of Beta Star. Someone shook his head and refused to believe. I suspect she is a mecha soldier. Has anyone seen a commander leading the charge? Compared with mecha soldiers, commanders and mecha divisions are fragile. No matter when, they are commanding battles and repairing damaged mechas at the back of the battlefield. Olivia looked at Sia Shiaan, who was leading the charge. Her figure was as fast as a cannonball, and she rushed into the group of star beasts in an instant. She held 2 overlord spears in her hands, dancing with great vigor. All the star beasts that were touched by her spears died under her command. Even the star beasts that were touched by the spear energy, if they were below level S, would instantly explode and die. Qin Yin's eyelids kept twitching. This fight was too fierce and too fierce. No one would believe that this commander was a fragile commander. However, Sia Shiaan's battle did not last too long. She just fought in and out of the star beasts, and after killing a breakthrough, she retreated to the back of the battlefield and looked at Ji Lai and said, "Take your men to guard there. Don't let them make up for the battle." The star beast's formation was broken. They wanted to reorganize and fight hard, trying to make up for the damaged formation, but they were defeated step by step under the hard fighting of Ji Lai and others, and suffered heavy casualties. The mecha soldiers who stayed behind on their side fought against the star beasts from the inside, killing them from the inside out. The 4 teams of Qi Xiaohua and others, who were responsible for luring the star beasts, killed them from the outside to the inside. The star beasts were really surrounded like dumplings. The sound of fighting resounded through the sky. The area cleared by Sia Shiaan and his team really became a slaughterhouse and a cemetery for the star beasts. In the cruel and fierce fighting, blood and flesh flew, and the land under their feet was instantly dyed red. The audience in front of the light curtain, one exclamation after another, never stopped, attracting more and more people. At this time, The half-hour points were counted, and the time to move the light curtain according to the points had also come. On the top points counting light curtain, Beta Star, which ranked last, was like riding a rocket, and its points and rankings were rising up, which was jaw-dropping. In just a blink of an eye, it surpassed Series, and jumped to the first place. All the spectators in the stadium. Who am I? Where am I? What happened here? Fuck. Who can tell them? How did Beta suddenly jump to the first place and surpass Series? Where is Beta's light curtain? Someone asked. I don't know. I subscribed to Beta's live broadcast room. When I just entered, the screen was blocked by the barrage and I couldn't see anything. Someone was very anxious. Over there, look over there. Someone pointed to the edge of the venue. I saw many people, like crazy, shouting and running after a light curtain. The light curtain, like the ranking on the scoreboard, kept jumping from the edge to the middle. Soon, it stopped at the center of the venue. At this moment, the matter has become a big deal. 99% of the audience only know that something big has happened, but they don't know what happened. However, the leaders of the major planets have already obtained the video at the first time, replaying it, live broadcasting it, and watching it simultaneously on both sides. In front of the replay screen, their commander is no weaker than a mecha soldier. What level do you think her combat power can reach? How does it compare with Chubai? I think she is on par with Chubai. Strong combat power and courage. Where did this commander from Beta come from? In front of the live broadcast screen. Don't watch the replay, come and watch the live broadcast. The two new mecha soldiers from Beta are stronger and more fierce, and I think their combat power will not be worse than Chubai. Where did Beta find them? They thought that the 4 newcomers from Beta were bronze, but they found that they were all kings. The military and administrative headquarters of the major planets, and the relevant leaders also saw the performance of the Beta Star team on the field, and they were so envious and jealous. 520 star. In the center of Dawn City, on the large square that can accommodate 200,000 people, the huge screen is also broadcasting the Beta Star game. But the signal is not very stable, it is stuck and flickering. The residents of Dawn City who are watching the game are excited and shouting loudly at this moment, cheering for their Star Master and the warriors of their planet. Sitting in the front row are the government team. Song Jiming's face flushed with excitement, and he said proudly, "See, Shaolu and Sui Guanxing's fighting power was all beaten by me. You train well and perform well. When the Star Master comes back next time and selects the personal guard, I will take you out." The army commanders and guard captains nearby were also staring at the battle on the screen with burning eyes, nodding excitedly and enviously, and loudly replied, "Yes, sir." They were all promoted from the first batch of soldiers, who had fought with Sia Shiaan and others. Some were from the original Central City Mecha Corps, and some were from the Sky Corps. The commander of the first corps, Rongji, asked the commander of the second corps, Xinliang, "How many people do you think can reach the combat level of their main team?" Xinliang said, "There are definitely more people in your first corps who can reach their level than in our second corps. Why don't you talk about your first corps first?" Rongji heard his sarcasm. When choosing the commander of the corps, he defeated Xinliang with a trick and led the first corps. Xinliang was not convinced, and did not argue with him. He said, "There are about 100 people in our first corps who can reach the level of their second team of mecha soldiers." Xinliang also smacked his lips, and said, "There are about 100 people in our second corps who can reach the combat level of their main third team. Of course, this is without using their card weapons." During this period, the Weapons and Equipment Research Room of the Mechanical College has made a lot of good things, which are powerful and easy to use. On the military side, everyone was so excited that they wanted to rush into the light curtain and fight side by side with the Star Master. On the administrative side, Shaolu was worried. "Nonsense, it's just nonsense. Exposing your strength so early will definitely be studied and targeted by others, and it will be difficult to fight later." Dean Su said, "Young people are young and energetic. What's wrong with showing off? Anyway, they represent Beta Star. Even if others target them, they will target Beta Star. Besides, this is not exposing their strength, it's just the beginning. I saw Shaolu and Sui Guanxing. They didn't even take out the heaven-swallowing bow, they only exerted 50% of their strength at most. As for the Star Lord, I don't know where her strength limit is. Others who want to study her combat power, dream on. It's good to be young. If he was 20 years younger, he would definitely go out with them. Their conversation. They think it's normal. However, if other planets hear it, they will definitely spit out blood. They are already so strong, but they haven't exerted 50% of their strength. A commander, Don't know where her combat power limit is. Listen. Are these human words? In the competition field. The killing continues. Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing. The team led by them, with the two of them charging in front, killed high-level star beasts and zergs, and advanced very quickly. Star beasts. In their hands, they were really no different from chicks. Especially low-level star beasts. Where they passed, they died in large numbers, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. After the number of star beasts began to decrease, it would become less and less. 2 hours later, all the star beasts and zergs on the ground were chopped and killed. Sia Shiaan did not hear the broadcast announcing the end of their beta star, #1 competition field, which means that there are still surviving aliens in the field. Chapter 95. Others were not carried away by this great victory. The injured and the uninjured did not immediately treat their injuries and repair their mechas. Instead, after being reminded by the commanders, they observed their surroundings vigilantly. The rules of the game stated that as long as there was still an alien on the field, it would not be considered over. They had to kill all the aliens before they could end the game and leave the field. Ji Lia's mecha was covered with blood, and it was sticky. He walked up to Sia Shiaan and asked for permission, saying, "Commander-in-Chief, I feel something unusual in the northwest. I request to take a team to take a look." "No." Sia Shiaan refused decisively, with a look of unprecedented solemnity in her eyes. She said loudly, "Everyone listen to the order. Now rest on the spot. No one is allowed to leave the mecha or act alone, otherwise they will be punished by military law." After she finished speaking, she looked at Vito and said, "Vito, take people to count our casualties." Vito, the commander, was also on the front line. At this moment, his mecha was also covered with blood. Hearing her words, he saluted and said respectfully, "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Then, he stood in place, concentrated his energy, spread his mental power, connected with all the commanders through the mental network, and asked them to report the damage to their respective teams. The mecha warriors obeyed the order and rested in their respective mechas, drinking nutrient solution to replenish their physical strength and restore their mental strength. Although they didn't know why they couldn't get off the mechas, no one questioned the Commander-in-Chief Sia Shiaan's words. She is now, to exaggerate, a godlike existence in the minds of all of them, and no one will question the words of a god. In front of the live broadcast screen, Olivia was also surprised. The live broadcast of the game shows that there is only one alien left in the #1 stadium. With Commander Sia's strength, how could they not find its whereabouts? This is unreasonable. She had seen Commander Sia's powerful mental power. In space, he directly shot a void star beast in the head before it had time to tear the space. Qinian also frowned, not knowing what was going on in the stadium. Why was there only one left, but they couldn't find it? How high must the level of that alien be to be able to hide it so well? Moreover, what made him more concerned was, Commander Sia asked everyone to keep the mecha state, which meant that she sensed the unknown danger, and everyone must be able to obey the command at any time and enter the combat state. I have watched all the League's games, and there has never been a situation where there was only one alien left in the end. Olivia also felt something was wrong. Qinian said, "Well, I'll ask the event organizer what the situation is in the stadium." Behind them, the other spectators were also curious, and they were worried about the remaining damn alien. What's wrong with them? Why don't they split up to find the alien? They didn't die, so it should be easy to find the alien. Yes, I'm so anxious. As long as we find the alien and kill it, this round of the game will be over. The game is over now. They took 5 hours. The shortest time in the history of the League is held by series in the 35th game, 8 hours. Hurry up, come out now. You can break the record set by series and create new history. After receiving Qin Yan's inquiry, the people from the Alliance competition immediately began to inquire about what happened and why there was only one alien species alive. This kind of thing has never happened in previous competitions. It is obvious that there was an accident on their side. The laboratory responsible for providing alien species to the competition venue gave an answer that made the person in charge of the Alliance competition party break out in a cold sweat. After strict inspection, they can confirm that there are no alien species they have marked in the #1 competition venue. In other words, all the alien species they put in the competition venue have been killed. The current alien species did not originally belong to the competition venue. Someone asked, "What should we do now?" Someone said, "No one knows what the alien species is. Since it can be confirmed that all the alien species marked in the competition venue have been killed, let's notify them to come out." The person in charge was still hesitating. Something went wrong with the alien species released in the competition venue, and an alien species other than the mark appeared. All of them will be questioned later. But if they concealed the matter of this alien race, and something happened to the players of Beta Star, they would lose their heads. Between accountability and death. He decisively chose the former and ordered, "Notify immediately that Beta Star has strangled all the alien races. Their competition is over, and they are the first in this competition." However, as soon as he finished speaking, in the stadium, something unexpected happened. Sia Shiaan jumped up, and the mecha turned on the flight mode, and instantly reached 500 meters in the air. A small, black bow and arrows suddenly appeared in her huge mechanical hand. Chapter 96. The incident happened suddenly. Just when everyone was confused and didn't know what happened. The live broadcast screen located in the center of the viewing area made a hissing sound of garbled electricity, flashed, and went out. Qin Yan's face suddenly changed, and he turned around and asked, "Did you see what it was?" Lydia naturally knew what he was asking, and her face was also solemn. "No, the monitoring of the stadium was cut off, which means that there is something that interferes with communication very strongly. The level of that thing that can make all the stadium monitoring fail in an instant must be at least 3S. There are not many such powerful existences in the entire galaxy." Qin Yan had a calm face and called the event organizer again. "I am Qin Yan, the leader of Beta Star. You have seen the monitoring just now. I think you also know the seriousness of the matter. I ask you to go to the stadium now, immediately, and I will bring people in to rescue." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire viewing area was broadcast. Emergency notice: due to uncontrollable factors in the stadium, all spectators are now requested to leave the viewing area and take emergency shelter. Qin Yan's face became worse, his eyes were red with anxiety, and he said word by word, "I demand that you open the entrance to the competition. I want to go in now." The stadium is the hope for the future of their Beta Star, and the strongest fighting force of their young generation. If they are all lost here, what should he take to explain to everyone on the mother planet? Those children were all brought by him, and he absolutely cannot watch them die in there. The opposite said, "General Qin, please calm down. I understand your current mood. I believe you also know the current situation. The energy of the unknown alien inside is at least above level 3S. No one in our entire ND-49 planet, including the admirals, can guarantee that they can kill it once they enter. We can't risk opening the entrance to the competition. If it escapes, the entire ND-49 planet will be destroyed. We will give the players inside half an hour. If they can't come out, we can only say sorry. You can't do this. Our soldiers are still inside. You can't destroy the stadium." Qin Yan also went crazy and asked angrily, "What's wrong with your event organizer? Why did such a high-level alien race mix into the stadium? This is the responsibility of your event organizer. I have the right to request a delay in the destruction time and wait for rescue." "Sorry, it's our poor supervision," the person on the other side said calmly. "But we all know that this is the option that can reduce the risk to the lowest. They are all soldiers of the Alliance. I think now, if they can receive our news, they will also choose to fight for the Alliance and sacrifice for the Alliance." Qin Yan was about to curse. He knew, but that was the child he brought up. His eyes were red, and he tightly grasped the laptop in his hand. He was filled with grief, anger, and worry, but he felt helpless, which made him crazy. He could only pray that Sia Shiaan and the other four had hidden a lot of strength, and they could defeat the unknown high-level alien race that suddenly appeared on the competition field. At this moment, the war had already begun. The bow and arrow in Sia Shiaan's hand grew longer with the wind, and the sharp arrows were densely packed, forming an airtight net, covering the huge, ugly, colorful insect on the opposite side, which was as colorful as a poisonous mushroom. But the net formed by arrows was about to shoot into its body and turn it into a hedgehog. A gust of colorful wind suddenly blew around it, and countless colorful powders knocked the arrows away. They fell from the air one by one and disappeared suddenly. Sia Shiaan's heart was shocked. Since her rebirth in the Interstellar, the warning of danger was so strong for the first time. She saw the powder flying towards her and falling in all directions. In her mind, a strange but pleasant voice sounded, "I am Shang Shongyong. Everyone listen to my order and put on the gas mask immediately." At the same time, all the soldiers in the stadium also heard his order. Fuck! The sudden appearance of the Zerg in front of them shocked them far less than the voice that suddenly sounded in their minds at this moment. Shang Shongyong, their chief mecha master, now they are using the ability of the commander, connecting with the mental network, issuing instructions. At this moment, Sia Shiaan also had a question mark on her forehead. But the current situation did not allow her to have extra time to think about why Shaolu's voice suddenly sounded in her mind. However, his voice was quite nice. Shaolu's voice had reached her mind again. This is a protozoan with a level above 3S. It just released its spores. As long as a person inhales the spores into the body, he will be assimilated by it, and become a soldier insect driven by it. It has 9 insect cores on its body. When it senses danger, the insect cores will automatically transfer to other parts of the body. All its insect cores must be destroyed to kill it. At the same time, Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing were also notified. As for the others, they were no match for this high-level protozoan, and going over would be a death sentence. As long as the mecha was destroyed, the spores would penetrate into the body through every hole, and only death would be waiting for them. I know. After Sia Shiaan finished speaking, she looked at the protozoan, which was as huge as a hill, with pits and bumps all over its body, with disgust, and rushed over again. Qi Xiaohua and Sui Guanqing followed her closely on both sides of her. The soldiers on the ground were all looking up at the sky. The huge protozoan, covering the sky and the sun, moved its huge and solid body quickly in the air, and continued to release spore powder, and the whole battlefield became hazy. The figures of Sia Shiaan and the other 3 became a little blurred. They could not see their movements clearly, but could only vaguely see that when the 3 of them approached the protozoan, they divided into 3 groups and began to attack the protozoan. The battle was fierce, and soon entered a white-hot stage. The Overlord's spear in Sia Shiaan's hand collided with the huge claws of the protozoan, and the sparks were like lightning in the sky, instantly illuminating everything around. The hard shell of the protozoan began to crack slightly under the full force of Qi Xiaohua's hammer. Sui Guanqing, holding the Tang sword in both hands, cut off the huge pillar-like tentacles of the protozoan directly from the sky and blasted them to the ground. The tentacles were hundreds of meters long and 5 meters high as the calves of the mecha. The moment it fell to the ground, it began to wriggle wildly, and it was about to fly off the ground to find its mother body. Chapter 97. Shaolu suddenly had an arrow in his hand. The arrow grew longer with the wind and pierced directly into a wriggling protrusion in the middle. With a bang, the first insect core exploded, and the spores sprayed out covered his mecha with a thick layer. The mecha warriors on the ground, including Ji Lai, had never felt like a useless waste like they did now. Yes! A waste. Their chief mecha master was considered by everyone to be a fragile person in battle. His movements were faster than all their mecha soldiers. He exploded the insect core in the protozoan tentacles with one arrow. Ji Lai clenched his fist tightly and watched the battle in the sky. At this moment, he didn't know what he should do in the future to get closer to them in strength. Instead of getting further and further away from them, he would eventually have no chance to follow them because of the huge gap in strength. The initial shock in Vito's eyes faded away, and all that was left was absolute admiration and respect for the strong. It turned out that this was their true strength. Thinking of their contempt for them on Beta Star, their faces turned red. They were like an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating their own capabilities. They were not killed directly at that time because the big guys simply didn't bother to waste time with weaklings like them. In midair, the carapace of the protozoan had been cracked by Qi Xiaohua's absolute violence. In some cracks, the red flesh and blood squirming in its body could be seen. It wanted to resist, and wanted to use its indestructible legs with sharp thorns to drive away the small insects that destroyed its body. But there were 2 other small insects. No, a small bug and a big bug. The small bug was attacking its head frantically. The big bug was attacking each of its legs, trying to chop off its legs one by one. It was extremely annoying. The little bug Qi Xiaohua was excitedly smashing its shell with a war hammer like a demolisher, and shouted excitedly, "Here, its insect core is running here, come and explode it." Sia Shiaan looked at the ugly bug in front of him, and kicked its 2 front legs with disgust. There was a crisp sound, and the 2 thick long legs, each with a diameter of more than 10 meters, suddenly separated from the protozoan body and fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, its other 6 legs also followed one after another, all separated from the body, as if its legs were glued together, and they fell off with just a slight touch. The protozoan lost its legs, and became even more manic. With an angry roar, it grew 8 legs again and chased Sia Shiaan, who had cut off all its legs in an instant. It caught her and tore her to pieces. What a pity. The newly grown legs were no match for the original legs that had been cut off in terms of speed, strength, and hardness. It was just a little bit away from catching Sia Shiaan. Sui Guanqing's Tang sword fell down, and in the blink of an eye, it turned its newly grown 8 legs into light black and chopped them off again. Sia Shiaan had already flown to the back of the protozoan and was running on its back at a very fast speed. The pursuer's escaping insect core in its body was stabbed into it with the Overlord's spear, making a loud bang. The carapace of the protozoan was pierced with a 5-meter-deep flesh hole. The insect core did not have time to explode itself, release all the spores contained in it, and give the enemy a fatal blow, but was pierced by her. The spores fell into the protozoan's wriggling, bright red flesh and blood, entangled with the flesh and blood, sticky and disgusting. The protozoan's legs were chopped off, the protozoan's tentacles were chopped off, and the protozoan's carapace was smashed. At this moment, the protozoan was like an old house with leaks everywhere. It was patched here and there, and it would never be able to repair its body. Especially after 2 insect cores had been exploded, its strength was also weakened, and it became more and more manic and violent. Its body was like a burnt body thrown into the fire, twisting wildly, trying to use this method to get rid of the things on it. Sia Shiaan and the others were much more relaxed. 1 insect core was exploded. The remaining insect cores were found again, and there was experience. Especially Shaolu, who had sharp eyes, saw one after another. Sia Shiaan was in charge of exploding the insect core. The second one. The third one. The fourth one. When she found the 5th one, she suddenly had an idea, and before the insect core exploded, she separated it from the flesh and blood of the protozoan at the fastest speed and took it out directly. She put the insect core in the palm of her hand and observed it for 2 seconds. It didn't explode. Shaolu was surprised. Commander Sia, why do you keep this disgusting thing? Sia Shiaan put the insect core away and said, when we encounter disgusting enemies in the future, we can use it as a weapon. Even if it is not a weapon, we can use it for research. This ghost thing is really the most difficult and powerful Zerg they have encountered in the interstellar space since they left their home planet. The 3 of them have to work together to suppress it. Oh! Shaolu laughed and said, there are 9 in total. You exploded 4 and took 1. Team leader Shaang exploded 1. There are 3 left. Bring them all to me. As she said, she was faster, more ruthless, and used more force. She attacked every part of the protozoan carapace from all directions without dead angles, observing the changes at the bottom of the carapace. She used this method to make the worm core feel the danger and find it when it escaped quickly. However, it was at this time. The protozoan, which was as huge as a hill, suddenly swelled again, like a balloon. It swelled twice in a blink of an eye, making Sia Shiaan and others who were driving an 80-meter-high mecha look like parasites growing on it. Shang Lu's voice sounded again in Sia Shiaan and the other 3's minds. It's going to self-destruct. We must stop it. There's a ridge on its lower jaw. Cut it off, or cut off its head. Otherwise, the power of its self-destruction can blow up the entire stadium, and the spores will spread. Spores can reproduce indefinitely. Once they enter a person's body, they will be like a plague, infecting everyone, infecting the entire planet, and turning people on the entire planet into its soldiers. Sia Shiaan could clearly feel that powerful energy was accumulating in its body. Without any hesitation, she put away the Overlord's spear, and an arrow appeared in her hand, flying towards the protozoan's head, saying, I'll go first, Shaolu will follow. Sui Guanqing, you finish the job. Cut off its head. Chapter 98. Ji Lai and his companions were watching the battle on the ground. They saw the 3 of them flying to the neck of the protozoan at a speed that was almost incapable of being seen by the naked eye. They had not yet figured out what had happened. The flesh and blood of the protozoan poured down like a rainstorm, covering their mechas. Then, there was another explosion. The ground shook wildly, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, and huge deep gullies appeared one after another. Ji Lai looked in the direction of the epicenter, and saw a huge, ugly thing like a small hill still twitching on the ground. It was none other than the head of the protozoan. At the same time, people outside the stadium also clearly heard the earth-shattering roar, and the ground under their feet also trembled. Qin Yan's eyes turned red with anxiety, and he asked the relevant person in charge of the event, what happened in the stadium? Has the communication been restored? Can it be connected? Half an hour. It's only been 10 minutes now. He only has 20 minutes left. No matter what, he has to contact the children inside first to find out what danger they are in. The general manager of the event, Admiral Xian Qin, looked at Qin Yan with a serious face and said, Admiral Qin, we can't wait any longer. Sorry, I have to ask the Alliance headquarters to destroy the stadium now. Qin Yan was so angry that he lost his image and cursed directly. You said half an hour, and it's only been 10 minutes now. They must still be fighting, but you want to kill them. Xian Qin said, I am the Admiral of the Alliance and the Guardian of Mankind. I can't take the entire ND-49 star and the entire Alliance at risk. Admiral Qin Yin, what about you? If the things inside escape, do you know what kind of damage will be caused and how many people will die? Can you bear this responsibility? Qin Yin couldn't bear this responsibility, but the children inside were all his. He tried to calm himself down and said, 5 minutes, give them another 5 minutes. Admiral Qin Yin, forgive me for being presumptuous. Even if you fight for 5 minutes, it will be meaningless. It will only increase unnecessary risks. Xian Qin was calm to the point of being almost cruel. She didn't give him room to bargain, and directly dialed the communication of the Alliance military headquarters and said, I am Xian Qin Dao, the General Manager of the Alliance military competition. The danger level of the uncontrollable alien species in the #1 competition field is increasing. I request to take immediate destructive action. Please respond to the headquarters. I am He Jia, the Commander of the Alliance military headquarters. I allow. Contacted, the communication equipment has been restored. The maintenance personnel of the competition suddenly shouted in surprise. Admiral Xian Qin, there is a sound in the competition field. Someone is talking. Xian Qin was thinking about the safety of the entire Alliance. If possible, she didn't want to see those young warriors die in the arena. When she heard the mechanic's words, she frowned and said, question immediately. He Jia, the commander of the Alliance headquarters, also asked, what happened? Xian Qin said, the communication on the field has been restored. The mechanics fiddled with it for a while, and the light screen flashed and restored the picture. What came into view was a big face of a mecha covered with blood plasma and mincemeat, occupying the entire light screen. Then, the big face stepped back, waved his big hand at the nano-surveillance robot, and said, hello, I am the Commander-in-Chief of Beta Star. We encountered a protozoan that released a lot of spores. Please support me. Xian Qin looked at the bloody scene on the screen and widened her eyes in disbelief. What did you say? Protozoa? What a joke. That was a species that had been extinct more than 300 years ago. How could it suddenly appear in their competition field? Moreover, among this group of young people, the oldest is only 25 years old, and the highest rank is only captain, which is not enough to know protozoa. Qin Yin was more anxious than her. He was not worried about the protozoa, but their safety. He asked anxiously, Commander Sia, tell me, how are you now? How is it? How are the casualties? Sia Shiaan said, we didn't have any casualties, but we killed the protozoan. Its spores are all over the stadium. General Qin, please send someone to deal with it. Her mecha was covered with the blood of that ugly thing, which was so disgusting. She had to go out and wash it clean. Qin Yin heard that they were fine, and heard that her voice was full of energy. His heart was a little relieved and asked, are you sure you killed the protozoan? The race that was exterminated by the former first commander of the Alliance 300 years ago. You can confirm that its body is not far behind me. Sia Shiaan said. The communication was restored. But the nano-surveillance robots were basically destroyed by 99%. At this moment, only a few of them could be started and turned on the scanning mode to scan the protozoan behind her that they killed. Good guy. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking when you see it. Xian Qin looked at Qin Yin. General Qin, can you recognize it? Qin Yin shook his head and said, let's find a professional from the Alliance to confirm it. What is that thing? It's a black mass, bloody and fuzzy, just like it was put into a meat grinder and churned. It's not completely churned into meat paste, but it's impossible to see its original appearance. The scan video original was sent to the Alliance headquarters. When the relevant researchers at the Alliance headquarters saw the bloody thing, they were also shocked and speechless for a long time. But professionals are professionals, and they quickly gave an answer. It is definitely a protozoan, a newly adult protozoan. Xian Qin got the answer and said decisively, Commander He Jia, a protozoan appeared in our #1 competition field. The protozoan has been killed by the participating soldiers, and the spore powder has spread throughout the competition field. Please send someone to deal with it as soon as possible. He Jia, She could understand every word she said, but she didn't understand it together. A newly adult protozoan is at the peak of its life. If it is not a professionally trained special mecha unit, as long as it faces it, it will definitely end up annihilated. And now, the fighters in the arena, destroy it. What a niche text. Xian Qin repeated it again, calling her, He Jia command. He Jia was distracted for a moment, and immediately came back to her senses, saying, I will send the relevant personnel over immediately. Before the personnel arrive, seal the arena, and no one is allowed to come out. In the arena, Sia Shiaan received the message that they were asked to stay on the spot and wait for professionals to come to deal with the spores. She glanced at Shaolu's mecha standing next to her and asked calmly, Admiral Xianqin, how long will it take for the professionals to arrive? Xianqin said, the protozoa have not appeared for 300 years. Only the Zerg Research and Experimental Center of the Alliance has the medicine to kill the protozoa spores. Even if they rush over at the fastest speed, it will take 2 days. Sia Shiaan was in a bad state, and she didn't have time to speak. Shaolu's mecha suddenly shook and fell on its back. Chapter 99. She was quick-witted and held his mecha's waist with both arms, and said to the monitor, my mecha master can't hold on any longer, I hope you can go faster. Xianqin said, I will urge them as soon as possible, Commander Sia. Please don't be anxious, don't leave your mecha. Sia Shiaan was no longer in the mood to reply her, and patted Shaolu's mecha worriedly, calling him, Shang Zhongyong, Shang Zhongyong, Shang Zhongyong, how are you now? Shaolu tapped the mecha gently, and soon, the optical brain read out what he was going to say word by word. Don't worry, I will lie in the medical cabin for the next 2 days, and I will be fine. Sia Shiaan didn't know what method he used to connect to the three of them at that moment, the defective mental network with almost zero mental power, and inform them of the information about the protozoa. But she knew that doing so would definitely cause great damage to him. His current situation must be very bad. Qi Xiaohua squatted on the side, not knowing what to do, and could only comfort him clumsily. Commander Sia, if Team Leader Shang said it's okay, then it will be okay. Let's wait. Sui Guanqing also prayed silently that Team Leader Shang must be fine. Fortunately, the Star Lord had foresight, and said that Team Leader Shang must put the medical cabin in the mecha in case of emergency. The voice of the optical brain machine came from Shaolu's mecha again. I'm going to lie in the medical cabin, and I can't talk to you next, don't worry. Sia Shiaan gently knocked on his mecha and said, I know, there's nothing wrong outside, don't worry about us, treat it well, and have a good rest. She was very worried. But in the current situation, she could only tell herself over and over again in her heart that he had the most advanced medical cabin in the Alliance in his mecha, and as long as he lay in it, he would be fine. 2 days. It was nothing. But because Shaolu lay in the medical cabin, Sia Shiaan was in a very low mood. As a result, the entire large army dared not speak loudly, for fear of disturbing her. Qin Yan did not dare to disturb her, and could only find Ji Lai and others when asking about things. Ji Lai took all the things on himself and said, I discovered the protozoan. I saw a book about protozoan on my father's bookshelf, and then I recognized it. Commander Sia did not want to cause trouble, so he did not want the outside world to know that the protozoan was discovered by Shang Zhongyong, nor did he want anyone to know that Shang Zhongyong had the ability to command, and could connect to the mental network of all soldiers. So, he was the one who discovered the protozoan. As for Shang Zhongyong's ability to use the mental network, all of them would help keep it secret. Qin Yan would never believe him. He guessed that Sia Shiaan and the others did not want to be in the spotlight, so they pushed Ji Lai out. However, he would not expose him. After all, he brought his own child. What else could he do? He would help to keep it a secret. Xianqin, the general manager of the event, did not know the complicated reasons, and only asked as a routine, then how did you kill the protozoa? Tell me about the process. Ji Lai said, we just found its nucleus, exploded them one by one, and then cut off its head, and it died. Xianqin, can you tell me more details? Yes. He was right. Anyone who has read the information about the protozoan knows that if you find its 9 cores and explode them, you can kill it, but the key is how powerful it is to find its core accurately, and then explode it under the attack of a protozoan with such a huge body and such strong combat power. Besides, look at the corpse of the protozoan. Do they call it an exploded core? They almost beat the protozoan into a pulp. She couldn't imagine how powerful it was to beat the protozoan carapace, which is known as the first offensive power in the galaxy, into such a tattered state. Ji Lai said, what do you mean? Qin Yan's face also sank obviously, and said, General Xianqin, the protozoan has been killed by our soldiers. Do you want our soldiers to recall every move and every style of beating the protozoan in detail, and then tell you? Her questioning was over the line. Sorry, my questioning ends here. Xianqin also knew that she had gone too far. But she really wanted to know how they beat the protozoa into a pulp. 10 minutes. They were an average team of 20 years old, and they could brag about killing a protozoa for the rest of their lives. You know, protozoa are the most terrifying Zerg in the history of Zerg, bar none. As long as protozoa appear, it is not just 1 or 2 people who die, nor is it the extinction of 1 or 2 cities. Instead, as long as they appear, the extinction of humans is measured in planets. It can be said that if they knew before that the high-level alien race that appeared in the arena was a protozoa, the Alliance headquarters would have ordered the immediate destruction of the arena without hesitation. In the arena, the news of the protozoan incident was blocked. Except for the top executives of the event organizer, the top executives of the Alliance headquarters, Qin Yin and Olivia, no one knew what happened in the arena. However, after asking about the cause of the protozoan incident, the event organizer immediately issued a notice that the Beta Star competition was over, taking 5 hours and 3 minutes, and ranked first overall. 10 hours later, the series team came out. No one was surprised when they saw the ranking. As a representative, Mengwu answered the reporters' questions and asked them back, "Have you interviewed the people from Beta Star before? How did they manage to complete the competition in 5 hours?" The reporter said, "The people from Beta Star are still in the stadium for some reason." Mengwu, ? The cold Chubai couldn't help it. "What's the reason? They have finished the competition. Why are they still in the stadium?" "This situation is too abnormal," the reporter said. "The official said that there was a problem with the defense system of the stadium, and they can't come out until 2 days later." However, this statement is obviously trying to cover up the truth, and only fools will believe it. Another reporter said, "About 5 hours ago, the live broadcast screen of Beta Star suddenly went black, and about 10 minutes later, the ground of the entire base began to shake. It must not be just a problem with the defense system. Chubai, if you get any inside information, you must tell us." Chubai frowned slightly, led his large team, strode out of the stadium, and found Olivia as soon as possible. Mengwu asked excitedly, "General, are the people from Beta causing trouble again?" Chapter 100. "Olivia, you just came out of the stadium. Go and have a good rest. What happened on Beta Star has nothing to do with us. What do their expressions, which looked like they were sorry that they couldn't join in the fun, mean?" Gan Yao, who has social phobia, couldn't help but speak up. "Admiral, I heard that they are still in the stadium. Did something happen there? Are they in danger? This is the first time that this has happened since the first league competition." Olivia said, "Don't worry, there is no danger. They can kill an adult protozoan in 10 minutes. What danger can they have? The ones who are in danger are those who want to mess with them behind their backs." Gan Yao nodded, knowing that if he asked this question, the Admiral would not tell them what happened in the stadium. If they want to know, they may have to wait until the people from Beta Star come out, or the game is over, or it may be included in the league's confidentiality regulations, and will not be disclosed until the confidentiality period is over. The others also knew clearly that they could not get any useful information. Although they were curious and itchy like a cat scratching, they had no choice but to go back to the dormitory to rest. When the people of Beta were trapped in the arena, the teams of other planets finished the competition one after another and came out of the arena. Among the participating planets, only Olivia, who had been with Qin Yin on the day of the incident, knew the truth of the matter. The rest of the people didn't know what happened. People's curiosity is that the less they know, the more they want to know. The official response is not convincing enough, and everyone speculates. Some say that the Beta team encountered an uncontrollable high-level alien race and was trapped inside, waiting for rescue. Some people with bad intentions, such as Rossetti, even hope that their entire team will die inside. At this moment in the stadium, the robes are still flying all over the sky, just like a thick fog. Everyone stayed in their mechas, and didn't dare to come out. Sia Shiaan's eyes moved away from Shaolu's mecha, looked at the large army, and said, "Everyone listen to the order, set off now, go to the exit and wait." After she finished speaking, she looked at Shaolu's mecha and said, "Bai Di, you drive the mecha, follow me." Bai Di is the name of the artificial intelligence of Shaolu's mecha. Of course, all mechas have artificial intelligence assistants. When the mecha warrior cannot drive the mecha, the authority to take over the driving depends on the degree of personal authority. The one with the highest authority can make any subsequent decisions on behalf of the owner. "Yes, Commander Sia," Bai Di said. All the troops turned on the most energy-saving walking mode of the mecha and headed towards the exit. They had experienced a great battle, which consumed a lot of the energy of the mecha. They had to ensure that the remaining energy could support them for 2 days, so that they could wait for the arrival of rescue. The walking speed was not slow at all. About 5 hours passed. Ji Lai didn't know what he kicked, and the whole mecha almost fell to the ground. He looked down and saw that it was a big stone. He was in a bad mood to begin with, and he cursed and muttered at the thing that tripped him, and kicked it hard. It was this kick that broke a piece of the stone, which happened to fall in front of Sia Shiaan. Sia Shiaan took a look and his eyes suddenly lit up. He bent down to pick up the stone at his feet. His heart was beating hard. When his palm touched the stone and felt the energy from the stone, he said, "Everyone, stop here." Shaolu was the first to feel her mood swings. He asked in the communication system exclusive to their 4-person team, "Star-Lord, is it Source Stone?" Sia Shiaan said, "It is Source Stone, 2nd level Source Stone. There should be a Source Stone mine nearby. Generally, there will be a 3rd level Source Stone in the core of the 2nd level Source Stone mine. If I can find this 3rd level Source Stone, I can make a 3rd level medical card. If used with the existing medical cabin, the effect will be better. Even if the medical cabin cannot play a big role, it will definitely help Shaolu's recovery if used to grow carrots." Shaolu was excited. "Great, let's go mining." Sia Shiaan is now the commander representing Beta Star, and has to think more than her. Our mecha has 2 systems, and they only have 1. I'll ask them how much energy they have left. Mecha is indeed a good choice for mining. Especially combat mecha, the destructive power and speed are definitely better than all mining machines. 5 minutes later, Vito counted the remaining mecha energy of each person. After eliminating those whose mecha energy was only enough to last for 2 days, there were about 20,000 people who still had mecha energy left and could follow her to mine. Then, these mecha warriors, who usually regard mecha as their second life, and feel distressed for a long time when their mecha is damaged to the size of a fingernail in battle, dare to fight anyone who lets them drive mecha to do something other than fighting. Just like that, without hesitation, he joined the mining army. In front of the surveillance video, Xi and Qin looked at Qin Yan standing next to him with a confused face. "General Qin, what are your mecha warriors going to do?" "Good guy. This session of Beta Star, there are one set of showy operations after another. This posture looks like they are going to dig the mountain in front of them." Qin Yan said seriously, "They must have their reasons for doing this. Maybe there are hidden star beasts in this mountain. After all, Protozoa can sneak into the stadium." When he said this, it was a bit like he was in front of people and opened his mouth in front of them. It was obvious that he was still angry and ridiculed the Alliance for not doing things carefully, which almost wiped out the warriors of Beta Star. Xi and Qin represented the Alliance event. The matter of the stadium was their omission. They were the wrong party, and could not refute it. They just frowned slightly, did not speak, and continued to stare at the surveillance. The mecha warriors in the stadium. Mining began. Shaolu led the way, and in no time, the mine in front of them was divided into 5 parts. Then, the mecha warriors, divided into 5 groups, began to dig the mountain. Slotting, cutting, blasting, loading, the coordination was tacit and skilled. This small hilltop was not big, only a few dozen miles in radius, and no more than 300 meters high. With so many people working together, they dug through it by dark. Sia Shiaan asked everyone to stop and rest, then entered the excavated mine pit, and turned on the mecha lighting. Shaolu and Sui Guanqing followed her, waiting for her instructions. Sia Shiaan put her hand on the stone wall of the mine pit, feeling the fluctuation of energy.